The school playground was filled with energetic young men and women. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the huge open-air awakening platform in the center of the playground. A black awakening stone tablet, more than 2 meters tall, stood on the platform, and everyone's eyes were filled with tension and excitement as they looked at it. The black monument was covered with ancient runes that no one could decipher, and it emitted a strange light. Around the stone tablet, a group of fully armed guards stood, their electromagnetic weapons gleaming with a cold light. Yuan, standing in the crowd, also looked up at the awakening stele in the center of the square, his heart filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. This awakening would directly determine his future. This is a world where spiritual energy has revived and everyone is highly skilled in martial arts. Countless abyssal fissures have cracked open in the earth, from which countless strange beasts and dark demons pour out, invading cities and slaughtering humans. The only human beings capable of resisting and slaying these monsters are those with innate talent. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone can awaken their talents. If one awakens a high-level combat talent, they will be sought after by martial arts schools, the military, and academies, thus gaining extraordinary power and enjoying endless resources, status, and authority. Those who awaken low-level talents with weak combat power can only work in the city's defense logistics, transporting military supplies and cleaning up the corpses of alien beasts, or spend their entire lives at the bottom of the city, barely surviving under the protection of the strong. Today is the awakening day for senior high school students. Next, Zhao Tianyu. As the broadcast sounded, a tall young man wearing an expensive combat suit strode onto the awakening platform. The entire room fell silent instantly. Zhao Tianyu, the only son of the Zhao family in Jiangnan, had been taking high-grade nutritional supplements since childhood, giving him a constitution far superior to his peers. Many people are speculating whether he will be able to awaken his A-level talent today. The next second, Zhao Tianyu placed his hand on the awakening stone tablet. Boom! Blinding flames shot into the sky, turning the entire playground blood red. The air temperature soared, and even the glass windows in the distance were slightly warped by the heat. Zhao Tianyu! A-level talent Berserker Fire Mage! The dean's voice almost cracked. Applause, envious shouts, and gasps of amazement erupted from the audience. Zhao Tianyu stood amidst the flames, raised his chin, and walked slowly down the awakening platform with a smug look on his face, accepting countless compliments. Next up, Class 2, Grade 12, Yuan. The cold announcement echoed across the playground, instantly silencing the surrounding chatter. Upon hearing his name called, Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions, and calmly strode onto the awakening platform. He stepped onto the last step and stood before the 2-meter-high awakening monument. Chu Tianjian, the homeroom teacher in charge of the assessment, looked at his most outstanding student with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Yuan, clear your mind, place your hand on it, and feel the spiritual energy guiding it. Chu Tian lowered his voice, his tone revealing undisguised favoritism. Yuan nodded, raised his right hand, and placed his palm on the black stone tablet. A soft hum, the instant the icy touch contacted him, Yuan's consciousness suddenly sank. He felt as if he had been dragged into an endless darkness. Then, from the depths of the darkness, a point of golden light suddenly exploded. That wasn't ordinary psionic energy. It was more like the core of a universe, suddenly awakening within his dantian. Countless stars were born in the golden light, only to crumble into dust in the next instant. A terrifying power surged wildly through his meridians, as if even a tiny leak could crush the awakening platform beneath his feet, along with the entire school, into ashes. Just when Yuan thought the energy was about to burst the awakening stone, a clear, ethereal system voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has awakened a unique SSS-level talent, Endless Origin. Warning: the energy fluctuations of this talent exceed the tolerance limit of this plane, and are highly likely to attract the obliteration of higher-dimensional gods. The system has automatically activated its protection mechanism. The disguise is converging. Disguise complete. External display level, F space system. The voice in his mind had just disappeared. The violent power that was powerful enough to tear the sky apart receded instantly like a tide, retreating deep into the depths of his blood and chi. Immediately afterwards, a layer of light shone on the awakening stone tablet. It was neither red nor golden. Instead, it was a hazy, dim halo, flickering weakly like a faulty old incandescent light bulb. The halo climbed only an inch before extinguishing completely. The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the stone tablet. The smile on the dean's face froze completely. He pushed up his glasses, seemingly unable to believe the data the machine had produced. Test results. The director swallowed hard, his voice filled with undisguised disappointment. Lu Yuan, awakening level, F rank. Talent type, storage space. Dead silence. A full 3 seconds passed. Ha ha! Zhao Tianyu's unrestrained laughter broke the silence on the playground. F rank? It's actually the most useless F rank in theory. I thought our academic genius would come up with some amazing move, but it turns out he's just a walking garbage can. The entire arena erupted in cheers, sighs, and jeers that seemed to engulf the platform like a tsunami. Chu Tian clenched his fists, looked at Lu Yuan standing dumbfounded before the monument, and sighed heavily. Lu Yuan, don't lose heart. Chu Tian stepped forward, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, and said with a bitter tone, although you can't go to the front lines, your storage talent is highly sought after in the logistics department. You can move the corpses of alien beasts or transport military supplies, and at least you can live a peaceful life. That's a euphemism, but in the era of high-level martial arts, going to the logistics department to do manual labor was almost equivalent to declaring the complete end of a martial artist's career. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Yuan did not break down. He simply slowly withdrew his hand from the stone tablet, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips, his heart filled with excitement. He awakened a unique SSS-level talent, so becoming a powerful figure is only a matter of time. Whether he hides his talent or not, he doesn't want to attract too much attention anyway, otherwise he might even bring about his own demise. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in his mind. He needed to figure out his talent and the full function of the system as soon as possible. Then, he would rapidly increase his strength, break through his current realm, crush all those who mocked him under his feet, and step by step become the strongest in this world, ruling it. After calming down, Lu Yuan bowed to Chu Tianjiang and said, "Thank you, Teacher Chu. I think the logistics are great, they provide meals." Then, he turned and walked off the stage. This nonchalant demeanor was even more unbearable for Zhao Tianyu than being directly insulted. What right did this good-for-nothing have to act so arrogantly? Zhao Tianyu strode forward, blocking Lu Yuan's path. A cluster of crimson flames swirled between his fingers, the oppressive force emanating from his A-level fire magic talent. The scorching heat forced the surrounding students to retreat. "Hey, you surnamed Lu. I happen to need a doorman to carry bags. I'll give you 3,000 yuan a month, since we're classmates. Use your F-grade trash can to hold my change of clothes, you haven't lived in vain." The surrounding lackeys immediately burst into a shrill laugh. Fatty Wang, his eyes red with anger, was about to rush forward, but was firmly stopped by several guards. Lu Yuan stopped and looked up at Zhao Tianyu. He didn't back down, his gaze as calm as a bottomless ancient well. Stared at by that emotionless gaze, Zhao Tianyu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The flame at his fingertips flickered slightly. "Young Master Zhao, it's best if you take your own clothes." Lu Yuan took a half step forward, his voice low so that only the two of them could hear him. "Otherwise, if there's a fire someday, it's easy to scatter the person and their ashes together." "What the hell did you say?" Zhao Tianyu instantly bristled and was about to make a move when the guards next to him immediately drew their electromagnetic batons from their waists. Disrupting the awakening ceremony will benefit no one. Zhao Tianyu could only fiercely suppress his flames, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Lu Yuan. "Fine, let's see how long you can keep up this act." Lu Yuan didn't even give him a second glance, walking straight through the crowd back to the waiting area. Fatty Wang grabbed his arm, stamping his feet in frustration. "Brother Yuan, are you crazy? He's an A-level awakener now, why are you messing with him?" Although the fat man complained, he still stuffed the only meat bun he had left into Lu Yuan's hand. "F rank is fine. At worst, I'll go to the outer city to slaughter pigs and support you. Don't pay any attention to that bastard." Lu Yuan held the warm meat bun in his hand, but his gaze was no longer on the fat man. Directly in front of him, a sliver of golden light, visible only to him, appeared in the air. A semi-transparent holographic virtual panel was silently suspended there. Ding! The Endless Origin system has finished loading. Current status, safe. Activate Divine Kingdom space? Lu Yuan stared at the lines of glowing text and took a big bite of his meat bun. He turned his head, looked at Fatty Wang who was still incessantly comforting him, and suddenly grinned. Fatty, you just said you were going to slaughter pigs in the outer city? Huh. Yeah, what's up? Nothing much, I just suddenly felt that slaughtering pigs might be a good fit for me. Bang! 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 The metal door was pounded on loudly, the old hinges groaning under the strain. Lu Yuan! Stop playing dead, I know you're in there. A sharp voice came from outside the door, accompanied by a violent kicking sound. Lu Yuan threw his faded school bag onto the bed and sighed softly. This was his landlady, Aunt Lu, a notorious miser in the urban village. He walked over and turned the rusty lock. Pay the rent! You've been dragging your feet for 3 days already, how long do you intend to keep this up? Aunt Lu stood with her hands on her hips, spitting almost onto Lu Yuan's face. Before Lu Yuan could speak, her tiny, beady eyes swept over him, then she let out a cold laugh. I've heard you awakened some kind of F-level space at school? Even moving bricks at the brick kiln is too strenuous for you, how are you going to pay the rent? Auntie, I'll definitely settle the money for you tomorrow. Lu Yuan didn't respond to that, his tone remaining calm. Tomorrow? What are you going to use to pay for this? Are you going to beg under the overpass? Aunt Lu rolled her eyes and pulled the skinny young man behind her over. See that? My nephew just awakened his D-level Earth-type talent today, and he's going to report to the outer city hunting team tomorrow. The skinny young man raised his chin and snorted smugly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the two of them, feeling completely unmoved. Congratulations. But the rent really has to be paid tomorrow. I'm penniless right now. He casually pulled out his empty pocket, found 2 coins, and tossed them lightly in his hand. Aunt Lu curled her lip and waved her hand dismissively. All right, if you can't come up with 2,000 yuan by noon tomorrow, pack your bags and get out of here. Bang, she slammed the door shut from the outside. The faint sounds of her whispering with her nephew could still be heard in the hallway. Stay away from that good-for-nothing, don't get tainted by his poverty. Lu Yuan shook his head, locked the door, and turned to sit on the creaking steel single bed. This kind of steel pipe bed is standard equipment in slums. It's shockproof, moisture-proof, and very sturdy. He took a deep breath, banishing all distracting thoughts. System, activate panel. A soft ripple spread through the air. A semi-transparent golden light screen floated in midair in front of Lu Yuan's line of sight. Host, Lu Yuan talent, Endless Origin, unique SSS level disguised F level in progress. Strength, 9, 10 for a normal adult male, agility, 11 constitution, 8 spirit, 15 origin points, 0. Looking at the dismal single-digit figure on the panel, Lu Yuan couldn't help but rub his temples. Years of relying on cheap nutrient solutions to stave off hunger had left his body severely depleted of both qi and blood. How do I use this cheat? Lu Yuan reached out and poked at the virtual panel. His finger passed right through it, and there was no reaction. Just as he was wondering if he had to pay money to activate the system, an annoying buzzing sound suddenly came to his ears. In early summer, urban villages are never short of mosquitoes. Especially the green-headed mosquitoes that have absorbed a little bit of spiritual energy, which are almost as big as soybeans. The mosquito circled Lu Yuan's head twice before arrogantly landing on the back of his hand. A slight stinging sensation followed. You're asking for it. Lu Yuan slapped her across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the cramped rented room. The mosquito exploded on the spot, leaving a dark red stain of blood on the back of his hand. Just as Lu Yuan was about to grab a tissue to wipe his hand, the golden light screen in front of him suddenly began to flash wildly. Ding! The host has successfully killed its first target, mutant mosquito. 1 base free attribute point has been gained. The crisp electronic sound had barely faded when, before Lu Yuan could even react, the golden light on the panel suddenly became blinding. The SSS level talent, Endless Origin, passive effect, 10,000x critical strike, had been triggered. This kill was a critical hit, granting 10,000 free attribute points. Lu Yuan gasped. He abruptly stood up, his knees slamming against the steel bed frame with a dull thud. He couldn't care less about the pain. His eyes were glued to the long, glaring string of zeros on the panel. 10,000 points? Killing a mosquito actually gave him 10,000 points of free attribute? It's important to understand that even if an ordinary person trains their qi and blood for 10 years, their strength will at most increase by a few dozen points. Even Zhao Tianyu, with his A-level talent, has only just broken 100 points in strength at most. What would it mean if all 10,000 points were added to his body? Lu Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and his breathing instantly became heavy. In the bottom right corner of the panel, A red plus sign was constantly flashing, as if urging him to make a choice. Fortune favors the bold, I'll take the plunge. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan focused his attention on the panel. He poured all 10,000 points of free attribute into the strength column. The moment the points were added, the strength value on the panel changed from 9 to 10009. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. An immense, indescribably hot torrent erupted directly from the depths of his dantian. Hiss! Lu Yuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees on the concrete ground. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He could clearly hear his bones cracking and popping. The muscle fibers under the skin are like countless writhing snakes, tearing, reorganizing, and tearing again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood flow accelerated more than tenfold, even producing a thunderous roar like a rushing river within the blood vessels. This excruciating pain lasted for a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the raging torrent finally subsided and disappeared into his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan gasped for breath and slowly stood up, supporting himself on the ground. He looked down at his hands. His arms didn't have exaggeratedly bulging muscles, but the surface of his skin had a very faint dark golden sheen. With every casual movement, his muscle lines flowed flawlessly, as if sculpted by a knife and axe, exuding an explosive beauty. Lu Yuan clenched his fist. A crisp sonic boom echoed through the air. This power! Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. He urgently needed to find something to test it. His gaze fell on the rusty stainless steel single bed. The bed frame was welded from scraps of low-grade weapons. It was made of solid steel tubing, at least a finger's width thick. Lu Yuan walked over, stretched out his right hand, and gently grasped the steel tubing railing at the head of the bed. He didn't use any martial arts techniques, nor did he activate a single trace of his chi and blood. He simply relied on his physical strength, his 5 fingers suddenly tightening inward. A grating, metallic squeaking sound rang out. The solid steel pipe that even a chainsaw would struggle to cut was like a piece of soft clay in Lu Yuan's hands. He crushed it into a dent. He hadn't even used a tenth of his strength to squeeze that steel pipe. A force exceeding 10,000, it was practically a physical, dimensional-lowering attack. If that had hit Zhao Tianyu on the head, he probably wouldn't even need cremation fees. Buzz! The old cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence in the room. Lu Yuan took out his phone. Wang Pengzi's name was flashing on the screen. He carefully swiped to answer, afraid of crushing the screen with any force. Hey Pengzi! Brother Yuan! Have you seen the class group chat? On the other end of the line, Wang Meng's voice was as loud as a megaphone, filled with barely concealed anger. That bastard Zhao Tianyu sent out red envelopes in the group to celebrate, and even tagged you, asking if you'd like to do the doorman job tomorrow. The whole class is laughing at you. Lu Yuan glanced out the dark window, where neon lights illuminated the distant high-rises. Let them jump, they're like grasshoppers in autumn, they won't be able to hop for many more days. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, as if he were casually discussing what to have for dinner. The fat man on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. Brother Yuan, are you alright? You said you were going to the outer city to slaughter pigs on the playground during the day. You weren't really going to do it because of some kind of shock, were you? That wilderness is full of real, powerful monsters. For us newly awakened civilians to go there is like delivering takeout. Hearing his best friend's anxious tone, his eyes gradually burned in the night, even revealing a hint of frantic anticipation. Killing a defenseless mosquito could yield a 10,000-fold critical hit and 10,000 attribute points. What about a larger living creature? Why kill a pig? Going to the wilderness is too time-consuming and inefficient. Lu Yuan twirled the remaining metal shavings on his fingers, a kind smile playing on his lips. Fatty, don't sleep in tomorrow morning. Bring a few large woven bags. Huh? Where to? Fatty was completely bewildered. Come with me to the South City Market. Lu Yuan chuckled. We're going to kill a chicken. Chapter 3 While others diligently cultivate their chi and blood, I'm slaughtering chickens and fish at the market. At 6 in the morning, the sky over Jiangnan City was just beginning to lighten, and the air was still cool. Inside several luxurious martial arts gyms in the city center, chi and blood were already surging, and shouts were deafening. Zhao Tianyu, wearing a high-end training uniform worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, was furiously punching a force-testing sandbag. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from his fingertips as he pounded the sandbag high into the air with each punch. Several lackeys busied themselves handing him water and towels, showering him with flattery. Zhao Tianyu wiped his sweat and sneered smugly. Once I consolidate my realm, I'll definitely beat that piece of trash surnamed Lu to a pulp during the wilderness combat assessment. Someone immediately chimed in. With his F-level space, he's probably collecting bottles all over the street to pay his rent right now. The group burst into laughter, and the martial arts hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, whom they were mocking, was standing at the entrance of the largest seafood market in the south of the city. The pungent smell of fish and mutton assaulted his nostrils. Wang Meng, clutching his nose and carrying 2 large snakeskin bags, looked pained. Brother Yuan, are you serious? You're not practicing your qi and blood cultivation this early in the morning, but instead you're here smelling this? Lu Yuan ignored him, his gaze sweeping over the crowded stalls before finally stopping in front of a shop with a sign that read, Zhangji Fresh Wholesale. Dozens of large red basins were displayed in front of the shop, filled with plump live fish and shrimp, and behind them were chicken coops containing half-meter-tall iron-beaked chickens with a slight mutated bloodline. The shirtless boss, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was holding a wriggling iron-beaked chicken, muttering under his breath. What's the rush? This chicken's bones are as hard as stone. A knife could dull if you tried to chop them. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he walked straight over. Boss, need a hitman? The boss was taken aback, looked him up and down, and saw that he was clean and looked like a student. He laughed in exasperation. Go away, don't cause trouble. Can't you see I'm busy? Lu Yuan said calmly. No wages. I'll take care of all the chicken and fish. You just need to collect the money and pack it up. I'll take care of killing them. I won't charge you a penny. The boss almost dropped his cigarette. What are you after, kid? Lu Yuan said with a straight face. My family's secret knife skills, just practicing to get the hang of it. After saying that, he casually picked up a greasy pig slaughtering knife from the cutting board. Just as the boss was about to kick the man out, he saw Lu Yuan's eyes sharpen, and he flicked his wrist slightly. A flash of light. The iron-beaked chicken, which was still thrashing about in the boss's hand, didn't even have time to squawk before its head fell cleanly to the ground, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Even more outrageous, the butcher's knife used for chopping bones wasn't even chipped. The boss stared at the chicken on the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Wang Meng also gasped, speechless for a long time. Lu Yuan wiped the blade. Can you do it? The boss was overjoyed and threw the apron at him. Do it! This stall is yours today! As long as you can keep up with the speed, I'll provide lunch. Lu Yuan put on an apron, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the basins of lively seafood and the poultry in the chicken coop. Fatty, hand me the knife and the fish. As soon as he finished speaking, the butcher's knife in his hand flashed like a gleaming blade, plunging directly into the large basin filled with mutated blackfish. The slaughter officially began. With a swift stroke, the blackfish was cleaved in 2. The next second, a familiar electronic voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Killed a Tier 1 mutant blackfish, gain plus 5 free attribute points. Triggered a 10,000x critical hit, gain plus 50,000 attribute points. Lu Yuan's heart trembled violently. Yesterday, killing a mosquito only earned him 10,000 points, but this black fish with a slightly mutated bloodline was worth at least 50,000. Again! His eyes gleamed, and his butcher's knife flashed like a blur. An iron-beaked chicken was tossed onto the chopping board, its throat slit, and tossed aside. Ding! Killed a mutated iron-beaked chicken, gaining plus 8 attribute points. Triggered a critical hit, gaining plus 80,000 attribute points. Next, Lu Yuan slaughtered his way from south to north without even blinking. System notifications rang incessantly in his mind. Killing the mutated grass carp triggers a critical hit. Killing the unicorn duck triggers a critical hit. He frantically pressed the red stat allocation buttons in his mind. Strength plus 50,000. Constitution plus 80,000. Spirit plus 100,000. A rumbling sound filled Lu Yuan's body. His blood and qi surged, and the muffled thuds of his bones reforming were completely drowned out by the noise of the market. He could clearly feel that his skin, blood vessels, and bones were undergoing a qualitative change. When his strength exceeded 100,000, the knife in his hand merely tapped lightly against the cutting board, yet the solid wood board, weighing several hundred pounds, was shaken open, creating a crack half a finger wide in the middle. Lu Yuan immediately reduced his strength to avoid attracting attention. By the end of the morning, he was like a tireless human meat grinder, slaughtering over 1,000 poultry and aquatic creatures. Wang Meng, who was handing him fish, was already exhausted, sitting on the red basin panting heavily. Brother Yuan, are you out of your mind? This isn't practicing knife skills, it's more insane than an assembly line machine. The boss was completely dumbfounded. What usually took a whole day, Lu Yuan finished in 3 hours, and did so cleanly and efficiently. As the last large turtle was chopped open, the system notification suddenly changed. Ding! Host's cumulative kill count has reached the target, unlocking a special drop, Gain top-tier attribute, Origin points +1. Lu Yuan paused slightly, his consciousness scanning the panel. The thing hung alone at the bottom, its purpose unclear for the moment, but bearing the words Origin. It was clearly no ordinary object. Alright, that's enough. Lu Yuan removed his apron, which was covered in fish scales, and stretched his body slightly, a muffled, thunderous sound emanating from within him. He casually glanced at the panel. All 3 basic attributes had exceeded 150,000. Let alone Zhao Tianyu, who hadn't even broken 200, even 100 of the martial arts school's senior instructors wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him. The boss, all smiles, sidled up to him. Young man, your knife skills are amazing. Will you come again? I'll pay you 1,000 a day, including room and board. Lu Yuan waved his hand. It depends on my mood. As he spoke, he picked up several old hens, still alive and with their legs tied, from under the cutting board, and pointed to the rotten vegetable leaves on the side of the stall. Boss, give me these chickens, and borrow some rotten vegetable leaves while you're at it. The boss waved his hand. Take them, take whatever you want. Lu Yuan, carrying a live chicken, plucked a handful of muddy weeds from the garbage heap and stuffed them into a snakeskin bag, then beckoned Wang Meng to head towards the urban village. The midday sun was scorching, and the two walked through the potholed alleyways. Wang Meng wiped his sweat, looking at the clucking hens with a speechless expression. Brother Yuan, what are you going to do with these chickens and weeds? Are you really planning to take them home and make soup? Lu Yuan smiled. Why bother making soup? This is a treasure. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly stopped. An extremely strange feeling surged from the depths of his dantian. The entity that the system had always disguised as an F-grade storage space now seemed like a ferocious beast that hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, showing a strong urge to the live chicken and weeds in his hand. That craving even seeped into his mind, as if a voice was frantically urging him on. Eat them. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Aren't storage spaces supposed to hold inanimate objects? How could they evoke a feeding desire for living beings? He glanced at Wang Meng without saying a word. Fatty, you go back first. I suddenly remembered I have some personal business to attend to. Wang Meng was taken aback. What is it? Aren't you going to eat with us? It's urgent, don't follow me. Lu Yuan offered no explanation, quickening his pace and disappearing into a dead end deep within the alley. He needed to find out immediately what kind of monster was lurking in his so-called F-grade waste space. Chapter 4A Hidden Divine Kingdom Within? Weeds evolve into 9-leaf sword grass. After shaking off Fatty Wang, Lu Yuan rushed back to the urban village, climbing the creaking old stairs to the top floor. With a bang, he locked the rusty security door and casually threw the snakeskin bag on the ground. Several hens clucked and scattered feathers everywhere. But Lu Yuan couldn't care less about any of that. The craving for nourishment in his dantian grew stronger and stronger, like a vortex frantically pulling at his mental energy. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, System, activate F-level space. As soon as his mental energy probed in, Lu Yuan froze. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. In class, the teacher had said that an ordinary F-level storage space was at most 1 or 2 cubic meters, like a black box, which would be full after putting in a few clothes and a couple of weapons. But what appeared deep within his consciousness at this moment was not a black box at all, but a vast and boundless world in the beginning of chaos. Beneath his feet was thick, rough, dark purple soil, and above his head gray mist swirled. The space was so vast that even his tens of thousands of points of spiritual power could not reach its edge. This is called F-grade? Lu Yuan couldn't help but swear. This wasn't a storage space, it was clearly an undeveloped divine kingdom. He looked down at the snakeskin bag on the ground, his eyes gradually heating up. Since you're so eager to eat, let's see what kind of mess you can make. With a thought, the weeds covered in soil vanished into thin air. The next second, a small clump of wilted green grass appeared on the dark purple soil of the divine kingdom. Lu Yuan then tossed a few hens into the soil. As soon as the hens landed, they pecked at the ground frantically, as if they had arrived in a sacred place, their feathers even faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. But apart from that, there were no obvious changes. The grass was still grass, and the chickens were still chickens. That's it. Lu Yuan frowned. Just then, the system's golden panel popped up on its own. A host has been detected injecting living life into the Endless Origin Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom's ecosystem is not activated. Consume 1 origin point to activate the Divine Kingdom's time acceleration function? Current acceleration limit, 10,000 times. Time accelerated 10,000 times. Lu Yuan gasped, finally understanding the use of that 1 point of origin. 1 day outside was equivalent to 10,000 days in the Divine Kingdom, nearly 30 years. This was practically a trump card of dimensional reduction. Activate maximum multiplier! Lu Yuan commanded without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, his consciousness seemed to be pulled to the clouds, looking down upon the entire land. Gray mist churned wildly, time seemed to be fast-forwarded, and he could even hear the whirring sound of time passing by. Only a few minutes had passed outside, but within the divine realm, everything had changed drastically. Several old hens had reached the end of their lives and turned to ashes, their flesh and blood merging into the soil as nourishment. And the ordinary weeds that had been casually tossed in, nourished by 1,000 times the time and the divine realm's essence, began to undergo a terrifying mutation. The wilted grass blades sprouted wildly, their color changing from emerald green to a deep, dark gold, with sharp, serrated edges. 10 minutes outside, 150 years had passed in the divine realm. The weed had grown to over a meter tall, its 9 slender, sturdy blades resembling 9 peerless divine swords pointing straight to the heavens. A sword intent of extreme sharpness, seemingly capable of cleaving through the void, soared into the sky, even forcefully splitting 100 meters of vacuum in the surrounding chaotic gray mist. Ding! Evolution complete! The low-level weed has mutated into an ancient divine object, 9-leaf sword grass, juvenile stage. Attach law, void sword intent. Lu Yuan looked at the prompt and couldn't help but swallow hard. 9-leaf sword grass. That was a legendary divine object only found in textbooks, said to be able to cleave stars with a single leaf. On the market, let alone a single plant, even a dried leaf would be fought over by martial arts masters. Yet he had grown it from roadside weeds in just 10 minutes. Why bother killing strange beasts? We can dominate the world just by farming at home. Lu Yuan excitedly rubbed his hands together, carefully extending a wisp of spiritual energy to pluck the outermost leaf of the 9-leaf sword grass. Whoosh! The dark golden leaf appeared in reality, landing in his palm. It possessed no softness whatsoever. On the contrary, it was harder and heavier than even high-grade alloys. Fine, intricate sword-like patterns flowed across its surface, and even the slightest approach caused a stinging pain in the skin from its sharp edge. Good stuff. If I sold this on the black market. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. With capital, he could buy more resources and throw them into the divine kingdom, creating a perfect snowball effect. But just as he was planning how to exchange the leaves for money, a loud bang interrupted his thoughts. The already flimsy wooden door of the rented room was violently kicked open from the outside. The doors shattered into pieces, and wood chips flew around the cramped room like bullets. Dust rushed in from the corridor, and 2 burly men in black vests walked into the room, cursing and swearing. The bald, burly man at the head of the group cracked his neck. He stared menacingly at Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the bed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. You're Lu Yuan? This place is hard to find. Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. He stuffed the 9-leaf sword grass leaves into his pocket, slowly stood up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. 200 for the door panel, 500 for repairs. Cash or bank transfer? The bald man paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Second brother, did you hear that? This kid dares to ask us for money? The scarred man next to him sneered. Young Master Zhao sent us to break your legs and cripple your hands as well. Zhao Tianyu sent you? Lu Yuan chuckled, his tone devoid of any fear, instead bordering on boredom. This rich kid is petty as a bean. He lost face on the awakening platform and immediately hired someone to retaliate. The bald man lost his patience, and took a sudden step forward. His initial martial arts prowess erupted instantly, cracking the concrete floor. His fist, the size of a sandbag, slammed towards Lu Yuan's temple with a whooshing sound. If this punch landed, an ordinary person would either die or be crippled. Lu Yuan stood still, not even bothering to dodge, calmly watching the fist approach, even managing a yawn. Too slow, and the strength is like you haven't eaten, the bald man roared. Still being stubborn even when you're about to die. The fist was only an inch away from Lu Yuan's face. Just then, Lu Yuan moved. He casually raised his right hand and extended one index finger. Bang! A dull thud rang out. The bald man's seemingly inevitable punch was blocked in midair by that finger, unable to advance even an inch further. This, impossible! The bald man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He felt like he hadn't hit a person, but rather crashed into an unshakable ancient mountain. The recoil made his entire arm numb. Scarface was also dumbfounded. Big brother, why did you hold back? Cripple him already! Shut up! The bald man gritted his teeth, channeling his inner energy until his face turned red, but Lu Yuan's finger remained as steady as a mountain. This is the power of a martial artist? Truly disappointing. Lu Yuan shook his head and flicked his index finger forward lightly. Boom! A terrifying kinetic energy at the level of 100,000 units of power erupted instantly, surging out like a flood bursting its banks. Before the bald man could even scream, he was struck as if by a high-speed train. Crack! His right arm bone shattered inch by inch, and his massive body flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing through the old brick wall of the corridor. Bricks shattered, dust billowed everywhere. Scarface trembled violently, the steel pipe in his hand clattering to the ground. This was an F-rank support? A single finger could send a martial artist flying? Lu Yuan withdrew his finger, stepping over the splinters of wood, and walked step by step towards the trembling Scarface. Go back and tell Xiao Tianyu. He looked down at the other man, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Double the price for the door panel. If you don't see the money by noon tomorrow, I'll personally go to his house and smash his bones to pieces. Chapter 5 Xiao Tianyu's provocation, the confidence of adding millions of points to strength. Scarface scrambled out of the corridor, not caring about the life or death of his companions. His screams, like those of a pig being slaughtered, echoed back and forth in the corridor. Looking at the large hole smashed into the wall, Lu Yuan rubbed his temples helplessly. Well, now Xiao Tianyu will have to pay for the repairs too. He was about to go back inside to clean up the sawdust when a series of arrogant footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Useless is useless, struggling even to dismantle a door. As the mocking voice rang out, several figures swaggered in. Leading them was Xiao Tianyu, dressed in a high-end, designer protective suit. He didn't even bother to glance at the bald, burly man lying unconscious on the ground. Stepping over the broken bricks, he led 3 burly bodyguards and blocked the entrance to Lu Yuan's rented room, which no longer had a door. Xiao Tianyu, hands in his pockets, looked around the room with a mocking expression. Oh, Lu, the great genius, you're still alive? The men I hired aren't very good, they didn't even cripple you. Lu Yuan sat on the steel pipe bed, brushed the dust off his hands, and replied indifferently. Your skill in hiring someone to kill is as weak as your A-level talent. Xiao Tianyu's face darkened, and crimson flames reappeared from his fingertips. But as if he had thought of something, he suppressed his anger and sneered. I'm here today to show you the right path. He gave a signal, and the bodyguard beside him immediately pulled a document from his briefcase and slammed it heavily onto the rickety, broken wooden table. Sign it. Lu Yuan glanced at the document's heading. Agreement for the free transfer of demolition housing in plot number 3 of the urban village. Xiao Tianyu raised his chin and said as if giving alms to a beggar. Although this place is a slum, the Alliance will be planning the outer defense line in a couple of days, and the demolition compensation will be at least 500,000. As he said this, he took out a brand new 100 yuan bill and casually threw it at Lu Yuan's feet. But you, consider this 100 yuan as payment for my house. Take the money and get out of Jianan City, don't get in my way. 100 yuan for a 500,000 yuan demolition compensation house. This isn't just outright robbery, it's humiliating someone by pinning them to the ground. Lu Yuan stared at the banknote, a cold glint in his eyes. Young Master Zhao, you've got a pretty good plan, aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Xiao Tianyu laughed wildly as if he'd heard a joke, suddenly releasing the pressure of an early-stage martial artist. The surrounding air instantly became scorching hot, and the edges of the wooden table were slightly charred. You think you're some F-rank trash? Xiao Tianyu pointed at Lu Yuan, his arrogance reaching its peak. I'm an A-rank genius, a future pillar of the Alliance. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. 2 high-ranking bodyguards behind him also stepped forward with sinister smiles, their knuckles cracking, ready to make their move at any moment. Xiao Tianyu held up his finger. I'll count to 3. If you don't sign, I'll burn this doghouse down today. 1. Flames suddenly shot up half a meter high. Lu Yuan, however, remained seated on the edge of the bed, his posture unchanged, silently chanting in his mind. System, put all 2 million attribute points earned from killing the chicken into strength. With a buzzing sound, the power was successfully added. Current strength attribute, 2,100,000. A terrifying power gathered within his body, but without the slightest leakage. Instead, it was suppressed by Lu Yuan and kept extremely hidden, like a nuclear reactor that could explode at any moment. 2. Seeing that he didn't move, Xiao Tianyu thought he was scared out of his wits and immediately shouted angrily. Cripple him! Put his hand on the agreement! 2 bodyguards who were at the late stage of martial arts rushed out at the same time. One threw a punch at Lu Yuan's face, and the other reached out to grab his shoulder. Their cooperation was perfect and full of killing intent. Xiao Tianyu couldn't wait to see Lu Yuan kneel down and beg for mercy. But the next second, Lu Yuan only slightly raised his eyes, too lazy to even stand up, and stretched out his right hand as if shooing away a fly, flicking his finger lightly. Bang! A visible white sonic boom cloud instantly exploded in the air. There was no chi or light, no fancy martial arts techniques, only pure, extreme, and violent force of 2 million gene. The two late-stage martial arts bodyguards didn't even touch Lu Yuan's clothes. They were sent flying backward like two cannonballs blasted by an anti-aircraft gun. The load-bearing wall opposite was smashed to pieces on the spot, bricks and steel bars crumbling like tofu. The screams of the two men pierced the air, crashing through the corridor and stairwell before finally slamming into a pile of garbage outside the third floor, their fate unknown. Amidst the billowing dust, the entire room was deathly silent, save for the wind howling in through the hole in the wall. The flame at Zhao Tianyu's fingertip went out with a poof. He stared blankly at the hole in the wall opposite him, big enough to fit a truck, then stiffly turned his head to look at Lu Yuan, who was still sitting on the bed, his mind going blank for a moment. What kind of monster is this? Two late-stage martial arts bodyguards were sent flying dozens of meters away with a casual flick of his wrist. Lu Yuan dusted off his hands and slowly stood up. How many did you count to? He walked towards Zhao Tianyu step by step. His footsteps were very light, but to Zhao Tianyu, they sounded like the drumbeats of death. You stay away! Zhao Tianyu finally broke down, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the wood chips scattered on the ground. His proud A-level blood energy was now shriveled in his dantian, and he couldn't mobilize even a trace of it. As he crawled backward, he roared in a show of bravado, but his voice betrayed his fear. My father is the head of the Zhao family. If you dare touch me, you'll have nowhere to hide in the entire Jiangnan city. A foul stench of urine quickly spread from his crotch. Lu Yuan walked up to him, looking down at this arrogant rich kid, and said coldly, The Zhao family? What a show of power! The next second, he raised his foot and stepped on Zhao Tianyu's well-maintained face, grinding it hard. Ouch! Stop stepping on me! I'm sorry! Zhao Tianyu screamed in pain, the sound of his broken nose clearly audible. Lu Yuan bent down and gently patted his face, which was covered in footprints. Keep this 100 yuan for yourself to buy your coffin. After saying that, he picked up the agreement from the ground and shoved it into Zhao Tianyu's mouth to silence his screams. Go back and tell your father. Lu Yuan's eyes were icy cold, filled with murderous intent. If you dare to provoke me again, next time it will be the heads of everyone in your Zhao family that fly out. Get out! With a furious shout, Zhao Tianyu scrambled out of the ruined house, his pants wet. He didn't even dare take the stairs, jumping directly from the second-floor window, ignoring his bruised and battered face, disappearing into the night in a sorry state. Watching his fleeing figure, Lu Yuan sneered, then pulled out a 9-leaf sword grass leaf he had just plucked from the Divine Kingdom from his pocket. The dark golden leaf shimmered with a chilling sword light under the moonlight. Carrying such a top-grade natural treasure would definitely be a hot potato. Simply killing chickens to gain attributes isn't enough. The Divine Kingdom is burning through money too fast. We need to get some real cash. Lu Yuan weighed the sword leaf in his hand, and a place came to mind, the underground black market. He donned a large, hooded black robe, concealing his face in the shadows, and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night of the old town in a few bounds. Since I'm short of money, I'll go and broaden the horizons of those shady bigwigs. Chapter 6. The first black market selling of stolen goods shocks the black market giant. The night, like thick, indissoluble ink, swallowed the prosperity of Jiangnan City, leaving only cold rain and swaying neon lights reflected in the filthy puddles. Lu Yuan, draped in a large black cloak and wearing a pale, faceless mask, turned and entered a back alley filled with a sour and damp stench. This is the entrance to the underworld of Jiangnan City, a black market where crime and wealth intersect. Deep in the alley, several drunken mercenaries lean against the wall, sizing up passers-by, a faint but palpable murderous aura lurking in the shadows. If it were the old Lu Yuan, he probably would have been stripped down to his underwear within 3 steps of entering this place. But now, his mental power has already scanned the surroundings like radar. The infrared cameras in the corner, the hidden stakes behind the trash cans, and the approaching footsteps of the patrol team, none of these escaped his notice. Lu Yuan calmly passed through the layers of hidden sentries, as if entering a deserted place. Finally, he stopped in front of a dilapidated shop with a sign that read, Antiques and Calligraphy. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a completely different world unfolded inside. A spacious, luxurious hall was carpeted with thick carpets, and expensive incense filled the air. Several burly men with bulging temples stood guard at the entrance, their gazes sharp as knives. Lu Yuan didn't linger, heading straight for the deepest counter made of golden nanmawood. Behind the counter, a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a tang suit was lazily holding 2 jade gourds. He was Xinjin Lin, the head of Juboj, the largest black market guild dealing in stolen goods. This man was a ruthless character who hid a knife behind his smile, known for devouring people without spitting out the bones. Xin Jinlin didn't even lift his eyelids, and lazily asked, "Do you have something to sell? Don't bring out such a trinket to embarrass yourself. Go to the left and collect junk." Lu Yuan didn't say a word, but took out the dark golden 9-leaf sword grass leaf from his pocket, and gently placed it on the counter. Xin Jinlin glanced at it, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Golden leaves? These young people these days, they're getting more and more fancy. He casually took out a silver appraisal device, intending to just go through the motions and send the person away. My rule is, appraisal first, then price negotiation. The probe had barely touched the blade of grass when, in the next second, the silent instrument suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Red light flashed wildly, and the energy level on the screen skyrocketed, instantly surpassing the maximum threshold. Warning! Detection of an ultra-high-level divine energy source. Instrument is about to overload. With a hiss, the sophisticated silver instrument emitted black smoke and shattered on the spot. The 2 jade dantians in Xin Jinlin's hand fell to the ground with a thud and shattered into pieces. The nonchalant expression on his face froze completely, replaced by extreme horror. He sprang up from the armchair, almost tipping the chair over. Xin Jinlin, disregarding his loss of composure, trembled as he pulled out a pair of specially made crystal glasses and put them on. When he looked at the blade of grass again, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the dark golden leaf was covered with ancient sword patterns that were barely perceptible to the naked eye, and a sharp, soul-piercing sword intent was slowly emanating from it. Nine-leaf sword grass! Xin Jinlin's voice changed. The leaves of the 9-leaf sword grass, an ancient divine object that is said to have been extinct for centuries. This thing, let alone a whole leaf, even just a little bit of powder, is enough to make those sword masters who have been stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of years fight desperately for it. Xin Jinlin suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and instantly realized that he had encountered a true god today. The masked man in front of him was definitely not someone that Jiboj could afford to offend. He carefully pushed away the smoking instrument, bowed deeply to Lu Yuan, and said with utmost respect, "Senior, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness, and offended you." Lu Yuan's voice, hoarse and low, was muffled by his cloak, revealing no emotion. "Name your price." Cold sweat beaded on Xin Jinlin's forehead. Name his price? This kind of divine item couldn't be measured by ordinary money. He gritted his teeth and held up 3 fingers, tentatively saying, 300 million! After saying that, he quickly added, plus the highest level supreme black card from Jiboj. From now on, we won't charge you a single penny for any of your transactions in the black market. This was the limit he could offer. He even had to use his most treasured private funds. Lu Yuan stood there, silent for a full 10 seconds. Those 10 seconds felt like an eternity to Xin Jinlin. He could almost hear his heart pounding, terrified that the other party would turn on him at any moment. Finally, Lu Yuan reached for the black card on the table and simply uttered 2 words. Okay. Xin Jinlin felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly operated the terminal to transfer the huge sum of 300 million yuan into the black card. Senior, the money has arrived. You can check it at any time. Lu Yuan put away the black card, turned around and left without any hesitation. But when he reached the door, he paused slightly. Oh, right. His hoarse voice echoed in the hall as he turned his back to Xin Jinlin. This is just a defective piece that I got my hands on by accident. It even has some dust on it. Xin Jinlin shuddered and looked up abruptly. Lu Yuan continued. Prepare more money. Next time, I might bring something better. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan's figure disappeared into the damp, cold darkness outside the door, leaving Xin Jinlin standing there, cold sweat instantly soaking through his expensive tang suit. A defective product? A 9-leaf sword grass that could drive a grandmaster mad was just a defective product covered in dust? Looking at the dark gold leaves on the counter, Xin Jinlin suddenly felt that the world in Jiangnan City might be about to change. The captain of the guards asked in a low voice. Master, who is this person? Should we send someone to follow him and investigate? Xin Jinlin suddenly snapped back to reality and slapped him across the face, yelling. Investigate your mother! Do you want to kill the entire Jubao Pavilion? He ordered, panting heavily. Anyone who dares to divulge even a single word about what happened today will be killed without mercy. Furthermore, immediately withdraw all the liquid funds from the Alliance Bank. The guard captain covered his face, looking completely puzzled. Master, why withdraw so much money? Xin Jinlin stared at the dark, rainy night outside the door, his eyes filled with both fervor and fear. Why? Of course, it's to hold on to the money and wait for that gentleman to come again next time. Chapter 7a Low-grade weed sold for an exorbitant price as martial arts resource. Stepping out of the black market, the post-rain air was damp, and Lu Yuan felt much lighter. He casually opened his mobile banking app, looking at the long string of zeros after his balance, and for the first time truly felt that cheat codes could indeed change one's destiny. 300 million. In his previous life, this was a number he wouldn't have dared to even dream of. But now, he easily obtained it by simply picking a handful of weeds from the roadside. If it were an ordinary newly awakened martial artist, he would probably have already rushed into weapon shops and alchemy stores to buy armor and pills, brute force his way up his strength. But Lu Yuan didn't need that. He had a system for cultivation techniques, his fists for weapons, and as for pills, he glanced down at the 8 petals of the 9-leaf sword grass still in his pocket, and couldn't help but laugh. The stuff in the apothecary wasn't even worthy of being used as fertilizer for this divine herb. What he really wanted to do was to make money from money, to snowball the power of his divine kingdom. Lu Yuan turned into a quiet alley and dialed the encrypted number on the back of the black card. The call was answered after only one ring, and a cold, efficient synthesized voice came from the other end. Shadow Logistics, hello, our top customer. This is a high-end service under Jiboj, specializing in handling all sorts of shady procurement and transportation for major clients. They are efficient and tight-lipped. Lu Yuan lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice typical of the black market, I need to purchase a batch of supplies. I'll send you the list immediately. There's only one requirement, large quantity, cheap price, and delivery to the abandoned warehouse at number 3 in the west of the city before midnight tonight. The other party immediately responded. No problem, the funds will be automatically deducted from the black card. Half an hour later, a group of mysterious buyers appeared simultaneously in major agricultural product markets, mining waste plants, and stray animal shelters in Jiangnan City. They don't care about quality or price, they only care about speed and quantity. Waste slag? All included. Lowest grade shea blood grass seeds? Starting at 100 tons. Clover, foxtail grass? Keep adding. Stray cats and dogs, sewer rats, stinking ditch wild fish? As many as you want, dead or alive, pay by weight. This outrageous shopping spree left the lower-level suppliers dumbfounded. While cursing the buyers for being wasteful, they were also grinning from ear to ear as they counted their money. At 11 p.m., dozens of heavy trucks lined up in a long queue outside the abandoned warehouse number 3 in the west of the city. Lu Yuan, draped in a black robe, stood on the second floor of the warehouse, watching workers unload bags of garbage, piles of seeds, slag emitting a faint spiritual energy, and tens of thousands of stray animals confined in cages. All of this added up to a staggering 50 million. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, this was the most worthwhile investment. The logistics manager handed over the list and respectfully said, Sir, all the goods have been counted, and the final payment has been settled. Lu Yuan nodded, signaling them to leave. Once the warehouse was completely quiet, he jumped down from the second floor, stood in front of the mountain of supplies, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Dinner's ready. The next second, a thought crossed his mind. With a boom, an invisible suction force erupted from him. The waste slag, grass seeds, and animal cages in the warehouse all vanished into thin air as if swept away by a tornado. In less than 10 minutes, the huge warehouse was completely empty. Back in his rented room, Lu Yuan immediately locked the door and immersed his consciousness in his divine realm. On the purple earth, the newly purchased supplies were piled up all around. He directly commanded, System, consume origin points to activate the 10,000x time acceleration again. Ding, ecological matter has met basic psycho conditions. This acceleration will simultaneously activate the Divine Kingdom's ecosystem. As the notification sound faded, Lu Yuan once again entered God's eye view. Rumble, the Divine Kingdom's land trembled violently. The abandoned spirit or slag rapidly decomposed and merged under accelerated time, transforming into whining spirit veins buried deep underground, providing the land with its initial energy. Vast amounts of grass seeds were swept up by the wind, scattered in all directions, and took root wherever they landed. What happened in the outside world was but a fleeting moment, yet within the divine realm, it felt as if hundreds of years had passed. The barren land gradually transformed into lush green grass and fields of blooming flowers. A stream formed from the convergence of spiritual energy gurgled forth from the source of the spiritual vein, nourishing all things. The stray animals brought in also began to reproduce and evolve in the rich spiritual energy. Rabbits grew to be half a person's height, and ran as fast as lightning. Wild cats' claws were as sharp as alloy, capable of tearing through rocks. A primitive yet complete ecological food chain was taking shape at an astonishing speed. Ding, the ecological cycle of the Divine Kingdom has been initially established. Current spiritual energy concentration in the Divine Kingdom, 120 times that of the outside world. The Lord of the Divine Kingdom receives a boost, increasing his physique by 50,000 and his spirit by 80,000. A surge of pure life energy flowed from the divine kingdom, cleansing Lu Yuan's limbs and bones. He was so comfortable he almost cried out. This feeling of becoming stronger without moving was better than any divine medicine. The night passed. The next morning, the piercing assembly whistle shattered the tranquility of Jiangnan City. The final and most important field combat assessment of their high school careers officially began. Jiangnan City's first square was packed with people, all the senior students having changed into the combat uniforms issued by the Alliance. Zhao Tianyu was surrounded by a group of people in the center. He wore a custom-made A-grade fire lizard skin armor, carried a runic staff, and wore psionic acceleration boots. Every inch of him screamed, "Expensive!" The aristocratic scions around him were equally fully armed, their various high-level weapons gleaming coldly. Compared to them, Lu Yuan, standing at the end of the line, seemed out of place. He was still wearing that faded old-school uniform, with a tattered canvas bag slung across his back. He didn't look like he was going to participate in a life-or-death combat exercise. He looked more like a poor student going on a spring outing to the suburbs. Zhao Tianyu's lackey spotted him immediately and sarcastically shouted, "Hey, isn't this RF-level genius? So poor you can't even afford a combat suit? Want young Master Zhao to give you one?" A burst of laughter immediately erupted around him. Zhao Tianyu strolled over leisurely, glancing at Lu Yuan with disdain. Forget it, giving it to him would be a waste. With his physique, he probably couldn't even withstand a collision from a first-tier beast. After saying that, he leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, his voice icy. "Kid, the assessment ruins aren't a school. Every year, several students go missing by accident. You'd better pray I don't run into one." Lu Yuan yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He hadn't slept a wink last night because of the upgrade to the Divine Kingdom. He glanced lazily at Zhao Tianyu. "Really? Then you'd better pray you don't get lost in there. After all, young masters like you who grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth probably can't even tell directions, right?" Chapter 8 Field Combat Assessment. Fully Armed Geniuses. The plaza was filled with psionic flying cars and luxurious hovercars. Zhao Tianyu, wearing his conspicuous fire lizard skin armor and holding a rune staff inlaid with a low-level magic core, was surrounded in the center by a group of well-equipped scions of aristocratic families. When he saw Lu Yuan, who was at the back of the line wearing an old-school uniform, a hint of undisguised malice flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice and instructed the lackey beside him. "Once we get into the ruins, find a corner without surveillance cameras and be careful with your hands." The lackey immediately understood, nodding with a sinister grin. Just then, a commotion broke out on the outskirts of the crowd. Students parted to make way, and a tall, aloof figure stepped onto the platform in white combat boots. She wore a snow-white combat uniform, an ice crystal longsword hanging at her waist, and her exquisite face remained expressionless. She was none other than Su Qinghan, the #1 beauty of Jiangnan City, the daughter of the richest man, and the one who had awakened an A-level extreme ice talent. The moment Su Qinghan appeared, the previously noisy boys in the square instantly fell silent. Zhao Tianyu also dropped his arrogance, flashing what he thought was a handsome smile and waving at her, but Su Qinghan didn't even give him a second glance. She picked up the microphone, her cool voice echoing throughout the room. "This field combat assessment will take place at Ruins number 3 outside the city. The objective is to hunt down a Tier 1 alien beast, the Ironclad Bull, and obtain its horn as proof. The assessment will last 6 hours, and the top 10 will receive bonus points on their college entrance exams based on the number of kills. Now, form your teams freely and depart in 10 minutes. The moment the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in chaos. Some exclaimed that a second-tier alien beast had appeared in Ruins number 3, some were eager to curry favor with Zhao Tianyu, and others crowded around Su Qinghan asking to team up. The students quickly formed cliques. Those with high talent were surrounded by support and tanks, while those with lower talent also huddled together for warmth. Only Lu Yuan stood alone, seemingly surrounded by an invisible barrier. After finally squeezing through the crowd, Fatty Wang ran to Lu Yuan's side, panting, and said, "Brother Yuan, how about we team up? I have a D-level physical enhancement, so I can at least help you take a couple of hits." Lu Yuan chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Fatty, you team up with them. Don't let me drag you down. Your defense is practically paper thin, you'll get one shot if you go in." Fatty Wang wanted to insist, but several students with C-level talents pulled him away. They advised him not to be foolish. Teaming up with F-level talents was suicide, and safety should come first. Soon, everyone had formed teams, leaving only Lu Yuan standing out starkly in the crowd with his tattered canvas bag. On the high platform, their homeroom teacher, Chu Tian, watched this scene with worry in his eyes. The female instructor beside him, Lin Wushuang, spoke coldly.
Teacher Chu, is this the theoretical genius you've been eyeing? Not even one person is willing to team up with him. She was the head of this assessment, known for her ruthlessness and sharp tongue. Chu Tian sighed, saying that Lu Yuan was too proud and might not be able to accept reality right now. Ling Wushuang scoffed. Can mere pride stop the claws of a strange beast? With that, she picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Lu Yuan, since no one wants to team up with you, you should stick with the support vehicle and not go into the ruins. Her words sounded well-intentioned, but they carried a clear hint of condescension. Lu Yuan looked up at the platform and calmly shook his head. Teacher Lung, thank you for your concern, but I request to act alone. The entire room erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. A person with an F-level storage space daring to enter the ruins alone? Wasn't that just suicide? Zhao Tianyu laughed out loud, winking at Lin Ruoxue. See? This is the backbone of a poor wretch, suffering for the sake of saving face. Lin Ruoxue frowned in disgust and turned her head away. Ling Wushuang's face darkened, and his Grandmaster-level pressure instantly pressed down on Lu Yuan. Do you think this is child's play? Acting alone means taking responsibility for your own life. The Alliance won't waste rescue resources on a fool like you. Lu Yuan withstood the pressure, his back still straight, his expression unchanged. I know. I voluntarily signed the life or death waiver. Ling Wushuang was so angry that her chest heaved. After staring at him for a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine. I'll see how long you, this F-level trash, can live. After the team was formed, under the escort of several military experts, thousands of students marched in a grand procession toward the giant alloy defense gate, which was 100 meters high, on the edge of the city. Beyond the gate lay a desolate wasteland, isolated by high walls. It was a forbidden zone for humans, and a paradise for monstrous beasts. With a rumbling metallic scraping sound, the 10-meter-thick alloy gates slowly opened. A gust of wind, carrying the stench of blood and decay, rushed in from outside, causing everyone's combat uniforms to flutter wildly. Outside the gate lay a desolate, crumbling wall, and in the distance, the chilling roars of strange beasts echoed faintly. Let's go! At Ling Wushuang's command, the restless geniuses, like tigers descending a mountain, roared and charged out. Zhao Tianyu led his elite team, taking the lead, afraid of falling behind. Fatty Wang waved to Lu Yuan from the crowd, his face full of worry. Lu Yuan returned the gesture with a reassuring gesture and walked at the back at a leisurely pace. He gazed at the ruins eroded by war and time, at the strange beasts leaping and roaring between the high-rises, his eyes not showing the fear and tension that a novice should have, but rather a strange light flashing within them. It was a green glow, like someone seeing a Manchu Han imperial feast and preparing to feast. Finally here. Lu Yuan licked his lips and gently patted the bulging canvas bag on his back. It contained no rations, no weapons, only a few dozen oversized snakeskin bags he'd swiped from the fat man. My movement attribute points, here I come. Chapter 9. As a support character, it's reasonable for me to solo the boss, right? After stepping deep into the ruins, Lu Yuan quickly disappeared from the group's sight. The surrounding high-rises were dilapidated, mutated vines grew wildly, and visibility was frighteningly low. While the other students huddled together, afraid of being ambushed by monsters if they were alone, Lu Yuan strolled around as if it were his own backyard. He closed his eyes, and his immense mental power instantly spread out, making everything within a radius of 1,000 meters clearly visible. He could see exactly where the armored bulls were, where the mutated tarantulas were hiding, and even that Zhao Tianyu's team was being chased and forced to flee in a sorry state by 3 armored bulls. Lu Yuan shook his head. A bunch of noobs struggling even against a Tier 1 beast. He had no interest in these weaklings. If he was going to play, he might as well go for something big. Lu Yuan used his spiritual power to probe, specifically targeting areas marked with red danger symbols on the map. Those were the forbidden zones inhabited by high-level beasts. Not long after, in the underground parking lot of an abandoned shopping mall, he discovered a second-tier bloodthirsty wolf gnawing on human bones. The wolf was the size of a calf, with bulging muscles and saliva dripping from its fangs. Upon sensing Lu Yuan's presence, its scarlet wolf eyes instantly locked onto this prey that had come to its doorstep. Oh, a dash! The bloodthirsty wolf roared, its hind legs slamming into the ground, sparks flying from its claws, and the entire wolf transformed into a black shadow as it pounced on Lu Yuan. At such speed, an ordinary martial artist would have no time to react. But Lu Yuan stood still, not even lifting his eyelids. Just as the wolf's gaping maw was about to bite his neck, he simply raised his right hand, aimed at the wolf's head, and slapped it across the neck. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The second-tier bloodthirsty wolf's charge halted instantly. Its massive head was whipped around 3 times in midair, its neck twisted into a pretzel. Its enormous body flew more than 10 meters before crashing into a supporting pillar and coming to a stop, twitching twice before going still. Ding! Killed a Tier 2 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining 50 free attribute points. Triggered a 10,000x critical hit, gaining 500,000 attribute points. 500,000! Lu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. The experienced packs in the wild were indeed much fatter than the poultry at the market. He walked over, broke off a wolf tooth as a trophy, and continued deeper into the ruins. For the next hour, Lu Yuan completely switched to mowing mode. A Tier 1 ironclad bull was slapped into a meat patty with a single blow, a mutated scorpion in the corner was stomped into the ground, and a flock of carrion vultures were simply torn into a shower of feathers by a single, violent punch. System notifications kept popping up, and attribute points were pouring in like crazy. Lu Yuan's base attributes were also skyrocketing. Unbeknownst to him, he had already strayed from the assessment area and pushed his way into the deepest part of the ruins. This place was marked with a red skull by the Alliance. It was an absolute no-go zone. In the center of the restricted area stood an abandoned, gigantic stadium. Half of its dome had collapsed, and sunlight streamed through the holes, illuminating the colossal creature at its center. It was a giant, black-furred ape, over 10 meters tall. Its arms were as thick as pillars, and each breath it exhaled scorching waves of air. At its feet lay mountains of strange beast skeletons. A third-tier lord-level beast, the berserk demon ape. Its strength is comparable to that of a human martial arts grandmaster. The moment Lu Yuan stepped into the stadium, the demon ape, which had been dozing, suddenly opened its crimson giant eyes. It sensed the provocation of its territory being invaded. Roar dash! A terrifying roar exploded from inside the stadium, the sound waves transforming into shockwaves that swept for thousands of meters. The student team still hunting the armored bull in the distance, including Zhao Tianyu and Su Qinghan, were all shaken by this oppressive force, their blood surging, and they all collapsed to the ground. It's the roar of a lord-level beast! Run! We're no match for that thing! Everyone was terrified and scrambled to safety. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Lu Yuan stood at the gymnasium entrance, letting the sonic waves, powerful enough to injure an ordinary martial artist, pass by. His school uniform wasn't even a wrinkle. He merely scratched his slightly itchy ear, then looked up at the giant demonic ape slowly rising. "'Tis quite large, but its roar is rather unpleasant." Lu Yuan cracked his neck, his bones making a series of snapping sounds. There was no fear in his eyes, only the excitement of a hunter spotting a prize prey. "A third-tier lord, I wonder how many power points it will yield." Chapter 10. Zhao Tianyu is stunned as he punches a third-tier demonic ape to pieces. Roar! The furious roar of the raging demonic ape shook the entire stadium, and a foul-smelling wind rushed in, making Lu Yuan's clothes flutter. The giant, black hand, as large as a fan, pressed down from the sky with the power to crush a heavy tank. Before the palm even landed, the concrete ground was already cracked like a spiderweb by the force of the blow. Several students who had been secretly watching from afar fell to the ground in fright, their faces deathly pale. Some hurriedly moved their binoculars away, unable to bear the sight of Lu Yuan being smashed into a bloody pulp. Behind the ruins, Zhao Tianyu and two henchmen held Gao sniper rifles, their muzzles fixed on Lu Yuan's back. One of the henchmen whispered, asking if they should fire, but Zhao Tianyu gave a cold smile and licked his lips. He wanted to wait until Lu Yuan was half dead from the demonic ape's blows before personally finishing him off, letting Lu Yuan die in pain and despair. At the eye of the storm, facing the devastating palm strike, Lu Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. All his power gathered in his right arm, causing the muscles in his arm to bulge slightly, and his skin to gleam with a dark golden sheen. There was no dazzling aura or fancy martial arts techniques, only the purest and most domineering power. Lu Yuan compressed all the millions of power attributes he had accumulated along the way into his fist, and unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch to meet the sky-covering giant palm. Boom! The moment fist and palm collided, the world seemed to fall into dead silence. The next second, a white sonic boom cloud exploded from Lu Yuan's fist, and a terrifying shockwave swept around, shattering all the remaining glass in the stadium into dust. Before the ferocious demonic ape could even unleash its savage grin, an indescribable force pierced from its palm all the way to the top of its head. Crack! Its hand bones, harder than high-grade alloy, shattered like biscuits. But this was just the beginning. The force continued upward, sweeping away everything in its path, unstoppable. The demonic ape's chest, said to be impenetrable even by armor-piercing bullets, exploded in midair. Blood and bone fragments rained down in a crimson downpour. Its massive upper body didn't even have time to utter a final scream before it completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ding! Defeat a Tier 3 Lord level beast, gaining 1 million free attribute points. Triggered a 10,000x critical hit, gaining 10 million attribute points. First slay of a lord unlocks a special attribute, plus 10 origin points. Amidst the rain of blood, Lu Yuan stood quietly, slowly withdrawing his fist, his body completely untouched by dust. The demonic ape's remaining lower body remained in a charging posture before it crashed to its knees, raising a cloud of dust. This scene was clearly witnessed by Zhao Tianyu, who was watching from hundreds of meters away, expecting a good show. His sinister grin froze completely, and the Gauss sniper rifle clattered to the ground. Zhao Tianyu's lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and his mind went blank. A mere F-rank trash like Lu Yuan actually managed to blast a third-tier lord, comparable to a martial arts grandmaster, to pieces with a single punch? How could this be? Fear seeped into his heart like ice water. He finally understood that Lu Yuan's composure on the awakening platform and in the rented room was not an act at all. That creature was truly terrifying. It was a monster capable of sending bodyguards flying and smashing Lord-level alien beasts to pieces with a single punch. Zhao Tianyu had only one thought in his mind: run! He tried to scramble to his feet, but his legs felt like lead, so weak that they wouldn't obey him at all. A warm liquid trickled down his trouser leg, and the once arrogant young master of the Zhao family was so frightened that he wet himself on the spot. His two lackeys behind him fared even worse, collapsing to the ground, trembling like leaves, unable to even crawl. In despair, Zhao Tianyu could only crawl on all fours behind a crumbling wall, covering his mouth tightly to avoid making a sound. He was terrified that the demon-like man would discover he was still hiding there. Inside the gymnasium, Lu Yuan wiped a few drops of warm blood from his fist, looked at the pile of demonic ape corpses radiating intense energy, and nodded in satisfaction. This assessment hadn't been a waste after all. Then, he slowly turned around, his gaze piercing through hundreds of meters and layers of obstacles, landing precisely on the ruins where Zhao Tianyu was hiding. His gaze was calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at a trembling mouse hiding in a corner. "Come out," Lu Yuan said, his voice low but clear enough to reach Zhao Tianyu's ears. "Hiding there, aren't you disgusted?" Chapter 11: A Dark Organization Uncovered. The blood sacrifice plot of the Myriad Races cult. Lu Yuan walked step by step toward the dilapidated wall. His footsteps were light, barely making a sound as he stepped over the pebbles. Behind the wall, Zhao Tianyu lay paralyzed on the ground, trembling like a leaf, yet he could clearly hear the footsteps approaching, as if death itself were calling. Lu Yuan's eyes were icy cold, and a thought flashed through his mind: should he just kill him? Keeping this kind of person around is a hidden danger. He might stab you in the back one day. But taking action now would be too drastic and could easily cause trouble. Just as he hesitated, the surrounding air suddenly froze. A pungent smell of blood filled the air, and the once clear sky was instantly covered by a dark red curtain of light. With a whoosh, four thick, blood-red beams of light shot into the sky from the four directions of the ruins, east, west, south, and north, and converged at a height of 1,000 meters, transforming into a massive semicircular barrier. This barrier, like an inverted blood-red bowl, completely sealed off the ruins area spanning dozens of miles. In the distance, the students who were besieging the armored bowl panicked. Some screamed, feeling their blood, and she slowed down. Others pointed at the shadows of the ruins, their voices trembling. Dozens of figures, dressed in wide black robes and wearing demon masks, slowly emerged, each emanating a violent and sinister aura. The leader, clad in black, let out a sinister laugh like an owl, the sound amplified by psychic energy throughout the entire barrier. "Welcome to the slaughterhouse prepared for you." Some students recognized the strange totems on their robes, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. "The cult of 10,000 races." That was the most notorious dark organization in the Human Alliance, a group of madmen who betrayed humanity, worshipped the alien races of the abyss, and loved to torture and kill human geniuses. The man in black clapped his hands mockingly. "That's right. Today, none of the so-called future hopes of Jiangnan City will live. Your flesh and blood and souls will be offered to the great god of the abyss." These words plunged all the students into utter panic. Some shouted for their lives, while others yelled to protect Su Qihan, for she was their greatest hope. On the other side, Su Qihan held an ice crystal longsword, her face icy, surrounded by more than a dozen A-level and B-level geniuses. She let out a sharp shout, ordering everyone to form a battle formation and break through the encirclement. Her A-level extreme ice talent erupted instantly, unleashing a wave of bone-chilling cold that condensed into sharp ice spikes on the ground, aimed directly at the black-robed man. However, the two evil cultivators at the martial master level merely sneered, their hands flashing with blood-red light as they easily shattered the ice spikes, and in the blink of an eye, they were engaged in battle with Su Qihan and the others. The battle broke out quickly, but the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. The myriad races sextant elite warriors who had fought countless battles, while most of these students were just newly awakened rookies, talented but without any real experience in life-or-death combat. Screams rang out one after another. Students were continuously torn apart by blood-red claw blades, turning into rain of blood that was greedily devoured by the array beneath their feet. Although Su Chi-han possessed strong talent, she quickly found herself in grave danger when facing an attack from two evil cultivators of the same level. Her white combat uniform was ripped open in several places, and blood slowly seeped out. A B-level genius screamed in terror, saying that these evil cultivators' techniques could devour one's vital energy. Before he finished speaking, his arm had already visibly withered away. Despair spread like a plague through the hearts of all the students. Amidst the ruins of the stadium, Lu Yuan stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at the crimson barrier in the sky, his brows slightly furrowed. The myriad races sect? These rats have quite the nerve. He didn't rush to attack. To Lu Yuan, these suddenly appearing evil cultivators were no different from the demonic ape he just encountered. They were all just moving attribute points. Just then, a black-robed protector whose aura far surpassed that of the others noticed him. That person was already at the martial arts grandmaster level. Seeing that Lu Yuan was wearing an old-school uniform and had no blood and chi fluctuations, he concluded that he was just a piece of trash who hadn't even touched the threshold of a martial artist. Heh, there's still one left out. The Grandmaster Protector grinned and raised his right hand, his palm surging with bloody light. The dense blood energy around him was forcibly condensed, transforming into a 10-meter-long, pungent, blood-red wind blade. The wind blade spun at high speed, even cutting through the air with a hissing sound. Boy, to die at the hands of this protector is an honor for you. The Grandmaster Protector swung his arm, and the blood-red wind blade, powerful enough to cleave a building in two, slashed down fiercely towards Lu Yuan's head from hundreds of meters away with terrifying force. A lone piece of trash? I'll start with you. Chapter 12 Trapped in a Barrier? Watch me break through the void formation with a basic attack. A 10-meter-long crimson wind blade, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, heading straight for Lu Yuan's head. Along the way, the ruined walls were sliced like tofu, the cuts charred black, and the stench of blood made even the rubble float in the air. Die! To die under my blood-fiend blade, your life will be worthwhile! The Grandmaster Protector hovered in midair, his eyes beneath the mask filled with bloodlust and fanaticism, as if he could already see Lu Yuan cleaved in two. But facing this terrifying attack, Lu Yuan didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply and leisurely pulled his right hand out of his pocket, extending his index and middle fingers as casually as if he were about to pick up a fallen leaf. A metallic clang rang out above the ruins, a violent shockwave sweeping across the surroundings, instantly dispersing the dust and smoke. The Grandmaster Protector's maniacal laughter froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The indestructible crimson wind blade had actually stopped in midair, its tip firmly held between two fingers by Lu Yuan. How is this possible? The Guardian screamed, desperately channeling his chi and blood, trying to make the wind blade continue its downward strike. But Lu Yuan's two fingers were like cast iron, remaining unmoved despite the trembling and struggling of the wind blade. Lu Yuan frowned, disdainfully saying, "Is that all the strength you have? Didn't you eat breakfast?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slightly tightened his fingertips, and a terrifying kinetic energy of 2 million Jin instantly erupted. Crack! The blood-fiend blade, imbued with the blood and chi of a Grandmaster, was instantly crushed into countless red specks of light by him, shattering like a cheap biscuit and scattering at his feet before quickly dissipating. The Guardian's blood-fiend blade was crushed? Several evil cultivator underlings who had been waiting to watch the show were terrified and retreated in unison, looking at Lu Yuan as if he were an ancient beast in human skin. The Grandmaster Protector snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Lu Yuan. "A magic treasure! You must be hiding a top-tier life-saving magic treasure!" He simply couldn't believe that a student with no energy fluctuations could withstand his attack, and his eyes turned greedy. "What are you all standing there for? Attack him together! Kill him, and the magic treasure is ours!" Several henchmen of the evil cultivators exchanged glances, then mustered their courage and drew their poisoned weapons, rushing towards Lu Yuan from all directions. Lu Yuan sighed. He really couldn't be bothered to waste his time on these lackeys who weren't even worth a few experience points. He didn't even raise a hand, but simply stomped his right foot lightly on the ground. Boom! A visible shockwave swept out along the ground, and the evil cultivators who had rushed halfway through were hit as if by a train, their ribs caved in, and blood gushed out. Before they could even scream, they were sent flying backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the distant ruins and disappearing without a trace. The Grandmaster Protector felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness shooting straight to the top of his head. Is this something a magic weapon could do? This kid isn't even human. Lu Yuan ignored him, instead looking up at the massive, inverted, blood-red barrier above him. The dark red light shield reeked of a nauseating bloody stench, completely blocking out the sunlight, making the entire ruins as cold and gloomy as a morgue. This crimson shield is hurting my eyes, Lu Yuan said, picking his ear. He walked straight past the corpse of the evil cultivator towards the edge of the barrier. In the distance, Su Qinghan's team was cornered. More than half of the dozen or so genius students were dead or wounded, and the rest had retreated to a dead end. A boy clutched his blackened arm, crying out in despair. Goddess Su, we can't hold them off. Their blood and qi are poisonous. Su Qinghan bit her pale lips, her icy longsword cracked. She looked up at the seemingly indestructible crimson array, a bitter feeling welling up inside her. Was the hope of Jiangnan City truly to be buried here today? At this moment, Lu Yuan had reached the edge of the barrier. He reached out and touched the almost tangible blood-red light curtain. It felt sticky and had a resilient, resisting force. Seeing this, the Grandmaster Protector, who had retreated to a distance, regained some confidence and began to mock him wantonly. Boy, you think you can break through the barrier and escape? Don't waste your energy. This is the 9 Nether Blood Spirit Array, set up by sacrificing the blood essence of 30 martial masters from our myriad races sect. It connects to the Earth's veins and is endlessly vital. The Protector pointed at the light screen, his tone fanatical. Don't even mention a kid like you who hasn't even grown a beard yet. Even if a human martial venerable descended, he would be trapped inside and die. Even a martial venerable can't break it? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced back at him. Then he cracked his right wrist, the knuckles making a crisp sound. Then I'll test just how hard this tortoise shell is today. Lu Yuan spread his legs slightly and took a deep breath. The system panel flashed rapidly in his vision, and he instantly mobilized all his strength attributes to the knuckles of his right fist. There was no charging of power, no dazzling display of energy or light. He simply threw a perfectly ordinary punch at the thick, void array barrier. Haha, that's hilarious, not even a shred of energy, just tickling here. The Grandmaster Protector's words were abruptly cut off. The instant his fist touched the light barrier, the air in the entire ruins seemed to be sucked away by an invisible hand. Immediately afterward, a sickeningly sharp crack rang out clearly in the deathly silence. That layer of absolute defense, supposedly unshakable even by martial venerables, was like cheap glass struck head-on by a hammer under Lu Yuan's fist. Centered on the fist, countless white cracks spread wildly, crawling across the dome and spreading to the array base. In just 1 second, cracks covered the entire sky. No! This is impossible! Absolutely impossible! The Grandmaster Protector screamed, clutching his head. Bang! A deafening roar erupted, and the blood sacrifice array, which had covered an area of dozens of miles, shattered before everyone's shocked eyes. Fragments of the red array transformed into a rain of light, and sunlight once again pierced through the clouds, illuminating the oppressive ruins. The array had been forcibly broken, and the backlash instantly surged forth. Pfft! All the evil cultivators present, including the arrogant Grandmaster Protector from before, coughed up black blood and collapsed to the ground as if their tendons had been pulled out, their breaths weak. The entire place fell silent. The wind stopped, and the distant beasts ceased their roars. Even Su Qinghan and the students who had fought desperately for their lives forgot to breathe. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their minds a complete blank. The sky collapsed? No, the barrier was shattered by a single punch. Countless gazes followed the center of the broken formation, where a boy in an old-school uniform, carrying a tattered canvas bag, was disdainfully swinging his wrist in the blinding sunlight. It was so loud, I thought it was really sturdy. Lu Yuan blew the dust off his fist, turned to look at the Grandmaster Protector sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood, and curled his lip. Did your myriad races sect take kickbacks from the contractor for the materials used to set up this formation? A shoddy construction project, it'll crumble at the slightest touch? Chapter 13 A Chance Rescue of School Beauty Su Qinghan. The instant the barrier was shattered by the violent attack, the backlash struck the chests of all the evil cultivators like a heavy hammer. Pfft. Dozens of black-robed figures coughed up blood simultaneously, collapsing to the ground like felled wheat, their auras instantly weakening. The students, who had been prepared to die, all froze, staring blankly at the figure standing against the wind in the distance. Su Qinghan gasped for breath, the ice crystal longsword in her hand cracked. Looking towards the sunlight, she realized the boy in the old-school uniform, carrying a tattered canvas bag, was actually Lu Yuan. How could it be him? For the first time, a storm of shock surged in her usually cold eyes. How could an F-rank logistics officer, ridiculed by the entire school during the awakening ceremony, possibly shatter a blood sacrifice array that even a Grandmaster couldn't budge with a single punch. In the center of the ruins, the Grandmaster-level evil cultivator struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. His eyes, bloodshot with shock and rage, stared intently at Lu Yuan. "You little bastard! You ruined my divine cult's grand plan! I'll skin you alive!" he roared, his internal energy burning wildly, even at the cost of his lifespan and essence. The next moment, dark red true energy condensed into a shield around his body, and he transformed into a blood-red rainbow, shooting towards Lu Yuan. The murderous aura suffocated the students even from a distance. Su Qihan instinctively shouted, "Be careful!" This was a Grandmaster's strike, fueled by burning his life essence. Even a high-ranking military officer might not dare to take it head-on. But Lu Yuan didn't even dodge. He merely turned slightly to the side, stretched his shoulders, and muttered lightly, "Too slow." Blood rainbow rushed towards him in the blink of an eye, its sharp claws less than a meter from his throat. In that instant, Lu Yuan raised his right hand, fingers spread, and delivered a clean and decisive backhand slap. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the ruins. The Grandmaster's shield, said to be impenetrable even by armor-piercing bullets, shattered like a soap bubble under Lu Yuan's palm, breaking instantly with a crack. 2,000,000 Jin of terrifying force was unleashed without reservation. The arrogant Grandmaster Protector didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded in midair. The remaining force ground down his cervical spine, blasting his tempered Grandmaster body into a cloud of blood mist. Flesh and blood mixed with tattered cloth were scattered all over the ground, leaving not a single intact bone behind. Ding! Defeat a martial arts Grandmaster of a higher level, gaining 500,000 free attribute points. Triggered a 10,000x critical hit, gaining 5 million attribute points. Dropped a top-tier item, 100,000 origin points. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Yuan blew on his palm with satisfaction. 100,000 origin points? This old man is pretty rich. He bent down and rummaged through the blood and grime, picking up a spatial ring that hadn't been smashed, and casually stuffed it into his pocket. The entire scene was deathly silent, save for the howling whine through the ruins. The remaining henchmen of the evil cultivators were utterly terrified. A Grandmaster Protector had been slapped into a pulp with a single blow. Was this even human? "Run! Run! He's a monster!" Someone screamed, and the cultists of all races scattered in all directions, fearing that if they were even a step too slow, they would be turned into fertilizer by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't bother to chase. Dozens or hundreds of attribute points were nothing to him now, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. It was a waste of time. Just then, a piercing psionic air raid siren sounded outside the ruins. In the sky, a large number of military-armed helicopters rapidly approached, while armored vehicles of the defense forces roared in from the ground. The higher-ups in Jiangnan City finally noticed the anomaly. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, glancing at the distant army and then at his school uniform. He didn't want to expose his strength and be taken in for research by the military, or treated like a savior. He just wanted to quietly grind attribute points and remain a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Lu Yuan turned his back to the crowd, bent his knees slightly, and unleashed a terrifying burst of agility. Bang! A deep crater was created in the concrete beneath his feet, and he transformed into a blurry black shadow, disappearing into the shadows of the ruins at supersonic speed, leaving not even a trace of his clothes behind. He accomplished his task and vanished without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. A full half-minute passed before Su Qihan snapped back to reality. She stared in the direction Lu Yuan had disappeared, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, confusion, and a hint of curiosity she herself hadn't even noticed. A boy beside her, who had narrowly escaped death, trembled and asked, "Goddess Su, am I hallucinating? Was that really Lu Yuan? That F-rank trash?" Trash? Su Qihan bit her lip, the shocking slap replaying in her mind. A single slap shattering a Grandmaster. If that's trash, then the so-called geniuses of Jiangnan City are probably even less than garbage. The defense forces' armored vehicles finally rushed into the ruins, and fully armed soldiers quickly took over the scene, beginning to treat the wounded. The commanding officer, looking at the mess and the pool of blood belonging to the Grandmaster Protector, couldn't help but gasp. "What exactly happened here? Which senior came to our rescue?" Su Qihan gripped her broken eyes sword tightly, glancing at the officer with a complex expression before looking in the direction Lu Yuan had left. "Sir?" She took a deep breath, her clear voice now tinged with determination. "This is a long story. However, I roughly know who that senior is." Chapter 14. Harvesting Origin Points, Accelerating Time in the Divine Kingdom begins. After evading the military search area, Lu Yuan quietly returned to his rented room in the urban village. The door, which had been kicked open, hadn't been repaired yet, and cold wind was blowing in through the doorway, making the room howl. Lu Yuan didn't bother with it, and went straight into the bathroom, washing away the lingering smell of blood with cold water. After showering and changing into clean clothes, he collapsed onto the creaking steel tubular bed and immediately summoned the system panel. With a hum, a golden virtual screen unfolded before his eyes. Host, Lu Yuan strength, 8.5 million, crushing Grandmaster, agility, 6.2 million constitution, 7.8 million spirit, 9 million origin points, 300,005. Looking at these outrageously exaggerated figures, Lu Yuan couldn't help but whistle. This wilderness combat assessment was like a shopping spree for him. A third-tier demonic ape, plus a Grandmaster-level evil cultivator, not only caused his basic attributes to skyrocket, but most importantly, he directly gained 300,000 origin points. Previously, he only needed a few origin points to evolve weeds into 9-leaf sword grass. Now that all 300,000 points have been poured into the Divine Kingdom, the effect is predictable. Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning, and then said, "System, sink your consciousness into the Divine Kingdom." The next second, a feeling of weightlessness flashed by. His consciousness once again descended upon that vast purple land. Compared to last time, this place was no longer deathly silent. The low-grade slag previously buried underground was beginning to form the nascent spiritual vein, and a faint trace of spiritual energy had appeared in the air. Lu Yuan, hovering in midair, directly commanded, "System, invest 300,000 origin points, activate extreme time acceleration, and let it evolve fiercely." Ding, 300,000 origin points deducted. The time flow of the Divine Kingdom has been pushed to its limit. The current ratio is 1 second outside is equivalent to 100 years in the Divine Kingdom. A deafening rumble echoed throughout the entire Divine Kingdom, as if it had been fully awakened. The dark purple earth churned wildly, and towering mountain ranges rose from the ground, piercing the gray sky. The broken slag underground, under the erosion of massive amounts of primordial energy and the rapid passage of time, began to undergo a qualitative change, devouring and merging with each other, ultimately transforming into dazzling high-level spiritual veins. With a snap, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then, a torrential downpour began. This was no ordinary rain, but spiritual rain condensed from an extremely concentrated concentration of spiritual energy. The raindrops fell on the parched earth, and everything that had been dormant began to revive. The ordinary grass seeds sown earlier, nourished by the spiritual rain and accelerated by time, grew wildly, instantly covering the mountains and fields, blooming into countless exotic flowers and rare herbs. The air was filled with the fragrance of herbs. Even a single plucked plant thrown into the outside world would be enough to cause martial artists to fight tooth and nail. The 9-leaf sword grass, in particular, frantically absorbed the spiritual rain, its size swelling to over 3 meters tall. Its 9 dark golden leaves swayed gently, emanating a sword intent that even ripped tiny cracks into the surrounding void. The Divine Kingdom was now teeming with life, resembling a legendary fairyland. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the rich spiritual energy. Ding! The Divine Kingdom's spiritual vein formed, nourishing its host. His mental power broke through the 10 million mark. A qualitative change was triggered. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt his mind become crystal clear. His immense mental power was like a materialized ocean, even able to penetrate his body and transform into invisible blades. At this moment, his mental detection range could easily cover the entire Jiangnan city. Just as he was enjoying this feeling of complete control, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the southeast corner of the Divine Kingdom. The aura was bloodthirsty and violent, carrying a chilling, primordial quality. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Has something mutated over there?" With the thought, he instantly arrived at the source of the disturbance. This was a valley on the edge of the Divine Kingdom, where several thick white bones lay scattered on the ground, the remains of stray cats and dogs he had previously thrown in. Under the terrifying acceleration of time, most ordinary animals wouldn't even survive the mutation. They would die of old age. But deep within the valley, something appeared. It was a 2-meter-tall dark red blood cocoon. The surface of the cocoon was covered with pulsating vein-like patterns, greedily absorbing the spiritual rain and the aura of the spiritual veins. Thump thump. A powerful heartbeat emanated from within, causing the nearby rubble to tremble. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, probing the blood cocoon with his spiritual energy. He then remembered that a few days ago, he had thrown a nearly starving stray yellow dog from near the market into this cocoon. He had assumed the dog would have long since become fertilizer. Unexpectedly, it was incredibly resilient. Not only had it survived, but it had also undergone a mutation under the extreme time acceleration and spiritual energy baptism. As if sensing Lu Yuan's gaze, the blood cocoon throbbed even more violently. Wisps of black flame seeped from the cracks, even slightly distorting the barrier of the Divine Kingdom's space. Lu Yuan watched with interest. The temperature of this fire is far stronger than that trash Zhao Tianyu's A-grade fire magic. Crack. A fissure appeared in the blood cocoon. A black claw, thicker than an adult's arm and covered in barbs, suddenly shot out. Immediately afterward, a wolf howl that shook half the divine realm resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A wadash! With the roar, the blood cocoon shattered. Amidst the intertwining of blood mist and black flames, a gigantic wolf, its body as large as an adult elephant, entirely black, with eyes like blood lanterns, emerged from the air. Its fur was like steel needles, its forepaws burned with ghostly black flames, and the pressure it exuded was almost at the peak of a martial arts grandmaster, even approaching the level of a half-step martial venerable. The giant wolf landed, crushing a boulder beneath its foot. It howled to the sky, as if proclaiming its rebirth and power. The ferocity emanating from its very bones was enough to make an ordinary person's legs go weak on the spot. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, quietly watching the colossal creature display its power. The system gave no warning, indicating that this thing wasn't an enemy. After howling, the giant wolf looked down at Lu Yuan not far away, a flicker of doubt in its scarlet eyes before its gaze widened sharply. It sensed the supreme divine aura emanating from Lu Yuan. That was the absolute ruler who created it, bestowed upon it life and power. The giant wolf's ferocious aura vanished instantly, and the black flames extinguished. Its massive body rapidly shrank, transforming into a large black dog about half a person's height. Then, this once majestic and arrogant ancient mutated wolf trotted to Lu Yuan's feet. It plopped down, wagging its tail frantically and even sticking out its pink tongue ingratiatingly. Woof! Woof woof! It rubbed its enormous head against Lu Yuan's trouser leg, barking crisply. Lu Yuan's lips twitched at the exaggerated contrast. He reached out and ruffled the giant wolf's hard head. Looks like a wolf, but is a dog at heart. Lu Yuan smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. However, its strength is not bad. From now on, when we go out on errands, we'll have a decent means of transportation. He patted the big black dog's neck. Come on, Big Yellow. Let's go out and see the world. Chapter 15 Feeding the Dog Divine Medicine. The stray dog mutates into a devouring demon wolf. Deep in the valley, a 2-meter-high dark red blood cocoon writhed violently, its muffled heartbeat like a heavy hammer pounding the ground, causing rubble to scatter. Lu Yuan stood a few meters away, his brows slightly furrowed. He could hear that the heartbeat inside was growing increasingly rapid, already revealing a desperate exhaustion. This stray yellow dog was too weak. Even with the 10,000-fold time acceleration and the cleansing of spiritual energy, it was still just one step away from crossing the limits of its species and completing the primordial mutation. It eats my food and lives in my house. If it dies like this, where will I put my face? Lu Yuan curled his lips, flashed to the side of the 9-leaf sword grass, reached out and broke off 2 dark gold grass leaves, and then went to the spirit spring to pick 7 or 8 crystal-clear mutated vermilion fruits. If martial arts masters from the outside world saw these things, they would probably be heartbroken. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all. The Divine Kingdom had no shortage of rare and precious materials. He returned to the blood cocoon and stuffed all the sword grass and vermilion fruit into it through the crack. Eat up, Great Tonic. If you don't die from overeating, you'll be able to ascend to heaven. The blood cocoon froze abruptly after the divine medicine entered his stomach. The next second, black flames seeped out wildly from within, instantly igniting the entire blood cocoon, even causing the surrounding air to crackle and pop. Roar! A terrifying wolf howl exploded in the sky above the Divine Kingdom, the sound waves rippling and even scattering the distant clouds. With a bang, the blood cocoon shattered completely. Amidst the raging black flames, a colossal beast comparable to a fully grown elephant emerged, stepping through the fire. Its entire body was jet black, its fur bristled like steel needles, its fangs were interlocked, and its limbs were wreathed in ghostly black flames. Just standing there, it exuded a ferocious aura enough to terrify ordinary martial artists. Ding! Evolution successful! The ordinary mongrel has mutated into the ancient bloodline, the sky-splitting demon wolf king. Current combat strength assessment, Peak Grandmaster. Lu Yuan looked at the system panel and stroked his chin with satisfaction. A Grandmaster at the peak. In the entire Jiangnan city, you could probably count the number of people who could defeat this dog on one hand. The demon wolf king howled to the sky, as if venting its pent-up violent power. Then it lowered its massive head, its scarlet eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, and opened its blood-red maw. Lu Yuan stood still, merely glancing at it indifferently. That single glance sent a shiver down the demon wolf king's spine. It sensed the overwhelming aura of divine power emanating from Lu Yuan. It was the supreme ruler who had created it and given it life. The once arrogant and domineering primordial beast suddenly had its black flames extinguished with a poof, and its massive body lay directly on the ground, its front legs stretched out and its hind legs kicking out, assuming a standard dog-like lying position. It rubbed its ferocious wolf head against Lu Yuan's trouser leg, its thick tail wagging like a propeller, creating a whirlwind on the ground. Woof! Woof woof! The clear, obsequious bark echoed through the valley, even carrying a hint of a lisp. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. The contrast was too great. It wore the skin of an ancient demonic wolf, but at its core, it was still that stray dog that would wag its tail off for half a sausage. All right, stop rubbing against me, you're going to rub your pants raw. Lu Yuan pushed the dog's head away with disgust, then casually ruffled its needle-like fur a couple of times, surprised to find it quite smooth. The dog, its pink tongue lolling out, panted heavily, its eyes sparkling as it looked at him. Lu Yuan surveyed his imposing mount, making a mental calculation. From now on, he'd have a decent means of transportation when he went out on errands. However, this thing was too conspicuous. On the surface, he was just an F-rank high school student who had been expelled from logistics. If he rode around in broad daylight on a Grandmaster-level demonic wolf, he would definitely be summoned by the Alliance army for dissection and research the next day. Lu Yuan wasn't afraid of trouble, but he hated it. He needed a legitimate identity to handle those shady things, such as selling divine herbs on the black market or smashing the bones of some rich kids. With such formidable strength, we can't keep hiding it forever. We need a more formidable disguise. Lu Yuan patted De Huang's sturdy neck, a crazy plan flashing through his mind. He looked towards the exit of the Divine Kingdom, a dangerous smile flickering in his eyes. De Huang, what do you think about us going out in the future under a disguise called War Titan? Big Yellow tilted its head and let out a soft, "oh," as if it understood. Lu Yuan mounted the wolf and grabbed its mane. Come on, let's go back to the real world. We'll get a scary mask first. Chapter 16. On the eve of the National College entrance examination, undercurrents were brewing in Jiangnan City. Only 3 days remained until the National Martial Arts College entrance examination. In previous years, the streets of Jiangnan City would have been bustling with activity by this time, filled with students preparing for the exam and promotional banners. But today, the entire city was as quiet as a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Fully armed patrol teams were everywhere on the streets, and air raid sirens sounded every now and then. In the conference room on the top floor of the Alliance building in Jiangnan City, the atmosphere was even more oppressive. The mayor was covered in cold sweat, and his hand holding the report was trembling. Commander, those lunatics from the Myriad Races sect have actually set up the 9 Nether Blood Spirit Array right under our noses. Military Commander Long Qianshan slammed his palm on the table, and the solid wood tabletop immediately cracked in several places. He roared, I don't care how they got in. I just want to know, who exactly is that mysterious senior who shattered the blood sacrifice array with a single punch and killed the Grand Master of the Myriad Races sect? All intelligence networks in Jiangnan City had been operating continuously for 24 hours, yet they still found nothing. No surveillance cameras captured his face, and there were no records of any energy fluctuations. The person seemed to appear out of thin air and vanish just as suddenly. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, in the dilapidated equipment room of the logistics department, Lu Yuan was sitting with his legs crossed on a discarded force-measuring sandbag, slowly wiping a tattered rag in his hand. This was his workstation. The door to the equipment room was suddenly pushed open, and a gust of cold wind carrying the scent of snow rushed in. Lu Yuan looked up and saw Su Qinghan standing in the doorway, dressed in her signature white battle suit, her cold gaze fixed on him. Lu Yuan tossed the rag aside and lazily stretched. School Beauty Su, this is the logistics team's territory. If you need equipment repairs, go find Fatty One next door. I'm only responsible for cleaning. Su Qinghan ignored his sarcastic tone, walked straight up to him, locked her gaze in his eyes, and asked bluntly. Yesterday at Ruins No. 3, it was you, wasn't it? Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive. He shrugged, looking completely innocent. Ruins No. 3? You mean the combat assessment? I was so scared my legs went weak. I found a deep crater that had been blown up and hid there until the defense forces arrived before I dared to show my face. What, did I hide in the wrong crater? Su Qinghan frowned slightly. Lu Yuan's reaction was too natural, lacking both the arrogance of a strong person and the panic of being seen through. Instead, he resembled a sly old fox from the bottom of society. This was completely at odds with the terrifying, godlike figure in the ruins. She bit her lip, somewhat unwilling. But I clearly saw. Lu Yuan interrupted her directly, a smile playing on his lips. You clearly saw me hiding in the pit? Sue, the school beauty, even though we're classmates, you don't need to pay so much attention to me, it'll make me shy. Su Qinghan was speechless with anger, and could only take a deep breath to suppress her rage. She turned to leave, but stopped at the door. It better not be you. Zhao Tianyu was so scared yesterday that he wet his pants and is still lying in the city's central hospital. If he wakes up, he will definitely cause you trouble. You'd better watch yourself. Watching her departing figure, the smile on Lu Yuan's face slowly faded, and his eyes turned cold. Zhao Tianyu. He stroked his chin, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. It seems it's time to deal with this hopping grasshopper. Inside the most luxurious VIP ward of Jiangnan Central Hospital, Zhao Tianyu lay on the bed like a mummy, his entire body wrapped in bandages. He wasn't fatally wounded, but the fear in his heart was driving him mad. Every time he closed his eyes, he would recall the image of the third-tier demonic ape being punched into a bloody mist, and Lu Yuan's eyes that looked at him like he was already dead. He gripped the middle-aged man's clothes tightly by the bedside, his voice hoarse. Dad, kill him! Send someone to kill him quickly! That kid isn't human. He could destroy a Lord-level alien beast with a single punch. Standing by the bed was Zhao Wuji, the patriarch of the Zhao family and a martial arts grandmaster. Zhao Wuji frowned deeply as he looked at his son's distraught state. He held a top-secret survey report of Ruins No. 3 in his hand, which indeed recorded traces of the demonic ape being violently blasted to death. But he simply couldn't believe that this was the work of a newly awakened F-rank trash. Zhao Wuji reassured him in a low voice. Tianyu, are you terrified by the demonic ape? I've investigated Lu Yuan's background. He's a commoner from an orphanage. If he really had that kind of ability, would he have been assigned to the logistics team? Zhao Tianyu suddenly became agitated, almost tearing his wound open. You don't believe me? What about those two bodyguards? They were late-stage martial artists, and he flicked them away with a single finger. That's a fact, isn't it? Mentioning the two bodyguards, Zhao Wuji's face finally darkened. The two men were indeed found outside Lu Yuan's rented apartment, with most of their bones broken, and they were still unconscious. This matter was truly bizarre. Zhao Wuji walked to the window, looking at the heavily guarded streets outside, a sinister killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whether Lu Yuan was hiding his strength, or had someone guiding him, as long as he had crippled a member of the Zhao family and threatened Zhao Tianyu, he absolutely could not be allowed to live. Better to kill the innocent, than let the guilty go free. Moreover, eliminating an orphan with no background was easier for the Zhao family than crushing an ant. Zhao Wuji turned around and waved to the assassins in the shadows. Go! He sneered, his tone cruel. That old neighborhood in the urban village, the aging wiring causing the fire, is that reasonable? Clean your hands. Tonight let that Lu Yuan cause an accidental fire. Chapter 17 Major Breakthrough in Attribute Panel, Pure Physical Strength Withstanding a Grandmaster. Late at night, in a dimly lit, dilapidated rented room in an urban village, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on a creaking steel bed, his eyes tightly closed. With only 3 days left until the National Martial Arts College entrance examination, he had to transform all the foundation he had accumulated during this time into real combat power. System, open the panel. With a hum, a golden light screen unfolded before his eyes, illuminating his sharply defined profile. On the panel, the number of available attribute points was terrifyingly exaggerated. During this trip to the wilderness ruins, he had killed monsters, annihilated demonic apes, and even casually slapped the Grand Master of the Myriad Race's cult to death, accumulating a full 20 million free attribute points. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes gradually burning with fervor. It's time for this body to undergo a complete transformation. Without the slightest hesitation, he began frantically allocating points. 10 million points were poured into strength, 8 million into constitution, and the remaining 2 million into agility. Boom! The moment the point allocation was completed, it felt as if 1,000 thunderbolts exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. An immense surge of energy, powerful enough to overwhelm 10 martial arts grandmasters, erupted from the depths of his dantian, instantly engulfing every cell in his body. Lu Yuan gasped, veins bulging on his forehead. His muscles and bones felt as if they were being forcibly torn apart, and then reassembled at an even higher level. The pain was worse than being slowly sliced to death. But he gritted his teeth and remained completely silent. A series of popping sounds, like beans being fried, emanated from within his body, and a fine layer of black impurities seeped from his skin. This was his body undergoing an extreme cleansing and purification. A full half-hour later, the violent energy finally subsided, perfectly merging into his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, 2 cold flashes seemingly appearing in the darkness. He looked down at his hands. His originally fair skin now shimmered with a dark golden luster. Even without activating any of his chi and blood, his mere physical presence exuded a chilling aura of oppression. Ding, stat allocation complete. Current strength, 32 million. Pure destructive power has surpassed the limits of a human martial grandmaster. Current physique, 25 million. Physical defense has reached the level of a grandmaster level magic weapon. A grandmaster level magic weapon? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and pulled a long black box from under the bed. Inside was an A-grade alloy battle sword he had casually bought on the black market a few days ago, said to be able to easily cut through the bones of third-tier alien beasts and slice through iron like mud. He gripped the hilt and drew the sword sharply. The gleaming blade shone coldly in the moonlight. Lu Yuan didn't use any spiritual energy for protection. He simply twirled his sword, then swung his arm in a wide arc, slashing fiercely at his left arm. If this blade had landed on an ordinary person, it would have cleaved them in two, bone and flesh. But the instant the blade touched Lu Yuan's skin, clang! A thunderous metallic explosion resounded in the small room, rattling the windows and sending sparks flying. Lu Yuan looked down and couldn't help but laugh. The A-grade alloy battle knife, worth millions, had its blade curled into an exaggerated V shape, and several cracks had appeared on the body, rendering it completely unusable. On his left arm, however, there wasn't even a faint white mark, let alone any bleeding. Not bad. With this hardness, even if I stand here and let those so-called geniuses cut me, they'll only be able to break their own hands. Lu Yuan tossed the discarded knife to the corner with satisfaction. The sense of security brought by this pure power was more real than any shield. Just as he was about to take a shower to wash away the impurities, his vast, ocean-like mental power suddenly detected a subtle fluctuation. Lu Yuan paused, his peripheral vision glancing at the broken security door. A mental radar instantly spread out, covering the entire rental building. In the pitch-black corridor, 6 martial arts auras, deliberately suppressing their breathing but unable to conceal their killing intent, were silently approaching along the wall. 5 mid-stage martial masters, the leader is a peak martial master. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Yuan's lips. Coming to see one of my students in the middle of the night, looks like they can't wait to die. Outside the door, 6 Zhao family assassins dressed in black and covered with black cloth had dispersed. The leader gestured, and 2 of his men immediately pulled out high-grade flammable liquid and quickly poured it along the door cracks and windows. Hurry up, the leader whispered. The patriarch ordered us not to make too much noise. Burn it all, make it look like an accident caused by aging wiring. The group quickly poured out the liquid. The leader pulled out a windproof lighter, lit it with a click, and sneered as he prepared to throw it at the wooden door. Just then, a faint voice suddenly echoed in the corridor. Pouring gasoline in the middle of the night, that's not environmentally friendly. The leader froze, his scalp tingling. The voice didn't come from inside the door, but from behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw the poor student, who should have been sleeping inside, standing barefoot behind them with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. How did you get out? Lu Yuan sighed and pointed to the open window next to him. The soundproofing in this building is terrible. You guys were whispering outside the door, keeping me awake. A fierce glint flashed in the leader's eyes. Since he'd been discovered, he had no choice but to kill him. He tossed aside his lighter and drew his poisoned military dagger. Playing tricks! Since you're in such a hurry to be reborn, I'll grant your wish. Before the words were even finished, the leader had become a blur, the tip of his blade aimed straight at Lu Yuan's heart. Attack him together! Kill him! Chapter 18 The Zhao Family's Revenge, Deadly Intent in the Night. It's late at night. The urban village was as quiet as a forgotten graveyard, with only the occasional howl of a stray cat sounding particularly jarring in the damp, sultry night air. The motion-activated lights in the stairwells flickered on and off, casting a grayish, mottled glow on the walls. Creak dash! 6 dark figures crept along the wall, silently making their way to the top floor. They were all dressed in specially made night clothes, and even their breathing was extremely low. The leader of the team, codenamed Poison Wolf, is one of the top 3 assassins in the Zhao family's secret guards, a peak martial arts master, and has countless lives on his hands. One of his men pointed to the broken door, which was now missing its panel, and asked in a low voice, Boss, is this the one? Poison Wolf nodded, his voice chilling. That's right. This afternoon, young Master Zhao was humiliated by this kid, and it was our men who kicked down this door. As he spoke, he pulled a flat black metal bottle from his lower back and sneered. The Patriarch ordered us not to make too much of a commotion. Just burn it all to make it look like an electrical fire caused by aging wires. As soon as the cap was unscrewed, a pungent chemical smell immediately filled the air. This is a high-grade flammable liquid bought on the black market. It can burn even reinforced concrete to ashes, let alone flesh and blood. Poison Wolf waved his hand. Hurry up, pour water all over the cracks in the doors and windows. Several henchmen immediately sprang into action, and the clear liquid flowed down the broken door frame into the dark rented room. In less than half a minute, the scene was set up. One of them couldn't help but mutter, "Do we really need all 6 of us martial arts masters to come out together to deal with a poor student who isn't even a martial artist?" Poison Wolf slapped him on the back of the head and hissed, "Shut up! You're paid to do your job, so don't ask too many questions. The Patriarch said this kid is strange and might be hiding a life-saving treasure. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go." He looked at the flammable liquid on the ground, took 2 steps back with satisfaction, and pulled out a windproof lighter. "In your next life, remember to open your eyes wider." Poison Wolf stared into the dark room, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with." Click. A pale blue flame leaped up, illuminating his fleshy face. Just as he was about to throw the lighter onto the threshold, a lazy voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. "It's not environmentally friendly to dump gasoline in the middle of the night." The sound wasn't loud, but it exploded in the wolf's ears like a thunderclap. Because the sound didn't come from inside the house, but from behind him. "Who?" Poison Wolf whirled around, nearly dropping the lighter in his hand. He was a peak martial master, with extremely keen senses. Even if a peer approached, he couldn't possibly be completely unaware. But when he turned around, he froze instantly. Dim moonlight streamed in through the broken window, and a boy in an old-school uniform stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling at them. He was barefoot, standing quietly on the dusty cement ground. That was Yuan, the very person they were going to burn to death tonight. "How did you get out?" Poison Wolf's eyes widened, his voice trembling. His 5 henchmen behind him also retreated in fear, staring at Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. They were clearly guarding the door and windows the whole time, so how could this person have appeared behind them without a sound? Yuan shrugged and pointed to the broken glass window at the other end of the corridor. "I walked out. You guys were making noise at the door. The sound of pouring liquid was louder than a leak. It kept me from sleeping, so I climbed out the window to get some fresh air." He yawned, glanced at the liquid on the ground, and then looked at the lighter in Poison Wolf's hand. "That old bastard Zhao Wuji sent you bunch of ugly ducklings to your deaths?" Upon hearing Yuan address the family head by his full name, Poison Wolf's fear was instantly suppressed by his rage. No matter how strange this kid is, he's still just an F-rank trash. But on their side, there are 6 martial arts masters. Playing tricks! Poison Wolf's killing intent surged. He threw away the lighter and drew a steel dagger coated with eerie green venom. The next second, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the concrete ground. His whole body turned into a black afterimage, and the blade tore through the air, piercing straight for Yuan's heart. "Since you're courting death, then let's get going!" Chapter 19, The War Titan's Vest appears, wiping out the entire Zhao family. Bite! A sharp, metallic cracking sound suddenly rang out in the silent corridor. Poison Wolf's poison dagger, capable of piercing the scales of a second-tier alien beast, sank deeply into Yuan's old-school uniform in the chest. But the expected sound of a blade piercing flesh didn't come. He only felt as if he had stabbed himself in a piece of ancient, black iron. A terrifying recoil force swept back along the hilt of the knife. The next second, the steel dagger shattered with a crack, sending steel fragments flying everywhere. How is this possible? Poison Wolf's pupils contracted sharply, and the savage smile on his face froze instantly. He was a peak martial master. Even a martial arts grandmaster wouldn't dare to withstand that strike with his bare hands. Is this kid wearing armor, or is he a monster in disguise? Before he could figure it out, Yuan's icy gaze had already landed on his face. Is that all the strength you have? A mocking smile appeared on Yuan's lips. Without even making a dodging motion, he simply raised his right palm and slapped the opponent backhand as if swatting away a fly. Bang! The slap landed squarely on the wolf's cheek. There was no aura or flashy martial arts techniques, only pure kinetic energy from a strength attribute exceeding 30 million. Before the wolf could even scream, its head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Blood mixed with bone fragments sprayed out, and the headless corpse, still in a forward-moving posture, was carried by inertia, smashing through the window and plummeting straight down the building. Boss! The remaining 5 Zhao family assassins were completely dumbfounded, staring at Yuan in horror, their bodies turning ice cold. That was Poison Wolf, a peak martial master, who had been wiped out with a single slap. "Monster! He's a monster! Run!" Someone shouted first, and several ruthless assassins who usually killed without blinking an eye broke down on the spot and turned to flee. Lu Yuan sighed softly, his tone full of impatience. "Since we're already here, why run away?" As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! A terrifying force traveled along the concrete floor, causing the entire stairwell to shake violently. The 5 assassins had barely taken 2 steps when they were struck from behind as if by a heavy hammer, the sound of bones cracking echoing as they all coughed up blood and flew backward. They slammed into the wall, creating 5 human-shaped dents, before slumping limply to the ground, lifeless. Ding! 5 mid-stage martial masters have been defeated, granting you 250,000 attribute points. Trigger a critical hit of 10,000 times, gain 2,500,000 attribute points. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Yuan didn't even glance at the corpse. He tore off his school uniform jacket, which had small holes corroded by the venom, and casually tossed it on the ground. It seems that Zhao Wuji is really in a hurry to be reincarnated. Lu Yuan's eyes were icy. If he didn't sweat these flies completely, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Since the Zhao family liked to play dirty tricks, he wouldn't mind flipping the table directly. He returned to his room, took out a large black robe from the bottom of his canvas bag and put it on, then took out the bronze Shura mask he had bought on the black market a few days earlier and put it on his face. The mask fit perfectly, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. System, activate the Divine Kingdom. With the thought, Lu Yuan felt ripples appear in the void before him, and a golden light gate slowly emerged. A wadash! A deep wolf howl resounded, and a sky-splitting demon wolf king, the size of an elephant and engulfed in dark, ghostly flames, leaped out from the portal. Big Yellow shook its mane, and upon seeing Lu Yuan's attire, immediately withdrew its imposing aura and obediently lay down on the ground. Lu Yuan mounted the wolf's back and spoke calmly. "Big Yellow, come on! I'll take you out for a good meal." A fierce glint flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, and it stomped its 4 claws on the ground. Boom! A man and a wolf smashed through the window, transforming into black meteors and soaring through the air, heading straight for the most prosperous and affluent district in Jiangnan City. War Titans is officially online. Meanwhile, inside the Zhao family's luxurious manor, Zhao Wuji sat in a golden Manhwa armchair, holding a glass of priceless red wine, looking out at the night view, in a very good mood. Judging by the time, Poison Wolf and his gang should have succeeded. He took a sip of his drink, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A poor student with no connections dared to threaten the Zhao family. He was utterly courting death. Once that building is burned to ashes, and not even bone fragments can be found, what can the military possibly investigate? Just as he was pondering how to explain the accidental fire, the next day, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the manor. Boom! The entire Zhao family compound shook violently. The valuable antique vase shattered, and the wine glass in Zhao Wuji's hand also slipped from his grasp, spilling all over him. What's going on? Zhao Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly stood up and roared. Outside the door, a guard covered in blood scrambled in, pointing outside in terror. Master, something terrible has happened. A masked man riding a monster has broken in. He smashed the door open with a single blow. What? Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted. Someone in Jiangnan City dared to force their way into the Zhao family's residence? Not only was he, a martial arts grandmaster, present, but there was also a defensive formation. But he hadn't had time to think about it carefully. Bang! The 2 large steel doors of the council chamber, each weighing several tons, flew off the frame as if hit by a cannonball, smashing the mahogany desk in front of Zhao Wuji. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a colossal black wolf exuding the aura of a primordial beast slowly entered the hall. On its back sat a man draped in a black robe and wearing a bronze mask. The overwhelming sense of oppression made even a martial arts master like Zhao Wuji's legs go weak. Who are you? Zhao Wuji forced himself to calm down and frantically activated his Grandmaster Qi and blood, causing a light blue shield to appear on his body. This is the Zhao family's residence. You dare to barge in so late at night? Do you think the Zhao family has no one to rely on? The Zhao family? A hoarse, cold voice came from beneath the bronze mask. Lu Yuan sat on the wolf's back, looking down at him. I'm targeting your Zhao family. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan didn't even dismount from the wolf's back. He simply raised his right hand and casually slapped Zhao Wuji from a distance. Boom dash! There were no martial arts techniques or visual effects, only the extreme physical force compressing the air to form a terrifying palm print visible to the naked eye. Zhao Wuji's proud Grandmaster shield was more fragile than paper in the face of this power, and it shattered in an instant. No dash! Zhao Wuji stared wide-eyed in terror, only managing to let out a desperate scream. The next second, his body, the expensive floor beneath his feet, and even the luxurious main building behind him were all completely pulverized by this palm strike. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust billowed into the sky. The once arrogant patriarch of the Zhao family was left without even a complete skeleton. Ding! You have defeated a martial arts master of a higher level and gained 600,000 attribute points. Trigger a critical hit of 10,000 times, gain 6 million attribute points. Lu Yuan listened to the system notification without any change in his expression, and simply patted De Huang's head. Go find that treasure vault! With an excited howl, De Huang charged into the ruins and frantically dug through the dirt. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan opened his divine kingdom and took away all the top-grade spirit stones and high-level weapons piled up in the Zhao family's treasure vault, leaving not a single hair behind. After doing all this, Lu Yuan rode the Demon Wolf King into the air. Roar! The Demon Wolf King opened its blood-red maw and spewed out a ball of dark, ghostly flames. The entire Zhao family manor instantly turned into a sea of fire, illuminating half of the night sky over Jiangnan City. Lu Yuan disappeared into the clouds, glancing back at the scorched ruins. A cold laugh came from beneath the bronze mask. Since you like setting fires, then let this fire burn even brighter. Chapter 20. A sensation in Jiangnan City. Who exactly is the mysterious Titan? The morning sunlight shone on the streets of Jiangnan City, but it could not suppress the tremors and panic throughout the city. The Zhao family was wiped out. This ancient martial arts family, which was rampant in Jiangnan City just yesterday, was razed to the ground overnight, along with its luxurious manor covering tens of thousands of square meters. Even more terrifying, the steel vault dozens of meters underground was forcibly opened and looted completely. The news was like a nuclear bomb hitting a lake, causing an instant uproar online. Some said Zhao Wuji was reduced to ashes with a single slap, while others were shocked that a martial arts master could be killed so easily. The most outrageous thing is that there was no fluctuation of qi or magic at the scene, and all the traces pointed to one result: it was flattened by brute force. The atmosphere in the highest conference room of the Alliance building in Jiangnan City was extremely oppressive. Military Commander Long Qianshan stared at the survey report, his brow furrowed. He looked at the survey team leader and asked in a deep voice, "No martial arts residue? No magical artifact or either?" The exploration team leader was covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Absolutely not. We scanned it 3 times with the highest level psionic detector, and those craters were all caused by physical impacts." As he said this, his throat went dry. It was like a giant weighing hundreds of thousands of tons stomping on the Zhao family's yard. Long Qianshan took a deep breath and slammed the report on the table. To instantly kill a grandmaster using only physical strength, even a martial venerable who specializes in physical cultivation might not be able to achieve that. Last night this person first broke the formation of the myriad races sect in the ruins, and then wiped out the Zhao family in the middle of the night. His friend or foe is unclear, and his strength is unfathomable. Long Qianshan immediately ordered, "Designate this person's codename as War Titan. Mobilize the entire intelligence department to find out his true identity. Remember, never provoke him lightly." Meanwhile, at Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, Class 2 of the 3rd year of high school was also in an uproar. Today is supposed to be the official start of the college entrance exam simulation pod, but nobody is focused on studying. Everyone is talking about Titan. Some people applauded, saying they had long disliked the Zhao family. Others mentioned Zhao Tianyu, saying he was so frightened at the hospital last night that he was sent to a mental hospital overnight. In the back corner of the classroom, Lu Yuan leisurely ate a fried dough stick and drank soy milk. Sunlight fell on his pale yet angular face. He looked at his classmates' excited expressions, but felt nothing. He even felt a little like laughing. "Brother Yuan! Have you heard?" Fatty Wang squeezed through the crowd, holding up his tattered tablet, and said mysteriously, "It's all over the place. The War Titan is not only incredibly strong, but he also rides a monster that breathes black fire." Lu Yuan swallowed the fried dough stick and casually replied, "Sounds pretty impressive." The fat man, however, was so excited that he danced around. "That's a god descended to earth. He could shatter a grandmaster with a single slap. I reckon he's at least 3 meters tall, and his muscles are as hard as stone." Lu Yuan looked down at his thin arms and his lips twitched slightly. "Read less cheap novels. Big muscles don't mean big strength." The fat man pursed his lips, then suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer. Brother Yuan, do you think that Titan boss might be hiding among ordinary people? Like a food delivery worker, or a student in the logistics department? Lu Yuan paused slightly in the hand holding the fried dough stick. Looking at the fat man's curious face, he thought to himself. This guy may seem simple-minded, but his intuition is pretty accurate. Who knows? Lu Yuan stuffed the last half of the fried dough stick into his mouth, wiped his hands, and patted the fat man's shoulder with a smile. Maybe he's getting ready to go to the exam hall with you right now. Let's go, it's time to enter the simulation chamber. Chapter 21, The National Martial Arts Examination begins, with unprecedented difficulty. On the day of the college entrance examination, the giant air raid shelter stadium in the city center, which can hold 100,000 people, was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of high school seniors, dressed in uniform, stood ready for battle. The air was thick with tension and a sense of unease. Gone were the usual scenes of parents cheering with banners. Instead, there were heavily armed guards in the stands. Even those maintaining order were all martial master level experts. Wang Pengzi's palms were sweating, his legs were weak, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Brother Yuan, I feel like this isn't an exam, it's a suicide mission. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes closed, and lazily replied. It's not like I'll die, at most I'll just get a scratch. On the platform, Ling Wuxuang, dressed in military uniform, stood with a cold and stern expression. Behind her stood several admission representatives from the 3 top war academies, each of them a master-level expert. Quiet! Ling Wuxuang's voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, resounded throughout the entire venue, instantly silencing all discussions. The martial arts exam rules have been completely revised this year. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Ling Wuxuang's gaze was sharp as he continued to announce. In response to the Abyss crisis, the Alliance has cancelled all target practice tests. The testing venue will be replaced with the military's latest Abyss simulation chamber. She paused, her tone growing colder. Pain sensation is 100% replicated, as is the feeling of death. Only those who survive the monster siege and accumulate enough points are qualified to enter the War Academy. These words caused an uproar. Some people turned pale, some support students broke down on the spot, and some girls were so frightened that they cried. Ling Wuxuang completely ignored these reactions and waved his hand. First batch, 100 people, enter the cabin. In the center of the arena, 100 simulated pods resembling black metal coffins slowly rose. The students whose names were called reluctantly lay down inside, and the pod doors immediately closed. The large screen instantly split into 100 images, and a mechanical voice announced. Simulation begins. Scene, Level 1 Demon Cave. In the scene, 100 students appear in dark red ruins. Before they can even see their surroundings clearly, a dense pack of bloodthirsty wolves pounces out from the shadows. The screams quickly echoed throughout the stadium through the speakers. A boy was pounced on by a wolf, his throat snapped in two on the spot. In reality, the simulation pod he was in shook violently, and the red lights flashed wildly. The hatch is open, and the candidate is eliminated. Less than 30 seconds later, the first student was ejected. He was deathly pale, convulsing, clutching his unharmed neck, kneeling on the ground and vomiting violently, clearly having just experienced a truly real death. Immediately afterwards, the second and third were eliminated one after another. In less than 3 minutes, the first batch of 100 people were all wiped out, with the best result being that they only managed to kill 2 first-tier demonic wolves and last for 2 minutes. The room fell silent. Those who had been complaining just moments before were now barely daring to breathe. This wasn't an exam, it was hell. Ling Wuxuang's face was grim as she turned to look at the admissions representatives. The Grandmasters all shook their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. The representative from Kyoto Academy scoffed. Too bad. They can't even survive the adaptation period in a first-tier demon cave. These hothouse flowers would be cannon fodder on the front lines. The following batches were equally disastrous, with a pass rate of less than 5%. The few who managed to survive thanks to their B-level talent were left lying on the ground, exhausted and barely alive. Fatty Wang stared at the big screen, desperately pulling at his hair. It's over. At this rate of failure, either of us will even get into a vocational college. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and yawned. No rush, the best is yet to come. He glanced at the podium. Zhao Tianyu wasn't there. It was said that after being terrified last night, the Zhao family spent money overnight to get him a guaranteed admission to university. On the other hand, school beauty Su Qinghan, relying on her A-level extreme eyes talent, held out for 10 minutes and temporarily secured the highest score of the entire event. Even so, the admissions representatives were still dissatisfied. The atmosphere among the teachers and students of Jiangnan City grew increasingly heavy, with almost everyone believing that this year's recruitment would be a complete failure. Just then, the next batch of names appeared on the central screen. Batch 34, Cabin 1. A mechanical female voice echoed in the stadium. Lu Yuan, talent, F-level space system, please enter the cabin. The moment that name appeared, the previously lifeless stands erupted in commotion. All eyes turned to Lu Yuan in the corner. Is it that F-rank trash? Shouldn't he be working in logistics? How dare he take the martial arts exam? His pain sensation is 100% replicated. If he enters with spatial assistance, wouldn't he be torn to shreds in a second? Lung Wushuang frowned. She had a very bad impression of Lu Yuan, thinking he was just being ridiculous. She immediately pressed the intercom. Logistics students don't need to experience this kind of death-threatening danger. Operator, remove him from the list. Before the operator could even make a move, Lu Yuan had already walked through the crowd and headed straight for simulation chamber number 1 in the center of the field. He walked steadily, his expression relaxed. When he passed Ling Wushuang, he even stopped and raised an eyebrow at her. Teacher Ling, the rules don't say that F-level students can't participate, right? Lu Yuan patted the dark hatch, a playful smile playing on his lips. Besides, what if this machine breaks down, and I end up getting a bargain? Chapter 22 Hell-Level Simulation Chamber, the desperate prodigy of Jiangnan City. Despite the countless mocking and pitying gazes, Lu Yuan calmly walked towards the dark abyss simulation chamber. He ignored Ling Wushuang's warning and didn't even look at the people around him waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He simply stepped inside. With a bang, the heavy metal hatch slowly closed, plunging him into darkness. Immediately afterward, fine electric currents coursed through his temples and spine, activating his neural connection system. Identity verification, Lu Yuan. Talent, F-rank space type. Loading the Abyss simulation environment, default difficulty, normal, Tier 1 Demon Cave. A cold, electronic voice rang out, and the darkness gradually receded, replaced by a realistic, desolate ruin. The gray sky, the pungent smell of blood, and even the feel of the sand and gravel underfoot were indistinguishable from reality. Meanwhile, in the stadium's monitoring hall, a huge LCD screen was displaying live feeds from 100 simulation chambers. Many of the students who entered the simulation chamber were top students from key classes in Jiangnan City, but the results were still disastrous. In the scene, a boy who has awakened a sea-level wind elemental talent is being chased and rolled on the ground by a 3-headed, first-tier shadow panther. His proud wind blades strike the panther's scales, leaving only faint white marks. In less than a minute, he was pounced on by the shadow panther, whose virtual throat was instantly bitten through. Cabion number 37 is out of the game, taking 58 seconds. Ling Wushuang stared at the screen, her brows furrowed. She turned to look at the admissions representatives in the VIP section, her face extremely grim. The portly master from the Kyoto War Academy, holding a teacup, shook his head and sighed. Oldly, I'm not saying this to be mean, but this year's batch of students from Jiangnan City have really poor mental fortitude. The representative from the Shanghai Academy also spoke up. Faced with a beast of the same level, they don't even have the courage to draw their swords, they just run away. There is no such word as surrender in the abyss. The director of the Jiangnan City Education Bureau could only force a smile, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Several high-ranking officials sighed repeatedly, almost completely disappointed with this year's test takers. Just then, a young operator at the monitoring station suddenly froze, staring intently at his screen, his eyes widening as if he had seen something that defied common sense. How is this possible? He stood up abruptly, so much so that he knocked over the coffee on the table. Ling Wushuang was startled and shouted sternly. What are you yelling about? Can't you see the admissions office staff are all here? What happened? The operator pointed at the screen, his hands trembling. Sir, look at the data panel in cabin 1. That F-level student named Lu Yuan, he. The fat master from Kyoto waved his hand impatiently. Isn't it normal for an F-rank logistics officer to be instantly eliminated? It's not elimination. The operator's voice changed. He manually changed the system parameters, bypassed the security protocol, and forcibly set the simulation environment difficulty to the highest level. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire monitoring hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the most knowledgeable masters were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Highest level? Ling Wushuang's expression changed drastically. She rushed to the operator's screen, shoved him aside, and stared intently at the data. On the screen, the status indicator light for cabin number 1 had soared from a safe green to a glaring blood red. Hellish level. As Ling Wuxuang murmured these 3 words, a chill ran down her spine. Purgatory difficulty is a death mode specifically designed by the military for top S-rank geniuses in their 3rd and 4th years of university to hone their skills. At this difficulty level, the environment is no longer a Tier 1 demon cave, but is directly upgraded to a Tier 3 beast nest. The number of monsters, their defense, and their attack power will increase exponentially, and the pain will be amplified to the point that it can destroy 150% of one's spirit. Let alone Lu Yuan, who is just a newly awakened F-level high school student. Even if Ling Wuxuang, a peak martial artist, went in, there is no guarantee that he would come out intact. She immediately roared. Quick! Forcibly disconnect the neural connection to Pod 1. The hellish pain will burn his brain into an idiot. The operator frantically typed on the keyboard, but a few seconds later, he looked up in despair. Sir, we can't cut it. His brain waves are abnormally active, forming a neuromagnetic field similar to a black hole, which is blocking the system's security lock. Enraged, Ling Wuxuang kicked the control panel. Then force open the hatch and unplug the power. The hall instantly descended into chaos. Just then, on the huge main screen hanging in the center of the stadium, the image of Lu Yuan, number 1, suddenly burst out with a dazzling red light. A high-risk alarm blared throughout the venue, instantly drowning out all other noise. Tens of thousands of students and teachers looked up in alarm at the enlarged screen. In the scene, the once desolate ruins are now twisting wildly. The sky turns a suffocating dark purple, the earth cracks open, and lava surges. One after another, massive, mountain-sized, 3rd-tier fire demons engulfed in hellfire crawled out from the ground, appearing densely packed in the center of the screen. The number is no less than 1,000. This is a horde of 3rd-tier fire demons? In the stands, Fatty Wang was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud, his face deathly pale. What on earth did Brother Yuan do? How could we encounter such a monster? In the monitoring hall, several Grandmaster representatives who had initially been disappointed all stood up, staring intently at the screen, their eyes filled with shock. The fat Grandmaster from Kyoto swallowed hard. 1,000 3rd-tier fire demons, that's already a small-scale beast tide. That kid would be instantly reduced to ashes if he went in. We should call the medical team. His brain damage is probably irreversible. On the screen, 1,000 fire demons roared and charged toward Lu Yuan. Faced with the overwhelming monsters, Lu Yuan's slender figure appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. He was surrounded, as if he would be torn to pieces at any moment. However, just as everyone was about to close their eyes and couldn't bear to watch any longer, Lu Yuan in the center of the screen made a move that sent chills down everyone's spine. He neither fled nor called for help. He simply glanced down at his empty fists, then, facing the sky full of fiery demons, flashed a maniacal smile. Is this all there is to the purgatory level? There isn't even one who can fight them. Lu Yuan's lazy voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone in the simulation chamber, resonated throughout the entire stadium. System, can you increase the speed a bit more? I'm in a hurry. Chapter 23, The Entry of Support-Type Characters, amidst widespread ridicule and pessimism online. System, can you increase the speed a bit more? I'm in a hurry. Lu Yuan's lazy yet irritating remark was broadcast directly to every corner of Jiangnan City through the simulator's microphone. The gymnasium was initially deathly silent, then erupted in chaos. Students in the stands pointed at the big screen and started cursing. No one could believe that an F-level space system expert was complaining that a 3rd-tier demon cave wasn't difficult enough. Some people called him crazy, some said he was willing to risk his life for attention, and others felt that this good-for-nothing had completely disgraced Jiangnan City. At the same time, due to triggering the highest level of alert, the military system automatically activated a full alliance broadcast. The footage, originally broadcast only in Jiangnan City, was pushed to the main screen of the public martial arts exam live stream. Hundreds of millions of netizens flooded into Lu Yuan's live stream, and the chat exploded instantly. Some were shocked that Jiangnan City had produced such a ruthless person, while others believed he was just trying to attract attention. Many others mocked support characters, saying they should stay in the back line and that coming to the front lines was just suicide. Almost no one online had any faith in this poor student who didn't even have any health fluctuations. The atmosphere in the monitoring hall of Jiangnan City had become extremely cold. Ling Wuxuang stared at the forcibly locked simulation chamber, her face ashen. She slammed her fist on the control panel, angrily denouncing Lu Yuan for being disorganized and undisciplined, essentially committing suicide. Even the Grandmaster representative from the Magic City War Academy shook his head and sighed, saying that in all his years of proctoring exams, he had never seen such a reckless commoner student. The 3rd-tier demon cave, with its hellish difficulty, would leave even the most outstanding third-year students battered and bruised. The fat master from Kyoto Academy was even more impatient and directly ordered the operator to forcibly cut off the power to prevent someone from actually suffering cerebral palsy, in which case the academy would have to take the blame. The operator, sweating profusely, typed furiously, his voice trembling. "Sir, the power-off command is ineffective. The system in compartment 1 is locked, and the simulation data continues to climb." Ling Wushuang suddenly leaned closer to the screen. In the scene that should have generated a third-tier fire demon actually began to upgrade again because of Lu Yuan's words. "Turn it up a bit more." A piercing electronic sound rang out, and the entire scene distorted violently. The dark purple sky turned pitch black, a blood moon hung high, the lava vanished, leaving only cold, scorched earth. Immediately afterwards, wolf howls came from all directions. Thousands upon thousands of larger, ferocious demonic wolves covered in black bone spurs surged forth like a black tide. They were fourth-tier beasts, a pack of dark gold demonic wolves, numbering at least 5,000. Their green eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan in the center of the scorched earth, and saliva dripped from their fangs, making the ground sizzle as it corroded. In the stands, Fatty Wang's legs went weak, and he slid down to the bottom of his seat, trembling all over. He couldn't even cry, only muttering that Brother Yuan was really finished this time. These are monsters capable of tearing apart martial grandmasters, and there are 5,000 of them. Forget high school students, even if you dragged in the entire Jiangnan city garrison, they might all be wiped out. The online comments section exploded again after a brief pause. Some suspected a system bug, some worried the pain feedback would be excruciating, and others couldn't bear to watch what happened next. Inside the monitoring hall, the expressions of several Grandmaster representatives changed drastically. Ling Wushuang drew her battle sword, her blood and chi surging forth, preparing to forcefully break open the hatch. She knew very well that if Lu Yuan truly died inside, the Jiangnan City Examination Center would be completely finished this year. In the simulation, the 5,000 dark gold demonic wolves finally succumbed to their bloodlust. A deafening roar resounded, and the front row of hundreds of demonic wolves transformed into black arrows, pouncing on Lu Yuan from all directions. They opened their gaping maws, wide enough to crush armored vehicles, their bone spikes slicing through the air and creating ear-piercing sonic booms. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The representative from Shanghai closed his eyes, certain that Lu Yuan would be torn to pieces in less than a second. Everyone thought that the next moment would be a gruesome scene of blood splattering everywhere. However, just as the wolf's fangs were about to touch Lu Yuan's nose, the boy who had been keeping his head down, hands in his pockets, and looking like he was terrified, finally slowly raised his right hand. He didn't even lift his eyelids, but simply clenched his fist in midair in a very casual manner. "This pathetic dog doesn't even deserve to be called purgatory?" Chapter 24, No More Pretense, Absolute Domination from the very first second. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, in the live broadcast, the boy in the old-school uniform was surrounded by a swarm of fourth-tier dark gold demonic wolves. He didn't back down, nor did he adopt any starting stance. He simply raised his fair and slender right hand, which showed no intimidation whatsoever, and casually made a fist. The next second, he casually slammed his fist down at the ferocious wolf pack less than 3 meters away. There are no dazzling chi and blood effects, nor any stunning martial arts special effects, only pure and extreme physical critical strikes. Boom dash! A terrifyingly loud explosion rang out, and in the monitoring hall of Jiangnan City, the expensive audio equipment instantly went off all at once, emitting pungent black smoke. The operators clutched their bleeding ears and collapsed to the ground screaming in agony, but the scene on the screen left all the grandmasters frozen in place. Even Ling Wushuang, who was holding a battle sword and preparing to forcefully split open the simulation chamber, was frozen in place and could not take a single step. In the scene, centered on the spot where Lu Yuan threw his fist, the black scorched earth within a radius of several thousand meters was completely overturned by the terrifying kinetic energy of more than 20 million kilograms. The earth churned as if hit by a tsunami, and massive waves of mud and rocks, tens of meters high, spread wildly. The more than 5,000 fourth-tier dark gold demonic wolves that charged with gaping maws didn't even let out a scream, let alone touch Lu Yuan's clothes. Faced with that violent shockwave, their prized bone spikes and dark gold scales became as brittle as paper toys. Bang 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 dash. A series of muffled thuds erupted, and the first 100 or so demonic wolves were instantly blasted into dark red blood mist in midair. The wolf pack behind them was also flattened like a plow, with severed limbs and remains mixed with scorched earth and fragments, which were thrown in all directions. The entire virtual space of Simulation Pod 1 was cracked like a spiderweb by this punch. Just 1 second. Clear screen, kill instantly. The once suffocatingly crowded endless demon cave is now nothing but a mess and a giant pit more than 10 meters deep. Lu Yuan stood quietly in the center of the pit, withdrew his fist, and gently blew away non-existent dust from his knuckles. The entire live stream chat remained strangely still for a full 5 seconds after this mind-blowing attack. Hundreds of millions of viewers seemed to have collectively lost internet access, or perhaps they had forgotten how to type. The gymnasium was deathly quiet, with only the buzzing of the cooling fans as the simulator overloaded itself. Someone in the stands swallowed hard, the sound particularly clear in the empty stadium. Immediately afterwards, the entire internet exploded with comments. What? What did I just see? One punch shatters 5,000 fourth-tier monsters? This is called F-level logistics? This is a humanoid nuclear bomb. Where's the guy who said he wouldn't last 3 seconds? Come out here, do a handstand and eat the keyboard. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. The destructive power of that video is so great, even Emperor Wuzong couldn't withstand it. In the monitoring room, Lin Wushhuang's hand holding the knife was still trembling. She thought she was going to save someone, but now she realized that it wasn't a rescue at all, but rather almost interrupting a demon god's one-sided massacre of a system AI. The Grandmaster representative from the Shanghai Academy trembled as he tugged at the sleeve of the portly Grandmaster from Beijing next to him. Old Li, did you see what martial art he used? How come there wasn't a single fluctuation of his qi and blood? The fat Grandmaster's face turned deathly pale. Wiping away cold sweat, he growled. See clearly, my ass. He didn't use any martial arts techniques. It was just a matter of overwhelming him with physical strength. These masters, who were usually aloof and superior, experienced for the first time the absolute violence of irrationality from a senior high school student. Inside the simulation chamber, Lu Yuan was unaware that things had already gone completely up in chaos outside. He looked around at the empty surroundings and frowned in dissatisfaction. That's it. He looked up at the system camera hidden in midair, his tone full of impatience. Your hell difficulty level is way too easy, isn't it? 5,000 fourth-tier monsters aren't even enough to warm me up. Lu Yuan cracked his neck, making a series of snapping sounds. What about the next wave? Stop dawdling and hurry up. I'm in a rush to get home for dinner. These words spread across the entire internet via live stream, expressing arrogance, conceit, and disdain for others. But at this moment, no one dared to utter another word of mockery towards him. Because in the face of absolute power, this is not showing off, it is simply stating the facts. In the monitoring room, Lin Wushhuang finally came to her senses and asked the operator in a dry voice. Can we summon even more difficult monsters? The operator was sweating profusely, his hands flying across the keyboard, his face growing increasingly grim. Sir! The system AI seems to have been angered by him. He pointed to the frantically jumping data stream on the screen, his voice filled with fear. Due to the fact that the first examinee's killing speed and destructive power are far beyond the standard, the system has determined that ordinary alien beasts cannot pose a threat. The operator swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice. The system is drawing on backup energy to prepare for the generation of a 5th-tier abyss lord-level monster. And his voice was almost trembling. Not just one, but a whole group. Chapter 25. One punch breaks through. Even the recording system was shattered. The system was truly enraged. Since the Abyss simulation chamber was put into use, no candidate has ever dared to be so arrogant towards the main AI, and no one has ever been able to crush the system's set limits with outrageous and out-of-control damage. On the central screen of the stadium, a glaring red light flashed wildly. A desperate operator's voice blared from the loudspeaker. The system's backup power has been drained. It's generating it. Before the words were even finished, the dark purple sky on the screen suddenly shattered like glass. A suffocating pressure pressed down on the scene through the holographic projection, and also weighed on the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers across the internet. That was the oppressive force of laws unique to high-level abyssal creatures. Even through the screen, many low-level martial artists turned pale and their legs went weak. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of bones grinding together, a ghastly white skullhead, the size of a small mountain, forcefully shattered the clouds. 2 eerie green will-o'-the-wisps burned fiercely in its empty eye sockets. Immediately afterwards, a skeletal body, hundreds of meters long, descended upon the ruins, blotting out the sky. Tier 5 Abyss Lord Death-Bone Dragon. Its strength has surpassed that of ordinary martial arts masters and is approaching that of grandmasters. The grandmaster representative from the prestigious Shanghai Academy abruptly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. This is insane. This system has definitely crashed. Is this an assessment? This is a city-wide annihilation disaster drill. The portly master in Kyoto was also sweating profusely with anxiety, repeatedly urging the power to be cut off. If Lu Yuan died in the examination hall, all of them, the invigilators, would be implicated. Inside the stadium, Su Chihan stared intently at the screen, her fingers clenched so tightly they turned white. Fatty Wang, terrified, closed his eyes and muttered incessantly about various deities. After a brief period of silence, the online comments section exploded. A fifth-tier lord, immune to physical attacks, and a bone dragon with invincible defense. Everyone thought Lu Yuan had really bitten off more than he could chew this time. But in the scene, facing the sky-covering bone dragon, Lu Yuan not only did not run away, but instead looked up at the huge skeleton, a hint of fanaticism rising in his eyes. Fifth tier? He licked his lips and whispered, "This is a really good experience booster." Enraged by this ant-like human, the death bone dragon suddenly opened its gigantic, skeletal maw, large enough to swallow a train. Ghostly green flames compressed and condensed wildly deep within its throat. The next second, a ghostly dragon breath, over 10 meters in diameter and carrying destructive heat, poured down like a waterfall. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the virtual air ignited, and space itself emitted a distorted, mournful wail. Such a strike was enough to instantly melt an entire heavily armored unit. Students in the stands screamed in terror, telling Lu Yuan to get out of the way quickly. Lu Yuan neither dodged nor avoided the attack, but instead faced the earth-shattering dragon's breath with his legs slightly bent. With a deafening roar, the virtual scorched earth beneath his feet collapsed, creating a bottomless crater. Lu Yuan, like a launched rocket, carrying immense kinetic energy, tore through the air and soared into the sky. Lin Wushuang's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Lu Yuan was so fast that the camera could only capture a fleeting afterimage. He plunged headlong into the scorching dragon's breath, without offering any defense or slowing down. The flames, powerful enough to melt high-grade alloys, landed on his dark golden skin without burning a single hair. He was like a meteorite moving in reverse, forcefully rushing up from the dragon breath waterfall, instantly breaking the sound barrier, and appearing directly below the bone dragon's huge chin. Physical immunity? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. That's because your physics isn't pure enough. He compressed all his strength into his right knee, and using the momentum of his unstoppable sprint, delivered a simple yet extremely violent knee strike, slamming it hard into the indestructible jawbone of the death bone dragon. Thump! This muffled thud was 10 times more terrifying than the previous punch, like an ancient bell being struck, causing everyone's hearts to clench violently. Time seemed to stand still. The eerie green flames in the bone dragon's eye sockets flickered violently, revealing a human-like sense of terror and disbelief. The next moment, starting from where Lu Yuan's knee struck, a blinding white crack rapidly climbed up the bone dragon's massive skull. The clicking sound continued. Cracks spread like a plague, instantly covering its entire 100-meter-long skeleton. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of people, this arrogant fifth-tier abyss lord, who was known for its invincible physical defense, was actually knocked apart and exploded in midair by Lu Yuan's knee strike. The sky was filled with pale, broken bones, which fell like a blizzard onto the scorched earth. There were no screams, no counterattacks. Another blow, instant kill. Before the live broadcast, whether they were masters or ordinary people, they all froze in place like wooden sculptures, their minds blank, completely losing their ability to think. Instantly kill a fifth-tier lord? Is this something a high school student would do? But the shock wasn't over yet. At the very same moment the bone dragon exploded, a piercing alarm blared in the underground server room of the Jiangnan City Gymnasium. The data processing capacity of simulation chamber number 1 has exceeded the mainframe's processing limit by 10,000%. Motherboard overload. Psionic core meltdown. Thick black smoke billowed from the supercomputer powering the entire examination hall. Immediately afterward, a muffled explosion resounded in the center of the gymnasium. In the 34th batch, the black metal hatch of the number 1 simulation chamber was blasted away by the violent energy, spinning and crashing more than 10 meters away before slamming hard against the edge of the podium. Thick black smoke billowed from the simulation chamber, causing chaos throughout the area as air raid sirens wailed. Something's happened! Help! Medical team! Get them there now! Lin Wushuang and several other grandmasters paled and rushed towards the smoking iron box like madmen. With an explosion of that magnitude, the students inside were likely in grave danger. Just as the medical team arrived at the simulation chamber with a stretcher, a fair hand suddenly reached out from the thick smoke and grabbed the twisted metal edge. Then, to the astonishment of tens of thousands of people in the audience, Lu Yuan slowly crawled out from inside. His old school uniform wasn't even torn, just covered in a layer of dust. Lu Yuan stood there, patted his clothes, and rubbed his ears, which were still numb from the shock. Looking at Ling Wushuang, who rushed up to him, wielding a battle sword and looking terrified, Lu Yuan sighed and frowned in dissatisfaction. Teacher Ling. He pointed to the completely destroyed simulation chamber behind him, still spewing sparks, his tone tinged with helplessness. Isn't the quality of these machines from your military a bit too poor? I had just finished warming up when it exploded on its own. Does this mean I passed? Chapter 26. The national top scorer is born. 3 top universities compete for his talent. The huge air raid shelter stadium was eerily quiet at this moment. Only the dilapidated simulator in the center of the arena was still crackling and emitting black smoke. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the boy emerging from the smoke, as if they were seeing a demon crawling out of hell. The battle sword in instructor Ling Wushuang's hand clattered to the ground. Her mouth was agape as she stared blankly at the unharmed Lu Yuan. Her usually stern and iron-willed face was now as stiff as stone, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. This was the highest level of purgatory difficulty, a death-defying examination that could drive even peak martial artists mad. Yet Lu Yuan not only shattered 5,000 4th-tier demonic creatures with a single punch, but also smashed a 5th-tier bone dragon into a pile of fragments. The first thing he said when he came out was whether he had passed. The deathly silence in the monitoring room was quickly shattered by a roar. Quickly! Retrieve the back-end data from Cabin 1 immediately! The Grandmaster representative from the prestigious Shanghai Academy grabbed the operator by the collar like a madman, demanding to know whether Lu Yuan was carrying any prohibited high-level energy weapons. The operator, drenched in sweat, frantically typed on the keyboard, trying to salvage the supercomputer that was nearly destroyed. A few minutes later, the recovered data log appeared on the screen. The operator swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Sirs, the system detection shows that Lu Yuan did not cheat at all, and there are no residual psionic weapon fluctuations in the examination room. The fat Grandmaster from Kyoto nearly popped his eyes out and shoved the operator aside. No weapon? Did he just kill the bone dragon instantly with his physical strength? The operator was on the verge of tears and could only point to the newly updated National Martial Arts Exam rankings. On the list, the original number 1 was an S-level genius from a Kyoto warlord family who managed to earn 30,000 points by killing a large number of second-tier alien beasts. But now, the once glittering top spot has been replaced by a name that is so glaringly absurd. Jiangnan City, Lu Yuan, F-level space system, points, 999, 999 plus. The numbers were still jumping wildly because the system's points cap had been exceeded. It has the largest fault network in the country. This result is even more outrageous than the combined rankings of 2nd to 10,000th place. The news swept through the Alliance network like a hurricane, instantly paralyzing all live streams and causing servers to crash due to the massive influx of comments. Half an hour later, in the principal's office of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Principal Li Xiu, holding a teacup, huddled in a corner, his hands trembling violently. The usually aloof admissions directors of the 3 top universities were now like 3 raging bulls, glaring at each other and spitting at one another in their offices. We at Kyoto Academy are determined to have this student. He's a born war machine! The fat Grandmaster slammed his fist on the table and roared, spitting onto the faces of those next to him. The Shinwu representative immediately objected, grabbing the fat Grandmaster by the collar. Bullshit! His destructive power is clearly more suited to our Shinwu Academy. The gaunt old man from the Shanghai University jumped onto the sofa in a panic and shouted, If you want to fight, go outside and fight. Who's afraid of who? The 3 Grandmasters, usually so imposing, were now fighting tooth and nail in the principal's office over a student. Teacups shattered, leather sofas were torn, and Li Xiu, standing nearby, was sweating profusely, too afraid to even try to break it up. Just then, a soft cough came from outside the door. Lu Yuan walked in slowly, hands in his pockets. He raised an eyebrow at the mess on the floor. Teachers, are you doing premeal exercises? As soon as the main character arrived, the 3 Grandmasters who had been fighting fiercely just moments before immediately stopped, quickly straightened their wrinkled clothes, and put on warm smiles. The fat master was the first to rush up, his face all squished together with a big smile. Student Lu, come to Kyoto Academy. As long as you come, you'll be a major upon enrollment, enjoying the highest military allowance, and you'll be directly admitted to the General Officer Reserve upon graduation. The Shinwu representative shoved him aside and said urgently, Don't listen to him, the military has too many rules. Come to Shinwu, you can choose any of the top 10 divine weapons in the Alliance, and I will personally arrange for 3 martial arts masters to give you one-on-one guidance. Any one of these conditions would be enough to drive S-level geniuses outside insane with envy. Even Principal Li Xiu gasped in astonishment. Lu Yuan leaned against the door frame, picked at his ear, and looked as indifferent as if he were listening to someone selling cabbage. He had no interest in military rank. As for weapons, he could crush fine steel with his bare hands. And as for master-level guidance, he could easily crush a master by killing a few beasts. Why would he need these old men to teach him? That's all? Lu Yuan yawned and said listlessly. If there's nothing else, I'd better go back and clean the equipment room. The gaunt old man from the prestigious Shanghai University, seeing that the young man remained unmoved, immediately understood that this kid was not someone who could be swayed by empty reputations. Those honors and titles were of no use to him whatsoever. The old man gritted his teeth, as if making a painful decision, pushed the other two aside, came to Lu Yuan, and flipped his wrist. Smack! He slammed a specially made bank card with flowing dark gold patterns onto the broken desk. Student Lu, I know that geniuses like you hate being restricted. There are no rules here at Shanghai University, and you don't need to sign any contracts of servitude. The old man lowered his voice and stared intently at Lu Yuan. There are 1 billion alliance coins in this card as startup capital. The portly grandmaster and the representative from Shenwu were stunned. $1 billion to snatch a single student. This Shanghai University was truly going all out. The old man didn't stop, and continued to add to the offer. Moreover, this card has unlimited credit. All your resources and expenses for cultivation at the school, no matter how outrageous, will be covered by our Magic City Academy. Upon hearing 1 billion and unlimited quota, Lu Yuan's eyelids, which had been drooping slightly, finally lifted. A glint of light, like seeing a top-tier experience pack, flashed quickly in his dark eyes. Unlimited limit? Doesn't this mean that he can get all sorts of low-level resources for free without spending a single penny of his own money, and fill his bottomless divine kingdom? Lu Yuan walked over, stretched out 2 slender fingers, picked up the black card, and flicked it lightly in the sunlight. A crisp sound rang out, and a bright smile finally appeared on his lips. This was the first time he had smiled since entering the house. Seeing this, the old man from Shanghai breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking that the kid had finally taken the bait. How about it, Lu? Isn't that enough sincerity? Lu Yuan casually put the black card into his pocket, and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the old man from Shanghai, and slowly added a sentence. The sincerity is certainly sufficient. But if I demand that the entire $1 billion reward be converted into the lowest quality scrap metal and stray animals? Does your university also provide free shipping and delivery to my home? Chapter 27. I refuse special recruitment. I only want the maximum cash reward. The atmosphere in the principal's office instantly became eerily quiet. Only the broken coffee table was still dripping water. The 3 Grandmaster-level admissions directors, along with the trembling old Principal Li Xiu, all stared at Lu Yuan with expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. The gaunt old man from the Shanghai University picked at his ear and asked incredulously, What did you say? Scrap metal? Stray animals? He pointed at the supreme black card in Lu Yuan's hand, his voice changing. This is worth $1 billion, plus the SSS-level Special Recruitment Resource Library of the Magic City Academy. Top-grade Qi and blood pills, high-level cultivation techniques, all priceless treasures, and you want to trade them for trash? The fat Grandmaster also got anxious and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. Kid, did the simulation chamber blow your brain? What can that pile of scrap metal do? Come to Kyoto, I'll apply for 10 sets of A-grade alloy armor for you. Lu Yuan calmly withdrew his hand, patted his sleeves in disgust, and looked at the old man from Shanghai. Don't get excited. Since I chose Shanghai, I won't go back on my word. He pulled up a reasonably intact chair and sat down, placing his hands behind his head. His tone was calm. But the condition is the same as before. I don't want any of the special recruitment rewards, pills, cultivation techniques, weapons. I want them all in cash. Lu Yuan stared at the old man and said seriously, I need scrap metal, cheap seeds, and live wild animals. Get them for me at wholesale prices, the more the better. Elephants are fine, ants are fine, as long as they're alive, I'll take them all. The gaunt old man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock. He had recruited countless geniuses, some wanting power, some wanting divine weapons, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone want a nest of ants. He frowned and asked, You're the top scorer who broke the national record. Why would you spend 1 billion yuan to open a junkyard and a zoo? Lu Yuan shrugged. You don't need to worry about that. Just ask if the Shanghai Academy will agree. If you find it troublesome, the teachers at the Beijing Academy seem to have plenty of free time. The fat Grandmaster immediately jumped up. Agreed. Kyoto Academy absolutely agrees. Don't even mention ants. If you want 10,000 pigs, I'll airlift them overnight. The old man from Shanghai was so angry that his beard trembled. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Bullshit! When has our Shanghai Academy ever failed to do anything right? He turned to look at Lu Yuan, forcing a smile. Fine, as long as you sign the enrollment agreement, the 1 billion resources will be immediately converted into cash and transferred to you. Those basic, worthless supplies will be filled into the designated warehouse within 3 days. Great. Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction, took the special recruitment agreement, and without even bothering to read the terms, signed his name in a flourish. He tossed the agreement back onto the table, waved to the 3 masters, and said, It's been a pleasure working together. I'll leave it to you all now. I'll go back and wait for the delivery. After saying that, Lu Yuan put his hands in his pockets, swaggered out of the principal's office, and his back view was extremely arrogant. Only after his footsteps completely disappeared did the 3 people in the office look at each other in silence for a long time. The representative of Shenwu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Is this kid out of his mind, or is he really hiding some secret? The old man from Shanghai carefully put away the signed agreement, tucking it into his pocket like a precious treasure, and looked out the window in the direction Lu Yuan had left. Whatever they want to do, as long as this unreasonable ruthlessness remains, Shanghai University has struck gold this time. The old man sneered. Those young masters from prominent families this year will probably be crushed to dust by this unpredictable monster. Stepping out of the teaching building, Lu Yuan walked along the tree-lined path on his way home and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw a text message. Account ending in 8888 received a cross-bank transfer of 1 billion yuan. Seeing that long string of zeros, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. 1 billion yuan was a huge sum of money, even in the hands of a second-rate family, and it would be a financial blow. Now, this money has become the startup capital for his divine kingdom. Lu Yuan gripped his phone tightly, a fervent ambition burning in his eyes. With this money, his divine kingdom would no longer be a small-scale farming game, but a creator's carnival that could overturn the understanding of the high martial arts world. Just then, the phone screen lit up again. It was an encrypted call from Xinjin Lin, the black market tycoon. Lu Yuan answered the call, his voice returning to its hoarse and cold tone. Speak. On the other end of the phone, Xinjin Lin's tone was urgent. Senior, there's been an accident with the basic supplies you requested. A batch of special mutated ant nests transported from the depths of the wilderness has been seized by a military patrol. They said that thing was extremely dangerous and suspected it was a spy of the Abyss aliens. Lu Yuan paused, a dangerous smile curving his lips, his eyes instantly turning as cold as a knife. Send me the address. He hung up the phone and looked toward the military region's defense line in the distance. Dare to intercept my goods? Looks like my reputation as a useless logistics department member isn't loud enough. Chapter 28. Purchasing massive amounts of low-tier resources to frenziedly fill the divine kingdom. Seeing the huge sum of 1 billion yuan that had suddenly appeared in his account, Lu Yuan didn't even go home. He randomly found an empty public restroom, put on a black robe and a mask, and dialed the encrypted number of Xinjin Lin, the black market tycoon. Mr. Shen, let's put aside those ant nests that the military seized for now. I have a big business opportunity right now, are you interested? Lu Yuan deliberately lowered his voice, his hoarse voice carrying an undeniable authority. On the other end of the phone, Xinjin Lin was preoccupied with the ant nest issue, but he immediately perked up upon hearing this. After all, this was a major customer who casually produced the 9-leaf sword grass. He quickly assured them. Yes, sir. Please give your orders, senior. As long as it's on Blue Star, Jubao Pavilion will definitely do it. Lu Yuan stood in the dim light, a slight smile playing on his lips. I want you to go on a shopping spree. No need for high-level demonic beasts, just ordinary live animals, pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, stray cats and dogs, all by the ton. I don't want top-grade spiritual herbs. Find me the cheapest chi and blood grass seeds, foxtail grass, rotten vegetable leaves, and dozens of truckloads of ordinary soil and waste slag. Don't worry about the money, just swipe your card. Deliver everything to the abandoned warehouse number 3 in the suburbs before midnight tonight. Xinjin Lin was completely dumbfounded after hearing this outrageous list. He'd spent half his life in the black market, seen people buy murder weapons and magical artifacts, and even peerless cauldrons, but this was the first time he'd ever seen someone spend so much money on junk. He asked cautiously, Senior, are you planning to open an ecological farm in Jiangnan City? Lu Yuan's voice turned cold. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The call was immediately disconnected. Xin Jinlin felt a cold sweat break out on his back as he listened to the dial tone. He didn't understand the expert's thinking, but he knew that the expert's money was definitely easy to earn. He immediately gave the order. All the Chamber of Commerce's working capital and manpower are to be used to collect scrap. We'll take over all the pig farms and stray animal rescue stations around Jiangnan City. Driven by money, the black market is incredibly efficient. At 11:30 p.m. that night, outside the number 3 abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Jiangnan City, dozens of heavy dump trucks and psionic trucks roared into the wasteland. The truck was loaded with tons of soil, piles of grass seeds and slag, and was followed by several huge iron cage trucks. The cages were crammed with stray dogs, wild cats, and poultry that had been collected from who knows where. The warehouse reeked of a strange mixture of dirt and animal excrement. The captain of the guards in charge of escorting the truck covered his nose and cursed with disgust. What the hell are they doing? Our elite guards from Djibouti are here to transport pigs and dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Before the broken window on the second floor of the warehouse, a figure draped in a black robe and wearing a bronze mask had appeared there at some unknown time. In the dim moonlight, the man resembled a ghost looking down upon all living beings. The captain of the guard's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. He knew that this was the man the sect leader had repeatedly warned him against ever provoking. Lu Yuan's hoarse voice rang out in the empty warehouse. Unload the goods, and the people can get out of here. The captain of the guard felt as if he had been granted a pardon and immediately ordered his men to unload the goods. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of trucks unloaded their cargo and sped away from the scene. In the huge abandoned warehouse, supplies were piled up like small mountains, and various animals were restless in their iron cages, their cries rising and falling. Lu Yuan leaped from the second floor and landed lightly. Looking at this trash that others would consider worthless, a burning light flashed in his eyes. This is a cornerstone of the world that was bought for $1 billion. He stopped suppressing the power within him and suddenly opened his arms wide. Boom! The infinity mark between his eyebrows burst forth with intense light, and a huge, rotating golden spatial vortex suddenly formed behind him. The vortex was incredibly deep, as if it led to another universe, and its terrifying suction force enveloped the entire warehouse like a black hole. Receive! Lu Yuan gave a low shout. Hundreds of tons of soil, slag, bags of grass seeds, and huge iron cages filled with living creatures all flew into the golden vortex like leaves swept up by a tornado, and disappeared instantly. In just 5 minutes, the once crowded warehouse was completely emptied, and even the dust on the ground was sucked away. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, his consciousness sinking as he directly entered the F-level space within his body. Or rather, it was his own endless divine kingdom of origin. Inside the divine kingdom, the once barren, dark purple land is now piled high with massive amounts of resources that have just been absorbed. The soil was spread out, and the slag heaps were piled up. The cats, dogs, and poultry released from their cages scattered in terror across the unfamiliar land. Lu Yuan hovered above the 9 heavens, like a true creator god, overlooking this undeveloped land. In the supply center, the 9-leaf sword grass that had been enlightened exuded an astonishing sword intent. Beside it, the sky-splitting demon wolf king, Big Yellow, comparable to a grandmaster, was drooling as it stared at the scurrying poultry, eager to pounce. Lu Yuan shook his head. This scale is far from enough. He crushed a 3rd-tier demonic ape in a field combat assessment, and then shattered a 5th-tier bone dragon and thousands of wolves in a simulation chamber. During this period, he accumulated an astonishing number of origin points. He opened the system panel and, without hesitation, invested all available source points into the God Kingdom time acceleration. This time, he's going to go big. System, consume all source points. Lu Yuan opened his arms, and his voice boomed like thunder across the divine kingdom. Time accelerated 10,000 times. Evolve. Rumble. As the command was given, the entire divine kingdom erupted in a terrifying roar, as if the heavens and earth were being created. The gray fog in the sky churned wildly, and the flow of time was abruptly accelerated to its maximum speed. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the world below began to undergo dramatic changes. Ordinary soil and waste slag rapidly merged and precipitated under the compression of time 10,000 times and the erosion of the divine kingdom's origin. Mountains rise abruptly from the ground, canyons tear the earth apart, and crystalline spiritual veins, like the earth's blood vessels, rapidly take shape deep within the soil, releasing rich spiritual energy. Those cheap grass seeds and rotten vegetable leaves also grew and mutated wildly under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Weeds transformed into luminous plants, and foxtail grass grew into towering trees. Stray cats, dogs, and ordinary poultry that were captured underwent a frenzied evolution, akin to natural selection, amidst the cruel acceleration of time and the permeation of spiritual energy. The weak die of old age instantly, becoming nutrients for the earth. The strong break free from genetic shackles, their size explodes, they grow scales and fangs, and become primordial beasts. In just a few minutes, which is barely enough time for someone outside to smoke a cigarette, it felt like hundreds or thousands of years had passed inside the divine kingdom. A complete, vibrant, and wildly dynamic microecosystem took shape before Lu Yuan's eyes. The rich spiritual energy transformed into raindrops, sprinkling down upon the earth. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the spiritual energy that carried the fragrance of the earth. He could clearly feel that as the divine kingdom's ecosystem improved, a pure and vast source of life was continuously nourishing his physical body. All attributes on the panel skyrocketed once again. Just as he was enjoying this feeling of being in control, his brows suddenly twitched slightly. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the layers of mutated forest, looking towards the very edge of the divine kingdom. There was a dark corner there, shrouded in a thick fog of spiritual energy. A group of ordinary black worker ants underwent a bizarre mutation that even Lu Yuan found unsettling after absorbing the sharp sword intent emanating from the nine-leaf sword grass and being nourished by the high-level spiritual veins underground. A terrifying queen ant, as large as an armored vehicle and covered in dark gold armor, was perched on top of the ant nest. Its scarlet compound eyes stared intently into the void, emitting a chilling hiss. That is. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the mutated black ants that could even bite tiny cracks into the spatial barrier, and suddenly a wild, excited laugh appeared on his lips. It can even devour the void? Could this be the legendary god-slaying insect clan? Chapter 29 The Hidden Illness of Sister Lu Xiaogua, Divine Kingdom Elixir for Marrow Cleansing. Within the divine realm, the transformation of the world continued unabated. Outside, Lu Yuan had left the warehouse and returned to the place where he had lived for 18 years. This is the Sunshine Orphanage in the old southern district of Jiangnan City, his only weakness, and his most cherished haven. Lu Yuan pushed open the peeling iron gate, where several children in old clothes were chasing and playing in the yard. Seeing him return, they immediately cheered and surrounded him. Brother Lu Yuan is back! Brother, now that you've gotten the top score in the college entrance exam, can you take us to KFC? Lu Yuan smiled and patted their heads, took out some candy from his pocket, and gave it to the little ones, then crossed the courtyard and entered the old two-story building. Suppressed coughing could be heard coming from the innermost room on the second floor. Lu Yuan pushed open the door and entered. The room was filled with a faint scent of herbs. A thin, pale girl sat beside the bed. She was Lu Yuan's only relative in the world, Lu Xiaogua. Brother, you're back. Lu Xiaogua saw him and tried to force a smile, but her violent coughing made it difficult for her to even speak properly. Lu Yuan sat down on the edge of the bed and tenderly held her cold hand. Lu Xiaogua had been frail and sickly since childhood, with a strange coldness in her body, and could only survive on the cheap herbal medicine brewed by the old headmaster. Because of this hidden ailment, her vital energy and blood have been suppressed for a long time, and she is not even qualified to participate in the awakening ceremony. Xiaogua, come on, drink this. Lu Yuan took out a small glass bottle containing half a bottle of clear liquid, which also emitted a faint fragrance. This is the spiritual liquid he retrieved from the divine spring in the divine realm. To avoid making it too potent, he specially diluted it 100-fold with pure water. Lu Xiaogua blinked and asked curiously what it was. Lu Yuan unscrewed the cap and said gently that it was a new imported beverage that was good for the body and would cure the illness. Lu Xiaogua had no suspicion of her brother, took the bottle, and drank it all in one gulp. She smacked her lips and had just said it was sweet and delicious when the unexpected happened. With a loud bang, an indescribable surge of life force exploded within her body. That power was gentle yet vast, washing over her parched meridians like a flood. The stubborn chill that had plagued her for over a decade melted away in the face of the divine elixir, like snow meeting a raging fire. Lu Xiaogua let out a comfortable moan, feeling a warm sensation all over her body. Fine black impurities began to seep from the surface of her skin. These were toxins that had accumulated over many years. But the changes weren't over yet. After her hidden ailment was eradicated, her talent, suppressed for 18 years, finally erupted like a dragon awakening. With a hum, a thick, pure white beam of light, as thick as a bucket, shot up from the top of Lu Xiaogua's head, piercing through the old roof of the orphanage and shooting into the sky. The sky over the entire southern part of Jiangnan City was instantly illuminated by a holy light, as if it were daytime. Pedestrians on the street stopped and looked up at the sky in horror, not knowing what had happened. On the top floor of the Alliance building, Long Qianshan and several military leaders who were having a meeting suddenly rushed to the window. Long Qianshan's expression changed drastically. He sensed the fluctuations of an SSS-level talent awakening, even purer than an SSS-level talent. He immediately ordered the coordinates to be locked, and to protect this genius at all costs. In the small room of the orphanage, Lu Yuan was also startled by the sudden commotion. He knew his sister was talented, but he hadn't expected her to be this gifted. An SS-rank light priest. Furthermore, nurtured by herbs since childhood, her heart is pure, and the purity of her talent even surpasses that of SSS rank. However, once such talent is exposed, it will inevitably attract the attention of countless forces, and even assassination attempts. Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he immediately realized that now was not the time to expose himself. Before the military's detectors could lock onto the area, his immense mental power, like an invisible giant net, instantly enveloped an area of several thousand meters in radius. "Collect it!" Lu Yuan shouted in a low voice. The sacred pillar of light that was about to pierce the sky was forcibly suppressed by his brute mental power and stuffed back into Lu Xiaoguo's body. The strange phenomenon in the sky vanished instantly, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. After doing all this, Lu Yuan was also covered in a cold sweat. He looked down at the bed. The black impurities on Lu Xiaoguo's body had faded, revealing skin as white as jade. After the marrow cleansing and bone refining treatment, she fell into a deep sleep, a sweet smile on her lips. Lu Yuan covered her with the blanket, then slowly got up and walked to the window. In the distance, several military figures were flying at high speed across the horizon. Lu Yuan stared at them, his eyes instantly turning cold and dangerous. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Lu Yuan slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Before Xiaoguo has enough ability to protect herself, anyone who dares to spy on her or harm her will suffer his most insane and cruel wrath. In this lifetime, if anyone dares to touch the people I care about, I will wipe out their entire family. Chapter 30 Mutant Ant Nest, God Kingdom spawns God-slaying insect race. After settling his sleeping sister in, Lu Yuan casually used the excuse that the high-grade nutrient solution is too potent to fool the old director, Anchen. He then immediately found an empty room where no one would disturb him, locked the door, sat cross-legged, and completely switched his consciousness back to the divine realm within his body. Buzz. Time flies, and the world changes. While it may have been only one night outside, the divine kingdom has undergone tens of thousands of years of frenzied evolution within itself. This once chaotic and desolate nascent world has now undergone a complete transformation. On the dark purple earth, mutated forests stretch endlessly, and grasslands of spiritual herbs cover the surrounding area. One after another, crystal clear, high-level spiritual veins, brimming with immense energy, lie buried underground like giant dragons. Dense spiritual energy transforms into white mist, flowing slowly through the valleys. Some of the stray cats, dogs, and ordinary poultry that were bought before turned to dust over the long years, while others broke through the limits of their genes and evolved into enormous prehistoric beasts. A mutated giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters soared through the sky, casting a large shadow. In the distance, the powerful howl of the sky-splitting demon wolf king, Big Yellow, echoed from the mountains and forests. The entire divine kingdom was teeming with life, filled with a wild and untamed aura of savage growth. Lu Yuan hovered above the heavens, looking at the world he had created with his own hands, and nodded in satisfaction. It finally resembled an inner world. He was about to check on the growth of the nine-leaf sword grass when his immense spiritual power suddenly detected a strange aura. That aura was filled with a desire for destruction and devouring, emanating from a new mountain range on the edge of the divine kingdom. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He remembered that only a nest of ordinary black ants had been thrown there. With a thought, his figure instantly traversed tens of thousands of miles, descending upon the mountain range. But as soon as he approached, Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. That wasn't a mountain range at all. It was clearly a terrifying ant nest, 1,000 meters high. Black metal and biological keratin intertwined, and the surface of the nest was covered with countless holes, like a giant honeycomb, making one's scalp crawl. At the top of the anthill, a dark golden queen ant, comparable in size to a heavy armored vehicle, lay prostrate. Its entire body was covered in a ferocious carapace, and its scarlet compound eyes coldly stared into the void. With each swing of its sickle-like forelimbs, it could carve tiny black marks on the solid spatial barrier. Around the queen ant, hundreds of millions of black beetles covered the entire mountain range like a tide. They were only the size of a fingernail, but they all had sharp and ferocious mouthparts. Several worker ants were frantically devouring a piece of high-grade spirit ore. The ore, with a hardness comparable to grade A alloy, crumbled into powder like a crisp biscuit under their mouths. Even more outrageous, a few of the bolder ones flew to the edge of the nine-leaf sword grass area and took a big bite at the sharp sword energy emanating from it. Click! The invisible sword energy, powerful enough to cleave through the void, was actually bitten and devoured completely by them. Lu Yuan gasped, finally understanding what kind of monster that nest of ordinary black ants had mutated into. They not only absorbed the energy of the high-level underground spiritual veins, but even the indestructible sword intent of the nine-leaf sword grass became nourishment for their evolution. This is precisely why they have developed the terrifying ability to devour energy, and even tear apart the laws of space. Excitement gleamed in Lu Yuan's eyes. If such a swarm of insects were released into the outside world, a fully armed army would probably be devoured in 3 seconds, leaving not even bone fragments. This Zerg army is simply the ultimate weapon born for war. Lu Yuan slowly descended from the sky. The billions of beetles on the ground, like a black carpet, showed no intention of attacking after sensing his aura as the creator. Instead, they retreated to both sides like a well-trained army, making way for him. Lu Yuan walked all the way to the mountain-like queen ant. The queen ant lowered her ferocious head, affectionately rubbed her antennae against his trouser leg, and let out a low hiss of submission. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and a black soldier ant on guard immediately crawled onto his fingertip. He looked at the little creature carefully. In those crimson compound eyes there was no chaos, nor blind bloodlust, only cold rationality and absolute obedience to orders. That's the scariest part. Lu Yuan placed the soldier ant in his palm. Instead of attacking, it gently rubbed his fingers with its tiny antennae, as if expressing affection and dependence. Lu Yuan laughed, a hearty laugh, but his eyes held a chilling sharpness. He looked at the small yet terrifying killing machine in his palm, then gazed at the nine-leaf sword grass that could cleave stars in the distance, and at the sky-splitting demon wolf king treading on black flames. These will all become his invincible trump cards for conquering the stars and the sea in the future. Lu Yuan tossed the soldier ants in his hand lightly, his gaze dangerous and intense. Insects that can even devour shields and formations? Very good, from now on you will be called God-slaying insects. After saying that, he turned his head and looked out at the blue sky of the real world beyond the divine kingdom. The registration time for freshmen is almost here. It's time to go to Shanghai. Chapter 31. Leading the starting village and heading to the Magic City War Academy. After confirming that his younger sister Lu Xiaoguo's terrifying talent, comparable to a god, had been perfectly concealed by his mental power, Lu Yuan finally felt relieved. He then had dinner with the old director and the children at the orphanage, leaving them a large sum of money sufficient for a comfortable life. The next morning, carrying a simple canvas bag, he boarded a heavy armored train bound for Shanghai with his best friend, Fatty Wang. Wu dash! Accompanied by a long, drawn-out whistle, this steel behemoth covered in heavy alloy armor slowly pulled away from Jiangnan City Station. Outside the window, familiar street scenes rushed past. Brother Yuan, can we say we've left the newbie village? Fatty Wang's massive body was squeezed into the leather sofa, his face almost pressed against the bulletproof glass, as excited as if he were seeing the world for the first time. Outside the window stretched an endless wilderness. In the distance, one could occasionally see enormous mutated beasts slowly roaming on the horizon. This train is specially designed by the Alliance to connect the major cities. It is equipped with heavy psionic cannons, and even the connecting points between the carriages are guarded by martial arts masters, which is enough to block most of the wild beasts. Leaving the starting village? You're dreaming. Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and said lazily. At most, it's just moving from one village to another bigger one. Despite saying that, his consciousness had already sunk into the divine kingdom within his body. There, the billions of god-slaying insect swarms, after tens of thousands of years of reproduction and evolution, had long since transformed into a black catastrophe that blotted out the sky. There were so many that even Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to count them. And these cold-blooded killing machines were his greatest source of confidence in venturing into the den of dragons and tigers that was Shanghai. Brother Yuan, look over there! Fatty Wang suddenly shouted, pointing out the window. In the distance, a two-headed vulture with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters was carrying a huge armored rhinoceros as it flew into the depths of the mountains. The sight made the fat man's blood boil, and he immediately shouted that when he got to the university in Shanghai, he would also get a majestic flying mount. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. A flying mount? The mutated giant eagle in his divine kingdom had a wingspan almost as big as a Boeing 747. This two-headed vulture in front of him was at most a small sparrow. "Stop looking, you country bumpkin!" Just then, a shrill, arrogant voice came from the seat next to me. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and glanced over, only to see several young men and women dressed in luxurious silk shirts and wearing expensive psionic watches, looking at them with disdain. The young men and women faintly emanated B-level, or even A-level talent fluctuations, clearly indicating they were scions of wealthy families from other cities. The slick-haired youth at the head of the group swirled his wine glass and said dismissively, "A second-tier scavenging vulture? Is that something to make a fuss about? The ones I keep in my backyard are all third-tier griffins." Fatty Wang's face flushed red from the retort. A woman dressed in flamboyant clothes next to him pinched her nose and fanned herself, saying sarcastically, "Anyone dares to buy first-class tickets. It smells like cheap nutritional supplements, it's suffocating." Fatty Wang was so angry that he was about to get up and argue. Although he was of average talent, he had gotten into the prestigious university in Shanghai on his own merit, and he couldn't stand such humiliation. Lu Yuan pressed down on his shoulder and shook his head at him. "Fatty, it's not worth getting angry with a dog." The sound wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire carriage. "Who are you calling a dog?" The slick-haired youth suddenly stood up, his face instantly turning gloomy. His A-level talent aura exploded, making the air in the carriage seem to freeze. The surrounding flight attendants were terrified, turning pale and backing away, not daring to step forward to dissuade them. "Anyone who answers is a dog." Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, his posture unchanged, and even slowly poured himself a glass of free lemonade, taking a small sip. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he didn't take the other party's A-level pressure seriously at all. This time, not only those scions of prominent families, but also several middle-aged men in the carriage who had been resting with their eyes closed and exhaling calmly, opened their eyes and looked over with great interest. The slick-haired young man trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Yuan as if about to attack. But just then, a middle-aged man opposite him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and resembling an alliance official, suddenly coughed lightly. "Xiao Lu, forget it." The middle-aged man slowly put down the document. "It's beneath you to get angry with a logistics soldier who relies on luck to get points." He appeared to be mediating the fight, but the contempt in his tone was even stronger than that of the slick-haired young man. "I just checked, and this kid is Lu Yuan, the national champion from Jiangnan City this year. He's an F-level space system expert." So it was him. Upon hearing this, the slick-haired youth's anger instantly turned into utter contempt. "I thought he was some hidden master, but it turns out he's just a piece of trash who used system loopholes to rack up points." The middle-aged official glanced at Lu Yuan, then looked at his faded old-school uniform, his eyes filled with condescending scrutiny and disgust. He deliberately raised his voice and sneered at his companions. "The world has really changed. A logistics soldier who's just opportunistic and has awakened a useless F-rank talent, does he even deserve to sit in the same carriage as us, the pillars of the Alliance?" Chapter 32: An unexpected encounter with high-ranking officials on the train, the underestimated F-rank talent. "Does he even deserve to sit in the same carriage as us, the pillars of the Alliance?" The middle-aged official's harsh sarcasm echoed in the quiet VIP carriage, like poisonous needles pricking Wang Pengzi's face until it turned red. "Who the hell are you calling trash?" The fat man suddenly jumped up from the sofa and roared. "I have a D-level physical enhancement, and I got into the prestigious university in Shanghai on my own merit." He tried to rush over to argue, but Lu Yuan grabbed his shoulder. "Fatty, sit down." Lu Yuan spoke in a flat tone, leaning back on the sofa without even lifting his eyelids, as if he were only hearing a few flies buzzing in his ears. "Brother Yuan," the fat man said anxiously, trying to speak again. Lu Yuan simply shook his head, and with a light tap of his finger, an irresistible force pressed down. The fat man, weighing over 200 pounds, was forcefully pressed back onto the sofa, unable to move. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not refute them and even stopped his companions, the young men from those aristocratic families became even more arrogant. The slick-haired youth deliberately raised his voice and sneered. "Trash is trash. He doesn't even have the guts to talk back. What good is an F-rank space system major even if he gets into the Magic City Academy? If he really encounters an Abyss Lord, he's not even worthy of being cannon fodder." The heavily made-up woman next to him chimed in with a sarcastic remark, saying that the logistics department of the university in Shanghai had to process hundreds of tons of alien beast corpses every day, and the stench of blood was enough to make anyone vomit. She added that someone as delicate as Lu Yuan would probably cry and go home after 2 days. A burst of laughter immediately filled the carriage. Lu Yuan paid no heed, His consciousness had already sunk into the divine realm within his body. At this moment, the ecosystem within the divine kingdom was in its initial stages, and the concentration of spiritual energy had reached more than 100 times that of the outside world. As the ruler of the divine kingdom, he received a massive amount of energy feedback every moment, and the free attribute points on the system panel were jumping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Divine Kingdom Spiritual Vein Feedback. Gain plus 1000 free attribute points. Ding! The God-slaying insectoid race has reproduced, granting you plus 500 free attribute points. Lu Yuan smiled faintly to himself. Even a small mosquito bite is still meat. He listened to the barking of the dogs outside while slowly adding more oil. Add all 100,000 points of mental energy that were just replenished. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a surge of cool energy rushed into his brain with a boom. His already vast sea of consciousness expanded once more, and his mental power, like a tangible tide, directly penetrated the train's alloy shell, taking in the movements within a radius of several thousand meters. Soon, he saw a dozen shadowy figures carrying high-energy explosives burying something under the railway tracks in the hilly area 3 kilometers ahead of the train. Wilderness bandits? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, the middle-aged official with gold-rimmed glasses seemed to find him an eyesore, so he slowly got up, straightened his suit, and walked over with an official gait. Boys, on behalf of the Alliance Logistics Department, I have something to discuss with you. He looked down at Lu Yuan, his tone full of arrogance. An emergency meeting on the allocation of supplies for the Shanghai Defense Line is about to be held in this VIP carriage. It concerns the safety of the Alliance, and it is inconvenient for irrelevant people to be present. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wong's face turned purple with anger. This isn't a discussion, it's clearly an attempt to drive people away. We also bought our seats at full price, why should we be allowed to leave? The official pushed up his glasses and said coldly, Just because I'm a level 3 supervisor of the Alliance's logistics department, and you're just 2 freshmen who haven't even enrolled yet, I advise you to go to the back ordinary carriages. Otherwise, I'll have the train police ask you to leave on charges of obstructing official business, and that won't look good. The blatant threat instantly chilled the atmosphere in the carriage. The slick-haired youth and his companions wore mocking expressions, all waiting to see Lu Yuan make a fool of himself by being kicked out. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils filled with no anger, only an unfathomable calm. He looked at the arrogant official who had abused his power, and was about to speak. Sudden. Squeak dash! A piercing metallic scraping sound, almost tearing eardrums, suddenly resounded through the sky. The entire heavy armored train jolted violently as if it had crashed into a mountain, and began to brake abruptly. The carriage instantly descended into chaos, with wine glasses and documents scattered everywhere. The official, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was thrown back by the immense force of the impact and crashed headfirst into the opposite wall. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion was heard in front of the train. The entire carriage tilted violently, as if it would overturn at any moment. Emergency lights flashed wildly, and sirens blared throughout the wilderness. Warning! Warning! The train has been attacked by an unknown force. Track number 1 has been destroyed! A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the radio. The once arrogant scions of noble families were now deathly pale, screaming as they scrambled under the table. The heavily made-up woman was even more terrified, clinging tightly to the arm of the slick-haired young man. It's not a strange beast. Lu Yuan calmly looked out the distorted car window and said indifferently, They're here to collect tolls. Before the words were finished, with a bang, the special alloy-thick door of the VIP carriage was kicked open from the outside. The door panel was deformed, and sparks flew everywhere. A dozen burly men, dressed in tattered leather armor and reeking of blood, rushed in with sinister smiles. The one-eyed leader, carrying a still-smoking psionic rocket launcher, stepped onto the transforming door panel, glanced at the trembling, fat sheep in the carriage, and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Don't fucking move! One-eyed dragon pointed his gun at everyone, his voice hoarse. Robbery! Chapter 33 Encountering Bandit Robbery, Fatty Wong displays his might. The carriage instantly descended into chaos. The Alliance officials, who had been so arrogant just moments before, were now terrified, like frightened quails, and crawled under the table, trembling all over. The scions of noble families screamed and huddled together, terrified of being hit by stray bullets. The one-eyed man, carrying a rocket launcher, grinned maliciously as he walked back and forth in the carriage. His martial arts master-level aura was so strong that ordinary train attendants couldn't even lift their heads. He yelled at everyone to hand over their valuables, and threatened anyone who dared to play tricks, saying that the shells would not discriminate. The official under the table peeked out, trembling, and tried to intimidate the other party by claiming to be a third-level supervisor in the Alliance's logistics department. One-Eyed Dragon was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He kicked the table, startling the official into shrinking back, muttering that the Alliance was nothing compared to the fact that he had killed more people in the wilderness than the official had ever seen any beasts. Then, he walked up to the slick-haired youth, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Upon seeing the valuable psionic watch on the young man's wrist, the one-eyed man reached out and snatched it. The slick-haired young man was so frightened he almost cried. Just as he was about to bring up his family background, he was slapped across the face. The one-eyed man didn't care who his father was. He simply tore off his watch and stuffed it into his pocket. For a moment, the carriage was filled with wails and pleas for mercy. The corner where Lu Yuan and Fatty Wang were located was eerily quiet. Lu Yuan remained leaning back on the sofa, even leisurely refilling his glass of lemonade, as if the robbery before him was nothing more than a boring farce. Fatty Wang, however, was so nervous that his palms were sweating and his voice trembled as he asked Lu Yuan what to do, whether he should also hand over the money, since a wise man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. Lu Yuan took a sip of water and glanced at the one-eyed man. In his eyes, a mere early-stage martial arts master was no stronger than an ant, and could be crushed with a single finger. However, there were many people and eyes on the bus, including Alliance officials, so he didn't want to reveal his strength for the time being to avoid causing trouble. Lu Yuan smiled and comforted the fat man, telling him not to be afraid, and gently swept his right hand across the air. A palm-sized, pitted, and faintly glowing black iron block appeared out of thin air in his hand. He picked this up casually from the abandoned slag he owned in the Divine Kingdom. Because it had been covered by the roots of the nine-leaf sword grass for many years, it had absorbed a trace of the Divine Kingdom's spiritual energy. In Lu Yuan's eyes, this was nothing more than a piece of scrap metal used to prop up the corner of a table. Fatty Wang was completely bewildered, thinking that Lu Yuan wanted him to throw stones at people. Lu Yuan directly shoved the iron block into his hand, telling him to pour his qi and blood into it and practice swinging it around a couple of times. The fat man was so frightened he almost dropped his things, and quickly said that with his mediocre skills, going up there would just be suicide. Lu Yuan kicked him to shut up and said he would treat him to a big meal if he won. Just then, the one-eyed dragon also noticed them. He glanced at the 200-pound Fatty Wang, then at the calm-looking Lu Yuan beside him, grinned maliciously, and walked over, poking Fatty Wang's belly with the rocket launcher barrel. He demanded that the fat man hand over the pocket money in his pocket, saying he could spare his life. Fatty Wang trembled with fear and looked to Lu Yuan for help. Lu Yuan merely raised an eyebrow at him and mouthed, "Go." The fat man gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and muttered, "I'll risk it all." He didn't care about any moves, picked up that dark, unremarkable piece of scrap metal, and swung it wildly at the one-eyed man's head with all his might. He didn't even dare to open his eyes to see the result, only hearing Lu Yuan sigh softly beside him. "You used too much force." The next second, there was a loud bang. A dazzling stream of spiritual energy, completely unbecoming of a D-level talent, suddenly erupted from the black scrap metal. The white light instantly engulfed the entire train carriage. Before the one-eyed man could even wipe the sneer off his face, he and the dozen or so henchmen behind him who were robbing him were vaporized by the violent torrent of spiritual energy, leaving not even ashes. The spiritual energy, undiminished in its force, pierced through the wall of the VIP carriage and then blasted through several ordinary carriages behind it. Finally, half of the roof of the entire armored train was blown off, revealing the gloomy sky outside. The entire carriage was deathly silent. A cold wind rushed in through the gaping hole, making the surviving scions of noble families and officials shiver. Everyone stared at Fatty Wang as if he were a monster. Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the still faintly glowing scrap metal in his hand, then looked at the empty corridor ahead, his mind completely blank. He asked, trembling, "Did I really do this?" Lu Yuan yawned, stood up from the sofa, stretched, and patted the fat man's stiff shoulder. "Well done." Then, he took the iron block from the fat man's hand and casually tossed it back into the divine realm. "Let's go back to sleep." Chapter 34 Arrival in Shanghai, a city full of top-tier conglomerates and wealthy families. After this surreal banditry, the rest of the journey was surprisingly quiet. The arrogant young masters and alliance officials who had been so domineering earlier were all huddled in the corner. They didn't dare to provoke Lu Yuan or even glance at Fatty Wang. The way they looked at Fatty Wong was as if they were looking at a ferocious beast in human skin. Fatty Wong was still in shock, touching his hands and kneading his arms from time to time, unable to understand how a D-level tank like himself could kill a martial artist with a single brick. In the end, he could only conclude that he was probably exceptionally gifted and had awakened his hidden bloodline at the critical moment of life and death. He leaned closer to Lu Yuan and said mysteriously, "Brother Yuan, I think I might not be an ordinary person. Maybe my ancestors were some kind of deities." Lu Yuan glanced at him but didn't expose him. He just thought to himself that next time he should replace the fat man's table corner iron with a weaker one. The train continued speeding along with the hole that had been blown off halfway, finally entering a steel fortress shrouded in a pale blue energy shield at dusk. We've arrived in Shanghai. This is one of the 3 core cities of the Alliance, and also the most prosperous place in the East where the power of conglomerates is most deeply rooted. As the train pulled into the station, the two stepped out and were immediately enveloped by a luxurious yet oppressive atmosphere of a futuristic metropolis. Fatty Wong was stunned on the spot. Countless psionic flying cars shuttled through the high-altitude airspace above his head, leaving dazzling light trails. The surrounding skyscrapers soared into the clouds, their surfaces covered with energy shields that shimmered with runes. The pedestrians on the street all possessed strong chi and blood, and even the sanitation workers were martial artists who had awakened E-level talents. The fat man swallowed hard. "Brother Yuan, is this Shanghai? It feels like the air is made of money." Lu Yuan remained calm, simply replying, "More or less," before hailing a self-driving taxi and stating his destination. The War Academy of Shanghai. The flying car took off and a dozen minutes later, landed in front of a massive complex of buildings comparable to a small city. The 100-meter-high bronze school gate is engraved with the 6 characters, "Magic City War Academy," each stroke exuding an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness. This place gathers the most outstanding talents in the entire Alliance. Those who can get in are at least B-level, A-level are everywhere, and S-level is not uncommon. Lu Yuan and Fatty Wang dragged their luggage through the school gate. The extravagance inside the campus was even greater than outside. A limited-edition psionic sports car roared past, while groups of students dressed in expensive combat gear spoke with an air of innate arrogance. Soon, several students nearby recognized Lu Yuan's identity. "The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination from Jiangnan City this year is also coming to our school. That F-class space system guy? The logistics soldier who used a system bug to rack up points?" The group made no attempt to hide their sarcasm, even declaring that they would show him a true genius. Wang Pengzi was so angry he was about to curse, but Lu Yuan stopped him. Lu Yuan said calmly, "It's pointless to argue with these ignorant second-generation rich kids. Go report for duty first." The two arrived at the freshman registration plaza, where several lines had already formed long queues. Lu Yuan and Fatty Wang obediently stood at the end of the support and logistics line. This was the smallest group, and the atmosphere was the most oppressive. Not long after, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. A group of burly young men dressed in red combat uniforms with lions embroidered on their chests pushed through the crowd, forcibly cutting to the front and knocking several support class freshmen to the ground. The red-haired youth at the head of the group exuded a violent S-level aura and blood energy. He stepped onto the registration table and surveyed the entire room from his elevated position. His face was full of arrogance as he cursed. "Get out of my way! I'm an S-rank berserker. Why should I stand in the same line as you bunch of trashy support soldiers?" After saying that, he pointed at the tutor in charge of registration and grabbed the tutor by the collar. "Also, who assigned the logistics department dormitories to the inner area? Don't they know the inner area is for combat geniuses?" The red-haired youth's voice was extremely arrogant. "Now! Immediately! Right now! Move all the garbage from the logistics department's dormitories to the outlying slums. Did you hear me?" Chapter 35 The Incident at the Reporting Station. The Provocation of S-rank berserker Xiao Patian. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and looked up at the center of the crowd. A red-haired youth exuding a violent aura stood with one foot on the registration desk, followed by a dozen or so tyrannical henchmen in red combat uniforms. The tutor in charge of registration was grabbed by the collar and turned pale with fright. The freshmen in line around him dared not speak out and could only whisper among themselves. Some recognized him as Xiao Patian from the Xiao family of Kyoto, an S-level berserker with naturally strong blood and chi, a hot candidate for this year's top freshman. Others were unhappy that he relied on his warlord family background to even control the logistics department's inner district. Fatty Wang tugged at Lu Yuan and whispered, "Brother Yuan, this guy is not someone to mess with. Why don't we wait a bit?" Lu Yuan glanced at the time and said calmly, I still need to go to my dorm to put my things away. I don't have time to waste. After saying that, he pushed aside the timid new students in front of him, walked straight to the registration table, and slammed the admission notice on the table. Teacher, please complete the formalities. The sound wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire square. All eyes were on Lu Yuan, filled with surprise, astonishment, and a mixture of schadenfreude and anticipation for a good show. Xiao Patian was also stunned for a moment, looking down at the boy in the old school uniform with a calm expression. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't take him seriously at all, he laughed angrily. Kid, are you deaf? He withdrew his foot from the table and stepped closer to Lu Yuan. The oppressive aura of an S-rank berserker pressed down like a storm, forcing the surrounding students to retreat repeatedly. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Lu Yuan, however, seemed not to hear, standing motionless, picking up a pen and slowly writing his name on the registration form. This disregard completely ignited Xiao Potian's fury. Court death! He roared, and his hand, as big as a clay pot, transformed into an iron claw, carrying enough power to crush steel plates, as he fiercely grabbed at Lu Yuan's right shoulder. The girls around screamed in fright, and even the registration counselor closed her eyes, unable to bear to look. But the next second, the sound of bones cracking did not occur. Xiao Potian's hand gripped Lu Yuan's shoulder, and a sinister smile on his face instantly froze. He didn't feel any flesh or blood, nor did he feel any bone being crushed. Instead, it felt as if he had grasped an unshakable ancient divine mountain. Despite his efforts to circulate his qi and blood, causing the veins in his arms to bulge, Lu Yuan remained motionless. Is that all the strength you have? Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head, and continued writing down his major. Logistics Department. Xiao Patian was both shocked and furious, veins bulging on his forehead. He couldn't believe that someone who didn't even have a fluctuation of qi and blood could withstand his attack. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally finished writing the last character. He put down his pen, slowly turned his head, and his dark eyes showed no fear, only an unfathomable calm. He looked at the S-class genius in front of him, whose face was flushed, and spoke softly. Are you a good fighter? Chapter 36. Are you really that good at fighting? A single finger made of pure flesh. Are you a good fighter? Lu Yuan's casual question, however, sounded more jarring to Xiao Patian than any insult. He, a dignified S-rank berserker genius, was being publicly asked if he could fight by an F-rank logistics soldier who didn't even have a fluctuation of qi and blood. Xiao Potian's face instantly turned red, and he roared. I'll kill you! He released Lu Yuan's shoulder, and suddenly pulled his left fist back to his waist. The next moment, crimson blood and qi erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, condensing into a roaring phantom of a mad lion on his fist. The crowd immediately screamed. The Xiao family's mad lion fist! He's really going all out! If that punch lands, won't that kid be turned into mincemeat? The students watching were so frightened that they retreated one after another. The ground beneath Xiao Potian's feet cracked inch by inch, and his fist, as big as a casserole dish, was enveloped in a terrifying sonic boom. Without any fancy moves, only the most brute force, it slammed hard into Lu Yuan's calm face. Die! Xiao Patian could almost see Lu Yuan's head explode. Faced with a punch powerful enough to shatter stone, Lu Yuan didn't even move. He simply raised his right hand, extended a slender, white index finger, and gently tapped the raging lion's iron fist. A gigantic fist and a slender finger create an absurd contrast in midair. Is he insane? He wants to take the full force attack of an S-class genius with just one finger? It's over, now even a complete corpse won't be preserved. Everyone thought that Lu Yuan's fingers would be shattered in the next second, followed by his arms and body exploding together. Bang! Fists clashed. The expected carnage didn't materialize. Instead, there was only a dull, muffled impact. A violent shockwave exploded around the two men, sending the registration desk tables and chairs flying. Time seemed to stand still. Xiao Potian's iron fist, powerful enough to pierce through steel plates, remained suspended in midair, firmly pressed against Lu Yuan's index finger, unable to advance even half an inch further. That's impossible. Xiao Potian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He felt as if his punch hadn't landed on a person, but rather struck an unshakable steel wall. His pride and joy in his strength seemed utterly pathetic in the face of Lu Yuan's single finger. Lu Yuan shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Too weak. Your strength isn't even enough to tickle me. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his seemingly slender index finger forward. It was just a trivial action. Boom! An uncontrollable force of recoil surged into Xiao Potion's arm along with his fist, and then swept across his entire body. Snap! 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 A series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds echoed, spreading from his right arm throughout his body. His protective chi and blood were as fragile as paper in the face of this power, shattering instantly. Puff dash! Xiao Patian spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments, and the rage on his face completely disappeared, leaving only fear and disbelief. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the audience, this arrogant S-class genius, who was regarded as the top prospect among the freshmen, was like being hit head-on by a heavy armored train, and his whole body flew backward with a whoosh. His body traced a tragic arc in midair, flying over 100 meters. Boom! Xiao Patian crashed heavily onto the white marble school emblem statue in the center of the square. The hard marble shattered instantly, sending fragments flying everywhere. He slid down the rubble like a lump of mud, all his bones broken, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, too weak even to twitch. The entire room fell silent. Only the wind howled through the rubble and ruins. Thousands of new students, along with the instructors maintaining order, stood frozen in place, their minds blank. One finger. Instantly kill an S-class berserker genius? This is no longer a challenge beyond one's level, it's a dimensional attack, a god toying with mortals. A full half-minute passed before a sound of swallowing could be heard from the crowd. The next second, the square completely erupted. What? Did I see that right? Xiao Patian was defeated by a logistics soldier with just one finger? He didn't use any chi or blood. Pure physical strength. If this is F rank, then what is my B rank? A piece of trash? Everyone stared at Lu Yuan as if he were a prehistoric behemoth. Lu Yuan, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He withdrew his still clean and white index finger, and even rubbed it on his clothes with disgust, as if he had just touched something dirty. Then, he turned around and walked to the registration tutor, who was terrified and whose mouth was agate. He gently placed the completed form on the table and gave her a gentle and harmless smile. Teacher, I'm sorry, it was a bit noisy just now. Can you help me check into the hotel now? Chapter 37 instantly kills the top student, shocking the entire school, a logistics department freshman. The tutor in charge of registration was shaking so badly it looked like he had Parkinson's disease. He glanced at Lu Yuan's harmless smiling face, then looked at Xiao Patian in the rubble and ruins in the distance, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. I'll get it done for you right away. The tutor dared not slack off any longer. He stamped, entered, and issued keys in one go. He even personally smiled and saw Lu Yuan and Fatty Wang out of the registration office, afraid that this guy would be unhappy and give him a thumbs down. It wasn't until Lu Yuan, carrying his luggage and leading the still sleepwalking Fatty Wang, disappeared at the end of the square that the petrified freshmen and instructors around them suddenly came to their senses. The next second, the entire freshman registration area was in complete chaos. Who was that guy? He was incredibly fierce. Wasn't he registered in the logistics department? A logistics soldier can kill an S-class berserker with a single finger? Has the world gone mad? Quick, go to the campus forum. This is definitely the front page headline. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the Shanghai War Academy in less than half an hour. The campus anonymous forum was overwhelmed with traffic, and a post highlighted in red and bold became the #1 trending topic. Shocking news! S-rank Chief Xiao Patian was instantly killed on his first day of work, and the attacker was none other than an F-rank logistics freshman. The number of replies to the post skyrocketed. Some people questioned whether the poster was spreading rumors, some immediately posted videos of the scene, and others said they saw it with their own eyes. Lu Yuan used only one finger to send Xiao Patian flying more than 100 meters, even smashing the school emblem statue. The moment the video was released, the doubts vanished. Everyone had only one thought: a monster had arrived among this year's freshmen. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lu Yuan remained completely unaware. He was leading Fatty Wang to his dormitory, following the address on the key. Room 301, Building 3 Inner Zone. This is a standard double room, spacious with excellent natural light, and even includes a private meditation room. Fatty Wang stared wide-eyed at the dormitory, which was comparable to a 5-star hotel. Brother Yuan, are we really staying here? I thought we were going to be relegated to sleep in a dormitory on the outskirts. Lu Yuan tossed the canvas bag onto the bed, his tone calm. Stay here in peace. If anyone dares to kick you out, we'll break their legs. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open. A tall, thin boy walked in, wearing black-rimmed glasses and carrying a large stack of mechanical blueprints. He saw that there were people in the room, but just nodded blankly. Then he walked to another bed, carefully put down the drawings, and began to study them as if no one else was there. Lu Yuan glanced at the blueprints, which were full of complex psionic circuits and mechanical structures. It seems this is his roommate, a tech geek immersed in his own world. Lu Yuan reached out his hand. Lu Yuan, Logistics Department. His name is Wang Meng, Combat Department. The boy then looked up, adjusted his thick glasses, as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, and slowly shook hands with him. Iron Pillar. Mechanical Engineering Department. His voice was hoarse, and he spoke very little. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with this. He likes roommates who are quiet and don't like to cause trouble. The most worry-free cohabitation situation is when everyone doesn't bother each other. Meanwhile, in the highest-level central monitoring room of the Shanghai War Academy, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost palpable. On the huge holographic screen, the scene in the square is being played repeatedly at 0.1x speed. The scene of Lu Yuan extending his index finger and casually flicking Xiao Patian away was magnified countless times. In front of the screen stood more than a dozen high-ranking university officials dressed in the uniforms of senior generals. Each of them was a big shot who could shake Shanghai. The woman at the head of the group spoke slowly. She had a voluptuous figure, wore a black tight-fitting combat suit, but had a cold and stern face. She was Leng Wushuang, the chief instructor of this year's freshman training, a Grand Master-level expert known as Extinction Master. Have you seen everything clearly? The technical officer in charge of data analysis next to him swallowed hard, his voice dry. Look carefully, Instructor Leng. From beginning to end, there was no fluctuation of qi or blood in Lu Yuan's body. As he spoke, he looked at the shattered statue on the screen, and a chill ran down his spine. In other words, his finger strike just now was made using pure physical strength. The monitoring room fell silent instantly. All the senior executives gasped in shock. What does it mean to instantly kill an S-class berserker with pure physical strength? Even a master of the Dragon Elephant sect, who specializes in physical cultivation, might not be able to do it so easily. An 18-year-old boy, a commoner student whose file states he has an F-level spatial talent, actually possesses such abnormal physical strength. This is no longer a genius, this is a monster. Lin Wushuang stared intently at Lu Yuan's calm face on the screen, her eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice icy yet tinged with excitement. Investigate! Get all his records from birth to the present. Also, immediately raise his training level to the highest level. Leng Wushuang licked her lips, a dangerous smile curving her lips. No fluctuations in qi or blood, just pure physical strength. This F-class space system has a big secret. I'd like to see just how long you can keep your little foxtail hidden. Chapter 38, Mentor Leng Wushuang's attention. This kid is strange. The atmosphere in the central control room remained oppressive. Lin Wushuang stared at the F-level space system file on the screen, her gaze sharp as a knife. The Academy's intelligence department was incredibly efficient. In less than 10 minutes, all of Lu Yuan's information, from birth to high school graduation, was delivered to her. He grew up in an orphanage, came from a poor family, and relied on league subsidies and odd jobs for a living. He consistently ranked first in theoretical classes, but his blood and energy tests and physical fitness tests were always only average to below average. On the surface, he was just an ordinary student, nothing special. When Leng Wushuang turned to the last page, the top-secret data report on the National Martial Arts Examination made her eyes suddenly freeze. His dash. Even though she was a grandmaster who had seen many grand occasions, she couldn't help but gasp when she saw that outrageous data. The pure physical kinetic energy output instantly broke through the upper limit of the military's fifth-order force measurement system. The final score could not be calculated due to system crash and could only be represented by 999999+. A cold smile slowly crept onto Lin Wushuang's lips. That's interesting. A seemingly ordinary orphan of F-rank status possesses such a terrifying physique. Is someone disguising him, or is this kid a monster in sheep's clothing? A hunter's excitement, like spotting prey, flashed in Ling Wu's eyes. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order. Pass down the notice. Tomorrow morning, the freshmen will undergo extreme training, and everyone will double their load. She paused here, her tone becoming more playful. As for Lu Yuan, give him a 10-fold special gravity lock ring. I want to see how long his copper skin and iron bones can last. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, on the huge open-air training ground of the Shanghai War Academy, the freshmen had already formed a line, yawning incessantly. Some people couldn't help but complain that the 5:30 p.m. assembly time was too agonizing, while others turned pale on the spot when they heard that the team leader was the Extinction Master, Lin Wuxuang. Soon, a commotion broke out in the crowd. "Look, the big shot who annihilated Xiao Papian yesterday is here!" All eyes turned to the back of the line. Lu Yuan, who had barely slept all night studying the god-slaying insects in the Divine Kingdom, was now dozing against the wall. Just then, a chilling killing intent enveloped the entire area. Lin Wuxuang, dressed in a black, tight-fitting training uniform and carrying a whip crackling with electricity, walked over expressionlessly. "Listen up, everyone!" Her voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. "Today's training exercise is a 20-kilometer cross-country run with weights. No breakfast until you finish." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of groans erupted across the training ground. Several teaching assistants carried in boxes of metal lockets. Each locket was engraved with runes and weighed at least 100 kilograms. The freshmen, with long faces, could only fasten the lockets to their wrists and ankles. At this moment, Lin Wuxuang's gaze landed precisely on Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, step forward!" Lu Yuan yawned and slowly walked out. "Teacher, what are your instructions?" Lin Wuxuang gave a cold laugh. "Aren't you the top scorer in the country? A top scorer should be held to the standards of a top scorer." She took 4 specially made dark gold lock rings from the teaching assistant. Each one weighed over 500 kilograms. "Put it on." Lin Wuxuang's tone left no room for refusal. "If you don't make it into the top 10 today, you're going back to the logistics department to clean toilets." The entire audience erupted in uproar. 2,000 kilograms of weight. Let alone running 20 kilometers, even standing still would be considered monstrous. This is clearly aimed at Lu Yuan. Fatty Wang was so anxious that he jumped up and down in the line. "Brother Yuan, don't wear it! This old hag wants to cripple you!" Lu Yuan didn't even flinch. He took the 4 lock rings, clicked a few times, and easily fastened them to his hands and feet. Then, he actually jumped up and down twice. Bang! Bang! He stepped on the alloy floor and created several shallow pits. Lu Yuan looked up at Lin Wuxuang with a serious expression. "Teacher, are there any heavier ones? This little bit of weight feels like I'm not wearing one at all. It's affecting my performance." Lin Wuxuang remained silent. The entire freshman class fell silent. A moment later, Lin Wuxuang's chest heaved slightly, and the pointer in her hand was almost broken. "Okay, very good." She gritted her teeth and gave the order. "Everyone, take your positions. Destination, Broken Soul Cliff, 20 kilometers away. Let's go!" As soon as the order was given, all the students immediately unleashed their inner energy and charged forward with all their might. Lu Yuan, however, acted as if nothing had happened, leisurely following at the back of the group. At first, the S-level and A-level geniuses could still take the lead with their chi and blood. But as the distance increased, their physical strength was depleted, and the 100-kilogram weight made it hard for them to breathe. 5 kilometers later, people started to fall behind. After 10 kilometers, most of the freshmen were exhausted and could only rely on their willpower to keep moving forward. Lu Yuan, whom everyone thought would be the first to collapse, was not out of breath or red-faced at all. He even started to complain that the people in front of him were blocking his way. Excuse me. He started walking and began to overtake. With each step he took, a dull thud echoed across the ground. The 2,000-kilogram weight lock seemed weightless to him. An A-level genius watched as Lu Yuan ran past him with ease, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "What? Is he even human? I'm exhausted, and he's taking a stroll like he's on a walk?" Lu Yuan jogged along, overtaking one so-called genius after another. As he passed by an S-rank lightning magic genius who was almost exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, he kindly patted the man on the shoulder. "Hey bro, keep it up! Don't let a logistics guy like me get you caught out." Finally, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Yuan, carrying a terrifying 2,000 kilograms of weight, was the first to cross the finish line. Even more outrageous, he did dozens of standard pull-ups around the finish line flagpole. It was as if the 20-kilometer extreme off-road race he had just completed was merely a warm-up for him. Lin Wuxuang stood at the finish line, watching this scene, and fell completely silent. The shock in her sharp eyes grew stronger and stronger, then turned into an undisguised fervor. This kid is definitely a treasure. A super treasure unlike anything seen before, and one that may even overturn the entire understanding of the martial arts world. The afternoon is free time. Those geniuses, whose energy had been completely drained, all collapsed in their dorm rooms to replenish their strength. Lu Yuan didn't even go back to his dormitory. He didn't want to spend any more time doing this childish physical training with these kids. It was too much of a waste of time. He looked up at the magnificent building in the center of the university, which resembled a towering pagoda. Star Library. That is the heart of the Magic City War Academy, and also the place with the richest collection of books in the entire alliance. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. The ecosystem of the Divine Kingdom is still too simplistic. To enable the Divine Kingdom to evolve rapidly, he must find a higher order seed of life. He brushed the dust off his clothes and walked straight toward the Star Library. For example, those enchanted plants that only exist in high-level abyssal rifts. Chapter 39 The Library Incident, an encounter with Intelligence Chief Murong Yawe. The Star Library, towering into the clouds, is the most prominent landmark of the Magic City War Academy. It houses almost all the cultivation techniques, combat skills, and top-secret information related to abyssal beasts since the Alliance entered the era of advanced martial arts. However, most areas of the library are only open to senior students and faculty. The ancient book section on the top floor, in particular, which is classified as an S-level restricted area, is heavily guarded, making it impossible for ordinary students to approach. But these rules were meaningless to Lu Yuan. With his terrifying mental power comparable to radar, he easily bypassed infrared scans and psionic sentries, and even the 2 Grandmaster-level guards at the door were completely unaware of his presence. Lu Yuan walked up to the top floor like a ghost. The ancient book library was filled with the heavy atmosphere of parchment scrolls and the sedimentation of time. Rows of bookshelves, dozens of meters high, reached the dome and were filled with yellowed ancient books sealed with special materials. His gaze swept across the spine of the book, quickly locking onto his target. The theories about grafting and mutation of abyssal demonic plants, and the conjecture about the coordinates of high-level rifts were not the focus of his trip. Lu Yuan arrived at a secluded corner, climbed a ladder to a higher position, and pulled out a tattered animal hide notebook from a pile of dusty ancient books. The notebook was written in ancient abyssal script, Ecological Exploration Notes of C07 Rift. This is exactly the high-level rift information he was looking for. Just as his fingers were about to touch the journal, another hand suddenly emerged from the shadows beside him. That hand, clad in a black lace glove and slender as jade, also pressed down on the same journal. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to look. He saw a woman in a tight black leather outfit with an extremely hot figure leaning against the bookshelf, smiling at him. The woman had long, wavy, wine-red hair, fiery red lips, and captivatingly alluring eyes. She wore a silver school badge indicating she was a third-year student, clearly not an ordinary student. She chuckled and said, "Junior, sneaking into the restricted area isn't something a good student should do." Lu Yuan remained calm, his eyes showing no emotion, and simply asked, "Who are you?" The woman covered her mouth and smiled, then gracefully approached, a rich scent of roses wafting towards her. She introduced herself as Murong Yawe, saying she was one of Lu Yuan's many admirers. She then lightly traced her finger across his chest, asking in an ambiguous tone if he was the little monster who could kill Xiao Patian with a single finger. The name Murong Yawe is known to almost everyone at the Shanghai War Academy. She is not only the undisputed #1 beauty, but also the true controller of the underground intelligence network, Star Pavilion. Rumor has it that she has a mysterious background and immense influence. If she wants to investigate, there is no information she cannot obtain. Lu Yuan frowned and took a half-step back, avoiding her hand, his tone still cold. "I don't know you. I got this book first." After saying that, he reached out to take the ancient book. Murong Yawe stopped him again, laughing heartily. "Don't be in such a hurry, Junior. Since we're so destined to meet, why don't you play a little game with your senior?" As soon as she finished speaking, a strange pink light flashed in her alluring peach blossom eyes. A hypnotic mental wave instantly enveloped Lu Yuan. This is the Murong family's unique skill, the succubus's eye. It is an extremely domineering mental illusion technique. Even a grandmaster with a firm mind can fall into the illusion and become a puppet at the mercy of others if they are not careful. Murong Yawe wanted to see what secrets this mysterious junior was hiding. However, that spiritual power, powerful enough to make even a grandmaster fall, vanished without a trace the moment it entered Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, like a mud ox sinking into the sea, without even causing a ripple. Lu Yuan's mental sea was as vast as a black hole. Let alone this little bit of charm power, even if a mental martial master personally took action, they might not be able to withstand the backlash. Lu Yuan picked at his ear, his eyes full of disdain. "That's it? This is your little game? What's the difference between this and the hypnosis tricks of street performers?" Murong Yaoyue's smile froze instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her succubus eye had never failed among her peers. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Tit for tat. The next moment, he no longer suppressed the terrifying mental power that had broken through the tens of millions level. The invisible mental pressure transformed into a giant hammer, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, and slammed back into Murong Yaoyue's sea of consciousness. Murong Yaoyue screamed in agony, feeling as if her brain had been struck head-on by a high-speed train. Her vision blurred, and fine blood seeped from her 7 orifices. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cold floor, drenched in sweat, too weak to even stand up. Lu Yuan looked down at her, his eyes icy. I hate it when people pry into my secrets. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to turn you into a real idiot. After saying that, he withdrew his mental pressure, picked up the ancient book, and turned to leave. But Murong Yaoyue, supporting herself on the bookshelf, struggled to her feet. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes showing no anger or fear, but rather a more fervent interest. She stared at Lu Yuan, laughing like a cat that had just stolen some cream. Junior, you are indeed 1,000,000 times more interesting than I imagined. Then, she took out a black chip from her pocket and tossed it lightly between her fingers. You just want to find information about the Abyss Rift. Why bother looking at these outdated relics? Murong Yaoyue parted her red lips slightly, her tone alluring. The Sea Great Abyss Rift Blackstone Abyss was only discovered by the military yesterday, and they haven't had time to report it to the Alliance yet. The high-level magical plants and mineral resources inside are still unclaimed. She winked at Lu Yuan, her breath sweet as orchids. Reading is too slow. I have the latest, first-hand information here. It's up to you whether you dare to buy it. Chapter 40. Purchasing information on the Abyss Rift, preparing to solo the main base. It all depends on whether you dare to buy it. Murong Yaoyue parted her red lips slightly, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, her gaze full of provocation. She was convinced that even if this junior was incredibly strong, he was still just a freshman, and the sea-level Abyss Rift was no place to be trifled with. Even elite teams of senior students wouldn't dare to easily enter that kind of restricted area. But after hearing the latest intelligence, Lu Yuan simply withdrew his mental pressure and casually dragged over a dusty chair to sit down. He raised his chin and said calmly, Name your price. Murong Yaoyue was taken aback. Aren't you afraid? That's a sea-level rift, with an entire vanguard army of dark demons inside, and the commander is comparable to a martial arts grandmaster. The military is preparing to launch a full-scale attack. Lu Yuan picked at his ear and asked casually, And then? Are you the one selling information or am I? Murong Yaoyue was speechless for a moment, but after taking a deep breath, she regained her businesswoman-like smile. She held up 5 slender fingers. 50 million Alliance coins, cash on delivery. This price would be enough to make an ordinary grandmaster wince, but for Lu Yuan, it wasn't even pocket money. He simply took out the unlimited black card given to him by the Magic City Academy and said only 2 words. Swipe the card. Murong Yaoyue pulled a small POS machine from her pocket. When the transaction notification sounded, her eyes shone even brighter as she looked at Lu Yuan. His strength was outrageous, and he wasn't short of money. This junior was practically a treasure trove. It's a pleasure to work with you. She tossed the black chip to Lu Yuan. The chip was cold, and it contained the coordinates of the rift and the distribution of the demonic forces. Murong Yaoyue smiled and reminded her. The coordinates are in an uninhabited area on the outskirts of Shanghai, with military sentries around. If you want to go in, you'd better not get caught. Of course, if you do get caught, I won't know you. No need to remind me. Lu Yuan put away the chip, turned and left without hesitation. Before leaving, he only said, If you have any good stuff like this again, contact me immediately. Watching him disappear at the top of the stairs, Murong Yaoyue licked her red lips, a hunting excitement rising in her eyes. Interesting little guy, looks like senior sister won't be bored anymore. That night, it was dark and windy. In dormitory 301 of Building 3 in the inner area, Fatty Yuan was sleeping like a log, snoring loudly. Tech geek Taizhu was still hunched over his desk lamp, studying mechanical blueprints. Lu Yuan lay on his bed, eyes closed, breathing steadily. However, if a master were present, they would surely discover that the person on the bed is not a living person at all, but a lifelike doll. It even imitates the heartbeat and breathing flawlessly. The real Lu Yuan had already changed into a large black robe, put on a bronze azure mask, and stood by the window. With a flash, he leaped into the night like a ghost. The Academy's high-level defensive array, which was said to be impenetrable even to mosquitoes, was completely useless against him. Just a few minutes later, he appeared in the outskirts of Shanghai, dozens of kilometers away. The wilderness was filled with the strange smell of damp earth and mutated plants. Following the chip's coordinates, Lu Yuan headed north, his terrifying agility leaving trails of afterimages in the night. He soon arrived at his destination. It was a scorched black basin, barren of everything. In the center of the basin, a purple rift, 100 meters long and resembling the eye of a demon, hung in midair, twisting and writhing. A violent abyssal aura leaked from the crack, corroding everything around it. Lu Yuan stood before the crack, looking up at the gate leading to another world. Class C Abyssal Rift, Black Rock Depths. He clearly sensed tens of thousands of bloodthirsty auras emanating from the other side of the rift. What was a forbidden zone of death for others was, to him, a grand feast about to begin. Lu Yuan cracked his knuckles. A cold smile played on his lips. His eyes held no fear, only the fanaticism of a hunter. A C-rank dungeon? He stared at the eerie purple light and muttered. Hopefully there are enough monsters inside, so I don't make a wasted trip. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan took a step forward and stepped into the distorted purple light curtain without hesitation. Chapter 41. Solo venture into a C-rank abyss rift, the despair of the guardian beast. After crossing the spatial rift that flashed with purple light, Lu Yuan felt a blur before his eyes, and his feet landed firmly on the hard ground. The next second, a strong stench of blood mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur assaulted his senses, making his head spin. Lu Yuan frowned and casually fanned his nose. The air purification system in this sea-level dungeon is really not very good. He muttered a complaint under his breath, glancing around at the surroundings. It was a dark red wasteland, with a strange blood moon hanging in the sky, and the soil beneath his feet felt sticky and soft, as if soaked in blood. Before he could fully adjust to the dim light, a sickening grinding sound suddenly came from behind the surrounding black boulders. Hiss dash! The sand and gravel exploded, and more than a dozen huge black shadows, accompanied by a foul stench, rushed in from all directions at the same time. Those were mutated earth dragons, over 5 meters long, their bodies covered in black keratin, resembling heavy tanks covered in spikes. Among second-tier beasts, they possessed extremely strong defense. Even ordinary martial artists would have their blades dulled if they encountered them. Serving the main course right away? Lu Yuan stood still, looking at the earth dragons with their gaping maws and green drool dripping from behind the bronze Shura mask, and chuckled softly. You're too kind. The earth dragon at the very front was the fastest, its fangs less than half a meter from Lu Yuan's neck. An ordinary student would probably have been terrified. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to draw his sword, nor did he activate any of his chi and blood. He simply raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and slapped it flat against the huge dragon head. Snap! A crisp, cracking sound rang out. The fair hand landed solidly on the earth dragon's armor-like forehead, instantly halting its charge. The next moment, its supposedly hard skull, in the face of Lu Yuan's terrifying pure physical strength, became as brittle as an overripe watermelon and exploded on the spot with a bang. Black blood and bone fragments were splattered all over the ground. The skin is quite thick, but unfortunately the bones are too brittle. Lu Yuan shook the grime off his hands, and his figure vanished instantly. With his current strength and agility, he was like an elusive black lightning bolt in the eyes of these second-tier beasts. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions reverberated across the wasteland. Lu Yuan kicked the spine of the second earth dragon, then crushed the heart of the third with a backhand. He moved swiftly and cleanly through the herd of beasts, without a single superfluous move. With each strike, a colossal creature crashed to the ground. Those thick layers of calluses that give ordinary martial artists headaches are as brittle as window paper under his fists and feet. Roar dash! The remaining earth dragons finally felt fear, let out uneasy roars, and turned to flee. Want to leave now? It's a bit too late. Lu Yuan sneered, then slammed his right foot into the ground, shooting out like a cannonball. In less than 3 seconds, more than a dozen mutated earth dragons, enough to inflict heavy losses on the outside patrol team, were all turned into pieces of flesh and mud, so bad that their complete corpses could not be pieced back together. Ding! You have defeated a Tier 2 demonic earth dragon and gained 5 free attribute points. Trigger a critical hit of 10,000 times. Attribute points plus 50,000. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Yuan twisted his neck with satisfaction. 50,000 points? It's not much, but it's plentiful and easy to farm. Beneath the bronze mask, he revealed an extremely benevolent smile. This place is like an ATM made just for me. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, on a black stone tower built from the bones of a giant beast, 2 dark demon sentinels were clinging tightly to the edge of the tower, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Their skin was jet black, their ears sharp, and they held rusty iron spears. The two had been lazing around chatting on the tower, but when they looked down, they witnessed the bloody scene of Lu Yuan slaughtering the Earth Dragon with his bare hands. Kakar, was I seeing things? A sentry's teeth chattered, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. That human dismantled the armored Earth Dragon with his bare hands? The sentry called Carl swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. Are you seeing things? He didn't even use his battle aura, he killed them one punch at a time. What the hell is this monster? When did human bodies become more terrifying than our demon race? Watching Lu Yuan leisurely wiping his hands amidst the pile of corpses, Carl felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. He knew this was no ordinary human spy, but a ruthless figure capable of slaughtering the entire vanguard battalion. Quickly! Sound the horn! Notify the president! Carl grabbed the pale bone horn from his chest, took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and blew it out loud. Ugh! The piercing, mournful sound of the horn instantly shattered the deathly silence of the wasteland, carrying with it extreme panic and despair, and echoed far into the depths of the basin. Hearing the noise, Lu Yuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the wasteland to the distant, undulating black tents. As soon as the horn sounded, the earth deep in the basin began to tremble violently. Boom! The sound grew louder as it approached, like countless muffled thunderclaps rolling underground. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of dark demons surged out of their main camp like a black tide bursting its banks. The clanging of armor and the roars of demon warriors mingled together, creating a deafening sound. Large numbers of low-ranking gargoyles with fleshy wings soared into the sky, obscuring the blood moon and making the already gloomy wasteland even more oppressive. A fierce and murderous aura, filled with the savagery of a military formation, pressed down on Lu Yuan from all directions. Who dares to trespass into my demon camp? A thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the army. A demon commander, riding a three-headed hellhound and clad in heavy armor, raised his great sword and pointed it at Lu Yuan. Tear him apart! Use his flesh and blood to appease the abyss! Kill! 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 Tens of thousands of demons roared in unison, their shouts almost lifting the earth. They charged at the lone figure in black robes like wolves and tigers, as if they were about to crush him into mincemeat. Faced with such a number and power that could instill despair, Lu Yuan stood still, not retreating even a step. Looking at the massive, dark mass of experienced packs that seemed to be offered to him without warning, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he excitedly rubbed his gloves together. Then, he took a step forward and grinned at the overwhelming demon army. Why did you come out to greet me so warmly? If I don't kill you all to my heart's content today, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to you? Chapter 42, Unleashing a Devastating Attack, piercing through the alien race's stronghold and unleashing incredible power. Kill! Tear him to pieces! The roars of tens of thousands of dark demons exploded across the wasteland like muffled thunderstorms. The massive, dark army, reeking of blood and malevolent energy, pressed down on Lu Yuan like a collapsing black city wall. Facing a demon elite force capable of overwhelming a heavily armored legion, Lu Yuan did not retreat a single step. Beneath the bronze azure mask, his eyes shone with a light even more frenzied and bloodthirsty than those of the demons themselves. Good timing! Lu Yuan laughed loudly. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. I'll arrange a free mass cremation for you all today. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his legs, and the dark red frozen ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed, creating a crater more than 10 meters deep, with cracks spreading wildly in all directions. The next second, he shot out like a black cannonball, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, crashing headfirst into the densest center of the demon army. Bang dash! The moment of impact was like a meteorite crashing into a pile of rotten tomatoes. The hundreds of heavily armored demon soldiers at the forefront were smashed into a bloody mist by the terrifying impact, their severed limbs and scrap metal flying everywhere. What the hell? The demon army's charge was abruptly halted. The demon soldiers in the front ranks stared wide-eyed at the hellish carnage before them. Before they could react, Lu Yuan had already steadied himself. He took a deep breath, his right arm muscles bulging, and tens of millions of points of strength attribute were concentrated on his fist. Then, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch at the densely packed demons in front of him. Boom! This punch had no fancy special effects, no magical light and shadow, only pure, extreme violence. A semi-transparent, high-pressure air wave erupted from the fist, like an invisible, colossal blade slashing across the ground. The hard wasteland was ruthlessly plowed open, and a blood-red ravine, hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters long, instantly took shape within the demon formation. Inside the passage, Whether ordinary demon soldiers or demon commanders riding Cerberus, they were all as fragile as paper. No dash! A demon captain at the peak of martial arts level desperately raised a heavy black magical shield, but in less than half a second, the shield shattered like a biscuit. Immediately afterward, he was gripped by an invisible giant hand and exploded into blood and gore with a bang. With a single punch, Lu Yuan carved a 1,000-meter-long mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The ravine was barren, devoid of even a single intact bone. Ding! You have killed a demon soldier and gained 100 free attribute points. Ding! Triggered a critical hit of 10,000 times. Gained 1,000,000 attribute points. Ding! You have defeated the demon lord and gained 50,000 free attribute points. Ding! Triggered a critical hit of 10,000 times. Gained 500 million attribute points. Ding! 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 System notifications flooded Lu Yuan's mind, accompanied by a piercing electronic buzzing. The golden screen flickered incessantly, and numbers spun wildly upwards as if out of control. Cool! Lu Yuan felt the power surging within him every second and couldn't help but let out a low, maniacal laugh. Come on! Keep going! His eyes turned bloodshot, and he went into full-on mowing mode. Without weapons, relying only on his fists and legs, he rampaged through the demon army. With a sweeping kick, the violent leg wind directly cut hundreds of gargoyles in half at the waist, and their corpses crashed down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. With a powerful ramming attack, more than a dozen heavy, demonic war elephants were instantly reduced to mincemeat before they could even let out a scream. At this moment, Lu Yuan was like a heartless, tireless human meat grinder, wreaking havoc in this sea-level rift shrouded in the abyss. Originally, the demons surrounded Lu Yuan, but in the end, the remaining few thousand demon soldiers were horrified to find that they were actually surrounded by him alone. Run! Run! He's not human! A demon! He's the demon who crawled out of the abyss! The demons' morale completely collapsed. Those dark creatures, known for their cruelty, abandoned their armor and weapons, crying and fleeing towards their main camp, wishing they had 2 more legs. But how could Lu Yuan possibly let go of these movement attribute points? Come and go as you please? Do you think I'm a charity? He snorted coldly, his figure transforming into a black lightning bolt, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing soldiers. He chased and killed his way from the edge of the wasteland all the way to the gates of the demon vanguard camp's main camp. What remains along the way is a path of death paved with severed limbs and dark red blood. In just 1 hour, the once arrogant and boastful demon army fell completely silent. The entire basin was filled with cries of despair, and rivers of blood flowed. Before the massive, 30-meter-high city gate forged from abyssal obsidian, the demon chieftain stood trembling on the city wall, gripping a broadsword. His proud army of tens of thousands was gone. In just 1 hour they were wiped out by the masked man below, who didn't even break a sweat, with his bare hands. Who are you? The chieftain's voice was hoarse as he stared intently at Lu Yuan beneath the city gate. Not a single drop of blood stained his bronze azure mask. It was so clean it was almost despairing. Lu Yuan stretched his sore neck and slowly raised his head. Just an ordinary logistics soldier passing by. Before he finished speaking, he bent his knees slightly, soared into the air, and landed directly in front of the obsidian city gate. He stretched out his hands, his 10 fingers like iron hooks digging into the gaps in the city gate. Open it for me! Lu Yuan roared, his arm muscles bulging, veins coiling like small snakes. With a piercing metallic tearing sound, the city gate, which was said to be impenetrable even by magic crystal cannons, was actually ripped open to both sides by his pure physical strength. Boom! He ripped 2 city gates, each weighing hundreds of tons, from the frame and tossed them to the ground like scrap metal, causing the entire city wall to tremble violently. The chieftain was terrified and was about to turn and run away when a dark figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Lu Yuan reached out a hand, grabbed his neck like he was pinching a chick, and lifted him into the air. Let me go! The chieftain struggled desperately, and his giant sword struck Lu Yuan's arm, but it didn't even leave a white mark. This sea-level dungeon is cleared. Lu Yuan looked at him, his tone calm and even. He tightened his grip slightly. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out as the great chieftain's eyes bulged and his limbs hung limply at his sides. The supreme commander of the demon vanguard had his neck snapped so easily. Lu Yuan casually tossed the corpse aside, stood on the high city wall, and looked down at the empty demon clan base below. Beneath the mask, a satisfied smile curved his lips. The monsters are all killed. Next, it's time to loot the spoils. Chapter 43, 10 million origin points enter the account, and the Divine Kingdom expands wildly. Click. With a crisp cracking sound, the demon chieftain's enormous head drooped limply, the terror in his eyes freezing completely. Lu Yuan casually tossed the corpse, comparable to a half-step martial grandmaster, onto the ground like trash. The moment the great chief breathed his last, a golden light far more intense than all the previous demon soldiers combined surged from the corpse and whooshed into his brow. Buzz. It was as if a great bell had exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. The system panel popped up automatically, and dazzling golden light flashed wildly. Ding! The final boss of the C-rank rift has been defeated, and the area has been perfectly cleared. Obtained a top-tier drop, 5 million origin points. Ding! The host's accumulated origin points have exceeded 10 million. 10 million? Lu Yuan stared at the long string of zeros, his breathing quickening. Previously, 300,000 origin points had allowed the Divine Kingdom to develop spiritual veins and a rudimentary ecosystem. Now, with 10 million invested, the effects were simply unimaginable. Without hesitation, he found a secluded corner, sat cross-legged, and let his consciousness sink into his body. The next second, he hovered under the hazy dome of the Divine Kingdom and directly ordered, "System, pour all 10 million origin points into the Divine Kingdom." Lu Yuan waved his hand with great enthusiasm. "Maximize the time flow and expand it to the extreme." Rumble. With the injection of 10 million origin points, the entire Divine Kingdom space underwent an unprecedented upheaval. The dark purple earth beneath their feet churned and roared like boiling water, and the territory, which was originally only the size of a small city, began to expand outward at a tyrannical and unreasonable speed. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The earth stretched wildly into the depths of nothingness, mountains rose abruptly, canyons were torn apart, and vast plains spread out endlessly. In the blink of an eye, this originally small space was forcibly expanded into a vast continent. Click! A piercing cracking sound came from the sky. Lu Yuan looked up, his eyes filled with shock. The world tree in the center of the Divine Kingdom, after absorbing a vast amount of origin, grew taller like a man, its trunk as thick as a pillar supporting the sky, its branches and leaves stretching out in all directions, blocking out the sun. It even pierced through the gray, chaotic mist. On the thickest branches at the top of the world tree, faint clusters of light began to gather. That was the prototype of the sun, moon, and stars. The Divine Kingdom has finally begun to possess its own celestial cycles. As the world expanded and the world tree evolved, the concentration of spiritual energy within the divine realm reached terrifying levels. The spiritual energy in the air was no longer just mist, but so concentrated that it liquefied, turning into water droplets that dripped onto the earth, eventually converging into a vast lake of spiritual liquid in low-lying areas. Oh, Wadash! A loud, excited howl rang out. The giant yellow dog, the size of an elephant and wreathed in dark, ghostly flames, charged into the lake like a fool, flailing its limbs and occasionally opening its blood-red mouth to gulp down spiritual liquid. Nourished by the spiritual liquid, the black flames on its body burned even more fiercely, showing faint signs of continuing to transform. On the edge of the divine realm, atop a black ant nest, the colossal, armored vehicle-like god-slaying insect queen emitted a greedy hiss. It devoured the dense spiritual energy, its abdomen glowing a blinding red light, and it once again entered a frenzied egg-laying state. Countless black insect eggs were laid out like raindrops. In just a few days, this insected army, capable of devouring the void, would multiply several times over. Standing on a cloud, Lu Yuan took a deep breath of the life-giving spiritual energy, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. As the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, each evolution of the Divine Kingdom brought him immense power in return. He casually clenched his fist, and a white sonic boom cloud immediately exploded in the air. Right now, even without any special techniques, I could crush a grandmaster outside as easily as crushing an ant with my physical strength alone, wouldn't I? A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips as he slowly descended back to the ground. During the time acceleration, he had casually moved everything from the demon clan's treasury into his Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the newly expanded continent is piled high with abyssal demonic metal, high-level alien bones, and various crystal cores radiating eerie energy. These items are top-tier strategic resources within the human alliance, with prices extremely low, and are typically used to forge high-level armor or psionic cannons. Lu Yuan circled the pile of supplies twice, and a bold, almost insane idea gradually took shape in his mind. He touched his chin, his eyes burning. Although Big Yellow is imposing, it is still a living creature and would be too conspicuous to take out. The god-slaying insect swarm is suitable for group battles and gnawing on formations, so using it as a bodyguard would be a bit of a waste. since the divine realm has such abundant spiritual energy, and so many materials. Lu Yuan looked at the nine-leaf sword grass, its sharp edge clearly visible, and then glanced at the large, incredibly hard piece of abyss obsidian on the ground. Why not take matters into our own hands and create a few absolutely loyal, top-notch bodyguards? The moment this thought arose, it grew wildly in his mind. As the creator god of the divine kingdom, he was the omniscient and omnipotent ruler here. Creating humans from clay and turning stones into soldiers was not difficult for him at this moment. With the thought, Lu Yuan instantly enveloped the several-ton abyssal obsidian with his immense spiritual power. Under the suppression of the absolute laws of the divine kingdom, this piece of demonic metal, which even laser cutters couldn't cut in the outside world, softened and deformed like putty. Bodyguards not only need to be resilient, but also capable of fighting. Since the core technology is the sword intent of the nine-leaf sword grass, as for the appearance, Lu Yuan recalled classic designs from fantasy novels from his previous life and decided, let's create a more imposing swordsman. He kneaded and pressed the obsidian in midair with his hands, and under his mental control, the obsidian rapidly stretched and shaped. Soon, a humanoid silhouette, 3 meters tall, entirely black, and clad in heavy armor, appeared before him. Now, only the final touch remains. Lu Yuan walked up to the nine-leaf sword grass and unceremoniously broke off a small section of the tip of the sword leaf that emitted a piercing sharpness. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub, this is a valuable item. He walked back to the black stone sculpture and plunged the sword leaf deep into its chest. Boom! The boundless spiritual energy of the divine realm, carrying the sword intent of the nine-leaf sword grass that cleaved through the void, instantly poured into the stone sculpture's body. Lu Yuan bit his fingertip, flicked his finger, and a drop of blood containing his primordial energy fell into the stone sculpture's brow. Wake up! Click! With a screeching sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the black stone sculpture. A pair of eyes, devoid of pupils but gleaming with a dark golden sword light, suddenly opened. The next moment, a terrifying sword intent unique to humans at the Grandmaster level soared into the sky. It knelt on one knee, emitting a hoarse, metallic sound of absolute obedience. Your subordinate Yuan greets your majesty. Chapter 44 The First Creation of a Divine Kingdom, a Grand Master level Azura Sword Guard. Although I am now physically invincible, it would be too beneath me to always personally take action. Standing on the clouds of the Divine Kingdom, Lu Yuan looked down at the mountains of abyssal spoils piled up below, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. Moreover, using the War Titan disguise too much will easily expose us. It's time to create a few top-tier bodyguards who only obey orders and don't waste words. With the thought, his immense spiritual power instantly enveloped the entire pile of spoils. The abyssal demonic metal, which was incredibly hard in the outside world and required high-energy lasers to cut, became as soft as putty under the laws of the divine kingdom. Rise! Tons of black demonic gold floated into the air. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and netherworld black flames appeared out of thin air, enveloping the demonic gold completely. Amidst the ear-piercing melting sound, impurities were burned away, leaving only a mass of black metallic liquid radiating a heart-palpitating aura. Shaping. Lu Yuan's hands moved swiftly in the air, causing the molten metal to churn and stretch violently, quickly solidifying into the prototype of a 3-meter-tall knight clad in ferocious heavy armor. However, at this moment, it was merely a soulless, lifeless object. We're still missing a core component. Lu Yuan turned to look at the nine-leaf sword grass with its soaring sword intent not far away, walked over directly, and braving the piercing sharpness, forcefully broke off a piece of dark golden leaf tip the size of a fingernail. Even with just that little bit of sword intent, powerful enough to cleave through the void, it still caused a slight pain in Lu Yuan's fingertips. He took the sword leaf and went to the black armor, then forcefully slammed it into his heart. With a loud bang, the violent sword intent exploded inside the armor. System, activate localized time acceleration by 10,000 times. Consume your life essence to enlighten me. As Lu Yuan gave a low shout, the vast, pure spiritual energy within the divine kingdom seemed to find an outlet, transforming into a giant funnel and frantically pouring into the black armor. Only a moment passed outside, but within the time-accelerated area, it had already endured thousands of years of spiritual energy baptism and sword intent tempering. A series of cracking sounds rang out as fine lines appeared on the lifeless metal surface. The next second, a pair of eyes without pupils, only flashing with dark gold sword light, suddenly opened in the shadow of the helmet. Clang dash! The sword's cry, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone, resounded throughout the divine realm. The 3-meter-tall, jet-black knight slowly drew the demonic gold greatsword from his back, and a terrifying sword intent at the peak of a human grandmaster swept across the entire arena like a storm. Even the big yellow dog, which was doggy paddling in Lingya Lake in the distance, was so frightened that it almost choked on water. This being, exuding an aura of slaughter, knelt down on one knee without hesitation the moment it saw Lu Yuan, its giant sword planted beside it. "Your subordinate greets your majesty." Its voice was like the friction of rusty metal, hoarse and cold, yet carrying absolute obedience and fanatical loyalty. "Peak Grandmaster combat power, plus the void sword intent of the 9-leaf sword grass." Lu Yuan circled it with satisfaction, then tapped the layer of demonic gold heavy armor. Such defensive power would likely be difficult even for a martial god to kill in a single blow. It needed no food, no rest. As long as the Divine Kingdom existed, its energy would never run dry. It was practically the perfect killing machine. "From now on, your name will be Jenny." Lu Yuan patted its shoulder, his smile deepening. "As the #1 experimental subject of the Azura Sword Guard, your appearance will definitely scare those geniuses from aristocratic families to death." Jenny lowered his head and replied with only 4 words. "Yes, sir." Immediately its massive body transformed into black mist, instantly disappearing into the shadows behind Lu Yuan, like a venomous snake ready to pounce and kill at any moment. Lu Yuan stretched and looked around. The spoils of war from the demon clan's main camp, which had been piled up like a mountain, had been mostly used up after the creation of Sword 1. He was too lazy to pick through the remaining scrap metal and simply fed it all to the Divine Kingdom as fertilizer. This C-rank dungeon trip was totally worth it. He glanced at the time. It was already late at night. Lu Yuan remembered that tomorrow was the highlight of the new student start of school, the day for exchanging goods at the supply depot. He had just received a batch of goods, so he should join in the fun and get some credits to spend. With the thought, he left the Divine Kingdom and returned to the dark red wasteland ruins. At this time, the black stone abyss was eerily silent. The once bustling demon stronghold was now devoid of any living creature. Lu Yuan crossed the purple spatial rift and returned to the outskirts of Shanghai. He tore off his bronze mask, took off his black robe and put it into his spatial storage, transforming back into the harmless F-level logistics freshman wearing a worn-out school uniform. With terrifying agility, he became a blur in the night, sneaking into the Shanghai War Academy before dawn without anyone noticing, and then quietly returning to dormitory 301 through the window. In the dorm, Fatty Wong was still snoring loudly. His tech-savvy roommate Tai Zhu was still sitting under the lamp, drawing mecha blueprints with red eyes. Lu Yuan glanced at him twice, but didn't disturb anyone, and quietly went back to bed. Although his physical body no longer needs sleep, mental relaxation is still necessary. I wonder how interesting the expressions on Yixingchen's and those aristocratic scions' faces will be when we dump that sack of C-grade alien beast materials at the quartermaster tomorrow? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. The supply exchange hall at the Shanghai Academy was already packed with first-year students. Anyone who hunted a Tier 1 beast during their wilderness training yesterday could exchange the materials for academic credits. Academic credits were the hard currency of the academy. They were used to exchange for cultivation techniques, elixirs, and guidance from renowned teachers. Most freshmen only had a few pitiful Tier 1 crystal cores in their hands and obediently waited in line. The scions of aristocratic families, on the other hand, carried large bags of spoils, walked through the VIP channel, and enjoyed the envious glances from those around them. At this moment, some people whispered that Yixingchen, the student council president, had also come today. He was an SS-level genius, the top student in his second year, and had led a team to clear a B-level rift just a few days ago. As the crowd stirred, Lu Yuan, dragging a huge snakeskin woven bag twice his own height, stepped into the hall. As soon as I entered, a shrill laugh rang out. "Hey, isn't this the top student from the logistics department?" A well-dressed scion of a prominent family pointed at the tacky woven bag in his hand and laughed so hard he almost fell over. "What? Did you go to some junkyard to collect scraps? The quartermaster doesn't accept mineral water bottles and scrap metal. Get out of here and don't dirty the floor." Chapter 45: A Triumphant Return. The supply department's exchange shocks the entire audience. The following morning, the military supply exchange hall of the Shanghai War Academy was even more bustling than a vegetable market. Freshmen had just finished their field assessment, and they were all covered in dust and dirt, clutching a few blood-stained low-level crystal cores in their hands, queuing up to exchange them for the most important hard currency in the academy academic credits. In one corner of the lobby, the VIP entrance was crowded with people. "Look, it's Senior Yixingchen. SS-level starlight talent is truly something else. This aura, this presence, it's incredible." Amidst the gasps of the crowd, A handsome young man in a silver combat uniform walked in, surrounded by several followers. His name is Yixingchen, the president of the student union in his second year, and a well-known figure in Shanghai's universities. The henchman, with a fawning expression, handed over an energy drink and asked with a smile, "Chairman, I heard you led a team to clear the outer edge of a sea-level rift this time?" Yixingchen took the drink, smiled faintly, and spoke with an undisguised arrogance. "I was lucky enough to hunt down a peak second-tier shadow panther." After saying that, he casually tossed the shimmering crystal core to the person behind him. "Take this and exchange it. We'll treat the brothers to an extra meal tonight." A collective gasp of astonishment immediately filled the air. Even a well-coordinated elite team would have to exert all their strength to have a chance of defeating a peak second-tier beast. Yixingchen's words immediately drew a barrage of flattery. Just as he was enjoying the worship of the crowd, a screeching dragging sound suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. Sizzle sizzle dash. Everyone instinctively turned around and saw a boy wearing a faded old-school uniform slowly walking into the hall, dragging a huge snakeskin woven bag that was twice his height. The bag was bulging, covered in dark red mud, and constantly dripping a foul-smelling black liquid. "What? Who is this? Treating the quartermaster station like a garbage dump? Isn't this Lu Yuan, the top F-level student from the logistics department? Haha, is he scavenging for scraps at the construction site? And he's even using a sack to carry it all." The hall erupted in laughter, with several scions of prominent families pointing at Lu Yuan and mocking him. "Scholar Lu, the quartermaster department does not accept scrap copper and iron. If you're so poor you can't afford to eat, kneel down and beg Senior Yi. Maybe he'll even give you a few credits to buy steamed buns." Yixingchen watched this scene, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, Lu Yuan was nothing more than a useless commoner who became famous because of a system loophole, and he didn't even deserve to be looked at. Lu Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard, dragging the huge woven bag, and went straight past the long queue to the highest level appraisal counter in the supply department. The person in charge of the assessment was an elderly mentor with gray hair and thick-rimmed glasses. "This student, please go to the back of the line." The old mentor didn't even look up. He was examining a first-order crystal nucleus with a magnifying glass. "Also, throw this bag of trash out, don't get my equipment dirty." Lu Yuan stopped and picked up the woven bag, which weighed several hundred kilograms, with one hand as easily as if he were carrying a plastic bag. "Teacher, I don't need to wait in line. I'm here to hand in my quest items and maybe get some credits in return." The old mentor was startled by his strength, and then looked up. "Quest items? You're just a freshman. Even if you kill a few Tier 1 beasts, you wouldn't need such a big bag, would you?" He pushed up his glasses impatiently. "Open it and take a look." Lu Yuan smiled slightly, grabbed the bottom of the woven bag, and suddenly shook his arm. Splash! SP. With a deafening crash, a large number of crystal cores, bone spurs, and high-level spiritual plants slammed onto the special alloy identification table like a waterfall, instantly piling up into a small mountain. Several fist-sized crystal cores, shimmering with purple light, rolled to the old mentor's feet. A 2-meter-long black, magic-patterned claw smashed a crater into the edge of the appraisal table. "This is..." The old mentor's impatience froze instantly. The magnifying glass in his hand crashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. His cloudy eyes widened like copper bells, staring intently at the treasure mountain before him, his breath catching in his throat. The laughter in the hall seemed to have been abruptly cut off. The young noblemen who had just been mocking the table were now staring wide-eyed at the table full of top-quality ingredients. The entire exchange hall was deathly quiet, with only the crisp sound of the crystal cores rolling. Yixingchen's sarcastic expression froze. He stared at the black claw, his pupils contracting sharply. "Those are the bone spikes of the Dark Demon Clan's leader." It was 3 major realms higher than the second-tier demonic leopard crystal core he had just flaunted. Such a thing was simply beyond the reach of students. Even if an instructor ventured deep into the rift, he might not return. The old mentor swallowed hard and picked up a purple crystal core with trembling hands. A C-grade magic core, or a highly pure abyss variant. He could barely speak properly, and then picked up a luminous herb next to him, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A 100-year-old blood-weeping demon lotus. Isn't this thing only found in the deepest part of a C-grade rift? Lu Yuan yawned and leaned against the counter. "Teacher, please calculate how many credits I can get quickly. I need to go back and catch up on my sleep." The old mentor looked at him as if he were a monster, and without asking any questions, immediately activated a super appraisal device that was usually only used by senior elites. Beep! 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 The instrument was scanning frantically, and the red indicator light was flashing so brightly it was almost bursting. The credit numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. 10,000. 100,000. 500,000. The hearts of everyone in the hall pounded wildly with each number. Yu Xingqian's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. He worked himself to the bone throughout his entire sophomore year, but only managed to accumulate less than 50,000 credits. Yet this F-grade loser, this so-called garbage, had already surpassed 500,000 credits. Drop dash! A long beep sounded, and the detector finally stopped scanning. The red number is fixed in the center of the screen. Total credits, 3,500,000. 3.5 million. The moment that number appeared, it was as if all the air in the entire hall had been sucked out. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats. This is no longer just shocking, it's terrifying. A record has been broken. The old mentor slumped into a chair, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The record for the highest single-day redemption by an individual in the 300-year history of the Academy has been broken. Moreover, it was a crushing blow, even exceeding the sum of the top 10. Lu Yuan looked at the numbers and nodded in satisfaction. This trip to the sea-level rift wasn't a waste of time after all. With these 3.5 million credits, he can basically do whatever he wants in the Academy, and he can easily exchange for those special materials that he usually treasures and hides in the underground vault. The old mentor's voice trembled as he respectfully handed over a purple gold privilege card. Lu Yuan, these are your credits. According to the rules, you have been automatically promoted to SS level privileges at the Academy. Except for restricted areas, all resource libraries are open to you. Upon hearing this, the scions of prominent families around them turned red with envy, almost to the point of madness. SS level access is a privilege that even mentors might not be able to obtain. Lu Yuan casually took the purple gold card and put it in his pocket. He turned his head and his gaze met Yu Xingqian's, whose face was ashen. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Senior Yi. He pointed to the second-tier demonic leopard crystal core on the ground, which Yu Xingqian treasured, his tone full of undisguised contempt. Who just said they'd give me some credits to buy steamed buns? Keep this broken stone for yourself to buy candy. Chapter 46 Record-breaking military merit points. Who says he's useless? Beep Lu Yuan, you have exchanged 3 million academic points this time, automatically advancing to SS level privilege status. The cold, mechanical voice of the announcement echoed through the lobby's loudspeakers, reaching every corner. Those who had just been mocking Lu Yuan felt as if they had been slapped in the face in public, their cheeks burning with pain. The entire exchange hall fell silent instantly, with only the hum of the machines whirring. Those self-important scions of noble families blushed, and those who had been shouting the loudest earlier quietly shrank back into the crowd. 3 million credits. What does this mean? Even the top-tier SSS-level cultivation techniques from prestigious universities in Shanghai only cost 500,000 credits per book. Lu Yuan's move shattered everyone's understanding. The experienced mentor in charge of the appraisal was trembling. He pushed up his glasses, forcing his gaze away from the pile of C-grade magic cores, and asked in a trembling voice. Student Lu, where did you get these things from? A newly enrolled F-level space science student should theoretically have no chance of soloing a C-level rift. Even instructors would face a near-certain death if they went into such a place. Lu Yuan leaned against the counter, rubbing his ears which were itchy from the loudspeaker's broadcast. Facing his old mentor's suspicious gaze, his expression remained unchanged. He casually said, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went out of town for a morning run. I got lost while running and ended up near a big ditch in the suburbs. At this point, Lu Yuan pointed to the pile of spoils, his tone as calm as if he were talking about the weather. I happened to see 2 high-level beasts fighting over a piece of glowing grass. In the end, they fought until their brains were spilling out and they both died. I felt sorry for them, so I collected the materials, which can be considered as helping them to rest in peace. The hall fell silent once more. Everyone's expression froze. Lost during a morning run? Picked up 2 C-rank commander-level magical beasts? And now they're being buried? This reason was so absurd it was as if they were treating everyone like idiots. The old mentor's lips twitched violently. He had taught for most of his life, seen many geniuses, and heard all sorts of excuses, but he had never seen anyone as brazen as Lu Yuan and spouting nonsense. But the rules are there. As long as the materials don't contain any traces of other human martial artists' blood or qi, they can be considered the owner's spoils of war. Moreover, Lu Yuan was Dean Sita's personally accepted closed-door disciple, an exception made for him. Even if he really did get a bargain, it was due to his luck and skill. The old mentor wiped away his cold sweat and quickly handed over the purple gold card, which symbolized SS-level privileges, fearing that he might pull out something even more frightening. Your credits have been credited to your campus card. You can exchange them for any supplies in the resource library. Thanks, teacher. Lu Yuan casually put the card into his pocket and nodded in satisfaction. With these 3 million credits, the mutated creatures in the Divine Kingdom that were starving for food, as well as the newly hatched god-slaying insects, could once again usher in a wave of frenzied expansion. He turned and left the counter, not even glancing at the ashen-faced scions of wealthy families, and headed straight for the resource exchange terminal. Let me see what good stuff is in the Academy's warehouse. Lu Yuan stood in front of the terminal, his fingers flying across the screen. 10 tons of the lowest-grade hematite, 50 tons of discarded psionic battery remnants, and another 1,000 kilograms of the cheapest mutated grass seeds. The variety doesn't matter, as long as they're alive. The robot responsible for the allocation nearly crashed, its electronic eyes flashing wildly. It seemed unable to understand why this esteemed SS-level authority holder wouldn't exchange for divine weapons and cultivation techniques, but instead opted for a bunch of junk in the eyes of others. But that's exactly what Lu Yuan needs. His divine kingdom has grown increasingly vast. What he lacks now is not a few top-tier pieces of equipment, but a massive amount of basic resources to fill the gaps in the ecosystem. As for high-level resources, he had already amassed a fortune in the sea-level rifts. As each exchange was completed, Lu Yuan's credits dwindled rapidly. In return, he received dozens of storage bags filled with basic supplies. Looking at the bulging storage bags, Lu Yuan's lips curled into an expectant smile. Tonight, when I get back, I'll give the Divine Kingdom another 100,000-fold acceleration. Those god-slaying insects should come out and get some fresh air too. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the supply depot's circular corridor, a figure in a silver combat uniform was looking down at everything. Yu Xingqian gripped the railing tightly with both hands, his once handsome face contorted with jealousy and anger. Snap! He managed to crush 5 finger marks into the railing, which was made of high-grade alloy. What right does a commoner, a nobody with no connections, have to step on my head? All his hard work throughout his sophomore year was rendered a complete joke in the face of Lu Yuan's bags of so-called garbage. Especially Lu Yuan's nonchalant attitude just now, it felt like his self-esteem was being trampled into the ground. He is the grandson of a high-ranking member of the Alliance, a prodigy with SS-level star talent. How could he tolerate a logistics major being so arrogant in a university in Shanghai? The lackey beside him leaned in and whispered, Chairman, this kid is too arrogant. He has so many credits now, he definitely can't use up all the resources. And he's about to participate in the competition for the resource secret realm slots. If we let him reap another harvest in the secret realm, what voice will we students have left in the academy? Yu Xingqian loosened the deformed railing, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. A hidden resource realm? He gave a cold laugh, his voice chillingly cold. Doesn't he like to scavenge for bargains? Then I'll let him scavenge to his heart's content in the secret realm. Yu Xingqian turned to look at the lackey, his tone so low it sounded like he was issuing a death sentence. Go contact Drug King's people. Just tell them that I have a big deal to give them. In the secret realm, I will make Lu Yuan turn into a real corpse without anyone knowing. Chapter 47 Jealousy and Schemes of Student Council President Yu Xingqian. Yu Xingqian gripped the second floor railing tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. If looks could kill, Lu Yuan downstairs would have been torn to pieces long ago. This ordinary student with no background had humiliated him today with a pile of junk at the quartermaster department, stealing all the limelight. But what truly drove Yu Xingqian to madness with jealousy wasn't just this incident, but Su Qihan. Su Qihan is the undisputed #1 ice queen of the prestigious Shanghai University and the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan City. Yu Xingqian has been pursuing her relentlessly since her freshman year, showering her with cultivation resources, arranging dinners under the stars, and even using his family's influence to smooth over troubles for her. Su Qihan remained cold and aloof towards him, keeping him at arm's length. However, news recently spread throughout the academy that the high and mighty ice goddess had been making voluntary trips to the dirtiest and most tiring logistics department area for several days in a row, just to say a few words to Lu Yuan. Why? Yu Xingqian's breathing was heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was the grandson of a high-ranking member of the Alliance, a prodigy with SS-level star talent. How could he be inferior to a peasant? In his eyes, Lu Yuan was not even worthy of carrying Su Qinghan's shoes, let alone being a match for her. After suppressing his surging jealousy, Yi Xingqian turned and left the supply depot, heading straight for the student council headquarters in the core area of the academy. Inside the luxurious chairman's office, several trusted confidants were already waiting anxiously. With a bang, Yi Xingqian kicked open the mahogany door, sat down in the boss's chair with a gloomy face, and said coldly, "All of you, get over here." Several lackeys immediately surrounded him, not daring to breathe. The boy with the middle parting carefully handed him hot tea, smiling obsequiously. "Chairman, please calm down. It's not worth it for a logistics soldier." Snap! Yi Xingqian overturned the teacup, splashing scalding tea all over him. "Not worth it? He's already stepped on my head, and you're telling me it's not worth it?" Yi Xingqian slammed his hand on the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone with a venomous look. "The resource dungeon battle for freshmen is coming up soon, isn't it?" Ignoring his burns, the man with the middle parting nodded hastily. "This secret realm is a small, folded space specially prepared by the academy for new students. It contains many rare and precious materials, and in the core area there is a high-level spiritual spring that can cleanse the marrow and bones, and is said to improve the purity of talent. The number of places is extremely limited." After hearing this, Yi Xingqian revealed a cruel, cold smile. "Using the power of the student council, we put Lu Yuan into the competition list." The man with the middle parting was taken aback. "But chairman, he's from the logistics department, according to regulations." "I said I'd stuff it in, so I'll stuff it in." Yi Xingqian interrupted rudely. "I set the rules." He turned his gaze to several sullen-faced scions of prominent families in the corner, and continued. "Not only should we let him in, we should also put him in a special team. Tang Shan, Shui Xian, you guys will be in a group with him." Yi Xingqian deliberately emphasized. "I want you all to take good care of this top scorer in the national championship in this death squad." Tang Shan toyed with several poison-hidden weapons and chuckled sinisterly. "Don't worry, Chairman. Once we're in the secret realm, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he'll have to behave himself. I guarantee he'll die without anyone knowing." The narcissist beside her looked delicate, but her eyes were like those of a viper. She covered her mouth and giggled. "I'll make sure he doesn't even have a bone fragment left." Yi Xingqian nodded in satisfaction, took out an exquisite lead box from the drawer, and pushed it to the center of the table. "This is a boneless powder personally concocted by the black market drug kingpin. It is colorless and odorless. After ingestion, a martial artist's dantian and meridians will dissolve within half an hour, turning them into a complete cripple." He leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. "Find an opportunity to make him drink it. I want him to watch himself become a cripple in the secret realm, and then be bitten to death by the strange beasts. Then I want to see if Su Qinghan will still give him a second glance." On the evening before their departure for the resource-rich secret realm, there was a knock on Lu Yuan's dormitory door. Lu Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, digesting the energy fed back from the divine kingdom, slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Who?" A polite yet ingratiating voice came from outside the door. "Is Lu Yuan here? I'm a student council member." Lu Yuan got out of bed and opened the door, where he saw the boy with the middle part hair standing. The boy had a big smile on his face and was holding a small, transparent glass bottle containing a light blue liquid, which looked like some kind of medicine. "What is it?" Lu Yuan leaned against the door frame, his expression calm. The man with the middle parting handed over the bottle and said sincerely, "Student Lu, tomorrow is the battle for the resource secret realm. Chairman Yi specifically instructed that the miasma in the secret realm is very heavy, which is especially dangerous for logistics students. He said this bottle was a high-grade antidote specially approved by the student council, and only top-ranked students were eligible to receive it. Chairman Yi said that Lu Yuan was the top scorer in the country, so naturally he couldn't be left out." While speaking, the man with the middle parting secretly observed Lu Yuan's expression. If Lu Yuan drank it, he would be nothing more than a fish to be slaughtered once they enter the secret realm tomorrow. Lu Yuan took the glass bottle, and with a gentle sweep of his vast spiritual power, the ingredients inside were instantly clear in his mind. Even the molecular structure was crystal clear. "Boneless powder?" He sneered inwardly. Even a martial grandmaster's dantian could be dissolved by this deadly poison. Yi Xingqian had really gone to great lengths to deal with him, this F-rank logistics soldier, even resorting to such low-level tactics as the black market. Lu Yuan didn't expose him on the spot, but simply held the bottle and said calmly, "Please thank Chairman Yi for his concern. I will definitely drink this medicine." The man with the middle parting was overjoyed, but outwardly he still feigned concern. "That's good. The medicine takes time to take effect, so you'd better drink it before going to bed tonight. I wish you great success in the secret realm. After saying this, fearing he would be exposed, he immediately turned around and quickly left. Watching the other person disappear at the end of the corridor, Lu Yuan closed the door, walked to his desk, and waved the vial of poison at the lamp. Poisoning? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful, cold smile. His physical attributes have already exceeded 25 million, and his physical body's hardness is comparable to that of a Grandmaster-level magic weapon. Even an A-grade alloy battle blade would shatter upon impact. Something that could poison an ordinary martial Grandmaster would probably be less than sugar water to him. Since you guys like playing dirty tricks so much... Lu Yuan flicked his thumb, and the cork in the glass bottle flew out instantly. Once you enter the secret realm, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 48 The Battle for Secret Realm Spots. A Despicable Poison? Lu Yuan, the miasma in the secret realm is heavy. The boy with the middle parting smiled broadly and handed a bottle of light blue medicine to Lu Yuan, saying earnestly, This is a high-grade antidote that Chairman Yi specially applied for you. It's best to drink it now. Lu Yuan leaned against the door frame and took the glass bottle. With a casual sweep of his mental energy, he instantly saw the contents clearly. Boneless powder. The infamous poison on the black market can dissolve a martial arts master's dantian and meridians in half an hour with just one drop, turning him into a complete cripple. Yi Xingqian was really willing to spend a lot of money to deal with this F-level logistic soldier. Lu Yuan smirked coldly. Chairman Yi really cares about me. The man with the middle parting felt uneasy under Ye's gaze and quickly looked away. Of course, Chairman Yi has always valued talent. You should drink it quickly, the effects of this medicine will wear off fast. Sure. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan flicked the cork with his thumb and tilted his head back to drink the wine right in front of him. Glug glug. The entire bottle of boneless powder was gone, not a drop left. His pupils constricted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. I drank it. That kid actually drank it. He suppressed his elation and tried hard to maintain his composure. Lu Yuan tossed the empty bottle onto the table and smacked his lips. It tastes good, a bit like blueberry-flavored Gatorade. It's a little sweet. Do you have any more? I'd like another bottle. The man with the middle parting froze on the spot. This is boneless powder, not a beverage. He wiped away his cold sweat and chuckled dryly. No more. It was a special approval, 1 bottle per person. Since I've already drunk it, I'll go back and report. Meet at the square tomorrow morning, don't be late. Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. Lu Yuan closed the door casually. Outside the door, the smile on the man with the middle parting instantly turned sinister. He immediately took out his communicator and sent an encrypted message to Yi Xingqian. The fish has taken the bait, take all the poison. In the dormitory, Lu Yuan walked to the sink and washed his face. After the poison entered his body, a cold and corrosive energy rushed up his esophagus to his dantian, trying to dissolve his blood and meridians. However, Lu Yuan now possesses 25 million physical attributes, making his physical strength comparable to that of a Grandmaster-level magic weapon. This small amount of toxin didn't even break through the first layer of defense of his gastric mucosa. It was like a drop of ink falling into the ocean, instantly assimilated and absorbed by the vast source of life. Ding! Trace amount of toxin detected. The system automatically activates purification and absorption, increasing constitution attribute by 1000. Lu Yuan listened to the notification sound and was speechless. Only 1,000 points? This Poison King must be selling fake medicine. He gives more for killing a level 2 grasshopper. He dried his face and looked out the window at the pitch-black night. Since Yi Xingqian is so eager to play, he'll play a big game with these dogs once they enter the secret realm tomorrow. The following morning, at the central square of the Shanghai War Academy, a massive psionic teleportation array had been erected, its spatial fluctuations sending chills down the spine. Thousands of freshmen lined up in small rows, awaiting their first major resource-grabbing battle since enrolling. This secret realm is a small, folded space controlled by the Academy, containing high-level spiritual plants and exotic beasts. The most attractive feature is the marrow cleansing spring in the core area. Only the top 50 teams in terms of points are eligible to enter and soak in it. This is an irresistible temptation for any genius who wants to go far in the martial arts world. Lu Yuan, carrying a worn-out canvas bag and with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked into the square. His appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Look, the top F-level student is here. I heard that he traded a sack of scrap metal for 3 million academic credits at the quartermaster yesterday. That's really weird. What's the use of having many credits? Entering the secret realm depends on real skills. He's just a logistics major. He'd be throwing his life away if he went. Lu Yuan ignored them and headed straight for the team's assembly point marked with his name. There were already 4 people standing there, 3 men and 1 woman, who were the Death Squad, arranged by Yi Xingchen. The leader was named Tang Shan, a scion of a prominent family, dressed in a black outfit with a row of gleaming throwing knives hanging from his waist. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, Tang Shan gave a sinister smile, looking him up and down as if he were a dead man. "Oh, Scholar Lu, you've finally arrived?" The delicate-looking girl next to him, named Narcissus, covered her mouth and chuckled. "Student Lu, you must stay close to us once we enter the secret realm. It's very dangerous inside." "No problem." Lu Yuan nodded casually, not even glancing at them, and closed his eyes to rest. He could clearly sense that the 4 men were not hiding their killing intent at all, and their positions subtly surrounded him, as if they had cut off all his escape routes in advance. Lu Yuan found it amusing. He can't even hide his murderous intent, yet he dares to act as an assassin? Time's up. Teleportation array activated. On the high platform, Ling Wushuang gave an order, and a huge teleportation array burst out with dazzling white light. Thousands of students surged into the portal like a tidal wave and vanished from the plaza in an instant. Lu Yuan was also drawn into the spatial suction. After a brief period of weightlessness, his feet landed firmly on the soft, wet soil. Before the surrounding jungle could be fully seen, a mixture of rotting leaves and wild animal droppings wafted over. Just as Lu Yuan was about to open his eyes, he heard several sharp whooshing sounds. "Let's do it!" Tangshan let out a loud shout. The 4 young masters from prominent families who had just been greeting him with smiles instantly changed their expressions, forming a circle around him and trapping Lu Yuan in the center. Tang Shan swung his hands in quick succession, sending 6 poison-throwing knives flying like venomous snakes, aimed straight at Lu Yuan's vital points. Narcissus pulled out a long whip covered in barbs and coiled it around his neck like a venomous python. The remaining 2 boys swung their heavy swords from the left and right, completely blocking his escape route. Their murderous intent was fully revealed, showing no mercy whatsoever. This was a premeditated and meticulously coordinated decisive victory. Tang Shan watched as the flying knife was about to pierce Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with cruel pleasure. "Kid, remember not to mess with Chairman Yi in your next life. The taste of that boneless powder should have left you without the strength to resist, right?" Chapter 49, Poison Resistance Maxed Out, Drinking Top-Tier Poisons Like a Beverage. 6 throwing knives coated with deadly poison were arranged in a triangular formation, blocking all of Lu Yuan's escape routes. Shui Xian's long whip, covered in barbs, was like a venomous python spitting its tongue, lunging straight at Lu Yuan's face. 2 heavy swords attacked simultaneously from both sides. These 4 scions of powerful families unleashed a merciless and deadly attack. Tang Shan grinned maliciously at Lu Yuan, as if he could already see him dying from the poison. "Kid, how does the boneless powder taste?" In their view, Lu Yuan had consumed the boneless powder last night, so his dantian should have been corroded and his meridian severed by now. Taking advantage of the brief dizziness during the teleportation array's activation to launch an ambush, even if Lu Yuan was a hidden monster, he would have absolutely no chance to fight back. Faced with this seemingly unavoidable deadly situation, Lu Yuan stood still, his face showing neither fear nor despair, and he didn't even try to dodge. Before his eyes, a row of golden notifications was flashing wildly across the virtual panel. Ding! High-level, highly toxic boneless powder has been detected in full force. The system's adaptive defense mechanism has been activated. Poison resistance is automatically maxed out. Immune to all common poison damage. Absorb residual toxic energy. Constitution attribute plus 100,000. Lu Yuan let out a comfortable sigh of relief. The cold, toxic substance that had been lurking within his body was instantly assimilated by the system, transforming into a pure, warm current that washed over his entire body. The 100,000-point boost to his physique made him feel as comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring, and his strength also surged dramatically. The next second, 6 throwing knives pierced Lu Yuan's chest, neck, and temples. Instead of the expected sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, a series of crisp metallic clanging sounds rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. Those specially made throwing knives, which were said to be able to pierce the scales of second-tier alien beasts, didn't even scratch Lu Yuan's skin. They were directly bounced away by the recoil, and the tips of the knives were even chipped. Shui Xian's long whip lashed heavily across Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan remained motionless, but Shui Xian was so shaken that her hands went numb, and she almost dropped the whip. She felt as if she had struck not a person, but a piece of ancient black iron. Tang Shan's sinister smile froze instantly. He stared incredulously at the unharmed Lu Yuan, his voice trembling. You clearly drank the boneless powder, so why isn't your dantian ruined? Shui Xian'er turned pale. Your protective chi wasn't even broken, how could your body be so tough? The other two boys wielding heavy swords were also trembling with fear. Their swords struck Lu Yuan's shoulder, but the impact ripped open their own tigers' mouths, causing blood to flow freely. This isn't chopping people up, it's chopping up a piece of vibranium. Lu Yuan patted non-existent dust off his shoulder, slowly raised his head, and looked at him with a hint of helplessness and disdain. Boneless powder? He twisted his neck, and his bones cracked. Did you guys get scammed by fake medicine? That stuff is only a little sweet, and it doesn't even make you feel full. I thought it was a welcome drink from Chairman Yi. Lu Yuan sighed, his tone full of disappointment. Yi Xingqian sent a bunch of useless trash to their deaths? Even the poison was expired. He's such a stingy student council president. The 4 people from Tangshan were struck dumb. The boneless powder, capable of poisoning even a martial grandmaster, was drunk by Lu Yuan like a sweet beverage? What kind of monster is this? Fear instantly gripped their hearts. They finally realized that they hadn't accepted a wonderful job at all, but rather a one-way ticket to hell. That bastard Yi Xingqian has really screwed them over. Lu Yuan showed no signs of poisoning whatsoever. On the contrary, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying, as if a sleeping prehistoric beast was slowly awakening. The group panicked completely. Tang Shan was the first to react, his face turning deathly pale as he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat now!" After saying that, he turned around and tried to escape into the depths of the jungle. This is something they simply cannot deal with. But Lu Yuan's icy voice rang out from behind. Now that you've drawn your sword, you think you can just leave? A murderous glint instantly flashed in his dark eyes. Narcissus screamed, her face contorted in pain. We'll fight. If he doesn't die, we'll die. The 4, unable to escape, were forced to reveal their final, ferocious nature. 4 scions of powerful families, all at the early stages of martial arts mastery, simultaneously burned their vital energy, and colorful martial arts lights illuminated the dark forest. Amidst the glint of swords and the frenzy of a desperate battle, a deluge of energy swept towards Lu Yuan. Chapter 50 Reverse Instant Kill, Volume 1 Conclusion, Making a Name for Oneself in Shanghai. A deluge of sword flashes and shadows, accompanied by ear-piercing whistling sounds, slashed fiercely at Lu Yuan's entire body. For young masters from powerful families, all at the early stages of martial arts training, risked everything to survive. Tang Shan's face contorted as 6 poison-throwing knives traced sinister arcs in the air, heading straight for Lu Yuan's throat and heart. Faced with this seemingly inevitable annihilation, Lu Yuan finally tore off the harmless mask he had worn outside the F-level space system. His previously languid gaze turned as cold as an abyss at this moment. A murderous aura, as if from an ancient ferocious beast awakening, instantly ignited the surrounding humid air. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he coldly said, "Fight with you? You don't even deserve to be called opponents? At most, they're just a few grasshoppers making noise." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't activate his protective chi and blood, nor did he use any martial arts techniques. He simply touched the muddy ground with his toes. With a bang, a shallow crater was blasted into the ground. The next second, Lu Yuan transformed into a blurry bolt of lightning, so fast that even a martial artist's divine sense couldn't catch it. The boy at the front was holding a 2-handed heavy sword. Before he could even see Lu Yuan's movements, a fair and slender hand had already reached out in front of him. Lu Yuan clenched his palms like knives and lightly slashed at the sword blade. The heavy steel sword, which was said to be able to shatter the bones of a first-tier alien beast, was as brittle as a paper toy in his hands, breaking in half. Half of the sword flew out, and embedded itself deeply into a distant tree. The boy retreated in terror, but Lu Yuan's hand blade continued its momentum, slicing across his neck along the broken sword. With a soft thud, its head flew into the air with a terrified expression. The headless corpse remained in a sword-raising posture, spitting out a 2-meter-high fountain of blood before collapsing to the ground with a thud. One move, instant kill. The other boy, terrified, frantically swung his weapon, trying to drive away the monster in front of him. Lu Yuan didn't even glance at him. After beheading the first man, he twisted his waist and delivered a high kick like a battle axe, accompanied by a deafening roar as it slammed into the second man's chest. With a loud bang, the sound of bones shattering was enough to make your teeth ache. The man's chest collapsed into a terrifying crater, like a soda can being crushed by a hydraulic press. The force of 2 million genes shattered his internal organs and meridians on the spot. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into 3 large trees and collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, completely dead. In just 2 seconds, the 2 martial artists died without any chance to resist. Yi Xingqian's meticulously planned death squad strategy turned into a one-sided massacre in front of Lu Yuan. Tang Shan witnessed his companion's tragic death and was so terrified that he forgot all about the mission and quota, turning around and running wildly into the depths of the jungle. Narcissus was terrified, and her whip fell into the mud. She knelt down with a thud, her makeup ruined by tears, and desperately kowtowed, begging for mercy. Lu, I was wrong! Yi Xingqian forced us to do it all! Please don't kill me! Lu Yuan looked at the terrified Shui Xianer, then at Tang Shan who had already run dozens of meters away, and sighed in boredom. The villain begs for mercy. It's been the same old trick for centuries. After saying that, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. With a whoosh, the broken steel blade pierced through the air like an arrow, precisely striking Tangshan's heart from behind. Tangshan was pinned to the moss-covered boulder, his body twitched twice, and the light in his eyes went out completely. Narcissus closed her eyes in despair, thinking that she too would not escape death. But after waiting for a long time, death did not come. She opened her eyes trembling and found that Lu Yuan ignored her completely. Instead, he walked to the 3 corpses and skillfully took the spatial rings from their hands. Then, he wiped the blood off his hands on Narcissus's clothes and put the ring in his pocket. From beginning to end, Lu Yuan didn't have a single drop of blood on him. He was so clean it sent chills down one's spine. Narcissus asked in a trembling voice. You won't kill me? Lu Yuan fiddled with the spatial ring, glancing down at her from his elevated position. Killing you will dirty your hands. Keep you here, go out and deliver a message to Yi Xingqian. He turned around and looked into the depths of the perilous secret realm, a cold, hunter-like glint in his eyes. Since Yi Xingqian likes to play dirty tricks so much, then tell him. None of the scions of noble families in the secret realm will leave standing today. Chapter 51. Entering the resource realm, the targeted civilian squad. He left behind the terrified Narcissus and 3 corpses. With his worn-out canvas bag on his back and his hands in his pockets, Lu Yuan walked unhurriedly toward the spiritual spring at the heart of the secret realm. This resource-rich hidden gem is not very large. It is mainly used by the university to hone the skills of freshmen by placing some low-level rare and precious materials in the folded space. A faint white mist filled the air, which was spiritual energy several times denser than that outside. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, the concentration of spiritual energy here was not even as high as a rain shower in his own divine kingdom. This environment is really terrible. No wonder it can only be used as a beginner's village. Lu Yuan closed his eyes while complaining. The immense spiritual power, as vast as the ocean, instantly spread out in all directions like an invisible radar. Everything within a 10-mile radius. Even the movement of a mutated earthworm underground is vividly clear in his mind. Not to mention the freshmen who were just teleported in and are now running around everywhere. Lu Yuan quickly noticed the unusual situation within the secret realm. Those who entered the secret realm this time included not only scions of powerful families. Another small group consists of ordinary geniuses who gained admission to prestigious universities in Shanghai through sheer hard-earned academic achievements. My best friend, Fatty Wang, was one of them. But at this moment, the situation in the secret realm presents an extremely morbid one-sided crushing defeat. These scions of prominent families were not in a hurry to search for resources. Instead, like hyenas smelling blood, they began searching for lone civilian students in packs. Their goal was clear, to clear the area. Eliminate all ordinary students and monopolize all the resources in the secret realm and the quota for the marrow cleansing spring. This is an unspoken rule secretly instructed by Yi Xingqian. It was about 3 kilometers away from where Lu Yuan was. In a low-lying valley with jagged rocks. Bang! Fatty Wang was hit hard in the chest with a heavy punch. His massive body, weighing over 200 pounds, was like a mountain of flesh, crashing heavily into the mud, splashing up a cloud of dirty water. His proud D-level physical enhancement was now covered in bruises. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was breathing heavily as he desperately shielded several terrified civilian students behind him. Fatty, don't worry about us, you should go! A thin boy wearing glasses shouted in a tearful voice. There are too many of them, we can't beat them. Around them, there were more than 30 scions of noble families dressed in uniform, high-grade battle armor. Just like an iron barrel, they surrounded their 5-person civilian squad. Every face wore a mocking and cruel sneer. The leader, a blonde-haired youth, was carrying a C-grade alloy battle knife that was still dripping blood. He stepped forward and patted Wang Pengzi's muddy, chubby face with the back of his knife. His eyes were extremely arrogant. "You fatso, you've got some tough bones." The blonde-haired man spat and sneered. "Where did that bravado go when you smashed the bandits to death with a brick? Why don't you use your crappy magic weapon to hit me? Is it out of power?" The surrounding scions of prominent families immediately burst into laughter. They were aware of what happened on the train. But everyone believed that Fatty Wang had just gotten incredibly lucky and found a high-level magic weapon that could only be used once. Now that the magic weapon's energy is exhausted, he's just a sitting duck. A pack of dogs that only know how to gang up and bite. Fatty Wang gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and struggled to stand up. "Come on, one-on-one. If I even flinch, I'm your grandson. A one-on-one fight?" The blonde-haired man laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Are you out of your mind? This is the era of advanced martial arts. Background, connections, and resources, these are the true components of strength." He abruptly stopped smiling, his eyes turning sinister. "You bunch of poor wretches who can't even afford high-grade chi and blood pills, what makes you think you can compete with us for a spot at the Spirit Spring? Chairman Yi has spoken. This year, not a single civilian dog is allowed to be left in the secret realm." Huang Mao stomped on Wang Pengzi's chest, pushing him back into the mud. He raised the alloy battle knife in his hand, its blade gleaming with a bloodthirsty cold light in the sunlight. "Hand over your tokens and spatial bags. Then, obediently let me sever your Achilles tendons, crush your teleportation talismans, and get out of here. Otherwise, I guarantee none of you will leave this valley today." Hearing that his Achilles tendon was going to be severed, several ordinary students were so frightened that they turned pale, and some even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. In the era of advanced martial arts, once the Achilles tendon is severed, a martial artist's career is basically over. This is even more cruel than killing them. "Keep dreaming!" Fatty Wang fiercely protected his companion behind him, his eyes turning red. "Even if I die here today, I will never let you bastards get away with this!" He roared and forcibly burned a trace of his life force, preparing for a final desperate struggle. "You fat pig who doesn't know what's good for him, then I'll grant your wish." Huang Mao completely lost his patience. He gripped the battle sword tightly with both hands, and the violent blood and energy of a martial master in the early stage instantly poured into the blade. The blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Without any mercy, he slashed down hard at Fatty Wang's thigh. If that knife had landed squarely, Fatty Wang's legs would have been severed at the root. The fat man closed his eyes in despair. The scions of powerful families around him already wore bloodthirsty grins. However, just as that alloy battle knife, capable of severing hair in an instant, was less than 10 centimeters away from Fatty Wang's thigh. "Call out dash!" A terrifying sound of wind breaking through the air, extremely sharp and even exceeding the sound barrier. A sudden explosion erupted from the dense forest far away in the valley. The sound came too fast and too abruptly. It was like the whistle of death. No one had time to react. An ordinary pebble, only the size of a fist, that you can find anywhere. It was accompanied by a visible white shockwave. With a terrifying speed that even a Grandmaster's divine sense could hardly detect. It struck precisely and accurately at the blonde-haired man's alloy battle knife, which he was determined to win. Bang! A deafening metallic explosion echoed through the valley. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The sneer on the blonde-haired man's face froze. He saw it in utter horror. His own C-grade alloy battle knife, which he had bought at great expense and was said to be indestructible. It was actually caused by the impact of that ordinary pebble. Like fragile glass, it shattered directly from the middle into countless metal fragments. The violent recoil and terrifying physical kinetic energy continued unabated. Following the hilt of the knife, like the charge of a prehistoric beast, it surged violently into his right arm. Snap! A sickening sound of bones cracking rang out. The blonde-haired man didn't even have time to scream. His entire right arm, which was holding the knife, was blasted into a blinding cloud of blood mist in midair by this terrifying force. Chapter 52. Since you banded together, don't blame me for clearing the area. Ayah dash! Yellow Hair clutched his severed arm, which was gushing blood, and rolled and howled wildly in the mud like a fish out of water. The piercing screams echoed through the valley for a long time, sending chills down one's spine. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. The expressions on the faces of the 30-odd scions of powerful families who had been grinning just moments before instantly froze. They turned their heads in unison, as if they had seen a ghost, and looked in the direction from which the pebble had flown. All I could see was deep in a dense forest shrouded in white mist. Lu Yuan carried his signature worn-out canvas bag, his hands in his pockets. They slowly walked out, stepping on the thick layer of dead branches and leaves. "Brother Yuan!" The moment Fatty Wang saw Lu Yuan, his eyes, which had been filled with despair, instantly burst forth with a light of wild joy. He scrambled to his feet, so excited he was almost in tears. "I knew it! You definitely didn't die at the hands of that damn death squad!" The few ordinary students who had been kneeling on the ground in fear all hid behind Fatty Wang as if they had seen a savior. Although they didn't know how Lu Yuan did it, that severing arm with flying stone move was absolutely awesome. Lu Yuan? Among the scions of prominent families, the bald boy leading the group recognized him. This person was also a prominent figure among the freshmen, with an A-level gold-type talent, and his name was Li Gang. He looked at Lu Yuan, who was completely unharmed, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. "Where are Tang Shan and the other three? They're 4 early-stage martial masters. How could they possibly let a logistics-related good-for-nothing like you make it here alive?" Li Gang frowned, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. "Oh, you mean them?" Lu Yuan walked over to Fatty Wang, glanced at him with disdain at his muddy clothes, and casually tossed him a bottle of hemostatic medicine. Then, he casually raised his eyelids and glanced at Li Gang. "They're probably feeding some strange beasts in some mud pit. I don't have time to remember where the dead are." These words caused an uproar in the audience. 4 martial arts masters at the early stage from prestigious families were killed by this F-rank trash? This is even more outrageous than a fairy tale. Bullshit! You think you can kill Tang Shan and the others with your pathetic strength and lack of vital energy? Li Gang was so angry he laughed. He didn't believe such nonsense at all. He assumed that Tangshan and his men had been careless, and that the kid had taken advantage of the situation to escape. "No matter how you escaped, now that you've run into us, don't blame us for being ruthless." Li Gang drew the alloy heavy sword from his back, its blade pointing directly at Lu Yuan, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. "Brothers! Chairman Yi has given his word. Whoever can kill him in this secret realm and take his token out will receive a personal sponsorship of 10 million alliance coins from Chairman Yi." 10 million! This number is significant for these newly enrolled scions of aristocratic families who urgently need resources to accumulate power. It's simply an irresistible and fatal temptation. "Kill him! We'll split the 10 million! He's just a logistics soldier, plus that half-dead fatso. 30 of us could drown him with a single spit! Go! Avenge Chairman Yi!" More than 30 young talents from prominent families instantly became incredibly energetic, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They abandoned their encirclement of Fatty Wang and his men, like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood. Wielding various weapons that shimmered with psionic light, they surged towards Lu Yuan in a massive, overwhelming attack. 30 bursts of violent blood energy at the martial artist level erupted simultaneously. The colorful martial arts lights even dispersed the white mist above the valley. This is quite a sight, let alone for freshmen. Even a martial arts master standing here would have to temporarily avoid his sharp edge. "Brother Yuan! Watch out!" Wang Pengzi turned pale with fright and instinctively wanted to rush forward to shield Lu Yuan from the knife. "There are too many of these bastards. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. I'll cover you, you run!" As he spoke, he prepared to burn the last bit of his vital energy to surge upwards. "Step back." Lu Yuan grabbed Wang Pengzi's shoulder. His voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. That force pinned Fatty Wang to the spot, rendering him unable to move. "Protect these few, and leave the rest to me." Lu Yuan casually tossed the tattered canvas bag to Fatty Wang. He looked up at the group of aristocratic scions who were pouncing on him like wolves and tigers. There was not a trace of fear in those deep, dark eyes. There was only a chilling, unsettling scene, as if one were looking at a group of lifeless objects. A group of hothouse flowers who rely on their ancestors' protection and can't even hold a knife properly. Lu Yuan sneered, a dangerous smile curving his lips. "Just because there are more of you, you think you can do whatever you want? Since you all like sticking together so much." Faced with that overwhelming, deadly attack that was less than 10 meters away from him, Lu Yuan did not choose to throw a punch. He didn't use his terrifying physical strength to fight head-on as usual. He simply squatted down slowly. She gently placed her long, slender, their right hand on the soft, damp earth beneath her feet. Buzz dash. Deep within his consciousness, the vast and boundless primordial divine kingdom began to operate with a roar at this moment. A boundless vitality, thousands of times more ancient and violent than this secret realm itself. Following his palm, it was frantically poured into the earth of this valley. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked at the scions of powerful families who were close at hand, their faces contorted with rage. His eyes gleamed with a coldness like that of a god looking down on ants. He parted his thin lips slightly and uttered a sentence that sent chills down everyone's spine. Then let me show you what a real area of effect attack is. Chapter 53 Summoning the Divine Kingdom Vines, turning the elite family sons into spinning tops. Lu Yuan's palm was firmly placed on the damp soil. Boom! This commotion wasn't caused by him using pure physical strength. Instead, an extremely violent vitality poured out from the space within his body, which was disguised as an F-level space, like a prehistoric flood bursting its banks. This vitality is mixed with the sharpness of the nine-leaf sword grass and the wildness of the abyss demons. It instantly infused this once lifeless and desolate secret realm. More than 30 young men from aristocratic families, who were rushing forward with loud shouts, suddenly felt that the ground beneath their feet was not right. What's going on? An earthquake? Li Gang, who was leading the group, changed his expression. He didn't even have time to bring down the alloy-heavy sword that he had just raised above his head. The violent tremors beneath my feet made me stumble and almost fall flat on my face. Before they could even regain their footing. Pft, pft, pft. Countless teeth-grinding thuds of earth breaking apart exploded densely beneath their feet. Immediately afterwards, the mutated vines, as thick as a thigh, dark purple in color, and covered with barbs, looked like monstrous pythons crawling out of hell. It burst out of the soil at a terrifying speed that was impossible for the naked eye to perceive. These vines are no ordinary plants. Instead, it was a monster that Lu Yuan created in the Divine Kingdom by watering it with the blood of tens of thousands of demonized beasts, and then accelerating its evolution by 10,000 times. They are not only as hard as high-grade aloes, but also possess an extremely bloodthirsty and simple intelligence. What the hell is this? Get out of my way! A young man from a noble family roared in terror, brandishing his sword and slashing fiercely at the vines that were wrapped around his ankle. When? Sparks flew everywhere. The sword not only failed to cut the vines, but was also bounced off by a thick layer of keratin, making his hand go numb. Ah dash! Help! The dark purple vine, as if alive, stretched upwards along his thigh. In the blink of an eye, he was bound up like a rice dumpling and hoisted into the air. The barbs on the vines easily pierced through his prized high-level armor, embedding themselves deep into his flesh. This is just the beginning. The entire valley instantly transformed into a dark purple forest of magical plants. Those once arrogant and domineering young talents from aristocratic families, who were preparing to exchange Lu Yuan for a 10 million reward. At this moment, they all became prey for these python vines. Form ranks! Quickly form ranks and defend! Li Gang, after all, had seen a bit of the world, and he frantically activated the A-grade metal-type chi and blood within his body. A golden shield appeared on his body. It tried to resist the vines that were lashing out from all directions. But how could Lu Yuan's divine creations be so easily blocked? Smack! A thick vine lashed out with a piercing whistling sound, striking Li Gang's gold-based shield hard. That layer of absolute defense was said to be invincible among its peers. Like fragile glass, it couldn't even last a fraction of a second before shattering instantly with a crack. Puff dash! Li Gang coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Before he even landed, two vines precisely wrapped around his waist, suspending him upside down and pulling him more than 10 meters into the air. If the admissions experts outside saw what happened next, they'd probably gouge their eyes out. This isn't a freshman assessment. This is a massive flogging scene. More than 30 arrogant young masters from wealthy families. At this moment, they were all hanging upside down in midair by vines. Then, as if they were sentient, the vines began to lash out at them wildly. Slap! 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 The crisp, resounding crack of the whip echoed through the valley, creating a highly rhythmic sound. Lu Yuan stood below, arms crossed, watching the scene like a supervisor. He even clapped along with great interest. Yi Xingqian offered you 10 million, right? Lu Yuan sneered and his thoughts stirred slightly. The vines in the air lashed out even more vigorously. Then I'll treat you to a massage package worth tens of millions, you're welcome. Stop hitting me! I give up! My face! My armor is shattered! Help! Those scions of noble families were whipped and spun wildly in midair like tops. Armor shattered, faces bruised and swollen, and screams of agony filled the air. Where is even a trace of genius? They're nothing but a bunch of stripped, drowned dogs. Wang Pengzi and the few ordinary students stood behind Lu Yuan. They were completely dumbfounded at this moment. The fat man was completely unaware that the bottle of hemostatic medicine in his hand had fallen to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring at the human spinning tops, flying all over the sky, his mouth agape enough to fit an ostrich egg. Brother Yuan, this was also created by your F-level space. The fat man stammered, his voice filled with undisguised shock and ecstasy. I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. This is 100 times more insane than an S-rank would type talent. Basic operation, don't overdo it. Lu Yuan patted the fat man on the shoulder, his tone as casual as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. He certainly didn't use his full strength. If the strangulation power of these vines were fully unleashed, these 30-odd people would have long since turned into a pile of minced meat and fertilizer. Killing these useless people would only bring unnecessary trouble to the university's higher-ups. It would be more practical to cripple them and plunder their resources. Looking at the young masters from noble families in midair, whose eyes had rolled back and were about to foam at the mouth, he saw them. Lu Yuan felt that the time was about right. All right, let's close the net. He snapped his fingers. The vines that had been whipping around stopped instantly, and then were thrown away like trash. They slammed all 30-odd people to the ground with a series of thuds. They fell and screamed in pain again, with broken arms and legs everywhere. Lu Yuan slowly walked forward. They squatted down in front of Li Gang, who was leading the group. Li Gang has been whipped until his face looks like a pig's head, covered in blood, and he can barely open his eyes. He looked at Lu Yuan with extreme fear in his eyes, as if he were looking at a real demon. What do you want to do? Li Gang's voice trembled as he desperately tried to shrink back. Robbery. Lu Yuan reached out and snatched the priceless spatial ring from Li Gang's finger with complete ease. What, you're only allowed to rob civilians of their tokens, but I'm not allowed to double-cross them? He weighed the heavy ring in his hand, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Lu Yuan stood up, preparing to empty all the spatial bags of these 30-odd people, so that they can add a few more bricks and tiles to their divine kingdom. Just then, the ground of the entire resource-rich secret realm trembled violently without warning. This tremor was 10 times more terrifying than the commotion Lu Yuan had caused when he summoned the vines. Snap! A deafening roar that seemed to tear the soul apart. It exploded in the sky above everyone's heads. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head. All that could be seen was the once azure sky of the secret realm, now filled with artificial white mist. It looked like a mirror that had been smashed by a giant hammer. Without warning, a huge black rift, thousands of meters long, appeared. A dark aura, even more violent and purer than the abyss rift they had encountered in the wilderness. Like a waterfall, it cascaded down from that black crack. This aura, carrying a terrifying, suffocating pressure, instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. Those scions of noble families who were wailing on the ground were directly shaken by this oppressive force, foaming at the mouth and fainting on the spot. Even Fatty Wang's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. Yuan, brother Yuan! The fat man pointed at the crack, so frightened he could barely speak. It looks like something inside is about to come out. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the spatial rift that had been forcibly torn open. His mental power, comparable to radar, had already detected the enormous creature trying to squeeze through the depths of the crack. Interesting. Lu Yuan put the spatial ring in his hand into his pocket, his eyes showing no panic but rather a glint of excitement. I originally thought this was just a low-level beginner village. I never expected that such a big blind box would be hidden in this broken secret realm. Chapter 54 Sudden Change in the Secret Realm. A-rank abyss monster descends from another dimension. The enormous black rift in the sky resembled the greedy maw of a monster. It forcefully tore the artificial azure sky of the secret realm in two. Boom dash. As the gap widened, a terrifying pressure that made even the soul tremble poured down as if it were a tangible force. The pressure is too strong. It even surpassed the total amount of blood and chi burned by the 30-odd scions of aristocratic families just now. Puff! Li Gang and the others, who had just been whipped half to death by Lu Yuan's vines. Under the impact of this oppressive force, he didn't even have time to let out a scream. They coughed up a mouthful of blood, their eyes rolled back, and they were so shocked that they foamed at the mouth and fainted. Even Fatty Wang, who was hiding behind Lu Yuan, had his legs go weak and knelt down in the mud. His D-level physical enhancement was more fragile than paper in the face of this power. "Brother Yuan, I can't breathe!" The fat man's face turned bluish-purple, and he gripped the ground tightly with both hands, feeling as if his internal organs were being squeezed by a giant hand. Those ordinary students were even worse off, lying face down on the ground, unable to even lift a finger. "Take care of yourself." Lu Yuan remained expressionless, and casually waved his hand. An invisible mental barrier instantly opened, protecting the fat man and the others within it. The fat man gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just escaped death. Lu Yuan ignored the horrific scene on the ground. He tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes fixed on the ever-expanding crack in the sky. There was no fear in those eyes, instead, a hint of extremely dangerous excitement flickered within them. A great abyssal aura? This crappy newbie village actually spawned a big boss for me. At this time, inside the central monitoring hall of the Shanghai War Academy. Alert! Highest level red alert! Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected in the resource realm. The energy peak has exceeded the S-level monitoring limit. The piercing, synthesized mechanical voices echoed wildly throughout the hall, while the flashing red warning lights sent shivers down everyone's spines. What's going on? Lin Wushwang suddenly stood up from the chair, her face turning deathly pale instantly. She stared intently at the dark purple sky above the secret realm on the large screen and demanded an explanation from the operator. How could there be such a high level of spatial fluctuation in the secret realm? Investigate quickly! The operator was covered in sweat, his hands leaving after images as he typed on the keyboard. But a few seconds later he looked up, his eyes filled with despair. Sir, we've found it. His voice was trembling, as if he were reporting the end of the world. It's a high-level abyssal demon that has forcibly crossed over and descended. The energy fluctuations are classified as Grade A. What? All the high-ranking officials from the academy present, including several martial arts instructors who happened to be passing by, gasped in shock. Lin Wushwang felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A-rank abyss monster. That's a terrifying existence equivalent to a human martial saint. Even a single monster of this caliber would be enough to unleash a devastating small-scale beast tied on the outskirts of Shanghai. It would take the deployment of the military's heavy armored troops and martial god-level experts to barely suppress them. And now, it has actually descended upon a resource-rich secret realm filled with freshmen? This is like putting a flock of lambs into the cage of a starving Tyrannosaurus Rex. Quickly! Activate the emergency teleportation array immediately and pull all the students out. Lin Wushwang's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she roared in a hoarse voice. Among the new students she mentored were many direct descendants of high-ranking members of the Alliance. If they all died inside, she wouldn't have enough lives to compensate for it. Commander. The operator was almost in tears, pointing to several areas on the screen that had completely turned into static. The teleportation array was forcibly severed by that abyssal energy. The entire secret realm has been completely sealed off. Those inside can't get out, and those outside can't get in. Boom! A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. This pushed the despair of everyone in the hall to its peak. Above the secret realm, the black rift was finally torn open completely. The sky turned into an eerie, oppressive dark purple. A gigantic claw, as large as a mountain, emerged from the crack. Next came a huge head covered in black scales with a ferocious appearance. Then the second and the third. A three-headed abyssal lion, larger than a multi-story building. With a terrifying aura capable of destroying the world, it forcefully squeezed out most of its body from the crack. Its 3 pairs of blood-red eyes, larger than searchlights, coldly gazed down. Its black mane stood on end like steel needles, each hair burning with ghostly black flames. Even a simple breath expelled air transformed into small black tornadoes in midair. This is an A-rank abyss monster. 3-headed hellfire lion. It's all over, completely over. Looking at the enormous monster on the big screen, the instructors in the monitoring hall slumped helplessly into their chairs. Facing monsters of this level, let alone freshmen who are only at the early stage of martial arts mastery. Even if these grandmasters went in, they would only be meat to fill someone's teeth. Within the secret realm, the 3-headed infernal lion finally squeezed its entire body out of the spatial rift. It raised its 3 enormous heads and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Roar dash! The terrifying sound waves transformed into a tangible storm, sweeping wildly in all directions. Wherever the sound waves passed, towering trees were uprooted and shredded into sawdust. A distant mountain peak, hundreds of meters high, was razed to the ground in the roar. Dust filled the air, obscuring the dark purple sky. This apocalyptic scene left the other students, who had been hiding in the distance and narrowly escaped, in awe. They were completely plunged into the abyss of despair. "Help! Someone, please save us!" A girl cried out in despair, only to find that she couldn't even hear herself. Many more people simply collapsed to the ground, their courage to escape crushed by the oppressive force. After venting his discomfort from crossing boundaries, the demon lion lowered his head. Its 6 crimson eyes on its 3 heads locked onto what was below. There, dozens of scions of noble families had gathered, some of whom had fainted. And standing among them, the only thin figure still standing. For the newly arrived and starving demon lion, these tender human warriors were like nothing more than fresh faces. "It's the best appetizer." Tick-tock. A drop of thick saliva, larger than a bucket, dripped from the corner of the mouth of the lion's central head. It crashed to the ground, instantly corroding a large crater that emitted black smoke. The demonic lion raised its massive paw, powerful enough to smash a building. With a howling, foul wind, it slammed down hard on the group of food below. Even before the giant claws landed, the suffocating shadow of death had already enveloped everyone's hearts. Wang Pengzi hid behind Lu Yuan, watching the rapidly enlarging shadow above his head, and closed his eyes in despair. "Brother Yuan, let's be brothers again in our next life." Next life? Faced with this earth-shattering claw, Lu Yuan not only did not retreat, but he didn't even try to dodge. He tilted his head slightly back, looking at the massive black claw that seemed to press down like Mount Tai. A chilling yet fanatical smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Da Huang has been complaining lately about not having any meat to eat. Such a large grade A roasted whole lion, it should be enough to fill its teeth, right?" Chapter 55. The mentor's rescue was too late. Everyone was trapped in a life-or-death situation. Boom! 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 In the central square of the Magic City War Academy, the deafening roar of psionic cannons filled the air. More than a dozen master-level instructors were sweating profusely as they poured their raging blood and energy into the main array. They attempted to reopen the teleportation channel to the resource-rich secret realm. "No! The spatial barrier has been completely locked down by the abyssal energy." The old professor in charge of the formation was sweating profusely, and his beard was trembling. "The spatial interference from the A-rank monster is too strong. It will take at least 5 more minutes to force our way through." 5 minutes? With bloodshot eyes, Leng Wushwang slashed at the light barrier at the edge of the formation. "If we wait 5 minutes to get in, we won't even have time to collect the bodies of those students." She knew better than anyone the destructive power of A-rank monsters. Let alone 5 minutes, in front of a monster of that level, those newcomers who were at most at the early stage of martial arts master wouldn't even last 10 seconds. "Report! Vanguard Battalion Commander Qin Zhan is leading a team to conduct spatial blasting outside the coordinates of the secret realm." The operator reported, his brow beaded with sweat. Battalion Commander Qin said that they would tear a crack open within 2 minutes, even if it meant risking their lives. 2 minutes. This is the limit that the military can do. But everyone knew in their hearts that for the students in the secret realm, those 2 minutes were a chasm between life and death. At this moment, inside the secret valley, the 3-headed infernal lion's enormous claws, blotting out the sky and carrying the shadow of destruction, stomped fiercely toward Lu Yuan's location. The wind howled, snapping the towering trees around them. "Brother Yuan! Run! Brother Yuan! Run!" Fatty Wang roared in despair, his face covered in tears and snot. He wanted to rush over and push Lu Yuan away, but the terrifying A-level pressure was like an invisible mountain, pressing him firmly into the mud, making it impossible for him to even move a finger. The ordinary students nearby had already fainted from fright. Looking at the rapidly enlarging black fleshy pad on the top of my head, Lu Yuan sighed. Of course, he could punch that beast in the head right now. With his current strength attribute approaching 30 million, killing an A-level monster is as easy as swatting a fly. But if he were to appear as an F-level logistics freshman, in front of so many living people, and even in front of the surveillance cameras that might be restored, he tore apart a giant abyss beast, equivalent to a human martial saint, with his bare hands. Then he can forget about having a peaceful day in the academy, or even in the entire alliance. Those crazy researchers and high-ranking officials will definitely be watching him like sharks smelling blood. He hates trouble. Forget it, I'll just log in with a different account. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened. He turned around and kicked Fatty Wang's 200-pound buttocks. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? Ouch! Ouch! The fat man let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. He was kicked away by Lu Yuan with perfect precision, like a ball of flesh. He landed right in a hidden cave a dozen meters away, knocking the unconscious students into it as well. The cave's structure is extremely sturdy, forming a natural shelter. After doing all this, the gust of wind whipped up by the giant claws was already making Lu Yuan's clothes flutter loudly. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage. With its agility attribute in the tens of millions, it was only 0.01 seconds before the giant claw landed. Like a ghost, it vanished into the dense primeval forest behind it. Boom dash! Boom dash! Boom dash! A deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The demonic lion's giant claws slammed down on the center of the valley. The earth trembled and soil flew everywhere. The entire valley was blasted into a giant meteorite crater more than 10 meters deep by this one stomp. The violent shockwaves swept outwards, clearing away all the trees within hundreds of meters and turning them into scorched earth. Those 30-odd young masters from aristocratic families who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yuan's vines. He didn't even have time to scream. Most of the people were instantly killed by the aftershock of that kick, turning into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies. The remaining few on the edge, though not trampled, were also thrown away by the violent shockwave, their fate unknown. Roar dash! Roar dash! The demonic lion raised its giant paw, and a hint of doubt flashed in the 6 eyes on its 3 heads. It did not feel the sensation of crushing its prey. Did that human ant get away? Just as the demon lion was about to lower its head to search for Lu Yuan's whereabouts, at the critical moment, from the depths of the dense forest in the distance, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted. This fluctuation contained no trace of the evil abyss. It is physical chi and blood that is pure to the extreme and violent to the extreme. Boom! 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 A towering ancient tree that required 10 people to encircle suddenly burst open from the middle. Wood chips flew everywhere. A towering figure dressed in a wide black robe and wearing a bronze azure mask. Under the cover of wood chips flying everywhere. Like a comet hitting the earth, it rose abruptly from the dense forest, soaring straight into the sky. Who is that person? Fatty Wang, covered in dust and dirt, had just gotten up from hiding in the cave. Through the crack in the cave entrance, I witnessed this astonishing scene, and my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In midair, Lu Yuan, transformed into a mysterious titan, had his black robes fluttering in the gale. Beneath the bronze mask, a pair of eyes were as cold and deep as stars. He hovered in midair less than 50 meters away from the 3 enormous heads of the demon lion. Compared to the lion's massive, mountain-like body, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. However, the invincible aura emanating from him forcefully overwhelmed the pressure of the A-level monster. Big cat! Lu Yuan's hoarse, deep, and disguised voice boomed like thunder in midair. He looked down at the infernal lion below, which was clearly intimidated by his aura, and slowly raised his right hand. I heard you're really good at stepping? Chapter 56. The Titan's vest reappears, tearing apart an A-rank monster with bare hands. Roar dash! The 3-headed infernal lion was utterly enraged by the provocation of this tiny creature before it. As an A-level overlord comparable to a human martial saint, its majesty cannot be desecrated by anyone. The largest lion's head in the middle suddenly rose up. A gigantic black claw, blotting out the sky, carried a terrifying wind pressure that seemed to overwhelm everything. Like a meteorite falling from Mount Tai, it slammed down hard on Lu Yuan in midair. Even before the claws arrived, the suffocating pressure made the cave below tremble. Wang Pengzi, hiding in the cave, covered his head tightly, but his eyes were wide open. Oh no, this masked boss is going to be smashed into a meat pie! In midair. Faced with this devastating attack, Lu Yuan, wearing a bronze mask, did not retreat even a step. He didn't even draw any weapon, nor did he activate even the slightest bit of divine spiritual power. Good timing! Lu Yuan's hoarse voice came from under the mask. He stomped his legs in midair and charged forward to meet the giant claw head-on. At this moment, the terrifying 20 million points of power attribute were unleashed without reservation. Boom dash! The man and the beast collided violently in midair. The expected scene of blood and gore did not occur. Under the incredulous gazes of all the surviving students, The mysterious black-robed figure known as the War Titan raised his arms high. Raw and unadulterated, with pure flesh and blood. It held up the giant claw of the demonic lion, which was as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down. Buzz! A visible, violent white shockwave swept wildly in all directions from the point of collision between the two. The towering trees within a kilometer radius were ravaged by this shockwave. Like fragile weeds, they were uprooted and shredded into wood chips. It blocked it? Fatty Wang's jaw almost dropped to the ground. That's an A-rank monster. Even a military martial saint wouldn't dare to take it head-on like that. In midair, for the first time, a human-like look of astonishment and terror flashed in the 3 pairs of scarlet eyes of the demon lion. It felt as if it had photographed not a human being, but an indestructible piece of meteorite iron. No matter how hard it tried, the human's arms didn't bend even slightly. Aren't you full? Lu Yuan sneered. He suddenly jerked his arms, and the terrifying brute force directly deflected the giant claws of the demonic lion that were pressing down on him. Immediately afterwards, instead of retreating, he advanced, his figure flashing suddenly in midair. Following the lion's thick forelimbs, it charged straight to its armpit. Get up! Lu Yuan let out a low battle roar. He stretched out his hands and gripped the thick black scales on the lion's forelimb joints tightly. The muscles in his waist bulged out like a giant, twisted dragon. The ultimate physical kinetic energy of 20 million Jin exploded completely in that instant. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of everyone. That was an A-class purgatory demon lion, as large as a mountain and weighing hundreds of tons. Lu Yuan actually used pure physical brute force to defeat him. He was violently lifted off the ground. Wu dash! The demonic lion let out a terrified roar, its limbs kicking wildly in midair in despair. But it was all in vain. Lu Yuan was like someone swinging a giant meteor hammer. Grabbing the lion's front legs, he swung it around in midair like a giant windmill. The terrifying centrifugal force caused the surrounding air to emit a piercing sonic boom. Bang! It was accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the earth. This arrogant A-rank monster was treated like a dead dog by Lu Yuan. It slammed hard onto a solid rocky mountaintop. That 100-meter-high mountain was instantly smashed to pieces, with rocks flying everywhere. The demonic lion coughed up a mouthful of black blood, its 3 heads smashed and disoriented. It struggled to get up. But Lu Yuan didn't give it a chance to breathe. Boom! Lu Yuan plummeted vertically from midair. Like a black meteorite, it struck the neck of the lion's central head with perfect accuracy. He leaped up and mounted it. Roar! The demonic lion writhed in agony, its remaining 2 heads opening their gaping maws, trying to spew out dark, ghostly flames. Still want to breathe fire? Lu Yuan snorted coldly. He didn't dodge at all. He clenched his fists and, like a storm, smashed them down on the back of the lion's head and spine. Bang! 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 Each punch carried a terrifying force capable of piercing an aircraft carrier's armor. Each punch creates a substantial sonic boom cloud in the air. A nuclear-like power exploded repeatedly on the demon lion's body. That layer of A-grade protective scales, which was said to be impenetrable even by forbidden spells. Under Lu Yuan's unreasonable physical attacks, it was as fragile as paper. Scales flew off, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The demonic lion let out an extremely shrill scream. Its massive body rolled wildly on the ground, but it could not shake off the death-like figure on its back. Cut it off right now! A murderous glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He gripped the base of the lion's head with both hands. With both legs planted on its back, I suddenly pulled backward with a burst of strength from my waist. Snap! A chilling, bone-cracking sound echoed throughout the entire secret realm. It sounded particularly jarring under the silent night sky. This is an A-rank abyssal monster that has just crossed over from another realm, intending to feast in the secret realm. He didn't even have time to unleash his proud abyss Dharma form. Then it was that black-robed man wearing a bronze mask. Bare-handed, and alive. The enormous head in the very center, along with most of the spine. It was torn off forcefully. Black, hot blood shot into the sky like a fountain, staining half the sky red. The massive headless corpse of the demonic lion twitched violently twice. It collapsed with a crash, sending up clouds of dust. There was no further movement. The entire venue was deathly silent. Wan Pengzi, who was hiding in the cave, crawled to the cave entrance using both his hands and feet. He stared blankly at the headless corpse that stretched like a mountain in the distance. Then look at that masked figure standing on the corpse, holding a lion's head in his hand. My brain completely shut down. Brother Yuan just said that this masked boss might be a food delivery guy. Fatty Wong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This isn't a delivery man, this is a living devil. Lu Yuan carried the huge lion's head that was still dripping blood. He casually tossed it into the divine realm space as a snack for Big Yellow. He turned his head and glanced through the bronze mask in the direction of the cave where Fatty Wong was. After confirming that the fat man and the other ordinary students were alright, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. This problem is solved, it's time to leave. Otherwise, once those military personnel come in, it will be difficult for us to leave. Lu Yuan was secretly making plans in his mind. Just as he was about to leap into the dense forest and end this Titan Vest show, his extremely keen mental power suddenly detected a very faint yet strangely familiar spatial fluctuation. The fluctuation did not originate from the slowly closing abyss rift in the sky. Instead, it comes from at the bottom of the giant crater where the demon lion's corpse fell. Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing slightly. He turned around, and in a flash, he arrived at the edge of the giant pit. At the bottom of the pit, in the soil soaked with the blood of the demonic lion, a black stone slab, with only half of it exposed, was radiating an extremely ancient and weathered starlight. That is. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He recognized that aura all too well. Fragments of ancient star coordinates? Chapter 57 Xinjiang, the battalion commander's shock. Is this the power humans can possess? Black, hot blood poured down like a torrential downpour. This transformed the already dark red secret realm into a nauseating abyss color. Just as Lu Yuan tore the massive body of the purgatory lion in half with his bare hands. Boom! The sky at the edge of the secret realm was finally torn open by an even more violent external force. A blinding white light flashed by. Dozens of psionic assault boats, painted with military insignia, roared in like arrows released from a bow. Teams 1 and 2, search for survivors immediately. Squads 3 and 4, prepare to face the A-rank monster. All hands on deck, activate overload mode, prepare for a fight to the death. On the lead assault boat, Qin Zhan, the battalion commander of the vanguard battalion of the Yuan army, held a 2-meter-long ship-slaying sword and was enveloped in boiling master-level aura. His weathered face was etched with determination and a death wish. When he received the emergency rescue order, he was already prepared for the entire army to be wiped out and for his life to be exchanged for another. After all, the opponent is an A-rank monster. However, when he, with the death wish, was the first to jump from the assault boat and step into the valley shrouded in the abyss, the scene before him left him completely dumbfounded. There was no earth-shattering battle as imagined. There were also no gruesome images of students being massacred. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation and an overwhelming, pungent stench of blood in the air. As well as, on the ruins of that raised hilltop, there lay the ridiculously large corpse of a demonic lion, torn in two. What's going on? The adjutant behind Qin Zhan was also dumbfounded and stammered a question. How come that A-rank demonic lion is already dead? Could it be that some hidden master from the academy has made a move? Qin Zhan did not answer. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were fixed on the corpse of the demon lion. That figure was being bathed in a rain of blood. The man was wearing a large black robe and a bronze azure mask with no expression on his face. He carried a huge lion's head that was still dripping blood and casually tossed it aside. Then, slowly and deliberately, he reached out from the lion's shattered chest. He pulled out an A-grade magic core, as big as a washbasin, radiating a dazzling light. The movements were skillful and graceful. It's as easy as killing a chicken at the market and skillfully removing its gizzard. Gulp! Qin Zhan swallowed hard. He felt his throat was so dry it was like it was about to burst into flames. As a fierce general who had been guarding the front line of the Abyss Rift for many years, he recognized the mask at a glance. That was when he slaughtered the entire Zhao family in one night in Jiangnan City, and later he single-handedly rescued all the students taking the exam from Ruins No. 1. It was secretly designated by the military high command as the highest level S-class unknown combat force. Codename War Titan. How could he be here? Qin Zhan's heart was pounding wildly. He couldn't understand why this mysterious and powerful figure, who was rarely seen, would suddenly appear in a low-level resource secret realm that was only open to freshmen. Was he secretly protecting these students all along? But what made Qin Zhan's scalp tingle and even his soul tremble was something else entirely. It is this, War Titan, that displays that irrational and terrifying power. Qin Zhan had just glanced at the scene. There were no traces of martial arts techniques left behind, nor any fluctuations of magical energy. In other words, the mysterious man in front of them had dismantled an A-level monster comparable to a martial saint into pieces with just his bare fists. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Qin Zhan looked at the figure standing tall amidst the rain of blood and murmured to himself. He felt that the martial arts worldview he had built up over the decades had been completely crushed at this moment. Just then, they seemed to have noticed the arrival of the military. The black-robed man wearing a bronze mask slowly turned around. Those cold eyes hidden behind the mask met Qin Zhan's gaze in midair, hundreds of meters apart. There was no murderous intent, no hostility. There was only a vast, unfathomable indifference, overlooking all living beings. The moment that gaze swept over me. Qin Zhan, a fierce and ruthless general who fought his way in and out of the abyss battlefield 7 times without even flinching. I couldn't help but shiver. He felt like a rabbit being targeted by a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. With just a thought, the other party could crush him and the entire rescue team behind him into dust. Lu Yuan indeed had no intention of killing. But he was annoyed. I finally defeated a big boss and got a bunch of top-tier materials and experience points. Before they could even touch the corpse, this swarm of annoying flies appeared. Without any hesitation, he stuffed the still warm A-grade magic core into his pocket right in front of Qin Zhan. It was actually thrown into an F-level space. Then, he gave Qin Zhan a cold glance. That look was full of warning and impatience. It's as if it's saying, "Don't mess with me." The next second, Lu Yuan's figure suddenly became somewhat illusory. It's like a TV screen with a bad signal. Spatial fluctuations? Qin Zhan's pupils contracted, and he was about to say something. The figure in black robes vanished instantly, like an ink droplet dissolving into water. Not even the slightest trace of its presence remained. Battalion Commander, the man is missing! The adjutant pointed in horror at the deserted ruins. He's a space-type talent? No. Qin Zhan gripped the ship-slaying sword tightly in his hand, his palms covered in cold sweat. He shook his head, his voice extremely hoarse. That's not talent, it's a sign of cultivating physical strength to its limit and forcibly breaking through spatial barriers. This guy's strength has exceeded our imagination. He turned his head and looked at the soldiers who had come down from the assault boat and were treating the surviving students. He glanced again at the cave that Lu Yuan had kicked into, which remained intact. My heart was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Pass on my orders! Qin Zhan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that nothing he saw here today could be revealed to the public. Immediately cordon off the scene and bring all surviving students back to the university for psychological intervention. Officially, we announced that the A-rank monster was killed by the Academy's hidden guardians working together. As for that war titan, Qin Zhan turned around and glanced in the direction where the black-robed man had disappeared, his expression becoming incredibly complex. Awe, gratitude, and a deep sense of dread. Classify the eyewitness report as top secret and report it directly to the Alliance Supreme Command. Let's say that a true human being may have been born within our race. Gods. Chapter 58. The secret realm collapses, and they leave calmly with a load of divine resources. With the death of the A-rank Purgatory Lion, the abyssal energy source that supported this secret realm space went out instantly, like an electric fan that had been unplugged. Click, click, click. The enormous black crack in the sky is closing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, and huge rift valleys appeared out of nowhere. Large chunks of space shattered like glass in the sky, crashing to the ground and vanishing into nothingness. This small, folded space is about to collapse completely. Oh no! The secret realm is about to collapse! Qin Zhan's expression changed as he looked at the apocalyptic scene. He no longer had time to ponder who the mysterious war titan really was. He immediately roared into the walkie-talkie. Attention all rescue units! Abandon the search! Immediately move the surviving students to the temporary teleportation point and prepare for an emergency evacuation. Quick! There are still a few survivors here. Medic! You there, quickly put that young master from a wealthy family with a broken leg on a stretcher. The military's rescue teams were well trained and quickly searched for the students who had been stunned or terrified amidst the chaos.
And it was amidst this chaos and turmoil. A figure wearing a faded school uniform slowly emerged from the dense forest on the other side of the valley. It was Lu Yuan, who had long since changed back to his original identity. He patted the grass clippings off his clothes, looking as relaxed as if he had just woken up from a nap. He walked up to the cave he had kicked into. Inside the cave, Fatty Wang, covered in soot, was dragging out the several civilian students who had fainted from fright, one by one. "Brother Yuan! You're not dead!" When Fatty Wang saw Lu Yuan, he was so excited he almost cried. He grabbed Lu Yuan and began to examine him thoroughly. "The ground was shaking so badly just now, I thought you'd been trampled into mincemeat by that giant lion. I'm tough, even the king of hell won't take me." Lu Yuan pushed away the fat man's mud-covered face with disgust. He glanced at the military rescue team that was urgently evacuating in the distance, and raised an eyebrow. "Let's go, or we'll be buried alive in this awful place." Lu Yuan pulled along Wang Pengzi, who was still in a daze, and the other few half-dead ordinary students. They blended in seamlessly into the crowd of refugees. They successfully boarded the temporary teleportation array set up by the military. A flash of white light, and it disappeared into the collapsing secret realm. The central plaza of the Shanghai War Academy. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Ling Wuxuang and several high-ranking members of the academy were anxiously waiting at the exit of the teleportation array. With a flash of light, students covered in blood and in a sorry state were teleported out. Some had broken arms and legs, some had mental breakdowns and cried uncontrollably, and a few were even scared into becoming mentally disabled. The entire square instantly transformed into a desolate field hospital filled with cries of despair. Student Council President Yi Xingchen, along with his trusted lackeys, stood on the periphery of the crowd. His face was somewhat gloomy. He was somewhat surprised by the huge mess that had occurred in the secret realm. But what he cared about more was whether that F-level trash named Lu Yuan was dead or not. "Chairman, Tang Shan, Shui Xiener, and the others haven't come out yet." A henchman with a middle-parting hairstyle next to him reported in a low voice. "I guess he and that guy surnamed Lu got trampled into mincemeat by that A-level monster. The fact that there are no remains of the body saves us the trouble of cleaning up the mess." "Humph, at least he died a quick death." Yi Xingchen sneered, a hint of pleasure flashing in his eyes. He couldn't wait to see Su Qinghan's heartbroken expression when she learned of Lu Yuan's death. Just then, the teleportation array lit up again. Wang Pengzi's massive body staggered and rolled out of there. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan helped several injured civilian students and slowly walked out. His old school uniform was spotless, except for a little dust. It was as if the cataclysmic disaster that had just occurred had absolutely nothing to do with him. Yi Xingchen's smile froze instantly. How is he still alive?" He stared in disbelief at the unharmed figure, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "What about Tang Shan, Shui Xiener, and the other 3 martial arts masters? And what about that bottle of boneless powder that could poison even a grandmaster? This script is wrong." It wasn't just Yi Xingchen. Ling Wuxuang, standing on the high platform, was also stunned to see Lu Yuan emerge unharmed. She strode forward, grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, and looked him up and down. "You're not injured? How did you survive the claws of that A-rank monster?" Her voice was filled with undisguised shock and confusion. Lu Yuan blinked, revealing an extremely innocent expression. "Teacher, I don't know either." He pointed to Fatty Wang next to him. "I was terrified. The fat guy kicked me into a cave and I passed out. When I woke up, the fighting outside was over." Fatty Wang, who was used as a shield. Lin Wuxuang looked at him suspiciously. But the scene was too chaotic, and she didn't have time to ask detailed questions. "Never mind, it's good that everyone is all right." She breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and gave a loud command. "Where are the people from the Academic Affairs Office? Immediately begin taking stock of the survivors' spoils and calculating their points." I heard that the points would be tallied. Yi Xingchen's expression improved slightly. Although he failed to kill Lu Yuan, the biggest benefit of this secret realm was the marrow cleansing spring. We absolutely cannot let this good-for-nothing commoner get his hands on it. "Chairman, your harvest includes 5 second-tier tokens, plus more than a dozen high-level spiritual herbs, placing you firmly in the top 3 in total points." The middle-parted hair underling reported obsequiously. "That guy surnamed Lu probably hasn't even touched a first-tier beast. His points are definitely 0. Really? When the teachers in the Academic Affairs Office began taking inventory, most ordinary students had terrible scores, with many even having negative scores. Meanwhile, the scions of prominent families all gained something,
to varying degrees. Yu Xingqian has temporarily ranked first on the survivor list with a score of 5,000. His face once again displayed that arrogant smile befitting a victor. It was Lu Yuan's turn. The tutor in charge of statistics glanced at him and waved his hand impatiently. Next, Lu Yuan, what have you learned from the logistics department? That tone clearly indicated that he was just going through the motions. Oh, let me see. Lu Yuan pulled open the worn-out canvas bag on his back. He slowly rummaged through the trash, amidst everyone's disapproving stares. Splash dash. He first poured out a bunch of spatial rings stained with blood and dirt. More than 30. They were all, casually, taken from those scions of prominent families. This is Tangshan's spatial bag? Yu Xingqian's pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Lu Yuan then began taking things out of his F-level space. A grade A demon lion crystal core radiating terrifying pressure. A pile of ancient star coordinate fragments shimmering with the light of laws. There are also more than a dozen top-grade divine medicinal herbs, all at least 1,000 years old, that are priceless and unavailable in the outside world. These things had just appeared. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire square instantly increased more than tenfold. The air was filled with the fragrance of herbs, and the light shone brightly. The instrument in the hands of the supervisor in charge of statistics kept beeping and alarming, and it burned out due to overload. A-grade crystal core? What is that? I feel like my soul is going to be sucked in if I just look at it. A divine grade elixir? Holy crap! Isn't that something that only exists in legends? The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the pile of spoils at Lu Yuan's feet, which resembled a treasure trove of a divine kingdom, as if they had been frozen in place. Cough cough. Lu Yuan took out the last piece of spoils and dusted off his hands. Teacher, could you please calculate how many points these can be exchanged for? He looked at Yu Xingqian, whose face had turned as green as if he had just been pulled out of a cesspool, and gave him an extremely wicked smile. My little bit of junk should be good enough for me to take a bath in that so-called sacred spring, right? Chapter 59 The Great Earthquake at the Academy, Dean Situ's personal reception. The Resource Secret Realm event was like a magnitude 12 super-earthquake. This not only shocked the entire Shanghai War Academy, but even alarmed the top echelons of the Alliance. This otherwise unremarkable freshman assessment has revealed far too many shocking and frightening details. A-level abyssal monsters descended from another realm, causing the secret realm to collapse and nearly half of the noble family's scions to suffer heavy casualties. The mysterious and powerful War Titan has reappeared, tearing apart an A-rank monster with his bare hands, shocking the entire Alliance. As well as a logistics major freshman who has awakened an F-level spatial talent. Not only did they emerge unscathed from the disaster, but they also amassed a treasure trove comparable to a divine kingdom, taking the top spot on the leaderboard with an absurdly overwhelming force. Any one of these incidents could dominate the university forum for a month. Now they've all come together. The entire academic community in Shanghai was in an uproar. Inside the highest conference room of the university, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable, and more than a dozen university executives were arguing heatedly, their faces red and necks bulging. This must be thoroughly investigated. A director from a powerful family faction with good relations with the Yi family slammed his fist on the table. Where would an F-rank logistics soldier get an A-rank magic core and a divine grade elixir? And those spatial rings, they all belong to our family's members. This isn't some opportunistic act, it's taking advantage of someone's misfortune, it's murder. Fart. Lin Wushuang, who was in charge of freshman training, kicked a chair, her eyes icy cold. Back then, it was your bunch of good-for-nothing brats who ganged up and attacked the civilian students first. Lu Yuan was acting in self-defense. As for those resources, they were lucky enough to find them before the secret realm collapsed. What's the problem with that? Good luck? You call tearing apart an A-rank monster with your bare hands good luck? Lin Wushuang, don't forget, that War Titan also appeared in the secret realm. I strongly suspect that this Lu Yuan is Titan's accomplice, or even his illegitimate son. They colluded with us from within and without, killing our sons and robbing our resources. That's utter nonsense. The meeting room was filled with a great deal of noise. The powerful factions insisted on arresting Lu Yuan, subjecting him to severe torture, and investigating the source of his resources. Ling Wushuang and several mentors from commoner backgrounds fought desperately to protect him. Neither side could convince the other, and the situation reached a stalemate. Just then. Buzz dash. A terrifying pressure, as vast as the sea and seemingly capable of crushing the entire sky, was felt. Without warning, it enveloped the entire conference room. Faced with this oppressive force, all the Grand Master-level experts present were overwhelmed. Like a small sampan in a storm. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. They were all suffocated by the oppression. Yes, yes, Dean! Someone managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, their eyes filled with extreme awe and fear. The conference room door opened silently. A gaunt old man dressed in coarse linen clothes, with white hair and beard, who looked like a farmer from the countryside. He walked in slowly, his hands behind his back. He looked ordinary, but with each step he took, a visible ripple would spread through the surrounding space. The highest authority in the Shanghai War Academy. One of the three peak powerhouses of the human race, a half-step martial god. Situ Kong. He has been in seclusion for a full 10 years. Today, I actually broke through the barrier for the sake of a freshman. Have you had enough of arguing? Situ Kong's voice was calm, without the slightest hint of anger. But to everyone else, it sounded like a series of thunderclaps. The conference room, which had been arguing non-stop just moments before, suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Situ Kong ignored the pale-faced directors. He walked straight to the main screen and pulled up the top-secret battle video of the War Titan that Qin Zhan had sent back from the secret realm. And surveillance footage of Lu Yuan lifting a woven bag weighing several hundred kilograms with one hand at the quartermaster station. 2 dazzling beams of light burst forth from his cloudy old eyes. He stared intently at the figure in the old-school uniform on the screen. It was as if they wanted to see right through him, inside and out. Interesting, very interesting. Situ Kong muttered to himself, a very strange smile appearing on his face. He turned around and waved to the room full of trembling executives. This matter ends here. No one is allowed to touch that kid named Lu Yuan. If anyone dares to make any underhanded moves behind my back, don't blame me for personally coming to their door and breaking their bones. After saying that, Situ Kong ignored the shocked looks on everyone's faces. With one step, his figure vanished from the spot. It was as if it had never existed. 3 buildings in the inner area, dormitory 301. Slurp dash. Lu Yuan was eating a steaming bowl of instant noodles, sweating profusely. There was nothing I could do. I'd been working for a whole day and night without a drop of water. I'm so hungry now I could swallow a whole cow. Fatty Wang was gesticulating wildly and boasting on the side. Brother Yuan, you didn't see it. That masked boss tore that giant lion apart with his bare hands. The scene was bloody and exciting, even more so than a Hollywood blockbuster. My tech-savvy roommate Tai Zhu is still clutching his blueprints, oblivious to everything around him. Just then. Squeak dash. The unlocked wooden door to the dormitory was gently pushed open from the outside. Lu Yuan, holding a bowl of instant noodles, subconsciously looked up. There was an old man dressed in coarse linen clothes, with white hair and beard, who looked like he had wandered into the wrong house. He was standing at the door with a smile on his face. A pair of seemingly cloudy old eyes, yet like 2 sharp scalpels. They stared intently at him, as if trying to dissect his very soul. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that the seemingly ordinary old man in front of him was. He possesses a terrifying power capable of destroying the entire demon city. That power was 10,000 times more terrifying than all the powerful people he had encountered before combined. Little one, the noodles are good, they smell nice. Situ Kong walked in slowly, his hands behind his back. He circled Lu Yuan twice, marveling at the sight. His eyes looked as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Grandpa, who are you looking for? Wang Pengzi felt uneasy under the old man's gaze, and mustered his courage to ask a question. Situ Kong ignored him. He stared intently at Lu Yuan, who was slurping instant noodles, his eyes gleaming with an intensely fanatical light. He suddenly reached out and made a grasping motion in the air in Lu Yuan's direction. Buzz! An invisible, massive gravitational field instantly enveloped Lu Yuan. The surrounding air seemed to solidify at that moment. Even the light was distorted. The tin thermos on the table was flattened into a disc. However, despite being at the center of the gravitational field, Lu Yuan remained sitting there steadily. He didn't even shake the hand holding the instant noodle bowl. He merely frowned slightly and blew on the scalding hot noodles. Grandpa, let's talk this out. Don't disturb my cooking. When Situ Kong saw this scene, the fanaticism in his eyes instantly reached its peak. He slapped his thigh and let out a deafening burst of wild laughter. Ha! Just as I predicted. I was right. He pointed at Lu Yuan, his voice trembling with excitement. Kid, that's not some F-grade junk storage space at all. What you have awakened is a combat-type spatial talent that is 1 in 10,000 and exists only in ancient legends. It's an extremely rare S-class gravity space. Situ Kong wore a smug expression that said, I've seen through everything. Stop pretending. Your insane weight-bearing capacity during training, and now this performance that ignores my gravity field. It all proves that you are a natural gravity master. I have completely seen through you. Chapter 60 The Closed-Door Disciple has the strongest backer of the human race. Slurp dash. Lu Yuan slurped up his instant noodles, his movements pausing slightly. He paused for a moment, then looked up at the gaunt old man in front of him, who was gesticulating wildly and had a smug expression on his face that said, I know everything. I almost burst out laughing inside. Gravity space? S-rank talent? This old man has quite a vivid imagination. But his imagination saved him the trouble of making up reasons himself. The matter of the SSS-level Endless Origin God Kingdom is too shocking to be exposed. Since someone has offered to help find a way out that sounds reasonable, then let's go with the flow and put the S-level genius label on him. This will also prevent anyone from being so blind as to bring up F-level talent in the future. You've seen through it all? Lu Yuan put down the instant noodle bowl and wiped his mouth. He looked at Situ Kong, a playful smile curving his lips. Old man, you have good taste. He neither admitted nor denied it. In Situ Kong's view, this ambiguous attitude was tantamount to tacit agreement. Ha! I knew it! Situ Kong was so excited that his beard was shaking. God bless our human race! God bless our Magic City Academy! I never imagined that after 10 years of seclusion, I would actually be able to encounter such a peerless genius as you, 1 in a million. To further confirm his guess, Lu Yuan decided to add some more ingredients to his dish. With the thought, he activated a sliver of the planetary gravitational field inherent in his divine kingdom. Buzz dash. A spatial pressure 100 times heavier and more solid than the gravity field released by Situ Kong just now. Centered on Lu Yuan, it erupted with a deafening roar. Bang! Wan Pengzi's over 200-pound body was pressed down to the ground by the sudden gravity, his face pressed against the floor like a flattened toad. Even Taizhu, the tech geek who had been completely absorbed in his own world, couldn't hold the blueprints steady and looked up in shock. This is... Situ Kong's smile froze instantly. He felt the terrifying gravity that seemed to be able to crush space and even made him, a half-step martial god, feel a chill. The fervor in their eyes instantly turned into utter shock and disbelief. This is simply not the kind of strength that an S-class gravity space could achieve. The origin of this power is ancient, vast, and even carries a hint of creation. What kind of monster is this kid? Cough cough. Seeing that the time was right, Lu Yuan immediately withdrew the Divine Kingdom's gravity. He shrugged as he looked at Situ Kong, who was shocked and filled with self-doubt. Grandpa, you suddenly barged into my dormitory and even tried to touch me inappropriately. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Situ Kong suddenly came to his senses. The way he looked at Lu Yuan had completely changed. What started as appreciation and curiosity turned into a fanatical and protective instinct, like looking at a priceless treasure. Regardless of what kind of talent this kid has, he absolutely cannot let them get away today. An explanation? I'll give you a grand explanation today. Situ Kong slapped his thigh suddenly, the sound as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the entire dormitory building. From this day forward you, Lu Yuan. He is my only disciple, Situ Kong's last disciple. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on you is an enemy of me, Situ Kong, and the entire Shanghai War Academy. What the heck? Wan Pengzi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head, his mouth wide open enough to fit a light bulb. The dean wants to take Yuan Ge as his apprentice? This news was like a bombshell. It instantly caused an uproar on the university forum. Breaking news! The dean, after 10 years of dedicated study, personally visited the freshman dormitory and accepted Lu Yuan, the top scorer in the country, as his last disciple. Holy crap! That's a meteoric rise. A disciple of the dean, that's even more impressive than being the student council president, right? Where are those aristocratic scions who were clamoring to investigate Lu Yuan? Come out and show yourselves? Yu Xingchen is probably crying her eyes out in the bathroom, ha ha ha. Student Union headquarters. Smack! Yu Xingqian was so angry when he saw the news pop up on his bracelet that he crushed the energy crystal cup in his hand into powder. The muscles in his face were contorted with extreme jealousy and anger, making him look incredibly ferocious. Situkong, you old bastard! How dare you ruin my plans! He originally intended to use his family's influence to continue making things difficult for Lu Yuan at the academy. But now, Lu Yuan has become the dean's personal disciple. It's like having a get-out-of-jail-free card on your head. Who would dare to touch him? Yu Xingqian slumped into a chair, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. He knew that from this day forward, this place, the Magic City Academy, would be his home. He could no longer control that guy surnamed Lu. In the dormitory, faced with Situkong's unquestionable, forced acceptance of disciples, Lu Yuan stroked his chin. They got a half-step martial god as a backer for free, and could also openly plunder resources under the name of the academy. This deal doesn't seem like a bad one. All right. Lu Yuan nodded reluctantly. Since you're so sincere, I'll accept this apprenticeship. He paused, then added. But let me make this clear beforehand. Don't expect me to come and pay my respects to you and offer you tea every day. I'm a lazy person. Ha! Good. That's got personality. I love your laziness. Situkong was not angry but laughed, finding Lu Yuan more and more pleasing to the eye. He took out a purple gold token engraved with ancient runes from his pocket and stuffed it into Lu Yuan's hand. This is the Dean's personal disciple's token. With this, you can go wherever you want and take whatever you want within the academy, except for a few forbidden areas. If anyone dares to stop you, just break their legs, and I'll cover for them. This is practically a pass that lets you do whatever you want in the university. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Yuan toyed with the heavy token in his hand, a cold smile curving his lips. He walked to the window, looking at the glaring sunlight outside and the figures hurrying around the campus. His gaze gradually turned dangerous. Previously, he was somewhat cautious in his actions and did not want to reveal too many of his cards. But now, with the Dean, one of the strongest backers of the human race, as their protector, then you can do many things freely. For example, those aristocratic parasites in the secret realm who wanted to kill him. And then there's Yu Xingqian, the student council president who's always jumping around in the background. And then there are the heretics lurking in the shadows, eyeing humanity with predatory intent. Now that we have the strongest backing from the human race. Lu Yuan felt the terrifying power within his body, power capable of destroying the world, and smiled coldly. Now it's my turn to go find you rats and settle the score. Chapter 61, Rewards for Merit Awarded, secretly withheld by Yu Xingqian's family. Since being accepted as Dean Situkong's last disciple, Lu Yuan's status in the academy has skyrocketed. Those scions of powerful families who used to avoid him now respectfully address him as Brother Lu whenever they meet. Even the cafeteria lady serving him food offered to give him 2 extra pieces of braised pork. But Lu Yuan had absolutely no interest in these empty platitudes. What he was more concerned about was the reward for first place in this resource dungeon. A great magic core, fragments of star coordinates, plus the space rings of those 30-odd unlucky guys. All of these things combined, when converted into credits and cash, would amount to an astronomical sum. It's perfect for fueling his hungry divine kingdom. The next morning, Lu Yuan, carrying the purple gold dean's token, swaggered into the quartermaster's office. Having witnessed the shock of those 3 million credits last time. This time, the person in charge of receiving him was no longer an ordinary mentor, but the head of the logistics department. A middle-aged fat man with a beer belly and a big smile on his face. Oh, Lu, you're here. Please, have a seat. The supervisor personally served Lu Yuan a cup of top-grade spiritual tea, his attitude as obsequious as a eunuch. You turned the tide in the secret realm this time, not only winning first place but also saving so many classmates. You are truly the pride of our academy. Stop talking nonsense, supervisor. Lu Yuan crossed his legs, took a sip of tea, and got straight to the point. Give me my list of rewards, I'm in a hurry. Okay, please wait a moment. The supervisor scurried to the terminal and retrieved Lu Yuan's account information. But when he saw the numbers on the screen, the smile on his face suddenly froze. A barely perceptible hint of panic flashed in his eyes. That Lu student. The supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked back with a forced laugh. Your rewards have been fully calculated. He projected a virtual list into the air. A total of 500,000 credits, plus a cash reward of 10 million alliance coins. Lu Yuan glanced at the number and frowned slightly. 500,000? 10 million? He put down his teacup, his voice turning cold. Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? What kind of international joke is this? A single A-grade magic core can fetch hundreds of millions on the black market. Not to mention those 1,000-year-old divine medicines and all the possessions of more than 30 aristocratic science. Even if you count on your toes, there couldn't possibly be only this much. That's at least 10 times smaller. That's right. The supervisor avoided eye contact, not daring to look Lu Yuan in the eye. He pointed to a line of small print on the list and stammered as he explained. Last night, the Academy's reward settlement system suddenly malfunctioned, and a large-scale data rollback occurred. Many of your spoils have been classified as unclaimed items in the system and cannot be redeemed. Don't worry. Our technical department is working hard to fix it. Once it's fixed, we'll definitely give you the rest of the reward. System failure? Data rollback? You dare to use such nonsense to fool a 3-year-old? Lu Yuan looked at the supervisor's chubby face, which was clearly marked by guilt, and sneered inwardly. He did not react on the spot. Instead, he closed his eyes, and his immense mental power, like invisible tentacles, instantly enveloped the entire quartermaster department. They easily spotted the encrypted communicator vibrating slightly under the supervisor's desk. Mental power penetrated the encryption barrier and directly invaded the other party's communication channel. A conversation, deliberately hushed, echoed clearly in his mind. How's the matter going? That was Yi Xingqian's cold voice. Chairman, everything has been done as you instructed. It was the obsequious voice of the quartermaster. I used the excuse of a system malfunction to give him less than 1/10 of the reward. The remaining A-grade magic core and divine medicine have been transferred through secret channels to your family's private vault outside the city. Well done. Yi Xingqian's voice was filled with the satisfaction of avenging a great enemy. Even with Situkong backing him, he's just a commoner. He wouldn't dare to publicly investigate our Yi family's accounts with the upper echelons of the Alliance at this critical juncture because of a system error. He's going to suffer this loss in silence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. There was not a trace of anger in his dark eyes. There was only a chilling, cold scene, as if one were looking at a group of dead people. It turns out that Yi Xingqian was behind it all. Taking advantage of his grandfather's high position in the Alliance, he secretly intercepted his spoils of war. That's quite a clever tactic. Student Lu? Student Lu? The supervisor, seeing Lu Yuan suddenly fall silent, assumed he had been driven mad by the unfair treatment. A surge of secret pleasure welled up inside me. If there are no problems, please sign this list to confirm? He handed over an electronic signature board and urged. Okay. To the supervisor's surprise. Lu Yuan not only didn't make a scene, but he didn't even utter a single question. He picked up the pen and calmly signed his name on the signature board. Then he stood up, turned around and left. It was as if the billions of resources that were withheld were completely insignificant to him. The supervisor was stunned. That's it? No fuss, no fuss? Just accept it like that? As he watched Lu Yuan's departing figure, a sense of disappointment even welled up in his heart. I thought I'd be seeing this newly minted genius cause a ruckus at the quartermaster department. It seems that he's just a spineless coward with no connections who can only swallow his anger. Lu Yuan walked out of the quartermaster department's gate. The bright sunshine outside made him squint slightly. He looked up, towards the center of Shanghai. There stands a magnificent building, hundreds of meters tall, entirely constructed of black crystal. That was the headquarters of the Yi family conglomerate, and a symbol of the Yi family's power and wealth. Lu Yuan took out his phone and pulled up a 3D structural diagram of the building. His gaze fell precisely on the deepest part of the underground, on the family treasure vault marked SSS level top secret. Withholding my resources? Lu Yuan's lips curled into an extremely cruel smile, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. Very good. Then use your entire family's centuries-old wealth to slowly repay this debt. Chapter 62 Lu Yuan's Revenge, sneaking into the Yi family treasure vault in the dark. The night was as dark as ink. In the heart of Shanghai, the headquarters of the Yi family conglomerate was brightly lit. This building, which is over 300 meters tall and made entirely of abyssal black crystal, is itself an indestructible war fortress. The building was surrounded by numerous sentries, both overt and covert. The 360-degree psionic monitoring probes are so powerful that even a fly flying by cannot escape the AI's scan. Not to mention those 9-layered chain defense formations personally set up by grandmasters, which are said to be so difficult even for martial gods to break into. The entire Yi family manor was heavily guarded, as secure as an iron barrel. However, faced with absolute power, these so-called impregnable walls are as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. Buzz dash. A figure dressed in a wide black robe and wearing a bronze Shura mask appeared out of thin air in the shadows 100 meters away from the Yi family building. Lu Yuan raised his head and glanced at the black building that exuded an ominous aura in the night. His eyes were cold. This time, he neither summoned Big Yellow nor used the kind of violent means that could uproot the earth, like the War Titan. To deal with rats like the Yi family who hide in the gutter, you have to use the rat's methods. To kill someone, you must also destroy their spirit. Lu Yuan's mind stirred. An extremely subtle yet incredibly profound spatial fluctuation rippled outwards from him. His figure slowly became transparent and ethereal in place. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, it completely disappeared into the night. This is his spatial talent, disguised as an F rank, with its inherent passive ability spatial virtualization. It allows him to particle his body into particles in a short period of time, enabling him to penetrate all non-living entities. Ignoring physical defenses, it can come and go as it pleases. Invisibility cheat activated. Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. He strolled leisurely toward the black building protected by countless high-tech features and arrays. Beep 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 dash. The infrared thermal scanner at the entrance did not react at all. Several master-level guards on patrol walked past him, completely ignoring him, a living, breathing person. Lu Yuan was like a ghost walking in another dimension, easily passing through the first line of defense. Immediately afterwards. It is a high-voltage psionic network capable of instantly turning a martial grandmaster into charred remains. It is a spatial cutting trap capable of annihilating any intruder. It is a vibranium alloy gate weighing hundreds of tons. Lu Yuan moved as if he were in an empty place. He even had the leisure to give the middle finger to a security guard in the monitoring room who was dozing off. He traveled smoothly all the way to the ground floor of the Yi family building. 500 meters underground. The true core of the Yi family, the location of the family's treasure trove. The defenses here are 10 times more terrifying than those on the ground. The air was filled with a suffocating pressure from the array formation. The door to the treasure vault was made from a single piece of starry sky iron, extracted from an extraterrestrial meteorite. It is said that even if the Alliance bombarded it with the main guns of the latest Star Destroyer for 3 days and 3 nights, they would not be able to leave a single white mark on it. The defense is indeed good, but unfortunately it's useless against me. Lu Yuan walked to the huge iron gate that was shimmering with dark blue runes. He did not attempt a brute force attack. Instead, it was as if I were passing through a curtain of water, floating lightly as I walked directly inside. Buzz. Spatial transformation. A surge of spiritual energy, so rich it was almost tangible, rushed towards us. It almost made Lu Yuan groan out of pleasure. He looked around, and even though he was mentally prepared, he was still dazzled by the extravagant scene before him. This is a huge space, as big as several football fields. There were no windows, and the dome was inlaid with tens of thousands of fist-sized, top-quality luminous pearls, illuminating the entire treasure vault as if it were daytime. On the ground, there were mountains of top-grade spirit stones, radiating multicolored light. Along the wall, rows of weapons and armor forged from rare star alloys were neatly stacked. In the corner, there were dozens of huge crystal cabinets. Inside, various rare and precious medicinal herbs, priceless and unavailable in the outside world, are preserved in millennia-old ice. There were even a few exotic beast eggs that looked incredibly valuable. No wonder it's a Chable family that has been passed down for 300 years. Lu Yuan whistled, his eyes burning with desire. This foundation is more than 10 times richer than the Zhao family and the myriad races sect that I plundered before. He stepped on a pile of spirit stones, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Lu Yuan was even in an inconspicuous corner. A dark red crystal core the size of a wash basin was discovered, radiating a terrifying pressure. And several divine medicinal herbs, each at least 1,000 years old, preserved in special jade boxes. It was the batch of stolen goods that Yi Xingchen had taken from his hands. You dare take my things? Lu Yuan sneered, a hint of undisguised greed flashing in his eyes. He walked to the very center of the treasure vault and took a deep breath. Now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Lu Yuan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Everyone says not to take what isn't mine, but everything here will soon be mine. He suddenly opened his arms wide. The infinite mark between the eyebrows burst forth with dazzling golden light. System, collect it. Don't even mention plucking feathers from a passing goose. Today I'll scrape the earth clean. Chapter 63. Empty your resources. Throw them all into the divine kingdom as fertilizer. Take it! With a low shout from Lu Yuan, the air in the entire Yi family treasure vault began to distort wildly. A massive, spinning golden spatial vortex suddenly formed behind him. The terrifying suction force, like a black hole descending, instantly enveloped this enormous space, which was comparable in size to several football fields. Splash dash! The mountain of top-grade spirit stones, like grains of sand swept up by a tornado, continuously flew into the vortex. Those rare and precious materials that would cause bloodshed in the outside world are now like cabbages on a clearance sale. They were sucked away in heaps. Keep it down, or you'll cause the building to collapse. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, like a supervisor, directing the divine kingdom space to carry out precise harvesting. Those divine-grade medicinal herbs preserved in 10,000-year-old ice were taken away along with the ice blocks. The A-grade and even S-grade alloy weapons gleaming with a cold light on the weapon rack flew in like iron filings attracted by a magnet. The incubators containing the alien beast eggs in the corner were also packed up and taken away. Lu Yuan's principle is that wherever he goes, not a blade of grass will grow. He didn't even spare the jade bottles containing elixirs and the gold bricks used to line the weapon boxes. Jade bottles can be recycled, and gold bricks can be used as building materials even if thrown into the divine kingdom. He was seriously considering it in his mind. Finally, when the entire treasure vault had been moved down to just 4 bare walls, Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the massive treasure vault door made of starry sky iron. And right in the center of the gate, there is a top-quality luminous pearl, about the size of a basketball, which serves as the eye of the entire defensive formation. This door is too big, it's difficult to dismantle. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. But leaving this luminous pearl here is just a waste of electricity. He reached out his hand, ignoring the restrictive electric current above it, which was powerful enough to electrocute a martial arts master. With a snap, they forcefully pried off the priceless luminous pearl. The moment the luminous pearl was pried off, the entire defensive array of the Yi family building dimmed for a moment. Perfect. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, looked at the treasure trove in front of him that was cleaner than a dog had licked, and whistled. His figure blurred again, and he silently passed through the wall. They swaggered away from the Yi family mansion right under the noses of those dutiful Grandmaster guards. They came empty-handed, but left richer than a country. Back in the dormitory, Wang Pengzi and Taizhu had already gone to sleep. Lu Yuan quietly climbed onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and his consciousness instantly sank into the divine realm. The kingdom of God is now in complete chaos. The massive resources that were just absorbed are like colorful mountains, piling up across the newly opened continent. The spiritual energy was so intense that it even condensed into colorful rays of light in the air. Big Yellow and the group of mutated beasts were excitedly rolling and frolicking around this mountain of treasure. Get out of here, all of you, and don't touch my fertilizer! Lu Yuan's divine sense transformed into a giant 10,000 feet tall, kicking away the group of ignorant natives. He had a sudden thought. He transferred all the top-grade spirit stones and rare treasures piled up to the core area of the divine kingdom. Beneath that world tree sapling, which had already grown to 100 meters tall. Dinner's ready, little one. Lu Yuan patted the thick trunk of the world tree. After you've eaten this meal, you'd better give me a good return. Rumble. The world tree seemed to understand his words. Countless thick roots emerged from the ground, like hungry giant pythons. They plunged into that mountain of resources, comparable to the Yi family's 300 years of history, and began to greedily absorb it. A massive amount of spiritual energy, like a river bursting its banks, was swallowed up by the world tree whale. Those divine-level elixirs that would extend a grandmaster's life by 100 years in the outside world were treated like snacks by it, chewed up and swallowed in just a few bites. Even the A-grade magic core that Lu Yuan had casually stolen was entangled by the tree roots, crushed with a crack, and had its energy drained. Visible to the naked eye. The world tree sapling is growing at an incredibly rapid pace. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. Its canopy continued to grow taller, even breaking through the clouds of the divine realm and probing into that hazy, chaotic void. On the emerald green leaves, mysterious golden patterns began to appear, as if they contained the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Finally, after absorbing all the resources, the growth of the world tree slowly ceased. On its highest branch, A tender green leaf slowly fell off. Instead, there was a golden fruit, only the size of a thumb, crystal clear, and emitting a faint fragrance. The surface of the fruit exudes an extremely pure life force, and the aura of the great Tao. This is the first fruit of creation that the world tree has nurtured after absorbing a massive amount of resources. Ding! The world tree of the Divine Kingdom has begun to mature and is starting to nourish the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. Accompanied by a system notification sound. A life force aura that was 100 times larger and purer than any before. The energy emanated from the fruit of the world tree and instantly flowed into Lu Yuan's limbs and bones. Hiss! Lu Yuan shuddered with pleasure and almost cried out. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing under the surge of this energy. Some minor issues left over from the previous excessive skill point allocation have been completely fixed. His spiritual sea expanded once again, and his physical strength also showed signs of breaking through. The next morning, a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, shattered the morning tranquility of the Yi family manor. Dash! The head of the Yi family is a grand master with extremely high self-cultivation skills. At this moment, he was kneeling in the center of the empty treasure vault like a madman, his hair disheveled and tears streaming down his face. My treasure trove! My spirit stones! My divine medicine! Who did this? Who on earth did this? He looked at the wall, which was cleaner than his face, and the black hole left after the luminous pearl had been pried off. His blood and chi surged to the head, and with a pfft, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a roll of her eyes, she fainted from anger. At this time, Shanghai War Academy, Dormitory 301. Lu Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, enjoying the immense benefits brought by the world tree's feedback. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air carrying a faint golden light. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on him. It made his angular face look as handsome as a god. He glanced down at the students downstairs who were hurrying by and gossiping about the news of the theft of the Yi family's treasure vault. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. This is just the beginning. Lu Yuan stretched, his joints cracking. Yi Xingqian, I hope you like this back-to-school gift I'm giving you. He jumped out of bed, feeling refreshed. Ring ring dash. Just then, his personal communicator suddenly started vibrating wildly. On the screen, an unfamiliar number with the contact name, Murong Yaowe, was flashing continuously. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, Murong Yaowe's soft, alluring voice, tinged with anxiety, immediately came through. Junior, something terrible has happened. News has come from the black market that Drug King and Thousand Faces were killed at their hideout last night. The method was extremely bizarre. There wasn't even a trace of a struggle at the scene. It was as if he had been killed by a ghost. Chapter 64 The World Tree of the Divine Kingdom sprouts, providing a massive amount of spiritual power. As the golden fruit of creation on the world tree fully took shape, a pure and pristine aura, seemingly containing the mysteries of the beginning of heaven and earth, surged forth from the depths of the Divine Kingdom. This energy did not wash over Lu Yuan's physical body, but instead transformed into a golden stream of light that shot straight towards his brow. Buzz! Lu Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his soul, as if he were completely enveloped by a warm and vast torrent. The dormitory in front of them vanished in an instant. Instead, there is a vast universe with boundless stars. His consciousness seemed to break free from the constraints of his physical body, transforming into the sole ruler of this universe. A single thought can bring forth a flower, another can extinguish a star. Ding! The world tree of the Divine Kingdom is nourishing the host's soul essence. The mental power attribute has achieved an ultimate leap. A golden virtual panel unfolds before your eyes. After a brief period of gibberish, the value in this spirit column skyrocketed like a rocket. 30 million. 50 million. 80 million. Finally, it came to a slow stop at the terrifying number of 100 million. Boom! Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness underwent a complete qualitative change. What was originally just a lake of spiritual energy has now expanded into a boundless ocean. They've even started to exert substantial influence in the real world. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the unfinished instant noodle container on the table. A thought subtly stirred within me. Rise. The plastic instant noodle container defied gravity and slowly floated up from the table. Then, under his mental control, it nimbly spun around in midair and landed steadily back in its original position. Psychic power? A smile of excitement appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. This is way more awesome than Magneto in the movies. This is just the most basic application. He could even sense that, if he wanted, he could condense his spiritual power into invisible blades. To kill someone from 1,000 miles away requires no effort. Just as he was immersing himself in this newfound power, Murong Yawa called. Junior, something terrible has happened. The Black Market's drug king and 1,000 Faces were killed in their hideout last night. Oh? Is that so? Lu Yuan's tone was calm and composed, as if he were listening to a trivial matter. Weren't those 2 assassins just unlucky guys whose souls were severed by a single mental strike from afar? I didn't expect this woman to be so well informed. You don't seem surprised at all? On the other end of the phone, Murong Yayue's voice carried a hint of suspicion. I heard that Yi Xingqian spent a lot of money to hire these 2 people to kill you in the secret realm. Now that they've suddenly died, is it related to you? Senior, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lu Yuan interrupted her, yawning lazily. How could I, a mere F-rank logistics soldier who hasn't even left the school gates, possibly kill 2 Grandmaster-level masters? Maybe they didn't share the spoils equally, so they double-crossed each other? Yeah? Murong Yayue's voice was clearly tinged with laughter. Alright, since that's what you say, Junior, then I'll believe you. She changed the subject, her tone becoming somewhat serious. But you still need to be careful. Yi Xingqian is a vengeful guy. He definitely won't let this go. No. Lu Yuan gave a few perfunctory replies and hung up the phone. He knew, of course, that Yi Xingqian wouldn't let this go. But now, it's not him who should be worried. In the following days, Lu Yuan's life returned to its usual peaceful routine. Go to class, sleep, and pretend to read in the library. In fact, he spent most of his time in the Kingdom of God, studying the newly acquired resources. He fed the A-grade magic core to Big Yellow. They planted that pile of divine-grade medicinal herbs at the foot of the World Tree. The ecosystem of the Divine Kingdom is being perfected at an astonishingly rapid pace. That afternoon, as usual, Lu Yuan strolled to the top restricted area of the Star Library. I found a seat by the window, picked up a book on engraving and application of high-level runes, and pretended to flip through it. Sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, warm and inviting, making one feel drowsy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to fall asleep while watching, his vast, ocean-like spiritual power suddenly experienced an extremely subtle tremor. It was as if an invisible spider silk had gently touched his nerve. Lu Yuan didn't move, but his peripheral vision subtly swept towards the area diagonally behind him. There was a huge bookshelf there. In the shadow of the bookshelf, an old man in a gray cleaning uniform, pushing a cleaning cart, was slowly wiping the floor. It seems perfectly normal. But Lu Yuan sensed a chilling, venomous killing intent emanating from him, deliberately suppressed to the extreme. And extremely faint spatial distortion. That's how top assassins use secret techniques to blend their figures and aura into the environment, achieving a pseudo-optical camouflage effect. Even a grandmaster might not be able to detect this technique in person. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Yuan, a monster with a mental strength exceeding 100 million. Sent by Yi Xingqian again? Lu Yuan sneered inwardly. They really went all out this time, hiring a master-level veteran assassin. He didn't make a sound, still pretending to be completely unaware, and kept looking down at the book in his hands. He seemed like an ordinary student immersed in a sea of knowledge. The old assassin, disguised as a cleaner, saw that Lu Yuan was completely unprepared. A glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. He pushed the cleaning cart, slowly and silently approaching Lu Yuan from behind. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The distance has already entered his absolute killing range. The old assassin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His right hand, which was holding a rag and looked withered and thin, suddenly had a short, black, poisonous thorn slip out from the cuff of his sleeve. The poisonous stinger is coated with a deadly abyssal venom that can kill instantly if it touches blood. Even a martial venerable would die on the spot if he were to come into contact with it. He didn't make a sound. His figure moved like a ghost, closing in on us. The poison thorn in his hand tore through the air, heading straight for Lu Yuan's unsuspecting carotid artery. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. 10 billion heads are mine! The old assassin let out a greedy, maniacal laugh in his heart. He could almost see the beautiful scene of Lu Yuan's blood splattering on the spot and his body convulsing as he collapsed the next second. However, just as that pitch-black venomous stinger was less than half an inch away from Lu Yuan's nape, the moment came. Bite! A crisp, crackling sound, like striking ancient iron, suddenly rang out on the silent top floor of the library. The old assassin felt as if he had been impaled on an invisible wall of sighs. An immense and irresistible recoil surged wildly up the poisonous stinger. Snap! The poisonous stinger, forged from abyssal meteorite iron, shattered on the spot. What? The old assassin was terrified and was about to back away. But they found that the surrounding air seemed to have solidified at that moment. An invisible, massive spiritual force field, like billions of tons of seawater, imprisoned him from all directions. He can't even move a single finger. Yuan slowly put down the book in his hand and turned around slowly. He looked at the old man in front of him, who was still in an assassination pose and whose face was full of terror. There was no anger in his eyes, only a chilling indifference. Old man, at your age, you're still doing this kind of fighting and killing. Yuan sighed and shook his head. He raised his eyelids, and in his dark, deep eyes, a vast spiritual power, like a materialized galaxy, suddenly erupted. How much money did Yi Xingqian give you? I'll give you double. Go back and bring me his head, how about that? Chapter 65. A qualitative change in mental power. A glance kills the black market master who was being assassinated. Bite! The crisp popping sound was particularly jarring in the quiet top floor of the library. That abyssal thorn, coated with a deadly poison that could easily pierce the protective barrier of a martial arts master. Before even touching the skin on the back of Yuan's neck, it felt as if they had bumped into an invisible wall of sighs. They were firmly blocked in midair by a mental barrier as thin as a cicada's wing yet indestructible. What? The old assassin, disguised as a cleaner, suddenly narrowed his eyes in horror. He felt as if he had stabbed not flesh and blood, but a neutron star that was spinning at high speed. The violent recoil surged along the poisonous stinger, making his entire arm go numb. Snap! That top-tier assassination weapon, forged from abyssal meteorite iron, shattered into pieces on the spot. A mental barrier? The veteran assassin was terrified. His first thought was to escape. To be able to materialize mental power to this extent, one must at least be a grand master of martial arts who specializes in mental power. The intelligence was wrong. This kid isn't some good-for-nothing who relies on luck at all. He's a prehistoric crocodile who's pretending to be weak while actually being strong. However, when he tried to back away, he was horrified to discover he was completely unable to move an inch. An invisible, immense, and despair-inducing spiritual force field, like billions of tons of seawater, imprisoned him from all directions. Forget about escaping, he can't even blink now. Yuan slowly put down the book in his hand and turned around slowly. He didn't even get up from his chair. He simply raised his eyelids, and his dark, deep eyes calmly looked at the old man in front of him, who was still in an assassination pose and whose face was full of terror. How much money did Yi Xingqian give you? Yuan's voice was calm, as if he were having a casual conversation. 1 billion. The old assassin managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with pleading. Your Excellency, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. I'm not doing this business. I'm willing to compensate you 3 times the amount of your losses. He had been a dominant force in the black market for decades, but he had never experienced such terrifying mental pressure. Faced with this power, his proud master's blood and chi were like a candle flame in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. 3 times? Yuan smiled and shook his head. Too little. He looked at the old assassin as if he were looking at a commodity that could be traded. I'll give you 2 billion. Go back and bring me Yi Xingqian's head, how about that? The old assassin shuddered, a fierce struggle flashing in his eyes. 2 billion is enough for him to retire from crime and buy a small island overseas to live out his old age in peace. But when I think of Yi Xingqian's powerful family background... He shook his head with difficulty. The power of your Yi family is beyond my ability to provoke. Oh? Is that so? A hint of disappointment flashed in Yuan's eyes. Since you're so ungrateful. He picked up the tea that had gone cold from the table and took a small sip. Then you're no longer of any use to me. Before he could finish speaking, in Yuan's dark, deep eyes, the terrifying mental power, which had already exceeded 100 million, was no longer being held back in the slightest. Like a materialized, dazzling galaxy, carrying world-destroying power, it erupted with a deafening roar. There were no fancy martial arts techniques or complicated mental magic. Just a glance. An invisible blade formed from pure spiritual energy pierced directly through the barrier of space. It slammed into the old assassin's mind. Well, dash. The old assassin's expression of terror froze instantly. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. I felt as if my brain had been hit head-on by a bunkerbuster missile. His entire sea of consciousness, along with his soul, was instantly churned into a mess by that violent torrent of spiritual power. Bang! A muffled thud. This master-level assassin, who has dominated the black market for over a decade and strikes fear into the hearts of countless powerful figures, is a legend. His eyes instantly lost focus, becoming empty and lifeless. Bright red blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His body fell straight backward like a wooden stake with its spine removed, crashing into the cleaning cart behind him. Dead beyond dead. Ding! You have defeated a martial arts master of a higher level and gained 800,000 free attribute points. Trigger a critical hit of 10,000 times, gain 8 million attribute points. Dropped a rare item, 150,000 origin points. Hearing the crisp notification sound in his mind, Lu Yuan didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. He stretched and stood up from his chair. Honestly, I finally want to read a book in peace and quiet, but there are always flies bothering me. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The immense spiritual power acted like an invisible eraser, instantly covering the entire top floor of the library. Collect all the traces of what just happened, including the surveillance footage from those key locations. They were all wiped clean. After doing all this, Lu Yuan put the book back in its original place. I'm getting ready to leave this troublesome place and go back to my dorm to study the origin points I just acquired. Just as he turned to go downstairs, the specially made military encrypted communicator in his pocket suddenly started flashing wildly without warning. The bright red warning light was blinding, accompanied by a series of rapid vibrations. This is a forced call mode that is only activated in the event of the highest level of emergency. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and answered the call. The call had just been connected. Immediately, a scream from his best friend, Fatty Wang, filled with tears and extreme panic, came from the other side. Brother Yuan! Something terrible has happened! The fat man's voice cracked with excitement, sounding as if the sky had fallen. Hurry back to Jiangnan City! My sister-in-law, Su Qinghan, is dying! Chapter 66 Su Qinghan's severed meridians erupted, freezing half of Jiangnan City. Su Qinghan is dying! Wang Pengzi's tearful roar struck Lu Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. His pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Su Qinghan. Lu Yuan was certainly familiar with this name. He knew not only that she was the school beauty, but also the daughter of the richest man. Furthermore, it was known that she was born with an extremely rare terminal illness, the Taiyin Xianbing meridian. This kind of severed meridian is both a curse and a gift. It awakened Su Qinghan's powerful A-level ice-type talent, but it was also like a time bomb that could take her life at any moment. Once the extreme cold energy within the body can no longer be suppressed, it will erupt in full force. Not only would she herself be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, her soul and spirit annihilated. That out-of-control chill was enough to completely freeze everything within a radius of dozens of miles, turning it into a forbidden zone for life. Damn it, why did it have to happen now of all times? Lu Yuan cursed under his breath, his laziness and composure vanishing completely. He didn't even have time to ask his advisor for leave. Anyway, with that old man Situkong protecting us, it doesn't matter if we turn the academy upside down. Fatty, hold on! I'm on my way! Lu Yuan let out a low growl into the communicator and hung up the phone. He vanished from the top floor of the library in a flash. We arrived at an empty training ground. System, lock on to the coordinates of Jiangnan City. Consume origin points to forcibly activate interspace teleportation. Buzz. The infinity mark between Lu Yuan's eyebrows burst forth with dazzling golden light. A profound and mysterious spatial law fluctuation erupted from him. The void before him seemed to be violently torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. A spatial rift, crackling with golden lightning, appeared out of thin air. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan stepped inside, his figure instantly disappearing from the Magic City Academy. At the same time, Jiangnan City is in complete chaos. Despite it being the height of summer, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. A biting wind howled past, covering half the buildings in the city with a thick layer of frost. Countless citizens hid in their homes in fear, afraid to go out. The epicenter of the chill was the Su family villa located in the affluent neighborhood. But now, that once luxurious and elegant manor has been completely transformed into a snow-covered tomb. A giant glacier, hundreds of meters high, rises abruptly from the ground around the villa. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters was completely frozen. The highest level of security has been set up around the glacier. The mayor of Jiangnan City and the military commander are frantically directing the rescue efforts. How's it going? Can you detect what's going on inside? The mayor rubbed his hands, which were purple from the cold, and asked anxiously. No! The cold is too intense. All the psionic detectors malfunction as soon as they go in. A tech officer shook his head in despair. We sent 3 Grandmaster-level experts invited by the military to try to forcefully break through the ice. In the end, they didn't even get close to the door. As soon as they got near it, they were frozen into 3 ice sculptures. Even a Grandmaster couldn't withstand it? The mayor's vision went black, and he almost lost his balance. The Su family is the economic pillar of Jiangnan City, and Su Qihan is a genius that the alliance is paying close attention to. If anything happens to them, he can forget about being mayor. Just when everyone was at a loss and in despair. Suddenly, a vast and oppressive force swept across the sky. A majestic phantom, thousands of feet tall and formed from pure energy, slowly descended over the glacier. This is the guardian deity of Jiangnan City, a true martial god. It's Lord Martial God! We're saved! We're saved! The crowd on the ground erupted in wild cheers. However, the phantom of the martial god merely glanced down at the center of the glacier. A hint of solemnity and regret flashed in his eyes, which were made of energy. He stretched out a gigantic, all-encompassing hand of energy, attempting to probe into the core of the glacier. But as soon as it came into contact with that extreme cold, the surface of the giant hand began to freeze rapidly. The illusory figure of the god of war remained silent for a moment. In the end, he shook his head helplessly. A dignified yet regretful voice resounded throughout the sky of Jiangnan City. The Taiyin Profound Ice Meridian has fully erupted. The cold poison invades the bone marrow and merges with the soul. Even a god couldn't save him. Prepare for the worst. After speaking, the illusory image of the god of war slowly dissipated into the wind and snow. These words, like a final judgment, shattered everyone's hopes. The head of the Su family, a powerful and ruthless figure who dominates the business world. At that moment, like a helpless child, she knelt down in the snow with a thud and let out a heart-wrenching cry. It's over. Everything is over. Just as the head of the Su family was overwhelmed with grief and all the rescuers were about to give up. Sizzle dash. A sudden, abrupt sound of space being torn apart rang out on the open ground in front of the glacier. It shimmered with golden light. A slender figure dressed in light casual clothes, without even a coat, slowly walked out of the spatial rift. Huh! It's snowing? Lu Yuan looked up at the gray sky, then at the giant glacier in front of him, comparable to Mount Everest. His brows furrowed slightly. This commotion is bigger than I imagined. Who are you? Upon seeing the young man suddenly appear, the guards on the perimeter immediately raised their psionic rifles. This is a military restricted area. Leave immediately. Lu Yuan ignored them. His immense mental power swept across the entire glacier in an instant, precisely locking onto the glacier's core area, where the familiar aura of life's flame was about to be extinguished. He took a deep breath and decided not to waste any more time. Under the gazes of everyone who thought he was crazy, Lu Yuan, dressed in thin casual clothes, faced absolute zero, a temperature high enough to freeze a grandmaster into an ice sculpture in an instant. They strolled leisurely toward the towering glacier. Halt! Take another step forward and we'll open fire! The soldiers roared in terror. However, what happened next surprised everyone present, including the head of the Su family who had just been about to give up. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Lu Yuan's body came into contact with the indestructible barrier of the glacier, it was neither bounced away nor frozen. That Taiyin Profound Ice barrier, which even the god of war couldn't overcome. It was as if the snow had been branded with a hot iron, and it melted silently, opening up a passage as tall as a person. Lu Yuan simply put his hands in his pockets, as if taking a stroll. It easily and effortlessly penetrated the glacier wall that was hundreds of meters thick. They walked straight into the ice palace shrouded in death and despair. All that remained were a group of rescue workers, completely petrified in the snowstorm, their worldviews shattered. Who was that person just now? The mayor gaped, muttering to himself. Is she a god? Chapter 67. Even the god of war was helpless. Lu Yuan's divine medicine saved the day. We passed through the glacier wall that was hundreds of meters thick. The scene inside the Su family villa made Lu Yuan frown slightly. This place has been completely transformed into a graveyard of ice and snow. A magnificent crystal chandelier, expensive leather sofas, and even famous paintings hanging on the walls. Everything was covered by a thick layer of solid ice that emitted absolute zero cold. Lu Yuan's mental energy swept across the entire villa in an instant. No signs of life were found. The servants and guards of the Su family were obviously frozen into ice sculptures immediately, without even a chance to escape. Lu Yuan did not linger, and went straight up to the second floor. Push open the master bedroom door, which had been completely sealed shut with ice crystals. The cold air inside the room was more than 10 times stronger than outside. Tiny ice crystals floated in the air. In the very center of the room, an ice bed formed from millennia-old ice. Su Qinghan lay there quietly, wearing a thin white nightgown. Like a sleeping beauty who has been asleep for 1,000 years. Her breathing had become so faint as to be almost imperceptible. Her once fair and jade-like skin was now covered with eerie, deathly gray ice crystals. Her once long, jet-black hair had turned lifeless and pale. The life force within her was rapidly ebbing away at a rate visible to the naked eye. It will be completely extinguished in 5 minutes at most. You really know how to cause me trouble. Lu Yuan walked to the ice bed and looked at the face that was once cold and beautiful, but now it was bloodless. A strange sense of irritation flashed through my mind. Although he wasn't close to Su Qinghan, they were high school classmates after all. Moreover, this woman had reminded him during the field assessment. For both emotional and rational reasons, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die like that. Even the martial god is helpless against the tiny profound ice meridian. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. Unfortunately, they ran into me. Lu Yuan did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his right hand and gently swept it across the air. When he withdrew his hand again, a fruit no bigger than his thumb, radiating a soft, golden light, lay quietly in his palm. This was after the world tree of the Divine Kingdom absorbed the entire Yi family's 300 years of accumulated resources, and then underwent a 10,000-fold acceleration of time. The first fruit of creation to be conceived. This thing is no ordinary Taiyin meridian. Even if someone is dead, as long as their soul hasn't dissipated, eating this food can instantly revive them and allow them to ascend to heaven on the spot. Lu Yuan treated this fruit, which was enough to cause a war among the gods in the outside world, like squeezing a grape. With a gentle push of 2 fingers. With a plop, the golden fruit was instantly crushed. It transformed into a wisp of golden liquid containing the vast essence of life, as warm as the blazing sun. Lu Yuan reached out and gently pried open Su Qinghan's lips, which had become icy cold. He slowly fed the drop of golden divine liquid, which was powerful enough to defy fate, into her. The divine elixir melts upon entering the mouth. Like a desert that has been parched for millions of years, suddenly receiving a life-giving rain. That immense life energy, indescribable in words, erupted instantly within her body. Buzz dash. Su Qinghan's frozen dantian and meridians were cleansed by this warm and domineering energy. It let out a joyful chirp. The tiny profound ice meridian, which had troubled her for 18 years and even the god of war was helpless against. Before this drop of divine elixir of creation from the world tree of the Divine Kingdom. It is as fragile as snow exposed to the midday sun. Click, click, click. The deathly gray ice crystals covering her skin began to crack and peel off inch by inch. Her once pale hair regained its glossy black shine at a speed visible to the naked eye. The life force that was originally so weak that it was almost extinguished suddenly burst forth with a terrifying vitality that was 100 times stronger than when she was at her peak, as if a whole barrel of aviation fuel had been poured on it. A miracle happened. But this is far from over. The immense medicinal power did not dissipate after the extreme cold meridians were completely eradicated. Instead, it's as if they've found a new outlet for their emotions. It started in an extremely domineering and unreasonable manner. It frantically reshaped Su Qinghan's bones, bloodline, and even her awakened ice-type talent. Boom! An aura of ice and snow laws, even purer and more sacred than the previous extreme cold. It erupted from Su Qinghan's body with a roar. This aura is no longer the icy coldness that destroys everything. Instead, it carries the majesty of a supreme law that governs the annihilation of all things and the control of life and death. Lu Yuan stood to the side, watching the dramatic changes that had occurred in Su Qinghan, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, my fruit wasn't wasted. He could sense that Su Qinghan was not dead. He even turned misfortune into blessing, his talent breaking through the S-level barrier and reaching a completely new and terrifying level that even Lu Yuan found somewhat surprising. Just then, on the ice bed, Su Qinghan's long eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly. Those beautiful, cool eyes that had been closed for hours. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was not the frozen room, nor her desperate family. Instead, it was a familiar figure dressed casually, hands in pockets, watching him with great interest. Lu Yuan? Su Qinghan's lips moved, uttering an extremely weak yet somewhat incredulous sound. I'm still alive! She struggled to sit up. Don't move! Lu Yuan extended a finger and gently pressed it on her forehead. A gentle energy passed over her, allowing her to lie down again. You just crawled out of the gates of hell, so lie still. He looked at Su Qinghan's still somewhat bewildered pretty face, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. What, the campus bell of Suzhou University? Judging from your surprised expression, do you have a death wish? Should I put you back in the freezer for a while longer? Chapter 68, feeding you a 100,000-year-old spirit fruit. Extreme Ice talent advances to SS level. With the domineering medicinal power of that drop of golden divine liquid, the tiny cold poison in Su Qinghan's body was completely eliminated. Outside, the terrifying glacier that had frozen half of Jiangnan City also began to tremble violently. Boom! Huge blocks of ice broke off from the mountain and crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. Spiderweb-like cracks have appeared on the surface of the seemingly indestructible glacier. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the entire iceberg disintegrated as if an explosive had been detonated inside. It transformed into a sky full of ice crystals and thick white water vapor. The barrier has been broken! Oh my God! What on earth happened inside? The mayor and military commander, who were standing outside the cordon, were so shocked that they jumped up from their chairs. They stared intently at the dissipating fog, their hearts pounding in their throats. Just then, Buzz Dash! An aura of ice and snow laws, even purer and more sacred than the previous extreme cold, soared into the sky from the center of the villa's ruins. This aura is no longer the icy coldness that destroys everything. Instead, it carries the majesty of a supreme law that governs the annihilation of all things and the control of life and death. The air, which had become hot and humid due to the melting icebergs, suddenly cooled down again. But this time, it wasn't a blizzard. Instead, they are exquisite snowflakes, crystal clear and as beautiful as six-pointed stars. Each snowflake contains a breathtaking power of law. This is an extraordinary phenomenon indicating a talent advancement. The military commander trembled with excitement as he looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. And it's a talent leap that surpasses S level. Inside the room, Su Qinghan was completely stunned as she felt the unprecedented and immense power within her body. Not only did she not die, she even benefited from the misfortune catalyzed by that unknown miracle fruit. She was originally just an ordinary A-level extreme ice talent, but she actually broke through the human genetic lock. It soared all the way up, directly advancing to the extremely rare SS level Absolute Zero. This is a top-tier combat talent capable of controlling the laws of a region. Su Qinghan slowly raised her hand, looking at her fair and jade-like fingertips. A lotus flower made of pure law power is slowly blooming. She could sense that with just a single thought, she could freeze the entire city of Jiangnan back into ice. Moreover, it's the kind of eternal freeze that even a martial god can't melt. All these changes stem from the boy in front of me, wearing an old-school uniform and lounging lazily against the bed. He descended like a god when everyone else had given up. It was he who, when the god of war sentenced him to death, pulled himself back from the brink of death. Lu Yuan. Su Qinghan looked at Lu Yuan's face, which had a playful smile on it. The ice and snow in those eyes, which were always as cold and aloof as an ancient iceberg, melted instantly. Instead, there was an intense, complex emotion. Shock, gratitude, dependence, and a slight flutter of emotion that she herself was unaware of. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Lu Yuan felt a little uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but tease her. Get up and get dressed quickly, your dad outside is crying his heart out. If we don't get out soon, they'll think I raped and then killed you. This is an extremely inappropriate joke. In the past, Su Qinghan would have definitely stabbed him with an ice spike on the spot. But at this moment, she was not angry at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. This smile was like an iceberg thawing, bringing everything back to life. Even the ice crystals in the room seemed to brighten a bit. Immediately afterwards. This is the aloof, even somewhat cold and unapproachable ice queen of the school. He made a move that even Lu Yuan hadn't expected. She suddenly sat up on the ice bed. She didn't care that she was only wearing a thin nightgown. She grabbed Lu Yuan and hugged him tightly around the waist. She buried her still somewhat pale face deep in his arms. Scalding tears instantly soaked Lu Yuan's clothes on his chest. "Thank you?" Su Qinghan's voice was filled with sobs and lingering fear, and her body was trembling slightly. I thought I would never see you again." Lu Yuan froze, taken aback by the sudden embrace. The scent emanating from the girl was a pleasant fragrance, a blend of faint sweetness and the scent of snow. He awkwardly raised his hand, wanting to push her away, but didn't know where to start. He could only awkwardly pat her back. All right, you're a grown man, why are you still crying? Let go right now, don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Just as the two were pulling and tugging at each other. Bang! The frozen door to the room was blasted open from the outside by a tremendous force. The head of the Su family rushed in with a large group of military experts, his face full of anxiety. Then, they witnessed this extremely erotic yet extremely bizarre scene in the room. His own precious daughter, whom the god of war had sentenced to death. Not only was she lively and energetic, but she was also clinging to a strange man, her clothes disheveled, and wouldn't let go. And that man was none other than the mysterious young man in casual clothes who had acted as if the glacier was nothing. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone's expression froze, as if they had seen a ghost. Half an hour later, this earth-shattering news of being brought back from the dead and turning misfortune into blessing was transmitted back to the Shanghai Military Academy through the military's encrypted channel. Student Union Headquarters. Yu Xingqian was opening a bottle of top-quality red wine worth millions, celebrating in advance with a few trusted henchmen. Ha ha ha, that bitch Su Qinghan is finally dead. Yu Xingqian, beaming with delight, downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. When that good-for-nothing Lu Yuan comes out of the secret realm and hears this terrible news, his expression will definitely be priceless. Then, I'll just pretend to comfort him a bit, it'll be perfect. Just as he was getting carried away with his success, an intelligence lackey scrambled in, his face as pale as a sheet. Chairman! Something terrible has happened. Breaking news has come from Jiangnan City. Su Qinghan, she's not dead. What? The wine glass in Yu Xingqian's hand fell to the ground with a crack, and shattered into pieces. She's not dead? Even the god of war said she was beyond saving, how could she not be dead? Not only did he not die, but he also. The lackey trembled as he raised the intelligence terminal in his hand, his voice shaking. She even benefited from the misfortune, her talent level directly advancing from A level to SS level. Boom! Yu Xingqian was struck dumb and slumped into a chair. However, the lackey's next words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And moreover, according to the covert photos sent back from the scene, after Su Qinghan woke up, she hugged the man who had come to save her in front of everyone. That man is Lu Yuan. It's said that the two have already established a relationship. Puff dash. Yu Xingqian could no longer suppress the jealousy and anger in her heart. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the expensive desk in front of him red. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was contorted, like a wild beast that had been thoroughly enraged. Lu Yuan! Yu Xingqian let out a heart-wrenching roar, sweeping everything off the table. What I, Yu Xingqian, cannot have, you dare to possess? He suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a mad, all-or-nothing rage. If you don't let me have a good time, I'll fucking make you disappear from this world. Go! Contact those two top assassins in the black market for me. Tell them that I want them to kill Lu Yuan at all costs. Chapter 69. The heroine's affections drive Yu Xingqian completely mad. Splash! An antique vase worth millions was smashed against the wall, and shattered into pieces. The luxurious office of the Student Union headquarters was in a mess. Yu Xingqian, like a maddened beast, smashed everything in sight to pieces. Lu Yuan! You damned bastard! Yu Xingqian's eyes were bloodshot, and his handsome face was twisted beyond recognition, making him look like a vengeful ghost. He is the grandson of a high-ranking member of the Alliance, a prodigy with SS-level star talent. In the War Academy of Shanghai, one can always get whatever one wants. But now, he was not only humiliated in the face by that peasant at the quartermaster station. Now even the ice queen of the school, whom he had pursued for a year and regarded as his own, has fallen into the arms of that good-for-nothing. This was more painful for him than being killed. Why? How could a mere F-rank logistics soldier possibly revive a critically injured meridian that even a martial god couldn't cure? Why did Su Qihan hug him the moment she woke up? She wouldn't even say a word to me. Yu Xingqian trembled with rage, her nails digging deep into the flesh of her palms, dripping blood onto the expensive carpet. He absolutely will not allow this to happen. Even if the woman he sets his sights on is ruined, he will never let her go to someone else. Chairman, please calm down. The middle-parted lackey in charge of intelligence hid nervously in a corner, afraid of being implicated. Now Lu Yuan is Dean Sita's last disciple, he's got a get-out-of-jail-free card on his head. If we mess with him in the academy, the dean, with his half-step martial god temper, will definitely tear us apart. Who said I was going to make a move on campus? Yu Xingqian suddenly turned his head, his eyes as cold as a venomous snake. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and walked to the safe. Enter the password and take out a black combination lockbox. Doesn't he like to travel around? Yu Xingqian patted the briefcase, a cruel smile curving his lips. Wait until he leaves the city again, once he's outside the protective circle of Shanghai. I'll make sure he dies without leaving a trace. He opened the box, inside which were rows of anonymous star coin crystal cards radiating high-level psionic energy fluctuations. This is the Yi family's most secretive overseas fund. Go. Yu Xingqian pushed the box in front of the man with the middle parting, his voice extremely low. Use the dark web to contact the two most notorious assassin organizations in the black market. The Master of Mind Control, Thousand Faces, and the Poison King, who is unparalleled in the world when it comes to using poison. The man with the middle parting gasped, nearly dropping the box in fright. Chairman! Those two are top assassins who even the military finds troublesome. Asking them to come out of retirement, what a price! Money is not an issue. I need absolute certainty. Yu Xingqian impatiently interrupted him, her eyes revealing murderous intent. Tell them that the reward will be doubled after the deed is done. But I want Lu Yuan to completely vanish from this world. At the same time, downstairs in the dormitory building of the logistics department at the Shanghai War Academy, Lu Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat helplessly at Su Qinghan walking beside him. Ever since that incident in Jiangnan City, this woman seems to have become a completely different person. The school beauty who was originally cold and aloof, keeping everyone at arm's length. Now he goes to the logistics department almost every day, practically wearing the words, Lu Yuan's little tail, on his face. The sight of the two walking together had already become the focus of discussion throughout the school, breaking the hearts of countless boys. Actually, you don't need to come to me every day. Your incurable disease has been completely cured. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at Su Qinghan's flawless profile, then sighed. You are now an SS level absolute zero genius. You should spend more time cultivating and try to improve your realm as soon as possible. Su Qinghan turned her head slightly, a faint blush rising on her fair cheeks. But in those clear, beautiful eyes, there was an unusual firmness. Cultivation is not something that can be rushed. Besides, you saved my life. She looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, her voice, though soft, was crystal clear. I said I would go wherever you go from now on. Lu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and looked away. Whatever you want. But I might be a bit busy lately and won't have time to play house with you. He waved his hand, turned around, and walked into the dormitory building. Watching Lu Yuan's somewhat hasty retreating figure, Su Qinghan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a stunning smile that could melt even glaciers. Back to dormitory 301. Lu Yuan just pushed open the door. He saw a woman with a hot figure, wearing a black tight leather outfit, sitting casually on his desk. He was holding his usual mug, which he uses to drink water, and leisurely sipping his tea. Murong Yawe? Lu Yuan frowned, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. Is the university's security system just for show? How can the head of the intelligence agency just walk into the boys' dormitories? Murong Yawe put down her teacup and giggled. Hey Junior, don't be so cold. I'm risking expulsion to come and warn you. She took a tiny memory card from the holster on her thigh and fiddled with it between her fingers. A cunning glint flashed in those alluring peach blossom eyes. You've been all the rage lately, even the ice queen of school is throwing herself at you. Murong Yawe winked at him, her tone slightly teasing. However, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. Some people are so jealous they're going crazy, and they're willing to pay a fortune to kill you. Lu Yuan walked to the bedside and sat down, his expression calm and without a ripple. Yi Xingqian? He didn't even need to guess, he knew who it was even with his toes. Clever. Murong Yawe snapped her fingers and tossed the memory card to Lu Yuan. These are dark web transaction records that Star Pavilion just intercepted. Yi Xingqing used his family's secret funds to hire 1,000 Faces and Poison King from the black market. These two rats, one is skilled in mind control, and the other is a master of poison. She leaned forward slightly, getting closer to Lu Yuan, and lowered her voice. They are preparing to lay a deadly trap for you the next time you leave Shanghai. Murong Yaowa looked at him with a smile, her eyes full of probing. How about it, Junior? Do you need my help? Just ask, and Star Pavilion's intelligence network can provide you with the safest escape route. Lu Yuan held the thin memory card in his hand, without even glancing at it. 1,000 Faces? Poison King? A mocking sneer curled at the corner of his lips as he casually crushed the memory card into powder. Just two rats that can't stand the light of day. He raised his head and looked at Murong Yaowa. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in his dark eyes. No need to retreat. Since they're so eager to die, then I'll reluctantly see them off. Chapter 70 Hiring Top Assassins, The Alliance of the Poison King and 1,000 Faces. Looking at the top-secret assassination list handed to him by Murong Yaowa, Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyelid, simply saying, These two rats are worth 10 million star coins? He took the specially made jade slip, as thin as a cicada's wing, and with a light touch of his fingertip, the detailed information of the two assassins transformed into a stream of light and flooded into his mind. The Poison King is a black market poison master who has been famous for 30 years. It is said that even martial arts masters have to give way to his poison. 1,000 Faces, a grandmaster of the mental arts, is proficient in illusion and soul assassination. Those who die at his hands always believe they are having a beautiful dream. Either of these two individuals, taken out individually, would be enough to keep a first-rate family up all night. Murong Yaowa leaned against the desk in Lu Yuan's dormitory, her peach blossom eyes scrutinizing him with interest, her red lips slightly upturned. Junior, this is no ordinary rat, it's a man-eating rat that eats people and doesn't spit out the bones. She paused, her tones slightly teasing. 10 million was for their lives, but more importantly, it was for information that would bankrupt that idiot Yi Xingqing. You're guaranteed to make a profit on this deal. Lu Yuan chuckled and casually tossed the jade slip onto the table, making a crisp sound. He poured himself a cup of hot tea and slowly blew on it to cool it down. The intelligence is all right. However, they shouldn't have targeted me. Murong Yaowa looked at his nonchalant demeanor, as if he were discussing tomorrow's weather, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Just how deep is this kid's confidence? She straightened up and smiled charmingly. All right, the intelligence has been delivered, and the money and goods are settled. I wish you good luck, sister. If you can't handle it, you can always ask me for help. I'll give you a 20% discount as a regular customer. After saying that, she blurred into a blur and disappeared silently from the dormitory. In the room, only Lu Yuan remained, along with a cup of steaming tea. Meanwhile, outside the city of Shanghai, there was a heavily guarded underground black market outpost. In a luxuriously decorated, secluded room, the air is filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. An old man with a withered face and nails as black as ink was drinking with a man whose figure was elusive and whose face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. These two are none other than the Drug King and 1,000 Faces, who consistently rank high on the black market's bounty list. Brother Qianmian, the Yi family's kid has really gone all out this time. The Poison King chuckled sinisterly, his voice hoarse as if two pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together. He's just a freshman, yet he made the two of us team up. He really thinks too highly of us. The voice of the 1,000 Faces opposite him sounded like countless voices of men, women, and children overlapping together, ethereal and indistinct. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. That kid was able to cripple Xiao Patian and withstand the mutation of an S-level secret realm. He's no ordinary person. The Poison King curled his lip in disdain. No matter how capable he is still just a greenhorn who hasn't even left his humble abode. Does he think he can withstand my abyss's cry? As he spoke, he took out a small, dark green jade bottle from his pocket. As soon as the stopper was pulled out, a barely perceptible wisp of black smoke escaped, causing the surrounding air to hiss as if it were being corroded. This poison, a single drop can kill all the living beings in a city. Even if a martial venerable is tainted by it, his soul will wither within 3 breaths. I have diluted it 10,000 times and applied it to the flying needles. As long as he is still breathing, he will surely die. 1,000 Faces nodded, a hint of approval seemingly appearing on his mist-shrouded face. Better safe than sorry. Just in case, I will also set up my eternal nightmare array at the trading location. As soon as he steps into the array's range, even if he is a man of iron, his mind will be instantly pulled into an endless illusion. At that time, whether we kill or dismember them, won't we be at their mercy? Upon hearing this, the Poison King let out a grating laugh like that of a night owl. Ha ha ha, poison the body, and destroy the soul, double insurance. It seems we're destined to win this time. The two raised their gilded goblets, filled with scarlet wine, and gently tapped them together in midair. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Just as the two raised their glasses to wish each other a pleasant collaboration. In a dormitory at the university, hundreds of kilometers away, Yuan put down his teacup. Deep within his pupils, a vast and boundless web of cause and effect, woven from countless golden threads, was reflected. On the internet, each dot of light represents a person or thing that has an interaction with him. At this moment, two extremely faint but intensely malicious black lines extended from Yixingchen's light spot, pointing to two directions outside the city. Following the two black network lines, Yuan's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of void, precisely locking onto the two smug rats inside the black market stronghold. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Since you guys like playing dirty tricks so much. Chapter 71. Following the thread of cause and effect, a sword from afar slays two fiends. Since you all enjoy playing dirty tricks so much, then let's not even meet each other. Yuan sneered, his teacup remaining perfectly still, but his thoughts stirred up a monstrous wave in his mind. The mental power exceeding 100 million is no longer simply a matter of perception and pressure. At this moment, under Yuan's will, they were highly condensed and transformed into an invisible light sword that was crystal clear and seemed to be woven from starlight. The sword's blade emanated a profound aura of causal laws. This is a new way of playing that Yuan comprehended after receiving a massive amount of spiritual energy from the world tree of the Divine Kingdom. Sever cause and effect, annihilate the spirit and soul. He can kill someone from 1,000 miles away without getting a speck of dust on his body. Yuan had no interest in even going out when these two rats came to him uninvited. Outside the city, a black market stronghold. The atmosphere in the secret room reached its peak after the Poison King and Thousand Faces clinked glasses. Both of them wore smug smiles, as if they could already see Yuan dying on the spot. To ensure everything went perfectly, I also bribed an inside man at the university. The Poison King swirled the scarlet liquid in his glass and added menacingly. He will find a way to make that kid drink a dose of muscle-weakening powder before Yuan leaves the city. While it won't kill him, it's enough to slow his reaction time by a fraction of a second. On the face of the Thousand Faces, which was made of mist, a smile of admiration seemed to appear. 1/10 of a second is an insurmountable barrier for our assassination mission. Brother Poison King, you're still as meticulous as ever. Haha, same to you. The Poison King raised his glass, about to drink the wine in one gulp. Once we kill Yuan and get the bounty from the Yi family, the two of us can live a carefree life for a while. At that time, we'll be able to go anywhere in the world. That's right. Before Qianyan could finish speaking. Inside the sealed room, without any warning, a very subtle cool breeze swept through. The wind came so suddenly and strangely, as if it appeared out of thin air, or as if it were blowing directly on the souls of the two people. The drug kingpin, who was drinking with his head tilted back, suddenly froze. Just as the Thousand Faces was about to be brought to his lips, the wine glass mysteriously hovered in midair. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. The next second. The gleam in the eyes of these two top assassins, who were enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless powerful figures in the black market, vanished as quickly as the tide receded. Their pupils instantly lost focus, becoming gray and empty, like two dull, lifeless fish eyes. The soul was completely annihilated by a sword strike from hundreds of kilometers away in the instant that the breeze passed by. Bang! The gilded wine glass slipped from Qianyan's weak hand and crashed onto the expensive carpet with a dull thud. The scarlet liquid spread like blood. Immediately afterwards, the two of them slumped off their seats and collapsed to the ground. There were no wounds on their bodies. Even the expression on his face was frozen in that moment, when he raised his glass to wish for success. However, all hope was lost. Hearing the commotion inside, the two black market guards standing outside cautiously pushed open the door. My lords, what has happened? The only response they received was deathly silence. And the two corpses on the ground, which were beginning to grow cold. Inside the male dormitory of the War Academy in Shanghai, Yuan blew on the steam from the teacup that clung to his fingertips, then drank the last sip of warm tea, letting out a satisfied sigh. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even change his posture once. Getting rid of 2 flies is as easy as flicking dust off your clothes. He stood up, intending to go to the library to flip through 2 more ancient books about the Abyss Rift and study the next monster hunting route. And at that moment, woo dash! Woo dash! Woo dash! Without warning, the highest level of sirens blared over the university. The sound was sharp and urgent, like sharp swords piercing everyone's eardrums, carrying an aura of utter despair, as if facing annihilation. This is a signal that is only sounded when the Alliance faces annihilation and needs to mobilize all its forces for a final, desperate fight. Supreme Conscription Order for the Yuan Army. Chapter 72, The front lines are in dire straits. The Yuan Army issues its highest conscription order. The alarm blared through the sky, and everyone looked up in terror. Inside the Shanghai War Academy, whether it was the freshmen sweating profusely on the training field or the seniors engrossed in their research in the library, everyone stopped what they were doing at this moment. The piercing buzzing sound was like the scythe of death, scraping across everyone's heart. Immediately afterwards, the citywide broadcasting system was activated, and the heavy, imposing voice of the military's supreme commander, Long Qianshan, resounded throughout every corner of Shanghai. Urgent notice! A massive riot has occurred at Class A Abyssal Rift, K7, on the southwestern front. The Yuan Army's 3rd, 7th, and 9th Main Force regiments are surrounded by a horde of millions of beasts, and communications have been cut off. According to the last images transmitted from the front lines, at least 3 Abyss Lord-level demons have crossed over to this riot. Repeat, at least 3. The Supreme Conscription Order of Yuan Army is hereby issued. The Alliance enters a state of Level 1 war. All elite students of the 3 major war academies with A-level or higher talent and martial master level or higher cultivation immediately assemble at the central square of the school to form a volunteer army and depart for support. The news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar on the peaceful campus. My God! An A-level rift eruption? Isn't that like punching a hole in the sky? Have the 3 lords gone mad? Last year, one of the lords almost wiped out a Class B city. This isn't support, this is fucking suicide. Panic and despair spread like a plague among the people. Lu Yuan's dormitory door was slammed open with a bang, and Fatty Wang rushed in, panting heavily, his chubby face deathly pale. Yuan, brother Yuan! Did you hear that? Something terrible has happened. He was so nervous that he could barely speak, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. I heard you. Lu Yuan's reaction, however, was unusually calm. He showed no panic, no fear, not even a trace of seriousness. When he heard the words, millions of beast tides, and Abyss Lords, his eyes lit up with an indescribable, burning light. It was like a ravenous glutton seeing a Manchu Han imperial feast spread across the entire continent. A vast number of strange beasts? An endless supply of attribute points. Abyss Lord? The walking origin point gift pack. This is hardly a crisis. This is clearly an incredible windfall. Brother Yuan, you don't actually want to go, do you? Wang Pengzi, seeing the fleeting excitement on Lu Yuan's face, stammered and asked. Why not go? Lu Yuan stood up, patted the fat man on the shoulder, and spoke in a relaxed tone as if he were going on a picnic. Let's go sign up. If we wait any longer, all the experience packs will be snatched up by others. Half an hour later, at the central square of the university, thousands of elite students who were recruited have been assembled. Most people's faces were filled with grief and tension, and some were even having their final video calls with their families, giving their last words. Meanwhile, some scions of prominent families were secretly trying to contact their clans and find various excuses to evade the conscription. In this oppressive atmosphere, Lu Yuan, along with Fatty Wang and several ordinary students who had devoted themselves to him after the Secret Realm incident, went straight to the registration office. The tutor in charge of registration glanced at him and sighed. Lu Yuan, although you are quite strong, you are ultimately a support character. On the battlefield, swords and spears have no eyes. Teacher, I understand. Lu Yuan smiled, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the list of volunteer soldiers in a flamboyant style. Seeing this, Fatty Wang gritted his teeth and shakily wrote down his name. Damn it, so be it. Wherever Brother Yuan goes, I'll go. The ordinary students followed without hesitation. They had an almost blind trust in Lu Yuan. Looking at this strange squad, several disdainful sneers came from the surrounding area. A logistics support staff member, leading a few newly advanced martial artists, dares to go to the front lines? They'll probably be drowned by the beast tide's saliva before they even see the Lord. Lu Yuan ignored these discussions. He and his squad were the first to board the heavy armored train bound for the southwestern front. The train slowly started moving, the heavy carriages isolating it from the noise of the outside world. The train carriage was filled with young, passionate faces, yet unable to hide their tension and fear. As the train continued to accelerate, the cityscape outside the window rushed past, replaced by desolate Gobi Desert and ruins. The closer you get to the southwest, the heavier the oppressive atmosphere becomes. After an unknown amount of time, someone in the carriage let out a suppressed gasp. "Look out the window!" Everyone looked in that direction at the same time. On the distant horizon, the sky was no longer azure, but shrouded in a vast expanse of dark red miasma. The miasma rolled and writhed like a living monster, connecting heaven and earth and exuding an aura of ominousness and destruction. A brutal war, a meat grinder capable of shredding steel, is about to unfold there. Fatty Wong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Brother Yuan, is that the front line? It looks like a gap in hell." Chapter 73, leading the Fat Guy squad to the front lines, unleashing a killing feast. When the armored train arrived at the outpost on the southwestern defense line, the heavy doors had just been opened a crack. An intense, overwhelming stench of blood, mixed with the smell of scorched earth and gunpowder, surged into the carriage like a tangible wave. "Vomit dash!" Inside the carriage, a chorus of retching sounds instantly filled the air. Many arrogant scions of wealthy families who considered themselves geniuses at school immediately leaned against the wall and vomited uncontrollably, their faces ashen. The knowledge in books and the data in the simulation chamber seemed utterly inadequate at this moment. This is the real war. Fatty Wong also felt his stomach churning, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed the acid that rose to his throat. He didn't want to lose face in front of Brother Yuan. A military officer, clad in heavy armor and sporting a menacing scar on his face, strode forward. His cold gaze swept over the group of rookie students, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. "All students, listen to my command. Your mission is to clear out any lone alien beasts that break through the fire net outside the third line of defense." He pointed to a relatively intact steel wall in the distance. "That's a safe zone, the place with the lowest casualty rate. Remember, you're here to help defend, not to die. Don't try to be a hero, don't stray from the main force, do you all understand?" "Clear!" The students responded sparsely, their voices revealing barely concealed fear. Lu Yuan led his squad and was assigned to a dilapidated barricade behind it. Occasionally, a few first or second-tier demonic hyenas would rush over, but they were quickly riddled with holes by the automatic cannons on the city wall. This place is less of a battlefield and more of a safe zone for newbies. "Brother Yuan, the fight has already started?" Fatty Wong gripped the standard-issue longsword issued by the military, his palms sweating with nervousness. Lu Yuan looked around at the scattered, little monsters, and frowned slightly. He was clearly not satisfied with this. That little bit of experience isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. "Fatty, here you go." With a flick of his wrist, as if by magic, Lu Yuan pulled out a giant axe the size of a door panel, shimmering with earthy yellow runes, from his ordinary canvas bag, actually an F-level space, and tossed it directly to Fatty Wong. Fatty Wong hurriedly caught the giant axe, and as soon as he got it in his hand, a steady and powerful force instantly spread throughout his body. "Holy crap! Brother Yuan, this thing feels 100 times better than the junk the military issued." Lu Yuan ignored his fuss and took out several more rune weapons of different styles, all of which were filled with spiritual light, and distributed them to the other team members. "These are just small gadgets, you can use them to practice first." These were all defective products that he had Tai Zhu, a mechanical genius in the Divine Kingdom, casually crafted from scraps. But to outsiders, each one of them is enough to make even grandmasters envious. "Brother Yuan is awesome! Thank you, Brother Yuan!" The team members were so excited that their faces turned red, and they instantly felt an overwhelming sense of security. "Alright, you guys can stay here and grind monsters to get familiar with your weapons." Lu Yuan clapped his hands and gestured towards the vast battlefield outside the barricades. "Don't run around. These escapees are just enough for you to warm up." After settling his squad in, Lu Yuan turned around and found the scarred officer who was directing the defense. "Sir, I request to leave the unit and go to the front to scout out the situation." The scarred officer, who was already overwhelmed with work, glanced at him impatiently upon hearing this. "Scouting? You're the only support class?" He waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. "If you're going to your death, then don't now, don't get in the way." "Thank you, sir." That's exactly what Lu Yuan wanted to hear. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. In a flash, before anyone could react, he vanished from the sight of the main group, becoming a blur. Without pausing, he charged straight toward the first line of defense, where the artillery fire was most intense, and the roar was most deafening. That's the real meat grinder battlefield. In just a few minutes, Lu Yuan arrived at the edge of the front line. The sight before him made even him take a deep breath. Black. An endless expanse of black. The endless army of strange beasts surged in like a tidal wave, forming a black ocean that could devour the light. They stormed the steel defense line forged from the flesh and blood of countless soldiers, each impact accompanied by a deafening roar and explosion. Despair and madness filled the air. Looking at this terrifying scene that resembled the end of the world, Lu Yuan felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, every cell in his body trembled with excitement at that moment. He slowly raised his right hand, looking at the frantically beating system panel in his line of sight. My chart can finally go crazy again. Chapter 74: The Meat Grinder Battlefield Outside the Crack. Cruel high-level martial laws. On the front lines, human life is as worthless as grass. For the Alliance! For humanity! A veteran of the Yuan army, who had lost his right arm, roared and grabbed the giant leg of a third-tier armored demon rhinoceros. The martial artist's core within his body was instantly detonated, and the violent blood energy transformed into a small mushroom cloud, engulfing him and the demonic rhinoceros together. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Such suicide attacks occur every second on this vast battlefield. The battle had become extremely fierce. This is the cruelest law of the martial arts world. In the meat grinder of racial survival, individual emotions and lives seem insignificant. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. A gap has been torn in our western defense line. Artillery support. We need artillery support. The communication channel was filled with desperate screams mixed with static. Right here in this hellish place where blood and fire intertwine. A black figure, like a bolt of lightning from another world, cut into the most chaotic core of the battlefield without warning. It's Lu Yuan. He did not use any flashy martial arts techniques, nor did he unleash any dazzling chi or blood energy. Facing a fourth-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf with its jaws wide open, charging towards him, he simply threw a straight punch forward. Simple and unadorned, returning to the essence of things. Bang! A deep, resounding thud, like the beating of a drum. The demonic wolf, which could easily tear apart even alloy armor, was like a watermelon being hit head-on by a high-speed train the moment it came into contact with Lu Yuan's fist. From head to toe, along with its hard bones, it instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ding! You have killed a Tier 4 bloodthirsty demon wolf and gained 8,000 attribute points. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, not even glancing at the results of the battle. Without stopping, his left leg swept out like a steel whip. Call dash! A sharp whooshing sound rang out, and as the leg swept past, 7 or 8 low-level demonic creatures were instantly cut in half at the waist, their internal organs and fragments flying everywhere. Ding! Strength plus 1,000. Ding! Constitution plus 5,000. Ding! Triggered a critical hit of 10,000 times, Spirit plus 100,000. The system's notification sounds rang in his ears like a torrential downpour, composing the most melodious symphony of slaughter. He alone is like a tireless, terrifyingly efficient human meat grinder. Straight punch, roundhouse kick, elbow strike, knee strike. Every movement is extremely simple, yet it contains pure violence capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. He doesn't need to aim, because everything he sees is an enemy. He didn't need to defend himself, because the claws and fangs of those low-level beasts couldn't even scratch his skin. What is that? Not far away, a small squad of Yuan army soldiers, who were struggling to hold on, stared wide-eyed at the figure strolling leisurely through the beast's hide. A pure physical body without any chi or blood fluctuations? Are you kidding me? He single-handedly carved a bloody alley through the horde of beasts. In everyone's sight, wherever that black figure passed, strange beasts fell like stalks of wheat being cut down. He alone surrounded a massive army from the opposite direction. Lu Yuan was completely immersed in the thrill of his attribute points skyrocketing. Each punch represents a leap in the numbers on the panel. With each kill, he became stronger than the one before. This abnormal, almost bug-like, monster-killing speed quickly disrupted the balance of the battlefield. It was like a depth charge being dropped into a calm lake, finally attracting the attention of high-level monsters in the abyss. Roar dash! A terrifying roar, powerful enough to shatter the clouds, suddenly came from behind the beast's horde. The sound waves even created visible shockwaves, dispersing the smoke and dust from the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to tremble violently. A colossal creature, over 30 meters tall and engulfed in hellfire, parted the beast's tide, blocking its path, and charged toward Lu Yuan with heavy strides. In its hand, it also wielded a giant warhammer, commensurate with its size and burning with raging flames. Lord of the Flame Demons. A terrifying existence at the peak of the martial Grandmaster level. The Flame Demon's scarlet eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and its booming roar echoed throughout the entire battlefield. You lowly insect, your slaughter ends here! Chapter 75. Deep behind enemy lines, one punch smashed the Flame Demon Commander's dog head. The Flame Demon Commander exuded a terrifying aura of a peak martial Grandmaster, like an evil god crawling out of hell. With each step it takes forward, the earth trembles violently. Its massive body, over 30 meters tall, was entirely engulfed in dark red lava. The surrounding air was severely distorted by the scorching heat, emitting a pungent sulfurous smell. The strange beast that stood in its way didn't even have time to dodge before being burned to ashes by the black flames emanating from its body. Its crimson eyes pierced the chaotic battlefield, locking onto Lu Yuan, who was wreaking havoc. Run! It's a martial Grandmaster level flame demon! In a trench not far away, a veteran of the Yuan army with a broken arm roared hoarsely. Who's that kid leading the troops? Why is he just standing there like an idiot and not retreating? He didn't even activate his chi and blood shield. Is he looking for death? Several blood-covered warriors were so anxious they jumped up and down, wanting to rush over to help, but they were held back by the surrounding beast horde. Ordinary martial artists would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter when facing such a high-ranking commander. They wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. Lu Yuan twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Retreat? That word doesn't exist in his dictionary. Looking at the enormous creature that resembled a moving volcano, Lu Yuan's eyes showed not fear, but rather a green glow. This isn't a monster, it's clearly a super powerful attribute package. You enjoyed killing those human insects? The Flame Demon Commander grinned, its massive, rock-like maw erupting with mental energy that exploded directly into Lu Yuan's mind. The voice was deep and resonant, carrying an air of contempt and superiority. It raised the giant lava warhammer in its hand, which was as big as a truck, with flames rolling on its head. Lu Yuan dusted off his hands, speaking casually. It's alright, but the monsters are too fragile, not enough to kill. Perfect, you look pretty tough. Arrogant. The Flame Demon Commander was utterly enraged. Its enormous body suddenly leaped up, blotting out the sky and the sun. The lava hammer, carrying temperatures high enough to melt steel, brought a deafening sonic boom as it slammed down on Lu Yuan. A violent shockwave swept across the sky, causing the ground within 100 meters to crack inch by inch. The veterans of Yuan army in the distance closed their eyes in despair. That's it, this young man is doomed. Just as the warhammer was about to strike his head, Lu Yuan moved. Instead of retreating, he advanced, slightly bending his knees, and charged towards the imposing Mount Tai. Take a deep breath. Lu Yuan's right arm muscles bulged instantly, making the sleeve of his casual clothes bulge. There were no martial arts skills, no fancy tricks. 50 million points of strength attribute are unleashed at full power without reservation at this moment. He didn't even bend over, he just threw a straight right punch. Bang dash! A deafening explosion rang out, even more deafening than the roar of heavy artillery. A visible white shockwave exploded outwards from the point of contact between the two people. There was no stalemate where the forces were evenly matched, nor was there any horrific scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. That lava warhammer, which was said to be indestructible and even a martial grandmaster dared not take head-on, was as fragile as a piece of dried tofu left overnight in front of Lu Yuan's fist. There was a crisp, snap sound. The warhammer shattered from the middle, turning into a shower of rubble and sparks. What? The Flame Demon Commander's crimson pupils contracted sharply, and his expression froze instantly on his face. But Lu Yuan's punch still had considerable force. With overwhelming physical kinetic energy, the punch pierced through the shattered warhammer and smashed straight into the Flame Demon's chest. Pfft! The hard lava breastplate shattered instantly. Lu Yuan's entire right arm was deeply embedded in the Flame Demon's body, and scalding magma splashed out from his arm. With fingers spread wide, it precisely gripped the massive lava heart that was still beating wildly. In your next life, don't be so slow in making your entrance. Lu Yuan sneered and suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. Bang! A dull, cracking sound echoed within the flame demon's body. That heart, comparable to a super engine, was crushed by his bare hands. Ding! You have defeated the flame demon commander, a level above your own, and gained 300,000 attribute points. A critical hit has been triggered, and luck is now full. The system's notification sounds were as melodious as heavenly music. The massive body of the flame demon commander froze on the spot, and the red light in its eyes went out like a candle flickering in the wind. Boom dash! This moving volcano, over 30 meters high, crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade being toppled, raising clouds of dust. The entire room fell silent. Both the charging alien beasts and the struggling Yuan army were dumbfounded. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone gaped, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Am I blind? One punch? That's the flame demon, a peak martial grandmaster. He pierced through her with one punch. Yuan withdrew his hand from the flame demon's chest cavity, shaking off the scalding lava with some disdain. The intense heat, enough to instantly vaporize steel, fell on his fair skin without leaving even a red mark. He stood there unharmed, straightening his collar as if nothing had happened. This astonishing punch terrified all the strange beasts within hundreds of meters of it. Several fourth-tier bloodthirsty demon wolves whimpered, tucked their tails between their legs, and retreated, no longer daring to bare their teeth. However, just as this area was stunned by Yuan's terrifying combat power, on a hill several hundred meters away, several pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows were staring intently at Yuan's back. They wore the standard uniforms of the Yuan army, but their eyes lacked the fortitude of soldiers, displaying only a strange fanaticism. Did you see that clearly? No spiritual power was used, it was all done with the physical body. The one-eyed man leading the group lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with malice. This kid must be Yuan from Shanghai, the one who's been talked about like a god. A tall, thin man next to him swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Boss, this kid's a bit weird. He killed a peak martial grandmaster with one punch. Should we ask our superiors for instructions? What the hell are you asking for instructions? The one-eyed man slapped the tall, thin man on the back of the head, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. No matter how strong his physical body is, he's still just a brainless brute. He reached for his waist, where a black array plate reeked of a strong, bloody stench hung. No matter how high your martial arts talent is, if you fall into our myriad race's sex ultimate killing formation, you will still turn into a pool of blood. The one-eyed man curled his lips into a cruel, cold smile. Notify the guardians in the other 3 directions to prepare to close the net. Today, I will use the head of this peerless genius to offer as a sacrifice to the arrival of a great god. Chapter 76. Frenzied monster hunting for attribute drops. Luck value breaks the heavens. After killing the flame demon commander, Yuan hadn't even had time to shake the lava off his hands. Suddenly, the system panel ahead jolted, and a dazzling golden notification popped up. Ding! You have successfully defeated several powerful enemies of higher levels, activating your hidden attribute. Luck value plus 999, breaking the current plane's limit, now at its maximum. Yuan was taken aback. Max level luck stat? He casually rubbed his chin and looked around. In this cutthroat battlefield where everyone's teeth are falling apart, can this thing be eaten? Meanwhile, on a high ground a few hundred meters away, the one-eyed man stared intently at Yuan's back, then suddenly raised the black array plate in his hand. Activate the formation! Kill this brat! He gave the order fiercely. The 3 accomplices beside him immediately bit their tongues, preparing to spit out their blood essence to activate the great formation. But just then, a strange whirlwind suddenly swept across the battlefield. Puff dash! The tall, thin man had just spat out a mouthful of blood when the whirlwind splattered it all back onto his face, causing him to cough repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough! Boss, the wind direction is wrong! The tall, thin man wiped the blood from his face turning bright red. The one-eyed man was so angry that he cursed loudly and was about to kick him. A fist-sized piece of flame demon bone flew in from nowhere, whistling through the air, and struck his wrist precisely. Ouch! The one-eyed man screamed and loosened his grip. The priceless killing array plate fell to the ground, and by sheer coincidence, it landed right on a sharp rock. With a crisp crack, the array plate shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. The 4 cult members stared at each other, bewildered. Boss, the formation is broken, should we still kill them? One of the henchmen nearby asked cautiously. The one-eyed man clutched his wrist, which was swollen like a bun, and was furious. Screw killing. I didn't check the almanac before I left home today. This is weird. Let's get out of here. Lu Yuan was completely unaware of the farce unfolding in the distance. He stretched his ankles, preparing to take the initiative and find his next target. A level 3 shadow panther leaped out of the ruins on the side, opening its blood-red maw and lunging at him. Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head. He was about to raise his hand and slap him to death. Unexpectedly, the leopard suddenly cramped up in midair, its front paws tripping over its hind legs. Smack! It struck directly with its forehead against Lu Yuan's raised elbow. Bang! The shadow panther's skull shattered like a watermelon smashed on the ground, instantly splitting into 4 pieces, its brains splattering everywhere. Ding! Killed a tier 3 shadow panther, strength plus 3000. Critical hit triggered. Lu Yuan looked at his elbow, then at the corpse on the ground. This works? What happened next completely shattered the worldview of everyone present. A herd of raging demonic bulls charged forward, their eyes bloodshot, and were about to collide with him. Just as Lu Yuan got into position, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing an abandoned air raid shelter tens of meters deep. The herd of demonic bulls couldn't stop and fell in like dumplings, turning into a pile of minced meat. Ding! Terrain kill successful. Constitution plus 8000. In the sky, a 5th-tier abyssal dragon discovered Lu Yuan on the ground. It let out a deafening roar, opened its massive mouth, and spat out a breath of black flames powerful enough to melt steel. Watch out from the heavens! The veteran soldiers of Yuan army in the distance shouted anxiously, their voices cracking. Lu Yuan looked up and was about to jump away. A level 12 convective tornado suddenly swept across the flat ground. The black flames of dragon breath that had just been spewed out made a sharp 180-degree turn in midair. With a whoosh, it all blew back onto the dragon's face, and incidentally burned a large area of the alien beast army below the dragon into a sea of fire. Oh, wadash! The dragon was scorched by its own breath, its body smoking, and it screamed as it collapsed at Lu Yuan's feet, breaking its neck. Ding! 5th-tier abyss dragon defeated. Spirit plus 200,000. The soldiers in the trench were stunned, and their guns fell to the ground. Squad leader, did you see it clearly just now? Did that dragon commit suicide? A young recruit rubbed his eyes and asked blankly. The old squad leader swallowed hard, his hand holding the cigarette trembling. I saw it clearly, that wind was blowing like a madman. The old squad leader took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Is this kid some kind of God's favorite son? With that kind of luck, he could step in dog poop and find a gold bar. Lu Yuan strolled across the battlefield while looking at the system panel. The data has gone completely insane. The attribute points increased exponentially, with a long string of zeros following the numbers on the panel. Strength, physique, and spirit are all racing toward a terrifying dimension that ordinary people cannot comprehend. He even felt that if he sneezed, he could flatten that small hill across the street. This maxed out luck stat is even more outrageous than cheating. Lu Yuan hummed a little tune and kicked aside the corpse of a tier 1 mud monster that was blocking his way. However, the drop rate hasn't increased at all. After killing so many high-level monsters, how come I haven't seen a single decent loot? He hadn't finished speaking. As he kicked away the ordinary beast's corpse, which had been trampled into a pulp, his toes suddenly bumped into something hard. Ding-dong! A crisp sound of metal clashing together rang out. Lu Yuan looked down. In a pool of foul-smelling blood, a diamond-shaped fragment emitting a soft, eerie light was half hidden. Within that light, there was a faint, ancient, and profound aura of law, indicating that it was by no means an ordinary object. He bent down and picked it up, then casually wiped the blood off it with the corner of his clothes. Several veterans not far away poked their heads out, their eyes widening instantly. Good heavens! How could kicking a dead rat like that unearth such a priceless treasure? The new recruit turned to look at the veteran sergeant, his face full of confusion. Squad leader, what's that? It looks pretty bright. The recruit scratched his helmet. The old squad leader stared intently at the glowing object in Lu Yuan's hand, his lips trembling so much that he didn't even notice the cigarette that had fallen onto his trouser leg and burned a hole in it. If I'm not mistaken, that thing could punch a huge hole in the sky. Chapter 77 Mystical Drop Rate. A casual kick produces a top-tier divine artifact. Lu Yuan bent down and picked up the hard object. The surface of that thing was covered in a stinking, slimy sludge. He frowned in disgust and casually wiped his face with the hem of his clothes. The foul-smelling bloodstains were wiped away, revealing its true appearance. It was a rhomboid crystal, only the size of a palm, an entirely translucent gray. Inside the crystal, it seemed as if miniature galaxies were slowly flowing. Just one glance and you feel as if the surrounding air has been cut into tiny cracks. What? In the trench not far away, the old sergeant, who was smoking, stared wide-eyed. He didn't even notice the cigarette burning his lips, his hands gripping the edge of the mud pit tightly. Those bloodshot eyes stared wide open like two engorged copper bells. Squad leader, what's wrong? Is that piece of broken glass really that valuable? The green recruit shrank his neck and followed his gaze. The veteran sergeant slapped the new recruit's helmet so hard it cracked. Broken glass shards? Are you blind? That's something legendary. I've seen sketches of it in the quartermaster's top-secret catalog. He was so anxious that he kept swallowing, and he lowered his voice to a whisper, afraid that others would hear him. Those are fragments of the space-cutting blade. An ancient abyss artifact? You mean that thing that's supposedly able to cut through dimensional barriers? A deputy captain with a missing arm also came over, his face full of horror. The old squad leader nodded frantically, his breathing heavy like a bellows. Yes. I heard that for hundreds of years, the military has dug 3 feet into the ground around the abyss, but they haven't found a single trace. This kid just kicked the corpse of a Tier 1 mud monster, and it came out. The vice captain felt that his worldview had been shattered. He glanced at the blunted standard-issue battle sword in his hand, then at the fragment of the divine weapon in Lu Yuan's hand. What the hell is this? Even if God chases after you to feed you, you can't feed you like this. Although Lu Yuan was far away, his spiritual power of over 100 million had allowed him to hear their conversation clearly. Fragments of a space-cutting blade? He raised an eyebrow and weighed the thing in his hand. Judging from the name, it must be a high-end product. No wonder this mud monster was running so slowly just now. It turns out there was a hard bone stuck in his stomach. He casually stuffed the fragments into the canvas bag he was carrying. To outsiders, he seemed to be keeping his treasures close to his body. But in reality, this thing had already silently entered the endless primordial divine kingdom within his body. As soon as the fragment entered the F-level space, the originally calm spiritual liquid lake was instantly stirred up into waves. The world tree's massive root system seemed to have smelled an unparalleled delicacy, and excitedly broke through the soil. Several thick, dark purple vines wrapped around the fragment, and dragged it deep into the tree roots. Ding! The divine kingdom has devoured a fragment of the space law. It is currently evolving. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the area of his internal space had expanded outward by tens of thousands of miles. As a result, his own spatial abilities also became smoother and sharper. The drop rate with maxed out luck is just too amazing. Lu Yuan stretched comfortably, his bones cracking like popping beans. He looked around. The defensive line he just cleared out is now completely devoid of any living monsters. He slaughtered all the low-level ones, and the high-level ones had long since retreated several kilometers away in fear. No good, the experience bar has only increased a little bit. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes like those of a greedy landlord. He was preparing to change direction and look for the next dense target. Just then, a thought suddenly struck him from the depths of his mind. The vast, ocean-like spiritual power instantly detected a trace of extremely hidden, yet chilling, killing intent. This killing intent did not come from those mindless abyssal beasts. It belongs to human martial artists. Moreover, there was more than one. They were locked onto his back like the spitting tongue of a venomous snake. Out of the corner of Lu Yuan's eye, he glanced at a scorched hill about 500 meters to his right rear. The area was full of potholes, and it appeared to contain only a few mangled corpses. However, his mental radar clearly showed 4 humanoid silhouettes exuding the aura of a martial arts master. They were wearing the standard uniforms of the Yuan army, and their heartbeats were extremely slow. It blended perfectly with the surrounding smell of blood. These were the same evil cultivators from the myriad races cult who had previously shattered the killing array plate. Highland backside. The one-eyed man threw away the shattered array plate in his hand, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Boss, are we really going to force it? The tall, thin man swallowed hard, gripping a highly poisoned alloy dagger tightly in his hand. This kid can smash even a flame demon with one punch. Can our bodies withstand a single blow from him? The one-eyed man glared at him fiercely, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong his physical body is, after those consecutive battles, his stamina must have been almost completely depleted. He snorted coldly and pulled out 4 blood-red pills from his pocket. Besides, we are 4 martial grandmasters. After he swallowed the blood-burning pill, we'll form the 4 absolute spirit-sealing array to directly seal his life force. The one-eyed man distributed the pills to his subordinates, a crazed glint in his eyes. The cult leader has ordered that we must bring this brat's head back at all costs. The henchmen looked at the blood-red pill, and although they were somewhat wary, they still accepted it. The rules of the myriad races sect are strict. Retreating even half a step means death, so it's better to take a gamble. The 4 of them tilted their heads back and swallowed the pills, and their auras surged instantly. Strange, blood-red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, and his power increased several times over. The one-eyed man drew his sword, his cold gaze piercing through the scorched earth and locking onto Lu Yuan below. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood still, with his back to them. He seemed completely unprepared, and even kicked a small pebble away out of boredom. The one-eyed man made a gesture. The 4 men, like 4 blood-red ghosts, moved close to the ground, silently flanking from 4 different directions. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Enter kill range. The 4 men attacked simultaneously, their blades flashing with a stench of deadly poison, sealing off all of Lu Yuan's escape routes. Just when their blades were less than half a meter from Lu Yuan's back. Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head, but just sighed softly. I always thought the monsters in the abyss were stupid enough. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 4 evil cultivators, carrying a hint of bored mockery. I never imagined that our kind, hiding in the shadows, would be so much dumber than them. Chapter 78: The Ambush by the Myriad Races Cult, a deadly trap targeting human geniuses. Lu Yuan slowly turned around. He looked up and saw several warriors dressed in Yuan army uniforms, but with fanatical eyes, staring intently at him. 4 poison alloy blades hovered in midair, trembling slightly. The one-eyed man's heart skipped a beat. Half a meter is nothing more than a blink of an eye for Wu's zone. This kid not only noticed in advance, but he even dared to turn around and talk with his hands behind his back. Too calm. That look in his eyes was like looking at a monkey jumping around in a zoo. Playing tricks. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth and roared. Since a sneak attack won't work, then let's kill him outright. He pulled a blood-red bead from his pocket and crushed it forcefully. Buzz dash. A layer of dark red, semi-transparent barrier instantly popped open. Like an overturned bowl, it tightly covered the scorched earth within a radius of tens of meters. The sounds of gunfire outside were suddenly cut off, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The road is closed already? Lu Yuan reached out and poked the light screen, patting it twice like he was picking out a watermelon at a market. The quality is okay, and the sound insulation is quite good. The tall, thin man swallowed hard, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the knife. Boss, is he mocking us? Shut up! The one-eyed man glared fiercely at his subordinate, then turned to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, the top genius of the Magic City War Academy, smashed the Flame Demon Commander with a single punch. How impressive! Lu Yuan put his hands in his pockets and pursed his lips. Your myriad races sect is quite well informed. You even found out my name? He looked the 4 of them up and down, his face full of disgust. However, your Yuan army uniforms don't fit you well at all. They smell like rats from the sewers. Upon hearing this, the 4 evil cultivators' expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. The disguise was seen through at a glance, and even the last bit of fig leaf was torn off. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. The one-eyed man sneered, his eyes practically overflowing with fanaticism. So what if your physical body is strong? You must have exhausted all your strength fighting the flame demon. He brandished his battle sword, the venom on the blade gleaming with a ghostly blue light. This shielding barrier can not only isolate external perception, but also suppress all spiritual energy fluctuations. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. By sacrificing your flesh and blood, a peerless genius, the great gods will surely bestow upon you unparalleled power. Lu Yuan sighed. He hates the trope of villains dying because they talk too much. He's heard it so many times. Have you finished reciting your lines? Lu Yuan picked at his ear. Hurry up and get to work. I'm in a rush to get ahead and fight some monsters. Arrogant. The 4 martial masters who had taken the blood-burning pill exchanged a glance and then dispersed instantly. They moved with lightning speed, immediately occupying the 4 cardinal directions, their blood energy surging wildly and coalescing into a single mass. For absolute spirit-sealing array! Lock it up! With a roar from the 4 men, 4 thick, blood-red chains emerged from the ground. Like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, it instantly coiled around Lu Yuan's limbs. The chains were covered with strange barbs, tightly binding his clothes. Upon seeing this, the tall, thin man burst into laughter. Ha! It's locked! Boss, this kid didn't even try to dodge. Does he really think he's invincible? The other two henchmen also breathed a sigh of relief and approached with mocking expressions. What kind of genius is he? He's just become our chopping block. Quick, sever his tendons in his hands and feet, don't let him escape. The one-eyed man, carrying a knife, walked step by step toward Lu Yuan, a cruel smile on his face. Kid, where did that arrogance go? This 4 absolute spirit-sealing formation would completely seal the life force of even a martial venerable. Lu Yuan looked down at the blood-red chains binding his body. She glanced again at the one-eyed man who was getting closer and closer. He didn't even have the will to struggle. Blocking the flow of qi and blood? I'm really sorry, but he has never practiced qi and blood cultivation. The endless string of numbers on his panel were all pure physical attributes. If he wanted to, he could clench his muscles slightly and shatter that broken chain into ice shards all over the floor. But now, he's too lazy to even move a finger. That medication you just took, it must have had quite a few side effects, right? Lu Yuan asked abruptly, his tone as if he were chatting casually. The one-eyed man paused, his brows furrowing deeply. What do you mean? Look at you all, your eyes are all bloodshot and your faces are dark. Lu Yuan shook his head, his disdain deepening. The blood is all dirty. I wouldn't even want to get my shoes dirty if I killed you myself. The tall, thin man was so angry that he started cursing. Boss, stop wasting time talking to him, just kill him. The one-eyed man roared, raised the poisoned blade in his hand, and slashed it down hard at Lu Yuan's neck. Go to hell and repent. The blade was sharp and piercing, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. Just as the blade was about to touch Lu Yuan's skin, the shadow behind Lu Yuan suddenly twisted eerily. It's like a huge rock being thrown into a stagnant pool. The shadows seemed to boil as if they were alive, rapidly climbing and coalescing upwards. The speed was so fast that even the naked eye of a martial arts master could not catch it. What the hell? The one-eyed man's pupils contracted sharply, and he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His slashing blade stopped abruptly in midair, unable to advance even an inch further. Because, without anyone noticing, 2 fingers encased in black iron armor had extended out. It caught his blade so easily. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying figure, entirely black and over 2 meters tall, silently emerged from Lu Yuan's shadow. It is none other than the Divine Kingdom's bodyguards, the Azura Sword Guards. Beneath its cold, metallic mask, there was no trace of human life. Yes, it is simply an extreme, pure will to kill. With its appearance, a terrifying pressure that instantly froze the surrounding air descended. Grand Master level sword intent. This sword intent was like an invisible, towering snow mountain, pressing down heavily on the heads of the 4 martial Grand Masters. Click, click, click. The blood-red chains binding Lu Yuan were shattered into pieces by the overflowing sword energy before he could even break free, turning into specks of light and dissipating. The sneers on the faces of those cult members who had been so arrogant just moments before instantly froze. Instead, there was unprecedented terror and despair. A Grand Master? The tall, thin man was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. That's impossible! How could a freshman like you have a Grand Master as a bodyguard? The other 2 henchmen couldn't even hold their knives anymore, trembling like leaves on the spot. Under this oppressive force, they couldn't even muster the thought of escaping. The one-eyed man tried desperately to pull the knife back, but his 2 fingers were like welded pliers, completely immovable. He stared at the black-armored monster before him, who resembled a god of death, his teeth chattering wildly. Misunderstanding. He managed to squeeze out 2 words, cold sweat soaking through the back of his military uniform. Lu Yuan stood behind the sword guard, leisurely dusting off his clothes. He didn't even glance at these 4 clowns. Jenny, these people are too noisy, clean them up. Lu Yuan yawned and casually pointed to the tall, thin man who was paralyzed with fear. But don't break it into too many pieces, I still have some questions to ask. The Azura sword guard knelt on one knee, his voice as cold and piercing as the friction of metal. Yes, my lord. Which arm would you like to dislocate first? Chapter 79. The Abyss Lord is deployed, General Huatsibing nearly perishes. Jung dash. There was no earth-shattering roar of sword energy. There was no dazzling light or shadow of qi or blood. The Azura sword guard simply drew the massive black sword from his back and slashed it lightly forward. A thin, black line, as fine as a hair, spread silently through the air. The one-eyed man held the knife, his face not even fully showing his terror. A gentle breeze blows. He was like a pile of sand crumbling from head to toe. Along with the other two evil cultivators beside him, they instantly turned into 3 wisps of ashes that drifted away in the wind. Not a single drop of blood was left. The tall, thin man was kneeling on the ground, his crotch already soaked, with yellowish-white fluid spilling all over the floor. He watched as his companion vanished instantly, a strange, gurgling sound emanating from his throat. "My lord, have mercy!" He called out desperately, his forehead pounding against the scorched earth with a loud thud. "I'll tell you everything! I'll confess everything about the cult leader's plans." Lu Yuan picked at his ear, not even glancing at him. "There's no need for all that trouble." The immense mental energy, like a sharp steel needle, brutally pierced the tall, thin man's brain. 2 seconds later, Lu Yuan withdrew his mental energy with some disdain. "His mind is full of brainwashing slogans about the descent of gods. He doesn't even know where the main altar is. He's a complete waste." Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. With a backhand slap, the tall, thin man exploded into a cloud of blood mist before he could even scream. "Go back and stay there." Lu Yuan waved his hand, and the sword guard turned into a shadow, disappearing back into his feet. He stepped on the remaining array plate on the ground, shattering the dark red shielding barrier like a soap bubble. The sounds of gunfire and fighting outside instantly flooded back into my ears. Lu Yuan stretched and prepared to continue going to the front lines to earn his origin points. Just then, boom dash! A deafening roar erupted from the very core of the southwestern defense line. The sound was so loud that the entire earth shook violently, as if it had been kicked hard. Countless low-level beasts that were fighting were thrown into the air by the shockwave. Lu Yuan steadied himself and looked up. At the edge of the sky, the once relatively stable A-level abyss rift now resembled a tattered rag that had been forcibly torn apart. The crack expanded more than tenfold in an instant. Dark purple abyssal miasma poured down like a tsunami. Immediately afterwards, 3 terrifying pressures that exceeded the limits of cognition descended through the crack. Bang! 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 3 massive, mountain-like black figures forcefully broke through the spatial barrier and crashed heavily into the center of the battlefield. A world-destroying demonic ape with 8 thick arms and its body covered in bone spurs. A 2-headed abyss dragon with wings on its back and spewing green poisonous mist from its mouth. There was also a skeletal undead creature shrouded in black robes and wielding a giant scythe. The aura of these 3 monsters, even a wisp of it, is hundreds of times stronger than that of the flame demon commander from before. Surpassing the god of war. This is the true abyss overlord. Retreat! The entire army must retreat immediately! On the command channel came the hoarse, split-legged roar of military commander Long Qianshan. This is simply beyond human capability to stop. Abandon the first and second lines of defense. Retreat into the main city. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. The cannons that human warriors are so proud of are not even enough to tickle them. With a casual wave of his hand, the 8-armed demon ape sent hundreds of elite Yuan soldiers flying backward like kites with broken strings, their bones broken and tendons snapped. A sense of despair, like a plague, enveloped the entire southwestern defense line. No one is allowed to back down. At this critical juncture of total defeat, an aged yet powerful roar resounded at the forefront of the battlefield. An old general with a full head of white hair, wearing tattered armor, held a dragon-gallant silver spear and stood like a nail at the rear of the retreating army. He was none other than Huitsubing, one of the highest commanders of the human race, and hailed as a god of war. He was covered in blood, and his left eye was so swollen he couldn't open it. But that straight spine seemed to be able to support the entire sky. I, Huitsubing, am here. Who dares to retreat? The old general's eyes were wide open, and the tip of his spear was pointed at the 3 arrogant lords. Those who wish to slaughter my human sons will first have to step over my dead body. The 8-armed demon ape lowered its enormous head and looked at Huitsubing as if he were an ant. How dare a mere human ant, weakened by death, block the path of the abyss? It let out a thunderous laugh. Then I'll grant your wish. The demonic ape raised a massive bone arm and brought it down with a deafening sonic boom. Burning blood! Break through the formation! Huitsubing roared and burned his last remaining essence of martial god blood without hesitation. He transformed into a dazzling silver streak, soaring into the sky to meet the giant hand. Clang dash! The deafening clang of metal clashing echoed through the sky. The silver spear held firmly against the demonic ape's bony arm, sparks flying everywhere. But even the strongest fist can't fight against four hands, let alone the Abyss Overlord who has surpassed the realm of martial god. The two-headed Abyss dragon beside him sneered and suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale green venom. Sizzle! The venom instantly corroded Huatsibing's protective aura. The old general's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing to the ground like a meteorite. General! Old General! The Yuan army soldiers who were retreating behind saw this scene, and their eyes instantly turned red. They cried out in anguish. Many veterans immediately turned around, drew their swords, and wanted to rush back to fight to the death. Huatsibing knelt on one knee in the deep pit, using his bent spear to support his body. Fresh blood dripped down the armor. His life was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Don't come any closer, move aside! The old general coughed up blood as he used his last strength to wave to the soldiers behind him. On a ruin a few kilometers away, Lu Yuan watched this scene quietly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This old man is quite tough. He stroked his chin, his gaze returning to the three arrogant and domineering lords. A wildly enthusiastic smile gradually crept onto his lips. A monster that surpasses even the god of war. If I kill them all, my strength attribute will skyrocket. With a flick of his wrist, a large black robe appeared out of thin air and draped over his body. Immediately afterwards, a bronze azure mask exuding an ancient and chilling aura was slowly placed on his face. War Titans has officially launched. Beside the deep pit in the distance, the undead bone demon let out a raucous, chattering laugh and raised the enormous bone scythe, 100 meters long and burning with ghostly flames. You tough nut to crack, go to hell. The bone's sickle tore through the void, carrying the shadow of death, and slashed fiercely toward Huatsibing's neck. The wind pressure made the old general's white hair dance wildly. Huatsibing did not close his eyes, but stared intently at the falling sickle, his eyes filled with resentment. Humanity cannot be insulted. The sharp sickle was less than half an inch away from the old general's neck. Everyone was plunged into a deathly despair. The space in front of Huatsibing suddenly distorted strangely. It's like someone forcibly tore a hole in the middle of a curtain. A towering figure dressed in a black robe and wearing a bronze mask suddenly stepped out from the spatial rift. He didn't even glance at the bone sickle that was coming down on him. He simply raised his right hand casually, his 5 fingers spread. Clang! A deafening, metallic clang erupted. The enormous bone scythe, which carried a strike surpassing even that of a martial god, was actually caught in midair by this right hand wearing a black glove. It's impossible to make any progress. Even the ghostly flames burning above were extinguished on the spot by this terrifying physical power. The entire room fell silent. Both the weeping soldiers and the grinning alien overlord were dumbfounded. The man in black robes turned his head slightly and glanced at Huatsibing on the ground. A young, slightly mocking voice came from beneath the mask. Old man, the security situation in this rear area is really bad. Does your military issue banners? Chapter 88 Close Call. The War Titan traverses thousands of troops to take the enemy's head. Clang! The crisp, metallic sounds, transmitted clearly through the battlefield's communication equipment, reached the highest command post on the southwestern defense line. The entire hall was deathly silent. Even their breathing stopped. On the big screen, the figure draped in a black robe and wearing a bronze mask was holding a huge bone scythe capable of splitting mountains in one hand. This scene was frozen in time, becoming a breathtaking image. Clatter. A senior staff officer dropped his tactical tablet and shattered it on the ground. That is. Long Qianshan stared intently at the screen, his pupils contracting sharply, and he slammed his hands onto the command platform. He pressed so hard that 2 clear handprints were left on the heavy alloy tabletop. War Titan? Long Qianshan cried out in shock, his voice cracking. The command post erupted in chaos. It really is him. He's dressed exactly like that mysterious powerhouse in Shanghai who can instantly kill an A-level monster. How could he be on the southwestern front? Shanghai is thousands of kilometers away from here. A spatial-type powerhouse. He's definitely a hidden spatial-type powerhouse among humans. The military leaders were so excited they trembled, and their eyes instantly welled up with tears. I originally thought that General He was doomed and that the human race's front was about to collapse. Who would have thought that divine soldiers would descend from the heavens in such dire straits? In the center of the battlefield, beside a deep, ravaged crater, Huatsubing knelt on one knee, using the barrel of his spear to support his broken body. He was panting heavily, his vision blurred by blood. The old general was stunned as he looked at the not-so-tall figure blocking his way. "Who are you?" "Just passing by to buy soy sauce." Beneath the mask, Lu Yuan's casual and languid voice rang out. "I'll collect some interest while I'm at it." The undead bone demon finally came to its senses. The ghostly flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, and it gripped the scythe handle with both hands, pulling back with all its might. Crunch, crunch, dash. The bones rubbed together, producing a piercing, strange sound. It can't be pulled. No matter how hard it tried, the bone sickle remained motionless, as if it were cast in steel. "You lowly insect! Let go!" The bone demon roared in exasperation, opening its massive, skeletal maw and spewing out a thick cloud of deathly aura. "Your breath stinks! How many years has it been since you brushed your teeth?" Lu Yuan tilted his head away in disdain. He suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Snap! It was accompanied by a sharp, teeth-grinding crack. That top-tier magical artifact, supposedly crafted from the spine of an abyssal dragon, was crushed into countless bone fragments by his bare hands. The bone demon suffered a backlash from the magical artifact, let out a muffled groan, and staggered back several steps with its massive body. Roar dash! The 8-armed demon ape and the 2-headed abyss dragon beside them finally realized what was happening. Although they were not very intelligent, they could tell that this suddenly appearing human was not someone to be trifled with. "Attack him together! Tear him apart!" The 8-armed demon ape pounded its chest, letting out a deafening roar. Its 8 thick arms simultaneously glowed with a blinding blood-red light, surrounded by terrifying abyssal laws, like 8 towering pillars supporting the sky. The 2-headed dragon was not to be outdone. 2 enormous heads, one on the left and one on the right, spewed out extremely cold frost and corrosive poison, respectively. The 3 great lords, who had surpassed the realm of martial gods, were now truly serious. They blocked all of Lu Yuan's escape routes, determined to crush this human into mincemeat. The violent energy storm was so fierce that Huatsubing couldn't even open his eyes. "Be careful, senior! Don't try to take it head-on!" The old general shouted anxiously, his heart leaping into his throat. This is a combined attack from 3 great lords. Even if a true god were to come, he would probably have to temporarily avoid their sharp edge. However, Lu Yuan not only didn't dodge, but instead let out a cold snort of extreme excitement from his throat. "Good timing!" He lightly touched the ground with his toes. Bang! The scorched earth within a radius of 100 meters collapsed instantly, creating a huge crater. Using this reaction force, Lu Yuan transformed into a black lightning bolt, advancing instead of retreating, and crashed straight into the 8-armed demonic ape charging at the front. He did not use any defensive shields. He didn't use any fancy martial arts techniques. He simply stretched his right arm to its fullest extent, like a taut, unparalleled bow, with 50 million points of strength attribute frantically compressed and boiling within his muscle fibers. Die! The 8-armed demonic ape roared, and its 8 enormous fists rained down on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan neither dodged nor avoided the barrage of fist shadows, and unleashed a punch. Boom dash! What kind of punch was that? No one can describe the scene at that moment. When Lu Yuan's fist, gloved with black, collided with the demonic ape's central fist, time seemed to stand still for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the ape's bony arm, thicker than a building, became like a fragile piece of dried noodle. Starting from the finger bones, work your way up to your wrist, forearm, elbow, and shoulder. Exploding inch by inch. The overwhelming physical kinetic energy completely ignored the abyssal laws that the demonic ape was so proud of protecting it. Lu Yuan's fist, still carrying the force of the impact, slammed hard into the enormous head of the demonic ape. Pfft! It was like a massive hammer smashing a ripe watermelon. Red and white brain matter mixed with black abyssal blood shot into the sky like a torrential rain, then poured down onto the scorched earth. The demonic ape didn't even have time to let out a scream. The massive, headless body remained frozen for a full 2 seconds before collapsing with a deafening roar, sending up clouds of dust. Ding! You have defeated a powerful Abyss Lord. You have gained 5 million attribute points. Triggering maximum luck grants plus 100,000 origin points. The system notification sounds jumped merrily in Lu Yuan's mind. The entire room fell silent. Whether they flew in the sky or ran on the ground, all the strange beasts seemed to have their necks choked, and could no longer make a sound. Inside the military command post, a group of old men, whose combined age is several hundred, stood with their mouths agape, their eyes practically popping out of the screen. A punch? With just one punch, he smashed the head of a great lord? What kind of irrational and violent aesthetics is this? The two-headed dragon and the bone demon, which were halfway there, abruptly slammed on the brakes. As they stared at the headless corpse of the demonic ape on the ground, the murderous intent in their eyes vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised terror. Run! These two abyssal overlords had only one thought in their minds. They didn't even dare to turn their heads back. They turned around and tried to tear through space to escape back into the abyss. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lu Yuan flicked the blood off his fist, and a light, airy voice sounded behind them. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuan suddenly lifted his right leg, exerted force from his waist, and twisted his entire body into an incredible angle in midair. He turned around and unleashed a sweeping kick. Buzz dash. There was no sound of air being cut. Because the speed of Lu Yuan's kick had completely exceeded the limits of sound, and even exceeded the tolerance threshold of this space. Centered on his leg, the void in front of him collapsed, creating a dark crack that stretched for a kilometer. That pure mass, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, slammed hard into the waist of the two-headed dragon that had just turned around. Bang! The two-headed dragon's half of its body was covered with ancient dragon scales and was said to be invincible in defense. The moment they came into contact with Lu Yuan's leg wind, they couldn't even hold on for a second. The hard scales turned to dust, and the thick bones snapped instantly. With an extremely shrill scream, the lower half of the two-headed dragon's body exploded into a blinding cloud of blood mist. Only the upper half of its body remained, dragging a pile of colorful intestines and internal organs on the ground, writhing and howling in agony. Ding! You have severely damaged the Abyss Overlord and gained 2 million attribute points. In less than 10 seconds. Of the three once arrogant lords, one is dead and the other crippled. The last remaining undead bone demon was utterly terrified. It frantically swung its half-broken bone scythe, trying to tear a rift back into the abyss. You stay away! The bone demon's voice was trembling, and there was no trace of its previous arrogance. Lu Yuan withdrew his leg, dusted off his trousers, and slowly walked towards it. Take it easy. Beneath the bronze mask, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a benevolent smile. I have a very good temper, and I usually only use my fists to reason with people. Chapter 81, Single-handedly Rescuing the God of War. A collective shock to the military high command. You're insane! You're not even human! The undead bone demon's jaw trembled violently, emitting a whistling scream. It no longer cared about the dignity of the Abyss Overlord. He used the broken bone sickle in his hand as a hidden weapon and hurled it fiercely at Lu Yuan. Then, it recklessly ignited its primordial soul fire. With a sizzle sound, the bone demon tore a rift in the void and scrambled back into the abyss. It runs faster than a rabbit. Lu Yuan tilted his head to avoid the flying half of the bone sickle. He didn't chase after them, finding it too troublesome. He glanced down at the two-headed dragon, which was still barely clinging to life on the ground. The creature was dragging half its intestines along, its remaining head hissing and flicking its tongue, trying to beg for mercy. Noisy. Lu Yuan raised his right foot and casually stomped it down. Puff! The enormous dragon's head instantly deflated, and green brain matter mixed with mud splattered all over the ground. In just a few seconds, of the three overlords who plunged humanity into despair, 2 died and 1 escaped. The entire southwestern defense line fell into a deathly silence. The wind blew across the scorched earth, leaving only the sounds of gunpowder smoke. The next second, we won! We survived! Someone shouted first, their voice filled with the sobs of someone who had survived a disaster. Immediately afterwards, the overwhelming cheers, like a volcanic eruption, resounded throughout the entire sky. Titans! War Titans! Countless Yuan soldiers, covered in blood, threw away their broken weapons. They embraced and wept, chanting the code name with fervor. Lu Yuan picked at his ears, showing no interest in the deafening cheers. He turned around and strode to the ruins that had created the deep crater. General Huatsubing still maintains the posture of kneeling on one knee. Silver armor shattered, white hair stained with blood. His chest heaved violently, each breath bringing up large amounts of bloody foam. His vital energy and blood were depleted, and the flame of life was about to be extinguished. Looking at the bronze-masked man who had stopped in front of him, the old general managed a weak smile. Thank you for saving me. He wanted to cup his hands in greeting, but he didn't even have the strength to lift his arm. Don't talk, the air leaks out. Lu Yuan squatted down, looked at the old man's pitiful appearance, and clicked his tongue. 17 bones were broken and half of your internal organs were shattered. You're still pretty tough. He flipped his wrist. Under the cover of the black robe, he pried out a small piece of 9-leaf swordgrass root, which was covered with spiritual liquid from the divine kingdom space. Then he casually kneaded it into a dusty little mud ball. Lu Yuan pried open Huatsibing's chin and roughly shoved the mud ball inside. Ahem, senior, what did you give me to eat? Huatsibing choked and his eyes widened. Don't ask, just swallow it. Lu Yuan patted the dust off his hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than a miracle occurred. A vast, boundless vitality exploded within Huatsibing's body in an instant. The dusty mud ball transformed into an extremely pure source of life, frantically repairing his broken meridians. Visibly, the old general's deep, bone-revealing wounds began to scab over and fall off. The previously depleted vital energy and blood were like a dried-up riverbed receiving a torrential rain. It surged violently, even more so than before he was injured. Huatsibing was stunned. He lived to be over 100 years old, and had never seen such an outrageous miracle drug. Even the top-tier S-grade recovery potions in the Alliance's potion library can't achieve this kind of miraculous recovery effect. This is an object of extraordinary creation, it is far too precious. The old general was so excited that he trembled all over and suddenly stood up. He even felt that his martial god realm, which had stagnated for many years, had begun to loosen slightly. All right, don't be shy, it's on me. Lu Yuan patted the dirt off his robe and straightened up. He'd finished clearing out the high-level monsters at the front lines, so he needed to quickly move to another location to continue accumulating stats. I will never forget your great kindness. Huatsibing lifted his tattered battle robe, knelt on one knee, and gave the most solemn military salute. May I ask your esteemed name, senior? The Yuan army will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Lu Yuan waved his hand without turning his head. If you're just passing by and buying soy sauce, don't look for me. After he finished speaking, a ripple appeared in the space behind him. As his black robes fluttered in the wind, Lu Yuan transformed into a blurry afterimage. They vanished instantly from the devastated battlefield, leaving not a trace behind. Huatsibing was left standing there, his hand raised, staring blankly into the air. At the same time, inside the highest command post of the southwestern defense line, the atmosphere had reached its peak. On the big screen, the images of Lu Yuan smashing the demonic ape with a punch and shattering the two-headed dragon with a kick were played repeatedly. That's incredible! This is like a complete dimensional reduction attack. A senior staff officer, his face flushed with excitement, slammed his fist on the table with a deafening roar. He not only saved General Hua, but also single-handedly pushed the battle lines to a standstill. Long Qianshan stood in front of the command platform, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes moist. He took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart. Pass on my orders! Long Qianshan turned around abruptly, his gaze sweeping sharply over all the high-ranking military officials present. The crisis in the southwest is over. Immediately organize a counterattack and wipe out the remaining beast tide. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison, their morale soaring. And there's one more crucial thing. Long Qianshan's eyes became extremely serious, and his tone was resolute. The War Titan is the undisputed guardian of our human race. He slapped the tactical map. Activate the highest level red alert. We must find out Titan's true identity at all costs and by whatever means necessary. A lieutenant general standing nearby hesitated for a moment. Commander, it seems that Senior Titan is intentionally hiding his identity. Will our high-profile investigation displease him? You don't know anything. Long Qianshan glared at him. If a powerful figure of this caliber were to be targeted by the corrupt elements within the Myriad Races sect or the Alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must find him before anyone else, and use all the military's resources to befriend and protect him. Just as the higher-ups were getting excited and preparing to issue a death order, the heavy metal door of the command post was suddenly and violently kicked open from the outside. A senior military intelligence officer rushed in, sweating profusely. He clutched the blood-stained remains of a black array plate tightly in his hand. Reporting to the commander. Something terrible has happened. The intelligence officer was so out of breath that his voice was trembling. Long Qianshan frowned. What's the panic? We've already driven back the beast tide. What could possibly cause the sky to fall? No, it's not a beast tide. The intelligence officer swallowed hard, strode up to Long Qianshan, and handed him the fragment of the array plate. We intercepted this damaged communicator on the edge of the battlefield where the Titans slayed the cultists. Long Qianshan took the wreckage and glanced at it. Is this the top-secret communication frequency band of the Myriad Races cult? Right. The intelligence officer's face turned ashen, and he lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. The technical department has just cracked a remaining encrypted message inside. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. This is a detailed defense deployment map of the Southwestern Front. And the recipient's coordinates are in Shanghai. Long Qianshan's pupils suddenly contracted. Who is it in Shanghai? A high-ranking member of the Alliance, Yi Xingqian from the Yi family of Kyoto. The intelligence officer's voice echoed in the hall, carrying a chilling aura. The veins on Long Qianshan's hand, which was gripping the array plate, bulged instantly. He squeezed the alloy shell so hard that he managed to create several cracks. He watched the battlefield footage still replaying on the screen, and laughed in a fit of rage. So we're risking our lives on the front lines, while these parasites from powerful families are betraying their country for personal gain? Chapter 82 Yi Xingqian's Crimes Exposed, the Fate of a Traitor to the Human Race. News of the great victory at the front spread like wildfire throughout the entire southwestern defense line. The oppressive and desperate atmosphere was swept away, replaced by a joyous celebration of survival. Yuan withdrew from public life after achieving his goal, quietly removing his black robe and mask. He tossed all those things into the F-level space, changed back into a set of dusty casual clothes, and rejoined the student group. At this moment, Fatty Wang and several of his teammates were surrounding him with expressions of admiration. Brother Yuan, where did you run off to? We were scared to death. The commotion at the front is huge. I heard that a great lord was mobilized, and he was smashed to pieces by a mysterious expert. Yuan yawned and gave a perfunctory reply. Oh, there were too many people just now, so I found a hole to hide in and took a nap. What mysterious expert? I didn't see him. Fatty Wang had a I don't believe you look on his face, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He knew that the secret his elder brother held was deeper than the abyss. Just as the students finished counting heads and were preparing to board the train for their return journey. Suddenly, a rapid engine roar came from the distant sky. Buzz buzz dash. More than a dozen armed hovercraft, painted with the emblem of the Alliance law enforcement team, roared in battle formation. They landed aggressively in the center of the university's temporary camp, kicking up clouds of dust. What's going on? Why is the law enforcement team here? Judging from their posture, they're up to no good. The students were discussing amongst themselves, looking completely bewildered. The car door opened with a whoosh. A burly, middle-aged man with a cold, iron-like face strode down. He wore a specially made black trench coat and a sword badge representing iron and blood on his chest. It was none other than Captain Lei Zhan, a member of the military's law enforcement department, who was known for his incorruptibility and ruthlessness. Captain Lei? Why did he come to the front lines in person? Those scions of prominent families who knew him were so frightened by this terrifying figure that their legs went weak. This guy is a ruthless character who dared to publicly execute even the son of a coalition member. Lei Zhan's icy gaze swept over all the students present like a hawk's. Without saying a word, he walked straight up to Yi Xingqian, the student council president. Yi Xingqian was currently surrounded by a group of lackeys who fawned over him like a star. When he saw Lei Zhan walking towards him, he was taken aback at first, but then immediately put on a fawning smile. Uncle Lei, what brings you here? Are you here to visit us? As he spoke, he tried to get closer to the person. Snap! His response was a pair of cold handcuffs. Lei Zhan remained expressionless, grabbed Yi Xingqian's wrist, and twisted it forcefully. The spirit-locking cuffs, made of a special alloy and specifically designed to lock away a martial artist's vital energy, were firmly cuffed to his hands. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Yi Xingqian's smile froze instantly, then turned into disbelief, astonishment, and anger. Lei Zhan! What are you doing? Are you crazy? He struggled frantically, but his vital energy was suppressed by the soul-locking shackles, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. I am the eldest grandson of the Yi family. How dare you handcuff me? The Yi family? Lei Zhan sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Don't even mention your Yi family. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he couldn't save you. He pulled out an arrest warrant stamped with the Alliance's highest red seal from his pocket and threw it directly at Yi Xingchen's face. Yi Xingchen, you are suspected of colluding with the Myriad Races sect and betraying the Alliance's military intelligence, resulting in the sacrifice of tens of thousands of soldiers on the southwestern front. The evidence is irrefutable, and the crime is unforgivable. Come with us. I didn't. You're making false accusations. Yi Xingchen was pale as a ghost, and he tried his best to argue. This is slander. This is a frame-up. Frame? Lei Zhan took an evidence bag from a law enforcement officer next to him. Inside was a spatial ring, which was found in the ashes of the one-eyed man who had been crushed by the Azura sword guard. We found this among the relics of the protector of the Myriad Races. Lei Zhan projected the items from the ring into the air using a tactical tablet. The screenshots of encrypted communications were crystal clear, the frontline deployment maps bearing the Yi family's private seal were numerous, and the records of massive star coin transfers were also present. The evidence is irrefutable. Yi Xingchen stared blankly at the intelligence reports he had personally sent out, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. He collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. No, it wasn't me, I didn't. After a brief moment of shock, the surrounding students erupted in fury. Traitor! Disgrace to humanity! So it was you! You're the one who killed so many soldiers! Several hot-tempered students rushed forward, and if they hadn't been stopped by law enforcement officers, they probably would have beaten Yi Xingchen to death on the spot. Lei Zhan waved his hand. Take away! 2 law enforcement officers dragged the limp Yi Xingchen like a dead dog and shoved him into the hover car. Watching Yi Xingchen being dragged away like a dead dog, Lu Yuan stood in the corner of the crowd, a cold smile curving his lips. All of this is certainly no coincidence. Whether it was the damaged communicator or the evidence in the spatial ring that just happened, hadn't been destroyed in time. It was all because he had used a bit of mind control when he was cleaning up those evil cultivators that they, voluntarily, stayed behind. He wanted more than just Yi Xingchen's life. Furthermore, the goal is to uproot the Yi family, this cancerous growth entrenched in the upper echelons of the Alliance, and expose them completely to the light of day, so that they may be judged by everyone. Brother Yuan, did you do this? Fatty Wang leaned closer, lowered his voice, and looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Although he didn't know the specifics, his intuition told him that this matter was definitely related to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan dusted off his hands, acted as if nothing had happened, and turned to walk towards the train heading back. What do you mean I did it? I don't know anything about it. He paused, his voice not loud, but carrying a chilling aura. I just think that if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. Isn't that so? Chapter 83 The Yi Family's Counterattack. Alliance Vice Speaker Sikong Jin exerts pressure. Smack! The fine blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed to the ground, and shards of porcelain were scattered all over the room. Inside the council hall of the Yi family manor in Kyoto, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Yi Tiannan, the head of the Yi family, had bloodshot eyes, like a vicious wolf forced to the edge of a cliff, his chest heaving violently. Useless! What are you all good for? The news from the front lines was like a death warrant, stuck firmly to the Yi family's door. Changsun Yi Xingchen was publicly handcuffed with spirit-locking handcuffs by Lei Zhan of the military law enforcement team. The charge is treason, specifically colluding with the Myriad Races cult. Master, please calm down. You know Lei Zhan's temper. He's completely unyielding. The butler knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf. If the charge of treason goes to the Supreme Court, according to the Alliance's laws, our entire Yi family will be executed. Shut up. I'm not dead yet. Yi Tiannan kicked over the mahogany tea table in front of him. He loosened his tie, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Prepare the car. We're heading to Vice Speaker Sikong's estate. As long as the sky hasn't fallen, I'll hold it up. Half an hour later. In the heart of Shanghai, at the heavily guarded private residence of the Alliance's Vice Speaker. The study was filled with priceless calming incense. Sikong Jin, dressed in a silk bathrobe, leaned back in a large leather chair, slowly and deliberately twirling 2 high-level alien beast crystal cores in his hands. He glanced at Yi Tiannan, who was standing hunched over his desk, covered in sweat, and slightly raised his eyelids. Brother Yi, visiting so late at night without even saying hello, isn't that against the rules? Sikong Jin's voice was unhurried and in standard official jargon. Yi Tiannan didn't bother with pleasantries and directly handed over an anonymous supreme black card with both hands. Speaker, you've watched Xingchen grow up, you absolutely must give him a hand. Sikongjin glanced at the black card but didn't take it. The people Lei Zhan personally arrested are irrefutable evidence. This is a dangerous situation to navigate. Yi Tianen gritted his teeth. He knew that this old fox wouldn't act until he saw the benefits. He simply pulled a thick document from his pocket and placed it directly under the black card. This is a 100% ownership contract for the large spirit crystal mine in the East China Sea, which will be fully transferred to your name. Looking at the seal on the contract, Sikongjin finally stopped pounding walnuts. Yi Tianen stared intently into Sikongjin's eyes and lowered his voice. Speaker, the Yi family has been your undercover agent all these years. We may not have done anything great, but we have certainly put in a lot of hard work. If the Yi family falls, I'm afraid Lei Zhan, being so stubborn, will dig up those shady ledgers you kept in the south sooner or later. These words were both a plea and a threat. The air in the study instantly dropped to freezing point. Sikongjin stared intently at Yi Tianen, and after a long while, he suddenly laughed. The Yi family, this cash cow, really can't be allowed to fall. His proposed compromise with the Abyss plan still requires a large amount of money from the Yi family to pave the way. Sikongjin picked up the documents on the table and casually tossed them into the drawer. Then, he pressed the red secure hotline on the table. Get me to the enforcement team, find Lei Zhan. The phone rang twice before being answered quickly. Vice Speaker, what are your instructions? Lei Zhan's harsh voice came through the speakerphone, carrying a hint of gunpowder. Sikongjin adopted a serious, businesslike voice. Captain Lei, I've heard about Yi Xingqian's case. Young people have no experience going to the front lines. Losing the defense map is at most a dereliction of duty. How can you casually accuse them of treason? Lei Zhan slammed his hand on the table on the other end of the phone. Vice Speaker, the physical evidence is conclusive. That spatial ring contained all the transaction records between him and the Myriad Races sect. Physical evidence? Sikongjin scoffed and interrupted him. In the chaos of war, it's not impossible for someone to forge a few pieces of evidence to frame a colleague, is it? You. Lei Zhan was speechless with anger. Lei Zhan, what the Alliance needs right now is stability, not internal purges. Sikongjin's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying an air of superiority and oppression. I do not want to see unfounded accusations against families with a long history of merit. Before transferring physical evidence to the Supreme Court, it is best to re-verify its security and authenticity. Do you get me? After saying that, Sikongjin hung up the phone without waiting for Lei Zhan's reply. He picked up the teacup on the table and gestured towards Yi Tianen. Brother Yi, go back and wait for good news. The War Academy in Shanghai is now deep in the night. Lu Yuan had just finished showering and was walking out of the bathroom with his half-dry hair. A seductive figure had appeared on the desk by the window in the dormitory sometime during the night. Murong Yawe, dressed in a tight black outfit, crossed her long legs and idly tossed a dark silver dagger around. Senior, be careful not to get a sty if you sneak into the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, casually picking up a can of iced cola and pulling the tab with a hiss. Murong Yawe rolled her eyes and sheathed the dagger back into the scabbard on the outside of her thigh. You ungrateful little thing, I risked my life to deliver top-secret information to you. She leaned closer, bringing with her a faint, delicate fragrance. The Yi family has made their move, and they've got that old fox Sikongjin to step in. Lu Yuan took a swig of cola and raised an eyebrow. With a backbone as tough as Lei Zhan, would he really swallow this insult? Murong Yawe sighed and shrugged helplessly. A higher rank can crush a person, especially since Sikongjin is the vice speaker. She lowered her voice and looked serious. The Shadow Pavilion intercepted the information half an hour ago. The hovercraft transporting the key evidence caught fire unexpectedly on the way. He's alright. But the space ring containing communication records and deployment maps was burned to ashes. Lu Yuan paused slightly in the hand holding the cola can. Murong Yawe looked at him, her tone revealing a hint of resentment. Without the core physical evidence, the Supreme Court cannot convict you of treason. At most, it's considered a work error, and he'll be sentenced to a few months of solitary confinement. If the Yi family spends a little more money to bribe them, that little bastard will probably be able to swagger out of the heavy prison after tonight. She shook her head. He's lucky this time, someone in power is protecting him. Oh? Is that so? Lu Yuan's tone was very calm, as if he were talking about what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. But the aluminum alloy can of iced cola in his hand suddenly emitted a piercing, distorting sound. Creak dash. He squeezed the entire can of cola into a flat iron disc using only 2 fingers. Before the cold liquid could even drip, it was instantly evaporated into wisps of white mist by the terrifying killing intent emanating from his body. Murong Yaoyue's heart skipped a beat. She had never felt such a chilling aura emanating from this junior. Even when faced with a sudden change in an S-level secret realm, his eyes had never been this cold. Since the Alliance's laws can't bring them to justice, then let it go. Lu Yuan pulled out a tissue and slowly wiped the water stains from his fingertips. Murong Yaoyue was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Let it go! That's not like you, who's usually so vengeful. Yes, forget it. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the wardrobe. He yanked open the cabinet door. At the deepest part of the wardrobe hung a large, heavy black robe. Beside the hood of the long robe, a bronze azure mask exuding an ancient and solemn aura lay quietly. Lu Yuan reached out and pulled off the black robe, skillfully draping it over his shoulders. The wide brim of his hat fell down, obscuring most of his face, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. He picked up the azure mask and gently stroked the cold lines on it with his fingertips. Living people value evidence and need to follow procedures. But the dead don't need that. Murong Yaoyue looked at Lu Yuan, whose aura had instantly transformed into that of a hellish demon, and her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She swallowed. What are you planning to do tonight? Lu Yuan slowly put the mask on his face. Behind the bronze mask, those eyes surged with a murderous intent as vast as mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even causing the surrounding space to faintly crack and distort. Go to prison. I'll send him to hell in my own way. Chapter 84. A perfectly disguised crime scene. I kill without evidence. The highest level serious prison in the Alliance. 3 underground floors, special class prison cells. This place houses the most vicious martial arts criminals, and the walls are entirely made of explosion-proof superalloy. But at this moment, Yi Xingqian was leaning back on the leather sofa like an old man. In front of him was a small square table with freshly seared M9 Wagyu beef and half a bottle of decanted fine red wine. Although he was still wearing the heavy soul-locking cuffs on his hands, it did not dampen his enthusiasm for cutting the steak. Young master, are you satisfied with the doneness of this steak? A chubby prison guard stood outside the door, bowing and scraping with a forced smile through the iron bars. This was bribed by the Yi family with a large sum of money. It's all right, but there's not enough black pepper. Yi Xingqian forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, complaining indistinctly. I don't want to stay in this lousy place for even a second longer. The fat prison guard quickly rubbed his hands together and moved closer. You've been wronged. We just received confirmation from above that the key evidence was accidentally burned on the way. The pardon decree from Vice Speaker Sikone will be issued first thing tomorrow morning, and you'll be able to leave in style. Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable surge of joy flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes. He picked up his wine glass and swirled it triumphantly. That stubborn Lei Zhan, he still wants to arrest me? He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. What is his sense of justice compared to absolute power and influence? That's right, that's right. The Yi family has deep roots. They can't possibly touch them. The fat prison guard echoed his sentiments repeatedly, his flattery deafening. Yi Xingqian snorted coldly and downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. And that Lu Yuan, that shameless country bumpkin. The first thing I'll do when I get out of here is kill him. I want him to know that commoners will only ever be trampled underfoot by our aristocratic families. All right, get out of here. Come pick me up tomorrow morning. Yi Xingqian waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. The fat prison guard nodded vigorously and scurried out. The cell fell silent again. Yi Xingqian leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and hummed a little tune, feeling great. Just then. Sizzle dash. The incandescent light bulb on the top of the cell suddenly flickered wildly a few times without warning. What's going on? The power supply to this lousy prison needs to be fixed. Yi Xingqian opened his eyes impatiently. The next second, the 4 24/7 surveillance cameras in the corner suddenly shattered with a pop. All the red lights went out instantly, plunging the entire third basement level into deathly darkness. A bone-chilling cold surged upwards from the drain. The temperature in the cell dropped to freezing point within 2 seconds. Even the unfinished steak on the table was covered with a thick layer of white frost. Guards! Where have you been? Yi Xingqian finally realized something was wrong and suddenly stood up. He shouted frantically, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. No one responded to him. It was eerily quiet. It was as if all the living people in the prison had vanished into thin air at that moment. Sudden. A ripple-like pattern appeared on the superalloy wall directly in front of Yi Xingqian. That's a blast wall that even a martial god couldn't easily break through. At this moment, it resembles a thin layer of water. A tall figure, draped in a wide black robe, passed through the wall like a ghost. She stood quietly in front of Yi Xingqian. In the darkness, the bronze azure mask emitted a faint, cold light. The eyes behind the mask were deep and cold, devoid of any human warmth. It's like looking at an ant that you could easily crush with your bare hands. Who are you? Yi Xingqian was so frightened that she backed away and fell onto the sofa with a thud. Do you even know where you are? I am the eldest young master of the Yi family. Help! Someone help me! He screamed for help. But he had barely uttered half a word when his voice seemed to be cut off in his throat. Well. Yi Xingqian's feet left the ground as an invisible, terrifying force gripped his neck. He was suspended in midair, his legs kicking futilely. He tried desperately to pry open the air around his neck with both hands, but couldn't grab anything. That spiritual force was like an iron clamp forged from steel, tightening its grip more and more. Yi Xingqian's face instantly turned purplish red, and his eyes almost bulged out. The lack of oxygen and fear plunged his mind into extreme chaos. This attire exudes a terrifying aura. He had seen it in the battle reports and images from the front lines. He's the invincible being who blew up the Abyss Overlord with a single punch. War Titans? Yi Xingqian's mind exploded with a bang. How could this legendary guardian deity of humanity appear in his cell in the middle of the night? And they even looked like they wanted to kill him. Senior. He managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his face streaked with tears and snot. You've misunderstood. My Yi family is willing to pay whatever amount is necessary. Lu Yuan stood still, too lazy to even lift his hand. A cold laugh of utter contempt emanated from beneath the bronze mask. Money? Keep it to buy paper money for yourself. Lu Yuan's voice, disguised by the mask, was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the deepest hell. Doesn't your Yi family like to destroy physical evidence? Yi Xingqian's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he know about the burning of physical evidence? Unless this mysterious titan is in league with Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan didn't give him a chance to think it over. He hates talking nonsense with dead people. Since the Alliance can't convict you based on evidence, then if I kill someone, I don't need to provide evidence. The words had barely left his mouth. Lu Yuan's terrifying mental power, exceeding 100 million, surged like a tsunami bursting its banks, directly and brutally slamming into Yi Xingqian's brow through an invisible giant hand. There was no blood splattering, and no broken bones. This is a complete annihilation on a purely dimensional level. Buzz dash! Yi Xingqian's body convulsed violently. The light in his eyes vanished instantly, and his soul was instantly pulverized into nothingness by this spiritual force within milliseconds. They didn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. Bang! The invisible hand released its grip, and Yi Xingqian's body slammed onto the floor like a pile of mud. Lu Yuan stepped forward and coldly looked at the corpse on the ground. Killing him outright would be too lenient. It would only cause trouble for Lei Zhan later. We need to create a flawless scheme. With a thought, he connected with the divine realm within his body. A wisp of pure abyssal miasma and the sinister blood energy of the myriad races sect burrowed out from his fingertips. He had collected both of these items on the battlefield a few days ago. Blood seeped into Yi Xingqian's corpse. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xingqian's originally fair skin was covered with strange black and purple runes. Foul-smelling black blood slowly flowed from his 7 orifices. His facial muscles were contorted into an extremely horrified shape, as if he had seen something terrifying before he died. This is a typical scene of sudden death caused by the backlash of an alien curse. Seamless. No matter who investigates, the conclusion is always the same. Yi Xingqian colluded with heretics and was cursed to be silenced. It has absolutely no connection with any human martial artist. After finishing all this, Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Alright, time to call it a day and go to sleep. He turned around, and the alloy wall in front of him rippled again. The black robe swept past without stirring even a breeze. Just as he had come, Lu Yuan disappeared silently into the thick darkness of the night. It's as if it never existed. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the prison walls. The chubby prison guard hummed a little tune as he carried a sumptuous breakfast and trotted happily down to the 3rd basement level. Young Master Yi, it's time to get up. The pardon will arrive soon, and I've prepared a welcome feast for you. As he spoke, he pressed the electronic lock on the cell door with a broad smile. The heavy metal fence slid open slowly. The next second, the breakfast tray in the fat prison guard's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, spilling milk all over the floor. He stared intently at the corpse on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices and covered in black spots. His legs went weak like noodles, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His heart-wrenching screams of terror echoed down the corridor. "Someone's dead! Help! Young Master Yi has been poisoned by the monster's curse!" Chapter 85 Completely Erasing Yixingchen, Mind Clarity Attribute Surges. The piercing sound of sirens shattered the early morning in the high prison. The corridor was lined with yellow and black police tape. Several top forensic doctors from the Alliance, dressed in the highest level of protective suits, were frantically scanning Yixingchen's body. The warden stood outside the cell door, his legs trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Just an hour ago, he was preparing to host a welcome dinner for this young master. Now all we can do is prepare an urn for her ashes. Has the cause of death been determined? The warden wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. The forensic team leader stood up, looked at the instrument in his hand that was flashing red lights wildly, and swallowed hard. "Sir, there are no signs of poisoning, nor any wounds from external impact." He pointed to the dense, twisted, blackish-purple markings on Yixingchen's face, resembling a centipede. "It's the curse of the abyss. The extremely vicious blood sacrifice from the alien race backlash directly strangled his soul." The warden's vision went black, and he almost lost his balance. "Alien backlash? This is the 3rd underground level. Not even a mosquito can fly in." The forensic doctor shrugged helplessly. "The data doesn't lie. There wasn't even a trace of the blood or chi of other human martial artists left at the scene. It can only be characterized as a silencing tactic by the myriad race's cult." The news spread like wildfire, reaching the Alliance headquarters in less than half an hour. Bang! Inside the vice speaker's office, a fine rosewood desk was smashed to pieces with a single blow. Sikongjian's face turned ashen, and the 2 high-level crystal cores he had been handling for many years were crushed into powder. "Useless! All of you are useless! To be killed right under your nose with an abyss curse, are the arrays in your prison made of paper?" Several men knelt in the wood chips, not daring to breathe. "Vice Speaker, the forensic experts insist that it was a method used by an alien race." A trusted confidant reluctantly gave the report. "There's a rumor going around that Yixingchen got his comeuppance because of a dispute over the spoils with the myriad race's sect." Sikongjian was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. To protect the Yi family, he disregarded all shame and forcefully suppressed Lei Zhan's investigation. And what was the result? With the man dead, the connection with the Yi family is completely severed. At the same time, a piercing scream echoed from the Yi family compound in Kyoto. "My grandson!" Upon receiving the news, Yi Tianen, the head of the Yi family, widened his cloudy old eyes in an instant. He pointed to the air, his fingers trembling wildly, and a strange, clucking sound came from his throat. "Master! Master, what's wrong?" Just as the butler rushed forward, Yi Tianen coughed up a mouthful of black blood and fell straight backward. He suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was paralyzed on the spot. The once invincible Yi family has now completely fallen apart. The Southwest Front, the temporary encampment of the War Academy. "Brother Yuan! Huge news! A bombshell!" Fatty Wang, like a ball of flesh, whipped up a gust of wind and rushed straight into Lu Yuan's tent. He held up the tactical tablet, his chubby face flushed red, and he was jumping up and down with excitement. Lu Yuan was sitting on his cot, wiping a dagger, without even lifting his eyelids. "Speak slowly, the sky isn't going to fall. That bastard Yixingchen died suddenly in prison." Fatty Wang was panting heavily, so happy that even his back teeth were showing. "The official report says it's a backlash from an alien curse. This bastard has done so many bad things that even God couldn't stand it anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan paused slightly in his movements. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of his lips. "Yes, evil will be punished." Lu Yuan casually tossed the dagger into his backpack and picked up a bottle of mineral water, then unscrewed it. "Now, the air in Shanghai will be much fresher." As the fat boy excitedly ran out to gossip with the other classmates, Lu Yuan's smile gradually faded. This eliminated Yixingchen, a disgusting threat like a fly. He suddenly felt the long-standing stone in his chest shatter instantly. A clear mind and a pure heart. At that very moment, the golden system panel in front of him suddenly began to flash wildly and uncontrollably. Ding! Detection indicates the host has eliminated inner demons and achieved mental clarity. Deep activation of the Endless Origin system. The attribute barriers have been broken. A complete leap forward has begun. Lu Yuan abruptly closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly sinking into the F-level space within his body. Within the kingdom of God, a cataclysmic upheaval is taking place at this very moment. The spatial barrier at the once vast edge of the continent began to rumble and expand outward at a visible speed. Mountains rise up, rivers rush and surge. The spiritual energy was so dense it almost turned into liquid, and a torrential downpour of golden spiritual rain began. The world tree's branches and leaves stretched joyfully in the rain, growing thousands of feet taller. Lu Yuan's body was undergoing an indescribable baptism. At this moment, the spiritual power exceeding 100 million completely broke through the limit of quantitative change, triggering a qualitative change. His sea of consciousness transformed into a dazzling galaxy. Every drop of spiritual energy is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His physical body had shed a layer of old skin, and the newly grown skin shone with a dark golden divine luster, making him look like a true immortal god. He has entered a completely new level of life. A realm that has never been touched in the history of Earth. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The exhaled breath created a subtle sonic boom in the air. This feeling isn't bad. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of crushing stars, and smiled with satisfaction. 3 days later. With the defeat of the Abyss Overlord, the remaining beast tide was completely wiped out by the Yuan army. The frontline volunteer experience for freshmen has officially come to an end. On the huge helipad of the southwestern defense line, rows of military interstellar ships, emitting eerie blue trails of flame, were lined up neatly. This was specially arranged by the military to escort these outstanding students, who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire, back to school. Lei Zhan personally led a team to see them off at the gangway. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, the stern and impartial law enforcement captain showed a hint of extremely subtle respect in his eyes and nodded slightly. Lu Yuan glanced back calmly and followed the group into the spaceship's cabin. The spaceship slowly rose into the air, breaking through the clouds. Inside the spacious first-class cabin, the students chattered excitedly about their experiences over the past few days. Fatty Wang slumped in his comfortable airline seat, grabbed a handful of snacks, and stuffed them into his mouth. He moved closer to Lu Yuan and lowered his voice. "Brother Yuan, when we go back to school this time, Yi Xingqian's gang of lackeys will probably have to keep their tails between their legs." The fat man chuckled. "Can we finally have a few days of peace?" Looking at the rapidly receding sea of clouds outside the window, Lu Yuan pulled a crumpled parchment drawing from his pocket. Those were ancient psionic mecha blueprints that he casually picked up when he searched the Yi family's treasure vault. He tossed the blueprints in his hand twice, then turned to look at the fat man. "Peaceful life?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on his lips. "My quiet roommate in the dorm is just bored out of his mind lately. With this thing, the world of our Shanghai universities is going to be turned upside down again." Fatty Wang's eyes lit up as he stared at the blueprint, his gossip-loving spirit burning brightly. "What good stuff is it? Brother Yuan, what big move are you planning now?" Chapter 86. Returning to the academy, the uncrowned king of the logistics department welcomed by the entire school. The enormous interstellar spaceship pierced through the clouds, its eerie blue tail trailing a long plume of steam across the sky. The central square of the Shanghai War Academy was already packed with people. Boom dash. The spacecraft landed smoothly, and the heavy metal hatch slowly opened. The red carpet stretched from the gangway all the way to the entrance of the teaching building. Dean Situ, with his white hair and beard, stood at the front with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Behind him were all the faculty and students of the entire school. The once bustling square fell silent the moment the cabin door opened. The first person to step out of the cabin was Lu Yuan, who was wearing a faded school uniform. He had one hand in his pocket, and the other holding a tattered canvas bag, and he yawned widely. He looked like an ordinary high school student who had just finished class and was going to the cafeteria for lunch. But this seemingly frail figure made tens of thousands of geniuses in the audience hold their breath. Those S-rank berserkers and A-rank elementals who usually looked down on Lu Yuan now had nothing but deep awe in their eyes. Battle reports from the front lines had already been circulated throughout the entire university via the internal network. While the true identity of the War Titan remains a mystery, Lu Yuan's own achievements have truly shattered the worldviews of these sheltered children. A logistics student in an F-level space. Carrying a runic iron sword issued by the military, he managed to carve out a blood and flesh vacuum zone that stretched for more than 10 kilometers within the defense line of low-level alien beasts. They slaughtered the third-tier demonic rhinoceros like a pig and walked the fourth-tier shadow leopard like a dog. This is what they call logistical support. This is nothing short of a ferocious beast in human skin. Brother Yuan, this is amazing! Fatty Wang followed Lu Yuan down the gangway, his face flushed with excitement as he looked at the welcoming crowd. He puffed out his chubby chest, waving his hand arrogantly, just like a leader on an inspection tour. Lu Yuan rubbed his ears, which were still numb from the cheers, and frowned slightly. It's so noisy. I should have just teleported back to my dorm. Just then, a group of reporters from major media outlets, who had been itching to get started, swarmed forward with their cameras and microphones. Dozens of microphones were shoved right in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan! I heard that you single-handedly killed over 1,000 high-level alien beasts on the front lines. How did you manage to do that? As a spatial support character, why is your physical strength so terrifying? Do you possess some special cultivation technique? A powerful family is willing to offer you a salary of 10 billion yuan per year to serve as their chief guest advisor. Have you considered it? The flashes went off incessantly, making people dizzy. Dean Situ originally wanted to step forward to help his precious disciple, but before he could even take a step, Lu Yuan casually brushed aside a microphone that was about to be poked into his nose. How did you do that? Lu Yuan looked at the reporter with a face full of fanaticism and spoke in a lazy tone. Maybe it's because I usually like to carry bricks, so I've developed some strength. An eerie silence instantly fell over the entire room. Moving bricks? Can you really develop arm strength like that, capable of cleaving a whole street in one sword strike, just by carrying bricks at home? As for those aristocratic family retainers. Lu Yuan curled his lip, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Let them keep the money to buy their own burial plots. I'm not interested. Having said that, he didn't bother with any more words. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he transformed into a blur and leaped directly over the heads of the reporters. Hey! Lu! Don't go! Let's chat a little longer. By the time the reporters came to their senses, Lu Yuan had already vanished without a trace, leaving only a gust of wind behind. Surrounded by the frenzied reporters, Fatty Wang, sweating profusely, became their temporary spokesperson. Don't push. Our brother Yuan needs to rest. Let's pay the interview fee first. Having escaped the noise outside, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory with practiced ease. Push open the door. The room was dimly lit with thick curtains drawn, and the air was filled with a strong smell of machine oil and metal welding torches. You're back? A muffled sound came from the workbench in the corner. A gaunt young man with messy hair and huge dark circles under his eyes was lying face down on the table without looking up. He held a precision laser engraving tool in his hand, carefully carving a miniature array core. This is Lu Yuan's roommate Tai Zhu, a mechanical engineering fanatic who rarely sees sunlight and suffers from severe social anxiety. While others were fighting tooth and nail for resources outside, he could stay in his dorm and eat dry bread for half a month while surrounded by a pile of broken parts. Lu Yuan walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I haven't seen you for a few days, and the smell of engine oil in your house is almost as strong as a chemical plant. Tai Shu pushed up his thick-rimmed glasses and put down the carving knife in his hand. I've reviewed the data on the alien beasts at the front lines. He turned his head and stared intently at Lu Yuan. The rune circuit of your broken iron sword is too crude. It's a waste of all your strength. I'll fix it for you next time. Lu Yuan smiled. It's so much easier to talk to smart people. Tai Zhu didn't care how many monsters he killed. He only cared about the wear rate of his weapons' runes in actual combat. Weapons are not in a hurry. Lu Yuan threw the worn-out canvas bag in his hand onto the table. He unzipped his jacket and reached inside to rummage around. Then, he casually slapped the slightly yellowed sheepskin blueprint, which he had taken from the Yi family's treasure vault, onto Tieju's workbench. Take a look at this. Tai Zhu picked up the blueprints with some confusion. At first, he just glanced at it casually. But in the next second, his eyes, which had been like those of a dead fish, suddenly widened. Clang! He didn't even react when the laser engraving knife next to him fell to the ground and hit his toe. Tai Zhu sprang up from the chair as if he had been electrocuted. He held the parchment tightly in both hands, his face almost pressed against it, his breathing rapid like a broken bellows. The design of this energy conduction circuit, this joint's spiritual energy hub. Tai Zhu's hands began to tremble violently, causing the entire blueprint to rattle. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan, his voice shrill and cracking. Brother Yuan, where did you get these blueprints? This is the Obsidian Destroyer, a technology lost for 300 years. The original prototype of the ancient psionic mech. He was so excited that he was incoherent, pacing back and forth in his cramped dormitory like a scientist who had gone mad. As long as there are enough rare alloys, plus high-level crystal nuclei as power sources. Once this thing is made, it will definitely be able to rival a martial grandmaster. It can even withstand a full-force attack from a martial venerable. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking at Tai Zhu's frenzied appearance, and nodded in satisfaction. The Yi family, these ignorant fools, let these blueprints, which were capable of changing the course of the war, gather dust in a corner of their treasure vault. That's really letting him off easy. Never mind where I got it from. Lu Yuan tapped the table, interrupting Tai Zhu's rambling. He stared into Tai Zhu's eyes, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable air of dominance. I'll only ask you one question. If I provide you with an unlimited supply of top-grade alloys, an inexhaustible supply of abyssal crystal cores, and a top-secret laboratory where time flows 10,000 times faster than outside. Lu Yuan paused, his smile deepening. How many of these can you mass-produce for me? Tai Zhu froze on the spot. Unlimited materials? 10,000 times the time? This is simply a paradise that every mechanic could only dream of. He swallowed hard, his eyes red-rimmed, clutching the blueprint tightly. As long as there's enough material, I can keep the production line running until it's smoking. I will let this army of mechs crush the entire abyss. Chapter 87 The Defection of Mechanical Genius Tai Zhu, the Fusion of Technology and Martial Arts. Brother Yuan, where did you get these blueprints? Tai Zhu lunged forward suddenly. He gripped Lu Yuan's arm tightly with both hands, like a pair of pliers. His pale cheeks, which had never seen the sun for years, were now flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged out. With it, I can build a supermech that rivals even a martial grandmaster or a martial venerable. The configuration of the psionic nexus on this is simply genius. No, it's a miracle. Tai Zhu was so excited that he was incoherent, and his saliva almost sprayed onto Lu Yuan's face. His thick, black-rimmed glasses had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and his eyes burned with a mad, demonic flame. Lu Yuan pulled his arm back with some disgust. He casually grabbed a tissue from the table and wiped his cuffs, which were damp with sweat from Tai Zhu's palms. Calm down, it's just a piece of scrap paper, look how tempted you are. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. A piece of torn paper? Tai Zhu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly raised his voice. This is ancient, lost technology. If it were on the black market, those big tycoons would fight tooth and nail for it. He held the blueprints carefully, as if they were a priceless treasure. They even became careful with their breathing, afraid that if they breathed too hard they would tear the parchment. Lu Yuan looked at this simple-minded tech geek and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. That's exactly the kind of pure madness he wants. The blueprints are good. Lu Yuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, making a crisp tapping sound. But as far as I know, just the skeleton of the mech on this platform would require tens of tons of high-grade rare alloys, right? Tai Zhu's enthusiasm was instantly dampened. He hung his head dejectedly, like a deflated balloon. Yes. He gave a wry smile and reached out to scratch his already messy hair. Even if you emptied the entire military supply depot of all the universities in Shanghai, you still couldn't gather enough materials for a single mecha. Not to mention the power source. This thing requires a top-grade abyss crystal core as its heart. Something of that level simply cannot be bought with money. Tai Zhu sighed and reluctantly touched the blueprints. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. This is the most desperate tragedy for a mechanic. What if I said there was plenty of material? Lu Yuan's voice was very soft, yet it was like a thunderclap in Tai Zhu's ear. Tai Zhu suddenly raised his head, his face full of astonishment. Brother Yuan, you must be joking. That's tens of tons of rare alloy, not some cabbage. Lu Yuan offered no explanation. He simply snapped his fingers. Smack. The crisp sound echoed in the narrow dormitory room. The next second, Tai Zhu felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery distorted violently like ripples on water. A feeling of weightlessness enveloped him instantly. Before he could even scream, his feet were already firmly planted on the ground. Where am I? Tai Zhu pushed up his glasses, and after seeing the scene before him, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. There were no cramped dorm rooms, and no moldy walls.
Above them was a vast and boundless sky of laws, and in the distance stood a towering tree that reached into the clouds, exuding the aura of the great Tao. The spiritual energy in the air was so rich that even a single breath made every pore on the body feel relaxed. But none of that shocked him the most. What truly made his eyes nearly pop out was the continent beneath his feet. To be precise, this is a mountain range made up of countless treasures. Look at that glowing mountain on the left. Lu Yuan put his hands in his pockets, slowly walked to Tai Zhu's side, and casually pointed. That was 20,000 tons of top-grade starry sky iron, which was confiscated from the Sikong family's treasury. Tai Zhu gasped, and his legs began to tremble. Look at that pit on the right. Lu Yuan then pointed to the other side. Those were looted from the headquarters of the Myriad Races sect, tens of thousands of abyss crystal cores of the 6th rank or above, take whatever you like. Tai Zhu followed the finger's gaze, and the multicolored light emanating from the crystal core nearly blinded him. And what you're standing on? Lu Yuan glanced down at it. It's the spine of an abyss overlord, 10 times harder than vibranium. It should be usable as the main beam of the mecha. Gulp. Tai Zhu swallowed hard. He knelt down with a thud, stroking the massive bone with both hands. His fingers trembled as if he were playing the piano. Really? It's all true. This socially anxious, tech-obsessed man suddenly burst into tears like a child. That is the ultimate joy of hearing the truth in the morning and being able to die content in the evening. He turned around, scrambled to Lu Yuan's feet, and grabbed Lu Yuan's leg. Boss! Tai Zhu lifted his face, which was covered in snot and tears, his eyes burning with fanaticism. From today onwards I, Tai Zhu, am selling all of my flesh, over 100 pounds, along with my soul, to you. You point, I'll shoot. I'll do anything you ask me to do, as long as I can touch these materials. Without the slightest hesitation, nor by inquiring about the origin of this space from Lu Yuan. For a pure tech geek, someone who can provide unlimited research resources is like a god. Lu Yuan pulled his leg out with disgust and rubbed it on the ground. I don't want your jerky, I just want the results. A thought suddenly occurred to him. A thunderous roar came from the depths of the Divine Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, the plains spanning tens of thousands of miles were instantly cut and leveled by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of metal foundations rose from the ground, forming the prototype of a perfect large industrial zone. This is your private laboratory. Lu Yuan looked at the dumbfounded Tai Zhu, his tone calm yet exuding absolute control. Use materials freely, and extract energy freely. Most importantly, I've adjusted the time flow in this area to be 10,000 times faster than the outside world. Tai Zhu gasped sharply. 10,000 times? This means that while the outside world spends one day, he has nearly 30 years inside conducting research and development. This is the ultimate cheat code that no researcher could even dream of. Now, do you still think we can't build a super mech? Lu Yuan patted Tai Zhu on the shoulder. Tai Zhu stood up and vigorously wiped his face. He straightened his black-rimmed glasses, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation at that moment. He transformed from a timid, introverted guy into an absolutely confident research fanatic. As long as the blueprints are correct, I can build a wheelchair for God even if he comes. Tai Zhu gritted his teeth, a crazed glint in his eyes. Very good. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Go for it. I want to see an iron torrent that can sweep across the abyss. He turned to leave the kingdom of God, but just as he took a step, Tai Zhu suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute, boss! Tai Zhu ran to a pile of abyssal crystal cores, frowned, and picked up a piece. The mech's hardware and power are working properly. But the psionic circuits on these blueprints require a biological extract that is extremely heat-resistant, and has self-repairing capabilities as a coolant. He looked up at Lu Yuan and licked his dry lips. Ordinary synthetic fluids simply cannot suppress the violent energy of the Great Lord's crystal core. It has to be an extraordinary plant with extremely abnormal vitality. Do you have any connections to get plants of that caliber? Lu Yuan stopped and turned around. He looked at Tai Zhu, a playful smile slowly curving his lips. Plant? Lu Yuan smiled and snapped his fingers. You've come to the right person. Chapter 88. The Mech Factory opens. The Divine Kingdom mass-produces mechanical warriors. As Lu Yuan snapped his fingers crisply. Above the dome of the Divine Kingdom, a drop of emerald liquid, emitting a shimmering green light, slowly descended. That was a drop of primordial sap seeping from the World Tree, containing immense vitality enough to bring the dead back to life.
The liquid was steadily suspended in front of the iron pillar. Take it and give it a try. Lu Yuan slightly raised his chin, his tone casual. This thing is not only heat-resistant, but if you provoke it, it can also grow vines to help you fight. Taizhu swallowed hard and carefully caught the drop of sap in a glass test tube. He turned and ran wildly, rushing to a complex testing instrument. A few seconds later. What? A piercing scream echoed across the Divine Kingdom continent. Taizhu was clutching his hair, his eyes practically glued to the screen. The upper limit of heat resistance cannot be estimated. The self-repair rate is 500%. He turned his head sharply, looking at Lu Yuan as if he were looking at an alien. Boss, you even have these monster plants that defy the law of conservation of energy? Lu Yuan waved his hand, too lazy to explain. Once the materials are ready, we get to work. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. After saying this, his figure gradually faded away and he withdrew from this world. This top-secret space, accelerated 10,000 times, is enough for Taizhu to mess around with alone. Back in my dorm room at the university in Shanghai, it was just getting light. Lu Yuan stretched and lay down on the bed for a nap. After killing alien beasts for a day and a night on the front lines, although my body was tireless, my mind needed to relax. I slept straight through until sunset. Less than half a day had passed in the outside world. But within the Divine Kingdom that had activated a 10,000-fold time acceleration, decades had quietly passed. Lu Yuan rolled out of bed, washed his face, and then re-immersed himself in the Divine Realm. As soon as they stepped through that invisible spatial gate, a deafening mechanical roar rushed towards them. Boom! Standing on high ground, Lu Yuan looked down at the scene below, a rare look of amazement flashing in his eyes. The once barren metal plain has been completely transformed. One after another, massive industrial plants, as large as hills, rose from the ground. The towering chimneys spewed out white psionic smoke purified by the array. Countless fully automated production lines are methodically die-casting abyssal skeletons and top-grade alloys. This place is simply a steel fortress that perfectly blends cyberpunk and cultivation civilization. Boss! You're here! A figure riding a fire-breathing skateboard darted through the air in a flash. Lu Yuan looked closely and almost didn't recognize him. Taizhu's messy short hair has now grown to his shoulders, and he has a stubble beard. He was wearing a specially made protective suit covered in oil stains, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, revealing a frenzied excitement. With a 10,000-fold time acceleration and endless divine resources, Taizhu's research progress was practically like he had a cheat code. Haven't you thought about taking a bath in all these decades? Lu Yuan took a half-step back in disgust, avoiding the strong smell of engine oil emanating from him. Taking a shower is such a waste of time. Taizhu casually wiped the soot off his face, grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve, and headed towards the largest factory building. Boss, come and see my hard work. The steel torrent you requested, I built it for you. The heavy alloy door slowly opened. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Inside the vast factory, rows of 3-meter-tall, pitch-black steel monsters were neatly arranged. There are tens of thousands of them. These mechs are made entirely from the skeleton of the Abyss Overlord mixed with star iron, giving them a pure black color that seems to devour light. The armor surface is streamlined, and there are no gun barrels of modern weapons. Instead, there were densely packed martial arts formation patterns that shimmered with a deep blue light. The first mass-produced model, I call it the Obsidian Destroyer. Taizhu stood at the foot of a mecha, patted its thick metal thigh, and spoke with pride. Don't be fooled by its size of only 3 meters, it's not built as big as a building. But in the high-level martial arts battlefield, the essence lies in what is concentrated. He pressed the remote control button. Buzz dash. 2 crimson lights suddenly shone from the eyes of the Obsidian Destroyer in front of them. A crack appeared in the armor on the chest, revealing the high-level abyssal crystal core that served as the heart inside. The power source was perfectly solved, and I made a small modification. Taizhu smiled slyly. I inscribed a miniature nuclear explosion array around the crystal core. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Suicide infantry? Right. Taizhu snapped his fingers. If you can beat them, then cut them down. If you can't, then grab the enemy and die together. If this thing explodes, its power is equivalent to 10 Ivan 4 bombs detonating simultaneously. Anyone below the level of a martial god will be severely injured. This crazy design perfectly matches Taizhu's tech geek personality. Not only must we provide firepower, but we must also perish together. Hardware alone isn't enough, What about operation? Lu Yuan pointed to the empty cockpit of the mecha. I don't have that many people to be your drivers. Upon hearing this question, Tai Zhu's smile grew even more smug. That's thanks to the black-armored swordsman who stayed here. He pointed to the Azura sword guards sitting cross-legged on the hilltop in the distance. For the past few decades, I've used it as my sparring partner every day. I implanted the latest neural network array into the mech's main brain, perfectly replicating that Grandmaster's combat data. Tai Zhu's fingers tapped rapidly on the tablet. Activate Live Fire Exercise Mode. The words had barely left his mouth. The obsidian destroyer suddenly vanished from its spot. The speed was so fast that even the air itself emitted a piercing crackling sound. Whoosh! The mech appeared on an abandoned mine a kilometer away. Its right arm extended an ion blade flashing with a high-frequency beam, and using the momentum of its charge, it slashed down without any fancy moves. Boom! No energy cannons were used. It relies solely on pure physical kinetic energy and master-level sword-wielding skills. The towering, solid mine was neatly cleaved in two by the mecha with a single strike. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he watched this scene. Speed, strength, and fighting instinct. They are all at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Coupled with that monstrous armor that even a great lord couldn't bite through, this thing could absolutely annihilate an ordinary martial Grandmaster on the battlefield. Even when facing a martial venerable, they can still use their self-destruct formation to forcefully take a piece of flesh. Most importantly, they feel no pain and never tire. Well done. Lu Yuan clapped his hands, looking at the tens of thousands of black mechs arranged in a square formation. His plan to rapidly build up an army has finally completed the most important piece of the puzzle on the technology side. With this army of tens of thousands, we can walk sideways on Earth without even needing to wear a disguise. Tai Zhu stood to the side, rubbing his hands together and chuckling foolishly. Boss, this is the first batch. As long as the production line keeps running, I can produce hundreds of mechs of this level for you every day. But... Tai Zhu changed the subject, his face showing difficulty. Although we have enough main materials, we need a lot of low-grade spirit herb juice to mix the pigments when we are carving the array. The drop of sap you just gave me was too high-grade. Using it to draw an array would be a waste, and we're almost out of it anyway. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. How many low-grade spirit herbs do you need? The more the better, ideally by the ton. Tai Zhu made an exaggerated gesture. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Buying low-level spiritual herbs isn't difficult. The real challenge is obtaining that astronomical sum of money without arousing suspicion from the military. Although the Yi family's treasure trove contains many items, most of them are illicit goods that cannot be sold in the open and are not suitable for direct sale on the market. It seems I need to find a wealthy and powerful sucker to cooperate with. Lu Yuan looked at the mutated weeds that covered the mountains and fields in the Divine Kingdom, growing taller than buildings, and suddenly laughed. Okay, I'll take care of the paint. Lu Yuan patted Tai Zhu on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the spatial portal. Boss, are you planning to rob the Alliance's treasury? Tai Zhu called out curiously from behind. Robbing money requires little skill. Lu Yuan waved his hand without turning his head, and his voice echoed back through the spatial passage. I'm going to sell some local specialties and while I'm at it, extort some botanical academician. Chapter 89 The Madness of Scientific Research Giant Lin Qifeng. These plants are miracles. Besides building up an army, making money is the only hard currency to keep the Divine Kingdom running. The cost of materials spent on building mechs by Tai Zhu in a single day could bankrupt a mid-sized aristocratic family. So Lu Yuan, carrying a black plastic bag, strolled leisurely to the Shanghai Research Center. The goal is clear. Lin Qifeng, the Alliance's premier national treasure-level botanical academician. This old man has a terrible temper, but he is extremely respected. I heard that last month, even Dean Situ tried to ask for 2 high-grade spiritual herbs, but he was chased away by Situ with a broom. Inside the top-floor laboratory, the sound of a glass being smashed was deafening. What kind of garbage is this culture medium? You're using grade B nutrient solution for such a potent elixir? What a waste! Lin Qifeng, wearing a white lab coat, pointed at several senior researchers and began to hurl insults. Spit sprayed all over their faces. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the laboratory was kicked open casually. Lu Yuan swaggered in, hands in his pockets. Old man, you're so hot-tempered, be careful of high blood pressure. Lin Qifeng was taken aback. He turned to look at the young man in the school uniform, his beard trembling with anger. Which class are you in? Who let you in? Is the security system down? Get out of here right now, and don't you dare dirty my sterile room. Several researchers stared at Lu Yuan as if he were a dead man. Is this kid crazy? Daring to run into the line of fire when Academician Lin is going on a rampage? Lu Yuan ignored them. He walked to an empty sterile table and threw the crumpled black plastic bag he was holding onto it. I want to discuss a big deal with you. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, tapping his fingertips on the table. Look at this thing, what rating can it get? Lin Qifeng was so angry that he laughed instead. A freshman came to him, a national treasure-level academician, with a tattered plastic bag full of trash for appraisal. The world has gone so mad that he no longer recognizes it. Get lost! I make millions every second, I don't have time to play house with you. Lin Qifeng grabbed the plastic bag on the table and disdainfully tried to throw it into the trash can. The instant his fingers gripped the plastic bag, a delicate, rich, and intensely fragrant scent of herbs and plants seeped into his nostrils through the gaps in the plastic bag. Lin Qifeng's hand suddenly froze in midair. He deals with all sorts of top-grade medicinal herbs year-round, and his nose is even more sensitive than a dog's. This taste. He only took a small whiff, but he felt all the fatigue from staying up all night yesterday vanish. Even the blood and qi that had been stagnant in the body for many years were starting to loosen up. What is this? The disdain in Lin Qifeng's eyes vanished instantly. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling, and carefully opened the tattered plastic bag. Inside the bag, there were a few bright green leaves, each about the size of a baby's palm, casually crumpled up. The surface of the leaves shimmered with a divine luster, as if they were breathing with life. Within the veins of the leaf, there seems to be some kind of mysterious law-like pattern. You're using plastic bags to pack this level of spiritual herbs? Lin Qifeng's face contorted with heartache. He felt as if he were watching a priceless treasure being chewed up by a dog. His heart was bleeding. Quickly, get the titanium alloy tweezers! Get the 0-degree petri dish! Hurry! He roared furiously at the researchers behind him. The entire laboratory was thrown into chaos. Lin Qifeng personally put on isolation gloves, picked up a leaf, and put it into the top-of-the-line psionic scanner. Beep 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 dash! As soon as the scanner was turned on, the red light started flashing wildly. A piercing alarm blared throughout the entire laboratory. Warning! Energy threshold overload. Warning! Vital activity overflow exceeds instrument detection limit. Lin Qifeng stared intently at the data flashing on the screen, his cloudy old eyes wide open like copper bells. This vitality surpasses that of known plants by more than 10 times. No! It's not just 10 times! He lunged at another gene analyzer and began frantically typing on the keyboard. A few seconds later, a complex pattern of DNA helical recombination appeared on the big screen. Bang! Lin Qifeng's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He was completely unaware that his white coat was covered in dust. He was as if struck by lightning, and fell into extreme madness. Perfect integration with no rejection reaction. Lin Qifeng's eyes were red-rimmed, and he clutched his thinning hair tightly, muttering to himself. This is not just a miraculous medicine, it's a miracle that can reshape a martial artist's constitution and perfectly cure genetic defects. High-level martial artists across all humanity suffer from hidden genetic injuries due to years of absorbing the raging abyssal spiritual energy. This is also the biggest hurdle preventing humanity from creating more martial gods. And now, this incurable disease that has plagued humanity for hundreds of years has been solved by a single leaf. Young man! No, classmate Lu Yuan! Ancestor Lu! Lin Qifeng scrambled to Lu Yuan's side. Completely disregarding the dignity of being an academician, she grabbed Lu Yuan's leg. Where did you get these leaves? Do you have any more? I want them all! His eyes were filled with a fanaticism, like a beggar seeing a mountain of gold. The researchers around were completely dumbfounded. Is this still the same arrogant old Lin who doesn't even respect the league's top brass? Lu Yuan pulled his leg out with some disgust and patted his trouser leg. He picked up the thermos on the table and slowly took a sip of water. I have a lot of these in my backyard, and I usually use them to feed the dogs. Lu Yuan spoke casually, as if he were talking about cabbage. The Divine Kingdom is filled with these mutated weeds infected by the aura of the World Tree. The Wolf King, De Huang, is now very picky about food and usually won't even glance at it. Feed the dog? Lin Qifeng clutched his heart, nearly fainting. He felt that his decades of scientific research beliefs had been brutally crushed by Lu Yuan. I can supply you with large quantities of goods on a long-term basis. Lu Yuan put down his cup and finally got to the point. However, I need your name, Academician Lin, to give this thing an official endorsement. Lin Qifeng nodded without hesitation, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I swear on my academic reputation and my life's work, anyone who dares to say a single bad word about this medicine, I, Lin Qifeng, will be the first to tear them apart. As long as he can study this miraculous plant. Forget reciting texts, he'd even pour Lu Yuan's footbath water. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. That's exactly what he was waiting for. With the official endorsement of this leading figure in the scientific community, the value of these weeds could skyrocket. Okay, I'll have someone bring the large shipment to meet you later. Lu Yuan stood up and straightened the collar of his school uniform. As for the price, we'll calculate it based on the top-tier gene therapy drugs on the market. You can decide what to pay. Lin Qifeng held the plastic bag as if it were a treasure, nodding repeatedly, not even noticing when Lu Yuan walked out the door. Lu Yuan stepped out of the research center building and took a breath of fresh air. The source of funding and official certification had been resolved. Next, we need to find a reliable black glove to help us grow and strengthen this business. He pulled a communicator from his pocket and skillfully dialed a hidden, encrypted number. The phone rang twice and was quickly answered. Hey, Mr. Shen, how's business on the black market lately? Looking at the bustling night view of Shanghai, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Don't stay in a small place like Jiangnan City, come to Shanghai, I'll give you a fortune that can buy half of the league. Chapter 90 Xinjin Lin, the exclusive white glove, monopolizes high-end potions across the entire alliance. Hang up the phone, Jiangnan City Underground Black Market Headquarters. Xinjin Lin, who was sitting in the armchair, suddenly sprang up as if he had a spring under his buttocks. Quickly! Notify everyone below! His fat face trembled with excitement, and he grabbed the collar of his trusted confidant next to him. Pack it up tonight! Move the entire Chamber of Commerce, Skin and Bones, to Shanghai tonight! His trusted aide was being strangled so hard his eyes rolled back, his face completely bewildered. Boss, we've been operating in Jiangnan City for over 10 years. Are we just going to throw it all away like that? You don't know anything! Xinjin Lin slapped his confidant on the back of the head, his eyes gleaming. Master Lu has spoken. It's a fortune that could buy half the league. The next morning, at a top-secret warehouse on the outskirts of Shanghai. Despite having dark circles under his eyes, Xinjin Lin stood at the gate, looking energetic, to greet them. Lu Yuan, wearing a loose school uniform, strolled in with his hands in his pockets. Mr. Lu, you're fast enough. Xinjin Lin quickly went to greet him, smiling like an old chrysanthemum. Where are the goods for that big deal you mentioned? Lu Yuan didn't waste any words and simply waved his hand. Bang! 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 Hundreds of tattered burlap sacks printed with special agricultural fertilizer rained down on the floor like hailstones. A cloud of choking dust instantly rose from the warehouse. Xinjin Lin coughed repeatedly from the choking fumes, and stared blankly at the pile of tattered sacks on the ground. The goods are all here, weighed by the ton. Lu Yuan tossed over a document stamped with a red seal. Read it yourself. Xinjin Lin quickly wiped his hands with his sleeve and took the document. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after just one glance at the title. An authentication certificate personally signed by Academician Lin Qifeng? His hands trembled as he opened the report. Cellular activity exceeding known limits can perfectly repair hidden injuries to martial arts genes. Xinjin Lin took a deep breath, lunged at a burlap sack, and untied the opening. A rich, refreshing scent of herbs and plants instantly filled the entire warehouse. Inside were emerald green spiritual herbs covered in soil. Every single leaf radiates a divine glow that is visible to the naked eye. Master Lu, this is a peerless miracle drug that can repair genetic defects. Xinjin Lin's heart was bleeding. You're using those old fertilizer bags to pack it? Lu Yuan picked at his ear, completely unconcerned. I have plenty of them in my backyard, but Da Huang usually won't eat them because he thinks they'll get stuck in his teeth. You handle the packaging. I only care about the profits. Xinjin Lin gasped. This living father, which ancient god's vegetable garden did he destroy? But as expected of a top tycoon who rose through the ranks of the black market, he possesses an extremely keen business sense. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, leave this to me. Xinjin Lin patted his chest and assured him. I guarantee I'll package them as the most high-end luxury goods in the entire alliance, and make those aristocratic families empty their coffers to buy them. Over the next 2 weeks, the business community of Shanghai experienced an unprecedented upheaval. Xin Jinlin founded Yuan Pharmaceutical. He weighed the weeds by weight and packed them into a top-grade packaging box made of ancient jade. It was named Creation Elixir. On the day of the press conference, academician Lin Qifeng personally attended. In front of the entire league's media, the old man slammed his fist on the table and roared, "If anyone gets sick from eating this, I'll rip my head off and let them kick it around like a ball." With the absolute endorsement of a national treasure-level scientific research expert, the high-end market was instantly ignited. The entire league's top management has gone mad. Generals who had been stuck in a bottleneck period for many years and patriarchs of powerful families who were nearing the end of their lives blocked the entrance of Xin Jinlin's Chamber of Commerce with boxes of cash. "I only wish to buy even a single drop of the divine elixir of creation." Price? Nobody even asks about the price. A single drop of the medicine was sold for a staggering price of over 1 billion star coins, and people even had to queue up and enter a lottery to get one. A tall tree catches the wind. Such enormous profits naturally attracted many envious wolves. Several ancient martial arts families in Kyoto, eyeing the profits, actually sent more than a dozen assassins at the peak of the martial grandmaster level to kidnap Xin Jinlin overnight and force him to reveal the source of the goods. The next day, these dozen or so assassins were neatly hung on the streetlights outside the Chamber of Commerce gate, like a string of candied hawthorns. Xin Jinlin sat in the monitoring room, holding a purple clay teapot, and sneered. Behind him stood a Shura sword guard, entirely black and radiating the sword intent of a grandmaster. This was someone Lu Yuan specially sent to keep him in check. They have military protection at a level comparable to a dimensional reduction attack. Xin Jinlin's role as a dedicated white glove was incredibly effective, completely shielding him from all trouble and prying eyes. At this time, on the rooftop of the highest teaching building at the Shanghai War Academy, the night breeze was slightly cool. Lu Yuan leaned against the railing, fiddling with the latest tactical communicator in his hand. On the screen is a text message from the bank confirming the latest deposit. "Your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 5 trillion star coins." There were too many zeros. He was too lazy to count them. 5 trillion yuan, that money comes much faster than robbing a bank. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly accessed the highest level trading platform on the dark web. Go on a shopping spree. Trillions of dollars were squandered in just over 10 minutes. In return, they gained mining rights to hundreds of top-tier star veins and mountains of 8th-order abyssal energy cores. These massive amounts of supplies were continuously transported to the secret base outside the city through Xin Jinlin's clandestine channels. Lu Yuan stood on the rooftop, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. All the supplies in the base outside the city vanished into thin air in an instant, swallowed whole into the F-level divine kingdom space. Inside the kingdom of God, the world tree absorbed a massive amount of energy cores, causing it to grow tens of thousands of feet taller once again. The mecha factory on Tieju's side obtained enough spiritual herb juice to use as array pigments, and the eyes of tens of thousands of black mechas lit up with red light. Be ready to unleash a massacre at any time. Lu Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. The strategy of rapidly building up troops and accumulating resources has finally taken full shape. Bang! The iron gate to the rooftop was kicked open. Fatty Wang rushed up, panting, waving several registration forms in his hand. Brother Yuan! What are you doing hiding here in the wind? Professor Ling Wushuang is almost frantic in her office. Fatty Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. The deadline for the selection trials of the all-races martial arts tournament is tomorrow. Are you going to fill out the registration form or not? Lu Yuan turned off his phone screen and casually put it in his pocket. He turned around and looked at the brightly lit cityscape of Shanghai in the distance. A cold and arrogant smile slowly curved his lips. Fill it in. Why aren't you filling it in? Lu Yuan walked up to the fat man and took the thin registration form. His gaze pierced through the heavens, as if he could already see those alien delegations swaggering around in the sky. After being in seclusion for so long, my bones are practically rusting. It's time to give those ignorant and arrogant bastards a little bit of a shock to the blue planet. Chapter 91, The Snowball Effect of Wealth, From Ordinary Person to World's Richest Man. Ding dong. The phone screen lit up, and a highly encrypted text message from the bank popped up. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair in the dormitory and glanced around casually. Dear Supreme Black Card user, Your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 7,500,000,000,000 star coins. There are too many zeros. There are so many that even the latest communicator screens have to be split into 2 lines to barely display them all. The phone rang immediately afterward, and the caller ID showed Xinjin Lin. As soon as the call connected, a pig-like scream came from the other end. Mr. Liu! Have you checked? Have you looked at the account? Xinjin Lin's excited voice made the phone's speaker vibrate. Received it, what's all the noise about? Lu Yuan moved his phone a little further away and picked at his ear. You're getting all excited over such a small amount of pocket money. This isn't just pocket money. This could buy half the lifeline of the league. Xinjin Lin was panting heavily, and you could feel his fat jiggling even through the screen. At last night's high-end auction, the last drop of creation elixir was sold for a staggering 50 billion by the Wang family of Kyoto. Now you are undoubtedly the richest man in the entire alliance. Even the bank president personally came to serve me tea and water this morning. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, and his voice even cracked. All right, stop acting all naive. A slight smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. This amount of money is an astronomical sum for ordinary people, but for him, it's just fertilizer for upgrading his divine kingdom. Money sitting in the account is just a bunch of numbers, you only have the ability to spend it. Lu Yuan tapped his fingers on the table, getting to the point. I'll send you a list. Get it all ready before dark. A few seconds later, Xinjin Lin on the other end gasped. 5 of the most top-tier abyssal energy crystal core veins. And you want to buy out the mining rights as well? He swallowed hard,